If this is a nightmare, I'd better wake up. Zhang Yi walked on Spadina Avenue in New York like a zombie. The dazzling sunshine shone on Zhang Yi's body, but it could not dispel the gloom in his heart. Even if he was on the busiest street in New York, Zhang Yi's heart did not have any ups and downs. It seemed like everything was out of tune with him. Zhang Yi is not from this world. He has also forgotten how he came to this world. It was like he was hungover. When he opened his eyes, he came here inexplicably, and he was with a group of homeless wanderers. Han lay together. It has been a month since he came to this world. As more and more information was collected, Zhang Yi became more and more depressed. He tightened the shoulder bag tightly, as if the contents in the bag could bring him some comfort. A sense of security has been out of fashion for a long time, but for Zhang Yi, it contains all of his wealth. The bag was picked up, and so were the contents. After coming to this world, Zhang Yi was actually very excited at first. Time travel only existed in novels or animations. If he could experience it personally, he would be ahead of 99.9999% of the people in the world in his previous life. Especially when Zhang Yi saw Stark in the newspaper, Zhang Yi became even more excited. Stark, Zhang Yi, who has watched many Marvel works, is very familiar with this surname. Tony Stark, Iron Man, there will be no one else in the world who will board New York with this surname except him. The biggest newspaper, front page headlines. But Zhang Yi looked down, but the title that came into view made his breathing stop for a second. The Splinter Group Avengers are all destroyed. Tony Stark, the leader of the terrorist organization, was killed. What? Zhang Yi's eyelids were twitching, and his hands holding the newspaper were shaking slightly. He couldn't believe what he saw. Are the Avengers a splinter group? Tony Stark turned into a terrorist. And, he's dead. Zhang Yi didn't have time to think too much. He continued to look down, trying to find more clues. The incident took place in California many days ago. With the last Avengers Quinjet being hit head-on by a Patriot missile, the separatist organization, Avengers, has ceased to exist in name only. The Quinjet was carrying various veterans of the Avengers. Their positions were exposed when they evacuated the stronghold, which also caused them to not survive the attack, and all of them died. Tony Stark was originally a scientific genius with hundreds of billions of dollars, but after he was injured by a National Guard grenade, he made a metal suit. He changed his name to Iron Man and assembled a group of people. The separatists created the terrorist organization, Avengers, and began to rebel against the current president of Eagle Country, President X. It is reported that the people in the Avengers are all possessed of special skills, and they are extremely outstanding talents in various fields, including Archbishop Stephen Strange, scientist Hank Pym and his wife, Thor, who claims to be the reincarnation of Thor, etc. But at this moment, the organization that attempted to subvert President X's totalitarian rule has long since died, and all that's left is the finishing work. 4 days later, Zhang Yi was on the street and saw the execution scene of Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye. He was betrayed on the way to escape and his identity was exposed. Even though he had excellent fighting skills and strong combat effectiveness, he would always be exhausted when facing the soldiers who kept rushing up. Pong! With the sound of a gunshot, Clint Barton, who was kneeling on the street, was shot in the head. He was still wearing the purple suit that represented his identity. Blood flowed, and the people watching around screamed. They were very excited to see such a wonderful scene. After all, this is the Avenger who has given President X a headache for a long time. Such people are rare, let alone it's said to be an execution site. As for why these Avengers risked their lives to launch a revolution and overthrow President. However, Zhang Yi, who was standing in the crowd watching all this, didn't think so. Why? What is happening in this world? Why did Professor X, the founder of the X-Men, become an ultra-ruler? Why didn't Iron Man's suit lock onto the Patriot missile that was fired at them? Why doesn't Doctor Strange have magic? Why did Thor get killed by a missile while wielding that useless hammer? Zhang Yi stared at Hawkeye's body, unable to calm down in his heart for a long time. He just felt that everything was so strange and scary. At this moment, he didn't even care about the nausea he felt when he saw a dead person for the first time. What kind of world have I come to? In the next few days, Zhang Yi continued to wander and began to search for clues in this broken world based on the memories of his past life. Since he is a gangster and has no money, Zhang Yi can only join the team of scavengers to prevent himself from starving to death. However, this status also has great benefits, because there are many people in the team of scavengers. Information about this world that many people don't know. For example, in the previous attack on the Avengers, the former Avengers member, Scarlet Witch, betrayed them. In order to protect herself, this woman betrayed the organization and told President X a lot of information and strongholds about the Avengers. I'm afraid Tony Stark would never have imagined that the culprit that caused the Avengers' annihilation came from within, right? The porn star known as the Charming Witch killed her producer Namor because he was a sea king who deceived her feelings. This matter made the tabloids that night and was also talked about by scavengers. Matter. It turns out that Washington, D.C., has now become a three-no-management jurisdiction, filled with various gangs. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most chaotic place in the world. Zhang Yi was originally going to take a look, but several scavengers stopped him and told Zhang Yi that there was hell, even scarier than the real hell. If he didn't want to die in a gang conflict, or it is eaten by those mutant monsters, it is best to stay away from there. Don't go there in this life, don't even think about it. This is a world comparable to a nightmare. All the superheroes and supervillains in Zhang Yi's memory have changed. They have become a chapter with the most painful ending. The methods that originally enabled them to obtain superpowers, here let them the main culprit who has fallen here. Like a curse, in this world, all superpowers have no good end, even those aliens. Zhang Yi did not forget that last night a scavenger told him a story about how the Kree interstellar army was bombarded by nuclear bombs and turned into space junk. After the memory ended, Zhang Yi stopped in front of a house. There was a sign of recycling for auction on the door of the house. Zhang Yi paused, took out 2 pieces of wire from his bag, put it into the door lock and fiddled with it a few times, and the door opened. No one will take care of the houses that have been recycled for auction until they are sold. This also gives many scavengers an opportunity. After all, no one wants to sleep in a house on the street. The previous owner of this house was a man named Ben Parker. His poor nephew messed up a chemical experiment. After being bitten by a spider that received radiation, his nephew suffered from a terrible disease. And finally died on the street after causing the death of his family. Opening the door, Zhang Yi quickly entered the room. He looked around while closing the door without leaving any trace. After making sure that there was no one following him outside, he locked the door. "You're back, how was your harvest?" As soon as the door was closed, a figure appeared next to Zhang Yi. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yi didn't realize how he appeared. However, Zhang Yi did not show a surprised expression. Obviously, this was not the first time. "I told you, don't use your super speed casually anymore." Zhang Yi pushed the man away and walked towards the living room without looking back. "I'm so bored. You go out for days at a time. Besides, I'm in this house, so no one should be able to find me." Hearing this, Zhang Yi turned around, looked directly at the silver-haired man in front of him, and said, "Really? Have you forgotten how you were captured before? Pietro, what do you want to lose this time, your left leg or your right leg? Isn't your left hand enough to remind you?" Yes, the silver-haired man in front of him is the famous mutant in Zhang Yi's memory, Qian. But at this moment, his appearance was indescribably miserable. His hair had begun to become tangled without being combed for too long, and with the beard on his face, no one would have guessed that he was a 19-year-old boy. The most surprising thing is the empty sleeve on his right side. His right arm has been cut off by someone, and the other party did not bandage the injury properly. He just did it to stop the bleeding, which also caused his right arm to be injured. Even if his wounds were healed at super speed, they would still be extremely hideous. Zhang Yi met Pietro a week ago. At that time, he was fighting for food with a dog. He had been hungry for a long time. The high speed brought with it a high metabolism. If he hadn't met Zhang Yi, he would have been starved. If he dies, other scavengers will not care about his life or death. Pietro was wary of Zhang Yi at first, but after getting familiar with him, he slowly let go. He told Zhang Yi some of his experiences, such as how he was imprisoned in the mutant prison by President X and how he escaped. The last time he escaped from prison, his arm was chopped off when he was captured. He took out a bag of bread and 2 bottles of beer from his bag. Zhang Yi kept 1 bottle for himself and handed the things to Pietro before continuing. "Listen, Pietro, I don't know how powerful president. As soon as you opened your eyes, you were surrounded by a large group of people. I believe you managed to escape, but you didn't want to be captured again." Hearing this, Pietro also thought of his previous encounter. He sat down quietly without saying a word, opened the beer with one hand and took a sip. Seeing this, Zhang Yi also sighed, "This damn world, while not giving a way for people with superpowers to survive, it also doesn't give a way for ordinary people to survive." In the context of the economic crisis, all countries have been greatly affected. Eagle Country is naturally no exception, which is why President X wants to destroy the Avengers as soon as possible. Prices are skyrocketing, many people are displaced, and every state is in chaos. It is estimated that a world war will happen again soon. But now, the world has begun to linger, and it is just asking who will fire the first shot to seal the world. Coffin. There are rumors outside that the world is going to end, that the end is coming, and only those mutant lunatics can survive it. Indeed, in this world, the vast majority of superpowers do not actually have superpowers, such as the old man who claims to be the reincarnation of Thor, and there is no vibranium falling in Wakanda. Black Panther is just the name of a gangster. As for the magic, Zhang Yi searched for 3 days and 3 nights in New York but could not find the legendary number 177A, Black Street. That place is called the New York Sanctuary. 177A in this world is a nightclub that is about to go bankrupt. As for the superhero Iron Fist who inherited the chi, Zhang Yi didn't find any information about him. Maybe he had died in the accident long ago, just like Daredevil lawyer Ma who was hit by a car. There may be no so-called supernatural abilities in this world. There are only ordinary people who died in various accidents and those genetically mutated, mutant monsters. However, even if they have gained superpowers, the mutants in this world are not that powerful. On the contrary, what genetic mutations bring to them is not a gift, but an uncontrollable disaster. Magneto's superpower has become a passive skill. He releases magnetism all the time. For this reason, he must install a degaussing device. But more than 10 years ago, he had an accident at the airport, and an agent accidentally destroyed his degaussing device. The device caused several planes to be attracted by his magnetism, and Magneto died on the spot. Another example is Mystique. She can take on the appearance of anyone, but at the same time, she will also be affected by the other person's personality. This causes her to suffer from multiple personality disorders, and she will die on the street if she is not careful. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi turned his attention to Pietro on the opposite side. Perhaps this guy was the lucky one. Quicksilver had super thinking ability and super speed. In the comics, it's hard to explain Quicksilver's superpowers. He even has the ability to slow down the flow of time around him and increase his own speed. Just like the scene in the movie version when Quicksilver saves people, he can weaken the speed around him and then while listen to music and save people. But here, Pietro wasn't that capable. He was just a very fast mutant. Zhang Yi even suspected that he couldn't dodge bullets even with his speed. How is the situation outside? After a moment of silence, Pietro asked. The war is coming soon, and many people have started to form groups and jump off buildings. President. Where are the Avengers? They are all dead. Even the old man who claimed to be the reincarnation of the god of thunder was killed. The rest are hiding even if they are not dead. I am not that capable of finding them. If I keep collecting their information, someone will target it. Do you think we can really succeed? Pietro was a little worried. At his age, he should have gone to school, but now he has become a wanted criminal. Yes. Zhang Yi said firmly. If we don't believe in ourselves, nothing will succeed. I heard that there were riots in Texas, and there were riots on the border with Mexico. Maybe this is our chance. If we succeed, we can leave this damn world, but only if what you say is true. Everything I said is true, and I can't possibly lie to you. Pietro immediately retorted, seemingly angry at Zhang Yi's distrust. Zhang Yi didn't say anything more. He also knew that the probability of Pietro deceiving him was basically zero, because this was something he discovered accidentally, and there was no way Pietro in this world would know what that thing was. The reason why Quain was arrested and imprisoned was theft. This guy didn't just steal from merchants and wealthy people. Maybe it was because newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, or maybe he felt that he could not fail. This guy was so brave that he broke into the president's secret room, trying to steal the treasures inside. That secret room was created by President Roll. For example, the Book of Darkness obtained by encircling and suppressing the heretics, and the Book of Emperor Wei Shan that was snatched from Strange. However, these are basically just showpieces and have no actual effect, as if they were written by a madman. It's nonsense, no one can learn any magic from it. But as Quain told, something in the secret room caught Zhang Yi's attention. It was a small yellow box, the same size as a mobile phone, but its appearance was very delicate. It was definitely not a creation of the earth, and what was interesting was that there was an orange round shape with hands and feet inside that could only laugh. Biscuit. No one knew what it was, but Zhang Yi knew. That's not an orange cookie at all, it's Miss Time, a product of TVA, Time Variation Administration, and that phone-like thing should be a time controller. In the American TV series, Loki, TVA is an organization established by Kang. He maintains the operation of the sacred timeline to prevent the outbreak of multiverse wars. They have very powerful abilities, able to travel through different multiverses, and can cut out parallel the world prevents time paradoxes. This can be seen from the Drawer of Infinite Gems in Loki's first season. However, this organization has only appeared a few times in the comics, and has no chance to appear in major events. It only plays soy sauce occasionally, so it can be regarded as an empty product. But this is great news for Zhang Yi. Although he doesn't know why such changes have occurred in this world, as long as he can get the time controller, he can leave this ruin-like apocalypse. Zhang Yi doesn't think he can survive the next nuclear war. After finishing the wine, Zhang Yi looked at Pietro who had finished eating the bread and said. Get ready, we're leaving tonight. I cannot sleep. Pietro was lying on the sofa tossing and turning. If it were him before, he would have continued to indulge in wanton indulgence. He would have attributed all the bad things that happened to him to fate. But after listening to the information Zhang Yi told him, he couldn't calm down. Turning over, Pietro curled up and said. John, can you tell me more about those multiverse things? Zhang Yi glanced at him and couldn't help but shake his head. Regarding this world, it can only be said that the more clearly a person sees it, the more desperate he becomes. It is hard to imagine that Pietro suffered such a tragic life experience at such a young age. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi spoke. Let me tell you about one of the biggest crises the Avengers encountered after they were founded. That big event was called Age of Ultron, but what I'm telling you this time is an event in one of the multiverses. That universe at that time still immersed in the state of S.H.I.E.L.D. being infiltrated and collapsed by Hydra. After the alien invasion in New York, Hydra personnel who infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly took away Loki's scepter. No one knew at the time that the gems inlaid on the scepter were the legendary 6 Infinity Stones. One of the soul gems. Subsequently, Hydra began to conduct a large number of human experiments, hoping to understand the secret of the power of the Mind Stone. In the end, only one pair of twins succeeded in the experiment. The names of the twins were Wanda and Pietro, who were also from another universe, but what Hydra doesn't know is that your power is not given by the Mind Stone, but is innate to you, and the Mind Stone only plays a catalytic role. Pietro listened quietly, and was not surprised when Zhang Yi mentioned his name. Obviously this was not the first time Zhang Yi had said these things in front of him, and Pietro also gradually accepted that he was in most parallel universes. Everyone will have an older sister or younger sister named Wanda. But in this world, there is no relationship between Pietro and the Scarlet Witch who betrayed the Avengers. This person never existed in Pietro's memory. Zhang Yi slowly narrated, from when Tony started making Ultron because of his own anxiety, to the final battle between the Ultron army and the Avengers. In order to protect the child, Hawkeye had no choice but to return to the battlefield again, but Ultron was not ready to let him go. Ultron drove the fighter plane straight towards Hawkeye and the child. Bullets poured on the ground. When Hawkeye thought he was going to die here, a silver figure came rushing towards him. The next moment, Hawkeye only felt that he was moved out by a force. When he reacted, he found that he and the little boy had been moved to the back of the bunker, and outside the bunker, Quicksilver's body was hit by bullets. Became a sieve. Don't you notice? Quicksilver's tone is still so frivolous. These are also the last words of the universe Quicksilver. After hearing this, Pietro's lips unconsciously raised. It definitely sounds like something I would do, and if that was the end of me, it wouldn't be a bad ending. Maybe. At least he died a worthy death, like a real hero, instead of someone like me who could die in a trash can in a dark alley at any time, or be captured and taken back to a mutant prison, losing his freedom and everything. I will never see the sun in this life. Pietro murmured. Looking up at Quine, Zhang Yi said. Get some sleep, I'll get you out of here. Night. Zhang Yi and Pietro were driving on Ocean Drive. Their destination was the mutant prison in Texas. They were going to cross from New York to New Jersey, first to Washington, D.C., and then straight to Texas. State. After Quine escaped from prison, he ran all the way to New York, which was almost half of the Eagle country. Originally, he was planning to run all the way out of the country, but due to his superpowers, he almost starved to death on the way. Zhang Yi drove the car while Pietro slept in the trunk. His current identity was too sensitive and he would never be able to escape death if he was discovered. Moreover, he could not use his superpowers casually. Once President X targeted him, then what awaits the two of them is undoubtedly a disaster. So the two of them discussed it and decided to steal the car and money from the car next door. If it were another world, Zhang Yi would never do this, because this kind of behavior would definitely attract the attention of the police. Own. But in this world, the whole world is on the verge of collapse, and the Eagle country is suffering from external and internal troubles. If it were not for the fear of President, no one but the owner will care. While driving, Zhang Yi was constantly thinking about his next plan. If you want to steal something from President, once locked and controlled by him, all plans will come to nothing. Although Magneto in this world did not build a brainwave amplifier for President X's ability is still very strong, let alone dealing with an ordinary person like Zhang Yi. Therefore, it is necessary to create a big wave to attract the attention of President. There is no longer an existence in this world that can be called a hero. Otherwise, with them as bait, your success rate will be higher. And since you want to organize a big one, you must choose a good method. Gang riots are too small. Border riots are still too small. It should be bigger and shocking, preferably one that can become the trigger for the next World War. Only in this way will President. At the beginning, Zhang Yi focused on the Kree prisoners of war. After those Kree people were baptized by nuclear bombs, they were imprisoned by President X. Thousands of them were imprisoned in the Gobi Desert where nuclear radiation remained. If anyone has hatred for President X and the ability to take revenge, then these Kree people are definitely a sharp knife. In fact, Zhang Yi was speechless about what happened to these Kree people. Not just in this universe, but in most universes, nuclear bombs are very destructive creations. But this extremely dangerous thing is like the Earth's exclusive trump card. No matter how advanced the technology is on other planets, even if they have interstellar fleets or laser guns, they can't build such things as nuclear bombs. It's like each planet has its own technology tree, and nuclear bombs are the Earth's own skills and have the unique nature in the universe. For example, these Kree people traveled across time to prepare to cleanse the entire Earth's civilization. The next second they were affected by the radioactivity of the corpse of Galactus. Not only the portal was closed, the stealth mode also failed, and the entire fleet was exposed to the range of the Earth. He couldn't run, he couldn't hide, he couldn't defend himself. He could only watch countless nuclear warheads getting closer and closer to him. Although if these Kree people were released, they would definitely alarm President. It's just that there is no way to enter that shabby place without protective clothing, and there are many troops stationed around it. Even if they are released, they will probably be suppressed in a short time. This is definitely not what Zhang Yi wants to see. So after discussing with Pietro, Zhang Yi set his sights on the mutant prison, where more than 100 mutants of all kinds lived in dire straits every day. Perhaps, mutant abilities are a kind of evolution, but to ordinary people, these mutants are more like time bombs. So if these time bombs are released, and they all have an enemy like President enough for President X to drink a bottle. Late at night, Washington, D.C. is still a scene of lively entertainment. After the White House moved, it was occupied by nearby states and gangs. Perhaps everyone wanted to experience how good it was where the president was. Dozens of gangs took root here, and various fires broke out every day. Here, there is no law at all and all order is broken. This is a paradise for criminals and the cradle of evil. Countless drug addicts and bastards gather here. Compared with here, Gotham City may be considered sunshine. Bright. Originally, President Zhang Yi drove here, holding the steering wheel while holding the pistol in his arms tightly with his other hand. To be honest, living in two lives may have given Zhang Yi strong self-confidence and prevented him from being as fearful as in his previous life. However, the fear and tension caused by uncontrolled chaos are not something that can be tolerated in any case. It will be reduced. Entering the city, there were more and more pedestrians on the road, but at a glance, Zhang Yi felt like he was in hell. Some of the people were skinny, some were leaning against the wall with their eyes rolled, and garbage and vomit could be seen everywhere on the street. Which made Zhang Yi frown deeply. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, Zhang Yi wouldn't even want to slow down and would just kick the accelerator and rush over. Zhang Yi's arrival attracted the attention of some people, but no one did anything out of the ordinary. This was barely good news for Zhang Yi. After looking around, Zhang Yi turned the car into a small alley. Opening the car door, Zhang Yi quickly put his shoulder bag on his back, then opened the trunk and let Pietro out. Get dressed, this is a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. I want to do something, and you have to ensure my safety. Don't worry, I will protect you. Pietro, wearing a fisherman's hat to cover his silver hair and a long windbreaker, nodded seriously to Zhang Yi and assured. There are many mutants here. Under their cover, if you use your abilities here, you will not be noticed by President Quicksilver glanced, and then the two of them walked out of the alley one after another. Texas borders Mexico. It is a very messy place, and it is too far from New York, so Zhang Yi must prepare everything as soon as possible. On this route, there is no place easier to get oil than Washington, D.C. And weapons. After leaving the alley and truly getting down to earth and blending into the crowd, Zhang Yi felt the chaos here more intuitively. The unpleasant smell kept entering his nose, which made Zhang Yi feel sick in his stomach. Passing by a bar, suddenly there was some commotion in the crowd, and I saw two strong men holding a skinny man and throwing him out of the bar. The man was thrown into the filth, but he quickly got up and stumbled towards the two strong men, praying in a hoarse voice. Give me more, please. I'll get the money. Please. One of the strong men sneered and took a step back, as if he disliked the filth on the other person's body. Then he took out a pistol and pointed it straight at the man's forehead. Wade, this is not the first time. You should never steal my master's goods. No, I didn't mean to ask you. The man known as Wade trembled and stammered for a long time, unable to say a word. Talk doesn't work anymore. Haha. The strong man was too lazy to tease him anymore. He easily pulled the trigger and shot Wade dead. Then he seemed to have thought of something unhappy and made fun of Wade again. A few shots. From the beginning to the end, no one from the surrounding crowd came forward to speak, as if they had nothing to do with them, as if they were watching a movie, which reminded Zhang Yi of the previous execution scene of Hawkeye. What's wrong? Pietro couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Zhang Yi shook her head and walked towards the bar. In a place like this, bars are undoubtedly the best way to collect intelligence, and compared to the outside, bars are safer inside. No one will dare to cause trouble in the bars, as there are gangs supporting them. Lifting his steps and stepping over Wade's body, Zhang Yi walked straight into the bar. Two strong men were chatting and laughing at the door. They didn't pay much attention to Zhang Yi. Maybe for them, discussing that it is more important that the women on the street are sexier. The inside of the bar was dark and noisy, but the environment was much cleaner than the streets outside. At least Zhang-Yi didn't smell any stomach-churning smell. New face, what do you want? Just as Zhang-Yi was about to find a seat, a black girl came over with a bright smile on her face. The girl had white hair and a good figure, but the smell of perfume on her body made Zhang-Yi frown. Find a quiet seat and have 2 glasses of wine. As you wish, dear, come with me. The girl blew a kiss, and then led Zhang-Yi and the two of them to a corner of the bar. This is indeed one of the few quiet places in the bar, but next to the wine table there was a man lying on the ground who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The drinks will be here in a minute. You two sit down first. Do you want me to serve you too? It's only $20. The girl leaned down and showed off her good figure. Zhang-Yi did not react to the girl's actions, but asked a seemingly irrelevant question. May I have your name? The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she thought it was Zhang-Yi's hobby, and she said with a smile. You can call me Aurora, of course, you can also give me a name. Forget it. Zhang-Yi waved his hand. I'll call you if necessary. Hearing this, the girl felt a little dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything more, but turned and left without saying a word. At this time, Pietro on the side couldn't help but ask. Do you know this girl? We know her, maybe. However, she is not the person in my memory. On the contrary, this makes me more determined about our action. Zhang-Yi picked up the wine that was served, hesitated for a moment, and put it back on the table. Although Zhang-Yi was very thirsty, after thinking about the environment here, Zhang-Yi didn't dare to drink and eat whatever he wanted. No one knew if anyone had added anything to the wine here. You said you want to prepare some guys here. How to prepare them? Who should we go to? Pietro was a little resistant to the environment here. He looked around at the situation and said. We don't have to look for him. Someone will come to us. Zhang-Yi said calmly. Sure enough, after rejecting several women who came to promote him, a one-eyed white man came over. He sat directly in front of Zhang-Yi, and rudely picked up the untouched wine glass in front of Zhang-Yi and drank it down in one gulp. Why, you're here to ask me if I need any service. Zhang-Yi stared at the man and said. Heh, I just don't want to waste these 2 glasses of wine. The one-eyed man grinned. I know, you are here for business, tell me, maybe I can help you. How are you sure I'm here for business? It's very simple. You don't come here to have fun. Instead, you sit here quietly. You don't even drink. You must be some big shot. Although I am blind in one eye, I can see people very accurately. Interesting, I guess you're right, let's find a place to chat. It seemed that half of the goal was achieved this time. Zhang-Yi got up and followed the man to the back door of the bar. On the way, Zhang-Yi also learned this man's name, Nick Fury. He didn't seem to want to keep anything secret. Different from the black Nick Fury who was well known to the public in his previous life, this Nick Fury is a white man. Likewise, he is also a member of the Howling Commandos established by Captain America. However, what is puzzling is that this guy would be reduced to such a situation. The alley behind the bar is a dark alley, dark enough to accommodate all sins. The smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. Zhang-Yi knew that this was usually where gangsters in the bar dealt with some hostile forces. But this is a good place for conversation, at least no one will disturb you. Apart from the rats that are eating carrion, there are no other creatures in this alley. I need some things and some information. Zhang-Yi directly stated his needs without any delay. I just like your straightforward nature. Tell me what you want, and I will give it to you at the lowest price on the market. Nick Fury lit a cigarette. 8 tanks of gasoline, 2 spray guns and submachine guns, 2,000 rounds of ammunition each and information about other Avengers personnel. Nick Fury had no reaction when he heard Zhang Ye's words, but when he heard the word Avenger, his expression instantly froze and he stared at Zhang Ye's face, the cigarette in his hand trembling slightly. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened, as if the air had become thicker, and there seemed to be a slight smell of rust mixed in with it. For a moment, Nick Fury laughed dryly, and he stretched out his finger and tapped Zhang Yi. It seems that you have investigated my identity, but you are not here for me, so what is your purpose? It has nothing to do with you, I will give you a generous reward. Ha ha, cough, generous reward. Ha, this damn world, do you think I don't know, everything is over, everything is going to end, the whole world is over. Zhang Yi's words seemed to trigger a switch deep in Nick Fury's heart. He laughed loudly and his whole body trembled. That freak Charles, he used his damn ability to control all the congressmen. He doesn't understand anything. He's just a paranoid bastard. Look at this. Look at the land beneath our feet. The dream of Eagle Country is all bullshit. The Avengers failed, and so did we. No one can survive this catastrophe, only those mutant freaks can continue to survive. Sir, calm down. Calm down. Let's kill the captain with a Patriot missile. Nick Fury roared in a low voice. At this time, he was like a seriously injured beast. Apart from roaring, he no longer had the ability to show his fangs to the enemy. I said, "You'd better calm down." Zhang Yi took out the pistol in his arms. Staring at the dark muzzle of the gun, Nick Fury stopped talking. The surroundings were quiet and only Nick Fury's rough breathing could be heard, like an old bellows. After a pause, Nick Fury spoke. "I know what you want to do. I can help you. I can tell you all the information. I can also give you weapons. Anyway, this world will not get worse." As he spoke, he took out a key. "This is my safe house in the suburbs. It has everything you need. Where is the information about the Avengers?" Zhang Yi continued to ask without taking the key. "I haven't seen Captain Stark for a long time, until I heard about their death." Nick Fury slowly sat down against the wall. "Unlike other people in the Avengers, I have the deepest relationship with Captain. He taught me how to be a warrior." "The Howling Commandos?" Pietro interjected. Nick Fury raised his head, looked at Pietro and nodded. "Yes, Captain, he chose me from among countless people and changed me. We were the key to that victory. During the war, we experienced various life and death crises together. Sometimes, we even had to eat the flesh and blood of our compatriots. To survive. You eat human flesh. Well, it was the captain who taught me how to deal with others, for the sake of victory." Zhang Yi's hand on the gun tightened. It seemed that there was really no need to save this world. There was no justice and no evil. There were just gangs of lunatics, including President X and the Avengers. What I want to know is, besides mutants, are there any other supernatural powers in this world, whether they are people or objects, even blood sacrifices that require tens of thousands of sacrifices? Zhang Yi asked what he wanted to know most. And Nick Fury laughed out loud when he heard this. "Huh, you are also a madman, you are also a madman. Just like the madwoman who claimed to have killed the producer with magic. You just have to answer my questions. No, do you understand? The bullshit Thor cult and the bullshit Strange are all a bunch of lunatics. They are just a group of mortals who can't survive. They try to use this method to deceive the world. In the end, they even deceive themselves. They're just crazy, understand? In this world, this is the only way they can sleep every day. But what happened to them? The old madman who claimed to be the reincarnation of Thor was dragged out of his home and beaten to death on the street. The woman who claimed to be the harvest goddess Sif was finally burned into a mummy and hung as a scarecrow in the crop field. This world, it's over, do you understand?" With that said, Nick Fury grinned at Zhang Yi. "If you believe in those lunatics, then no matter what you do, you will not succeed. The only thing in the world worth believing in is the gun in your hand." Listening to Nick Fury's words, Zhang Yi's heart became heavier and heavier. It seemed that there was really no supernatural thing in this world, no Asgard, no Karmatage. Without these places, then you don't have to work hard to find those supernatural objects. Maybe this world doesn't even have infinity stones, let alone big killers like the Ultimate Eraser and the Cosmic Cube. "Tell me about you, Nick, how you ended up like this. I remember your name is also on the hunting list, so you also fought against President X." Hearing this, Nick Fury lowered his head, his originally burly body looking a little rickety. "No, I'm just a loser. President Such Pain, all your secrets will be exposed in front of him, and your resistance is just the struggle of an ant." Nick Fury held his head and murmured aimlessly. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was shaking constantly. "That's all. It's hard to imagine that Professor. His ability should be telepathy, right? As a mutant, I don't believe he has no weaknesses. If you look at other mutants, they will be affected by their abilities to a greater or lesser extent, such as the big guy who turned himself into a sculpture. He's so tall, is President X's ability so perfect, without any flaws?" Nick Fury was silent for a while, seeming to be thinking about something. He rubbed his hands and then spoke. "No, I remember that he was not like this originally. Later, I heard that he had received the memories of too many people, which gave him multiple personalities and turned him into a lunatic who is neither human nor ghost. Sometimes he is very polite. Sometimes he would angrily curse at people, and he was even seen driving on the road in a wheelchair without any clothes on." "I probably understand." Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. "What about him now? I haven't seen him since the Avengers were destroyed. Where will he be?" "I don't know, his whereabouts have always been secretive." Nick Fury shuddered and shook his head. Seeing this, Zhang Yi sighed. "Well, thanks for the help, Nick. Then mine." Nick Fury raised his head and was about to say something, but he suddenly froze in place. He saw Zhang Yi in front of him holding a pistol and pointing it straight at his head. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi fired. The dull sound of the gunshot was quickly swallowed up by the darkness, and it also did not attract anyone's attention, just like before. There was just another body in the alley. Why? Looking at Nick Fury's body, with an expression of disbelief still on his face, and with his eyes closed, Pietro couldn't help but ask questions. He is also someone who resisted President X. He should be able to help us. Zhang-Yi did not answer immediately, but took a few deep breaths. Although he had seen countless corpses since coming to this world, this was the first time that he had killed someone himself. After a pause, Zhang-Yi turned off the safety of the pistol and spoke. Like those street girls who degenerated into bars, he is no longer the hero in my memory. The Nick Fury in my impression is a tenacious warrior and a wall-facer determined to protect mankind. With that said, Zhang-Yi looked at Nick Fury's body on the ground. And this guy is just a wild dog who was frightened by President X. Every time I mention President X, there is deep fear in his eyes. What do you think this kind of person can bring to us? What kind of help? Are you worried that this guy will betray us because he is afraid of President X? Pietro quickly thought of the key. Maybe, but I don't dare to bet, and I can't bet. This is for our safety. Zhang-Yi took out the key to the safe house from the body, turned his head, and looked directly at Pietro. My purpose has always been one, and that is to survive at all costs. When Pietro heard this and looked at Zhang-Yi's serious and determined face, he couldn't help but think of the pain he had experienced in this world since he awakened his mutant abilities. Perhaps, in this environment, for everyone in this world, freedom and life are a luxury, and even living seems so difficult. Thinking of this, Pietro took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Understand. In the suburbs of Washington, Zhang-Yi arrived at the safe house Nick Fury had mentioned without any hindrance. Furue was right, this place did have everything Zhang-Yi needed, not only various supplies, but also weapons and equipment. This made Zhang-Yi more confident. After such a long period of intelligence collection, coupled with this personal conversation with Nick Fury, Zhang-Yi has now determined that this world should be one of the Marvel multiverses, and this world should be a cataclysmic multiverse. Strictly speaking, in a sense, it belongs to the kind of eliminated universe that is about to be destroyed. All the superhumans here died suddenly due to various accidents, and not only them, but also the combat effectiveness of the entire universe was greatly reduced. This can be seen from the corpse of the invincible Uncle Tun floating in the solar system. Figure it out. Iron Man's Mark suit has not been updated dozens of times, and Hank Pym and his wife's research on the quantum realm and Pym particles is not comprehensive enough. These heroes who originally have powerful combat capabilities are just trying to kill them here. Requires a pistol or missile. But this is undoubtedly good news for Zhang-Yi. You must know that Zhang-Yi is just an ordinary person. If President X in this world really has abilities comparable to the main universe or the movie universe, then the difficulty of resisting him will skyrocket. Although Zhang-Yi had read a lot of Marvel movies and comics in his previous life, he had not read everything. You must know that at the end of the 20th century, Marvel had released many short comics, and because of the reason, some comic publications of the universe have been stopped, so Zhang-Yi doesn't know what the product of this universe is. It only took the two of them 5 minutes to collect the supplies in the safe house. After all, with the help of Quicksilver, a speedster, the transportation time could be greatly shortened. There are a lot of things in the safe house, but Zhang-Yi can't take them all away at once. He can only pick out useful things, and most of them are high-calorie foods, because to satisfy Quain's consumption, he has to save a lot of money. Once he started to move, the boy was so hungry that he couldn't move. It is worth mentioning that Zhang-Yi actually found an Iron Man suit here, but it was not the high-tech suit he had in mind, but a very ancient-looking Iron Man suit, which even contained. There is no artificial intelligence. It's hard for Zhang-Yi to imagine fighting wearing this big guy. He probably would be a target wearing this thing. But it was not without gain. Zhang-Yi removed the left arm of the suit. The left hand of the suit has the ability to fire beam energy, which is a simplified version of the palm cannon, and the energy plate on the forearm can collect various kinds of energy. To replenish energy, with this play, I can have some ability to protect myself. After getting everything ready, Zhang-Yi took out his notebook from his bag. It was an old and broken notebook. There were also many newspapers, notes and the like inside. The information inside was all Zhang-Yi's. Gained. Opening the notebook, Zhang-Yi skillfully turned to the page he needed. Not only was it densely recorded with various information, but there was also a fragment cut from a newspaper. Title: Emma Frost's Act of Kindness Opens the State's Largest Welfare Home. The picture below is of a woman with white hair and wearing a snow-white sacrificial dress. Her charming face is filled with a smile as warm as the sun. In the photo, she is standing at the gate of the orphanage and looking towards her gently. The reporter below waved. Judging from this report and photos alone, anyone would feel good toward this woman named Emma Frost. After all, being willing to spend money to build a welfare home in such troubled times can no longer be considered a good person. I am afraid this is the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. However, Zhang-Yi didn't believe that the dignified White Queen, one of the founders of the Hellfire Club, could be so unsullied in this world. I'm afraid there must be some unknown secret. And this is Zhang Yi's next destination on this trip. You know, the weird ability of telepathy is not without restraint. In Zhang Yi's memory, Professor X's old rival Magneto has a helmet that can isolate all telepathy. Although Magneto in this world is dead, but that doesn't mean the helmet doesn't exist. After Zhang Yi came to this world, he read many newspapers in order to better understand it. In the picture of one of the newspapers, Zhang Yi saw a man wearing a helmet. His name was exactly Sebastian Shaw. In other universes, Sebastian is the founder of the Hellfire Club, a villain who has caused headaches for countless X-Men. But here, he is a member of the Eagle Country Congress and one of the people who participated in the presidential election that year. However, he has disappeared since president being near an orphanage. It's hard not to have some special associations with it. If other people were wearing helmets and appearing in newspapers, Zhang Yi might be confused, but Sebastian was different, not to mention that he was still preparing to run for president with Charles, so it would be very difficult to find himself an armor that could withstand telepathy. Normal behavior. So in order to give himself a higher chance of winning against president. In the comics where Deadpool massacres the Marvel Universe, after Charles peeks into his memory, Deadpool discovers that the world is just a comic and finally cannot accept brain death. But that is the normal Charles. The Charles of this world is a genuine lunatic. This woman is so beautiful. It seems that this is our next stop. Pietro came over. Yes, there is no time to rest. We have to leave as soon as possible. Zhang Yi closed the note. The car drove freely on the deserted road, with vast plains on both sides of the road. Zhang Yi left a gap in the car window, and the fresh air kept pouring in, making Zhang Yi's breathing become greedy. On the second day after leaving Washington, D.C., Zhang Yi was surprised to find that he seemed to have gone straight from hell to heaven. The journey was smooth, without chaos, the smell of blood, and no damn gangsters. This made Zhang Yi a little surprised, and he relaxed his guard a little in his tense heart. Until 10 o'clock this evening, when Zhang Yi and Pietro were resting on the way, they saw a motorcycle rider in the circus, using his own life to complete the last, extreme sport, in his life. I saw the man pouring a whole barrel of gasoline on his head, and then got on the motorcycle. He lit the lighter without any hesitation, and all of a sudden, his head was wrapped in bursting flames, and his figure flew out instantly with the roar of the locomotive. From far away, Zhang Yi could hear the piercing screams. Pietro's mouth grew bigger and did not close for a long time. Even he had never seen such a terrifying behavior. The flesh and blood on the man's head was quickly burned to grease by the flames, and in the end, only a skull wrapped in flames was left, as if it were a ghost knight from hell, crisscrossing the land. From the sign posted at the entrance of the circus, Zhang Yi quickly found the man's name, Johnny Blaze. Regardless of what happened next, Johnny Blaze's physical transformation sounded the alarm for Zhang Yi. No matter how beautiful the world looked, what was hidden underneath was the sinking and despair that could not be saved. Wake up, we are almost there. Looking at the town slowly appearing in the night, Zhang Yi patted Pietro beside him. So soon, how long did I sleep? Pietro yawned. It's been long enough. It will be dawn in a while. Zhang Yi parked the car in the public parking lot. Take a rest and wait until the orphanage opens. Remember, everything goes as planned. Understood, let me replenish some energy first. Pietro responded, and then took a bag full of donuts from the back seat of the car. To be honest, Zhang Yi doesn't want to have too much contact with the heroes of this world, because Zhang Yi doesn't know them at all, and no one knows whether these madmen will help him or kill him in the end. Fortunately for Pietro, he is just a miserable teenager, and his psychology has not been hopelessly polluted by this world, but it is hard to say for others. Those guys who are lingering under the oppression of President X will have psychological problems. Even Zhang Yi couldn't be sure how far he was perverted. In the early morning, the town gradually became lively, and the people in the town were still going about their work day after day. Although it was very boring, compared with other places, this place was undoubtedly one of the few pure lands in Eagle Country at this time. Zhang Yi patted his face, put on a professional smile, and walked straight into the door of the welfare home. This welfare home was established by Emma herself with money. It is affiliated with the New Generation Church, also established by Emma. Zhang Yi didn't know much about this church. He only knew that it was founded to better cultivate the next generation. Most of the believers are pregnant mothers. The orphanage was established to help children who were homeless or even abandoned by their parents. It is said that in order to build this orphanage, Emma spent more than half of her worth, which allowed her to win through nationally distributed newspapers, gaining the best reputation in Eagle Country. Almost everyone associated Emma with the word kindness, but Zhang Yi was mentally prepared for the worst. He really didn't believe that there were such kind people in this damn world. Hello, how can we help you? After entering the orphanage, a nun soon stopped Zhang Yi. Seeing the smile and enthusiastic gesture on the nun's face, Zhang Yi also smiled. Hello, I am a reporter from the New York Times. This time I am here to see Ms. Emma Frost. I hope she can accept an interview with me. The New York Times. The nun was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately responded. The New York Times is not a small label. The things published on it can be seen all over the country. Likewise, this newspaper is not accessible to everyone. I also only had sex once. It turns out it's an interview. Come with me. Zhang Yi followed the nuns all the way into the orphanage. I have to say that the environment here is really good, and the construction style is similar to that of the monastery. There are a large number of plants planted in the yard, and the sound of birdsong fills the ears. Walking here, it made Zhang Yi feel better. Wait here for a moment, I'll go and report. The nun gave Zhang Yi a slight bow, and then turned and left in response to Zhang Yi's nod. After a while, a woman wearing white sacrificial robes and a nun walked slowly from a distance. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but become nervous. He immediately pinched himself hard, stood up immediately, took the camera that Qian passed by from nowhere, and smiled at Emma. Miss Frost, can I take a picture of you now? You are so beautiful. Of course. Emma did not refuse the request of the proactive man in front of her. She stopped and smiled slightly. Emma's voice is very nice, with a strong flavor of a royal sister, and is very charming. Coupled with her face, Zhang Yi believes that most men can't resist such a beautiful woman. And she looked so holy in pure white sacrificial clothes. This pure angel and seductive devil style appeared in the same person, making people want to get close to her and become her captive. Crack. The camera made a crisp sound, and Zhang Yi quickly put down the camera and walked towards Emma Frost. Thank you for your generosity, and I'm sure this photo will be on the front page of the next issue, unless the editor is blind. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yi. You can call me Zhang. I am a reporter who just joined the New York Times last week. Do you want to see my press card? Zhang Yi spoke very fast. He understood that when faced with such a person with telepathic abilities, he must not allow his mind to invade on his own initiative. The best way was to take the initiative and constantly ask questions or change the topic, let the other person's thinking follow your own. No need to look, I believe you. Of course, you don't need to be nervous. Emma could clearly feel the nervousness of the younger brother in front of her, but she didn't resent it. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shrugged and made a face. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Frost, but you are forcing yourself on someone. I believe there is no man in the world who can feel calm in front of your touching beauty. If there is, then I will doubt that man's sexual orientation. Zhang Yi's words made Emma and the nun burst into laughter. Immediately, Emma waved her hand to ask the nun to step back, and she walked to Zhang Yi's side with her long legs. Just call me Emma. Sit down and I'll accept your interview. Thank you so much. Seriously, I think I should make today my lucky day. Zhang Yi sat down opposite Emma without stopping and opened the notebook in his hand. A somewhat honest smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. The other side of the orphanage. With his powerful speed, Qian entered the orphanage without attracting anyone's attention. The nuns looked like ordinary people, and the orphanage had many surveillance blind spots, which made it easy for him to sneak in. Hidden in the shadows, Pietro turned on his cell phone and looked at his watch. Pietro knew that Zhang Yi had probably started a plan, and it was time for him to take action. Suddenly, a new message popped up. Pietro looked down and saw that it was Zhang Yifa. It's too quiet, look for the kids. Yes, kid. Pietro's brows furrowed. After seeing the reminder given to him by Zhang Yi, he finally discovered something was wrong. This orphanage is a little too quiet. After entering the New Generation Church Welfare Institute, Pietro's heart has been in a state of high tension. He is different from Zhang Yi. He was born and raised in this world and he is more aware than Zhang Yi of those who are called same as him. How broken the mutants are. Although no one has seen Emma use her mutant abilities for a long time, there are rumors that Emma has given up her abilities and devoted herself to the church. However, Zhang Yi does not believe this. Peter Luo didn't believe it either. Mutant ability cannot be regarded as a gift to them, but more like a curse. Curse is not something that can be given up simply by giving it up. With the high-speed operation of his brain, Pietro could sense a special magnetic field or an extremely special telepathy when he stepped into the orphanage. This kind of telepathy cannot be detected by ordinary people. It can only be detected by mutants like the White Queen or President X who are born with telepathic abilities, or when Pietro is running at high speed and his brain reacts strongly. The silver figure disappeared in a flash, and Pietro appeared in the canteen of the orphanage in the blink of an eye. Not here. Before he finished speaking, Pietro's figure disappeared again, leaving only his slightly hoarse voice that gradually dissipated. As he walked through the orphanage, Pietro couldn't help but look a little ferocious. The telepathic feedback was getting more and more serious. If it only occasionally appeared in his ears at first, then as he ran at high speed, this energy seemed to come alive and gradually focused on him. Not in the dormitory either, damn it. Pietro rejected those inexplicable telepaths with instinctive disgust. He tried to fully enter the state of searching for those children so that he would not be affected by that energy, but he soon discovered that he had already I'm in the midst of those weird energies. In the world at high speed, everything is at a standstill. In the past, when Pietro was running, there was only the whistling and noisy sound of wind in his ears, but now, Pietro was horrified to find that everything around him was changing. It was a substance that kept pouring out of the white mist, like mud floating in mid-air, like asphalt rolling under high temperatures. They were everywhere and more, and when Pietro thought when I looked at them, I found that they were not there. It's something that keeps coming and going, like Schrödinger's cat. Originally Pietro didn't want to pay attention to them, or Pietro wanted to take the initiative to ignore their existence, but soon, those energy spread wantonly, and focused on Pietro, and quickly enveloped him. As if being touched by a slime or other mollusk, Pietro shivered all over. It was a creepy feeling. It was hard for Pietro to imagine how the other party could catch him while he was running at high speed. My own. The next moment, a whisper sounded slowly, as if someone was whispering in his sleep, and kept wandering in Pietro's ears. It was a voice that had no logic or useful information at all. Pietro only felt that negative energy emotions such as irritability and restlessness emerge. Not even in the monastery. Damn it, isn't it Sunday? Why is the choir room empty? To be honest, if it weren't for the hope that Zhang-Yi brought him, Pietro would just want to run all the way to the top of the Himalayas, as far away from here as possible. Since being captured by President he is also weird. Obviously, this is a more twisted and chaotic affair, which brings fear, fantasy, claustrophobia and other negative energies that try to drive people crazy. Although ordinary people cannot detect it, over time, one day, when people step into the realm of the orphanage, the most basic order will be stripped from their eyes, and eventually it will be occupied by distortion and chaos. Maybe I should change my mind. Pietro gave up the plan to stop again. After searching almost all the rooms in the orphanage, he found that there was no trace of any children in this empty building. The only clue is... Closing his eyes, Pietro suppressed the feeling of nausea and began to actively contact the telepathy. Come on, tell me, where are you all? On the other side, the exchange between Zhang-Yi and Emma also seemed more and more cheerful. No matter in any world, being able to communicate with a charming and intellectual woman is a joyful thing. However, there was no slack in Zhang-Yi's heart. He was always on alert. Whenever he had the slightest feeling of being invaded by telepathy, Zhang-Yi would immediately take out the gun from his sleeve and give the beautiful woman in front of him a hard blow. Where did we talk? Oh yes, this unparalleled monastery, Emma, I remember you even spent all your family property to build this place, this is simply a thing. I mean, you are really admirable, what you said in the newspaper before, everything we do is for the next generation, is so good that I still remember it. I couldn't sleep before I came here. Your existence makes me infinitely admired. I even read all the reports about you. It is simply an honor for me to interview you. Everyone is special, Jean. To me, you are also a very interesting reporter. After the interview is over, would you like to stay here and try the lunch of our welfare home? Lunch? Oh yes, of course I'd love to have lunch with you, I'd do anything for you. An honest smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. He was like a fan who was getting in touch with his idol at the moment, wanting to get close but not daring to get too close. Suddenly, Zhang Yi raised his head, looked at the smiling Emma and asked curiously. Emma, where are the children in the orphanage? What? Emma was stunned for a moment, not reacting to Zhang Yi's sudden change of topic. Isn't this a welfare home? Where are the children? Zhang Yi blinked and added. I want to interview them by the way. After all, the editor-in-chief gave me a big section this time. Children, yes, they should be attending morning classes at this time. Sister Lisa takes the children to morning classes every day. The smile on Emma's face did not diminish. As if to confirm this, a faint recitation came from a distant classroom. Zhang Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the classroom. Would you like to have a look? The children will like you very much. Emma tilted her head and invited kindly. But after listening to Emma's words, the smile on Zhang Yi's face, which was facing away from Emma, slowly faded and turned serious and cold. No. As he spoke, Zhang Yi raised his left hand, and instantly, a particle beam converged from Zhang Yi's palm. Pong. Click. The palm cannon hit Emma directly on the body, and then a sound similar to a shattering mirror exploded in Zhang Yi's ears. The sound of an object falling to the ground followed closely. Zhang Yi turned around, hiding the arms of the steel suit in his sleeves, and stared at Emma, who fell on the ground. You cheated on my feelings, Emma. It was a long-dead mummy. A palm-sized hole was created in her chest under the bombardment of the palm cannon. Judging from the appearance, she had been dead for a long time. Even the clothes on her body were rotten and exuded some traces of the rotten stench. I guess you are that Sister Lisa. After staring at the corpses for a while, Zhang Yi slowly took out the photos taken earlier in the morning from the camera. What appeared on the photos were two desiccated corpses with lifeless eyes. Pietro runs through the monastery. He could feel that his destination was getting closer, and the evidence was that the voice that was always like a devil's whisper in his ears became more and more harsh. The nauseating feeling was also difficult for him to suppress, which involuntarily slowed down Pietro's running speed. Finally, he stopped, holding on to the wall beside him and taking a deep breath. Ha ha, ha ha. Like a drowning man being rescued, Quine breathed in the air greedily. He was unwilling to experience it again in his life. Just now he felt that if he didn't stop, he would spit it out. Forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, Pietro knew that he was not in a safe position. It looks like this is it. Looking up, a wellhead blocked by iron chains came into view. According to the map of the orphanage in memory, this should be the backyard of the orphanage, located in the southwest of the entire building complex, and to the west is in the direction of the monastery. There is a mountain forest to the south, and generally no one will come here. After groping to the entrance of the well, Pietro couldn't help but feel a beat in his heart. He looked around and saw fallen leaves all around, which seemed extremely desolate. Several broken stone statues stood on the ground. The breeze blew by, which made Pietro endure. I couldn't help but shiver. Damn, I really regret it. Zhang Yi didn't tell me that this place was so scary when I came here. After muttering a few words, Pietro spat on the ground, and then seemed to have made up his mind. He used his right hand that shook at high speed to cut off the iron chain at the wellhead, and then jumped directly. The wellhead and inner wall are quite large, enough to accommodate 4 people. Pietro continued to fall in a weightless state. At this speed, a normal person would be thrown into a puddle of meat the moment he touched the bottom of the well, but this Pietro couldn't help it. When he was at high speed, he could freely control the speed of his fall. Soon, Pietro's feet touched the inner wall and landed perfectly at the bottom of the well. It seems that Zhang Yi is right. How can a normal welfare home spend so much money? I'm afraid most of the money has been invested in the construction of these underground facilities. Touching the wall of the corridor, Pietro frowned. It was hard to imagine what Emma's purpose was, and the missing children. This orphanage was obviously not as good as the newspapers boasted, and there might be something unknown inside. Fear. But this didn't have much to do with him. Pietro just wanted to get the helmet Zhang Yi mentioned as quickly as possible, and then leave this place that made him feel uncomfortable. With one hand on the ground, Pietro arched his body and made preparations for running. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. To be honest, Pietro's speed is now so fast that it is difficult to detect with the naked eye, but this is not his full speed. On the contrary, Pietro's speed at this time is not as fast as when he was running. As a speedster, swinging the arms is the key to maintaining balance when running. Humans have abandoned the tail during evolution because they can better control balance with their arms. In the state of a speedster, the arms are more is crucial. But after losing his right arm, Pietro could no longer run so fast. First, it was not easy to master the balance. If he fell at high speed, it would be a terrible thing. The second reason was the lack of arm swing support. It is also difficult to increase his speed. However, the burden on Pietro's heart was particularly heavy due to running too fast before. Pietro once suspected that if he continued to run at that speed, one day his heart would be overwhelmed and explode. And now, Pietro can no longer run that fast. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Although the corridor under the orphanage was deep, with Quine's speed, he quickly passed through it and came to a more open place. Suddenly, Pietro felt a tingling sensation in his mind, as if his brain had been stabbed with a needle. Pietro immediately covered his head and braked suddenly, almost hitting the wall. Slowly opening his eyes, Pietro felt like there were stars in his eyes. He shook his head violently, suppressing the nausea in his stomach and the dizziness in his mind, trying to make himself more awake. Apparently he had forgotten that he had already arrived at the source of those spiritual energies. Running here at high speed, his brain would become the target of the impact of those spiritual energies. After Pietro calmed down, he began to observe the environment he was in. The smell of blood in the air made Pietro's hair stand on end, and he was ready to escape from this place at any time. What the hell is this place? Pietro didn't dare to speak loudly. He looked around and saw that he was in the passage of an extremely dark building, like a prison. There were rooms every 2 meters on both sides of the passage. This made Pietro remember the mutant prison he was in before. Pietro tiptoed to the door of a room, which was a door made of steel plates. There were several iron pillars erected on the door window. Pietro stood on tiptoe and looked inside through the gaps between the iron pillars. Inside the iron gate is a rectangular room of less than 7 square meters. There is only a small bed in the room. Sitting on the bed is a child who looks to be only 4 or 5 years old. However, her back is to Pietro, and Pietro cannot see to her face. After hesitating for a while, Pietro finally gave up the idea of communicating with the child inside. In such a terrifying environment, Pietro didn't want to attract anyone's attention, not to mention that the child inside with his back turned to him was too scary. What should I do if I give myself a turn back and kill? He has only one target, and that is the helmet that Zhang Yi mentioned. As for what Emma did here, and the life and death of these children, what does it have to do with him? Thinking of this, Pietro turned around and prepared to leave. And when Pietro turned around, he suddenly stopped in place. He seemed to be greatly frightened, his eyes widened, and he looked ahead in disbelief. I saw a woman appearing at the entrance of the passage at some point, staring at Pietro quietly. No one knew when this woman appeared, and Pietro didn't know how long she had been watching him here. To be honest, when Pietro discovered her, his heart almost jumped out. It was a woman with white hair and a beautiful face. At this time, she was looking at Pietro meaningfully, and Pietro instantly recognized her identity. It was this orphanage. Builder, Emma Frost. I didn't expect that a little mouse broke in. It seems that I have really slacked off these years. Emma licked her lips, her voice sounded like a lark, but in Pietro's ears, the sound sounded more like it is the whisper of death. Aren't you supposed to be being interviewed? Pietro said and was about to escape from here immediately, but when he was about to speed up, the pain like needles made him scream out. Holding his head, Pietro felt like he had a splitting headache. In this situation, let alone using his high-speed ability, he might not even be able to resist even the most basic thing. Humph. You don't think I haven't noticed you, do you? My children have noticed your presence since you entered my territory. Quick ones are really rare. Emma spoke slowly. She said, and as she spoke, 2 girls of 4 or 5 years old walked out from behind her. Are they also telepaths? Pietro asked, holding back the pain. The little girl next to Emma had no expression on her face, her pupils were turning upwards, leaving only the terrifying whites of her eyes. No one could believe that this age, which should have been full of joy, now looked like 2 people who had been spoiled. Doll. What on earth did you do? Pietro gritted his teeth and roared angrily. I have done something that even the creator cannot do. Emma's eyes widened and she grinned. Her ferocious facial features tore her beautiful face apart. She stroked the heads of the 2 girls and then continued. This world is about to face a catastrophe. Only mutants can survive. I am just letting those humble species complete their evolution, just like the church I created, the new generation church. Everything is for the sake of our next generation. As she spoke, Emma leaned down and nuzzled one of the little girls with her cheek. Look, what a beautiful work, what a flawless creation. I'm sorry, I don't see anything beautiful anywhere. You damn crazy bitch, what on earth did you do to them? Pietro leaned against the wall and relied on the friction to slowly stand up. Anyone could see the uneasiness in his eyes. This was not the first time that he faced a mutant with telepathy. Pietro knew that how weird is the other party's ability. I brought them gifts and gospel, all for the next generation. Look at them, look at these little cuties, newborn telepaths, what does this mean? We are the ones chosen by God, and I can bring these blessings to them. Emma's expression was extremely distorted, her entire face turned ferocious, but her eyes were full of love. She gently stroked the heads of the 2 girls, as if stroking some rare treasure. Seeing this scene, Pietro only felt sick. He took 2 steps back, wanting to stay away from Emma to gain a sense of security in his heart. If becoming a madman can be considered a gift, then the person who brought this gift is definitely not a god, but a devil. The low murmurs around him started again, and Pietro felt that as long as he wanted to take the initiative to think about something, he would be driven crazy by this sound. Is it telepathy from Emma, the crazy woman? Pietro only felt that he was wrapped in an indescribable force, and the nausea in his stomach became more and more serious. Then, Pietro lost some control over his body. His body kept shaking and he was a little unsteady. Whatever you say, haste, you don't understand how much my creation will bring changes to this world. Emma smiled, and the expression on her face returned to the original calmness, just looking at he looked at Pietro with a slightly mocking look. You are bringing destruction to the world. Pietro replied while suppressing his physical discomfort. But his state at this time was extremely bad. He shook his head violently. Pietro felt that his eyes were a little blurry, like a short-sighted person who suddenly took off his glasses. In confusion, Pietro saw his surroundings. The fog rose. No, that wasn't fog in the strict sense, and Pietro didn't know what it was. They gathered from the gaps in the iron gates on both sides of the corridor, and gathered quickly. They seemed to have thoughts, and kept rolling around Pietro and Emma. From the mist, they could still vaguely see some figures were spied. At first, Pietro thought he was dazzled, but when he endured his nausea and looked intently, he was horrified to find that those hidden in the pale mist were little girls with no faces. At this moment, Pietro finally knew what these weird things filled with negative energy were, while on the other side, Emma was still talking to herself. Seriously, if there really is a God in this world, then you are really a gift from God to me. Emma stretched out her hands, as if she wanted to hug Pietro. You madman. Pietro yelled. Don't you also have telepathy? Can't you see the spiritual energy around you? These children have been turned into this by you. Is this the gift you say? You can really notice it. Emma's eyes lit up, and she became excited. She looked at Pietro with eyes full of possessiveness, but she quickly suppressed this emotion. Yes, this is what I am going to do, I lost everything. Emma told softly, she seemed to recall something bad, which made her hands tremble a little. My blessings, everything I had was gone. God took them back. I don't know what I did wrong. If anyone saw Emma like this at this time, they would definitely think that she was a touching woman who had been greatly wronged. But at this time, Pietro just wanted to run as far away as possible. So, I want to take them back. Emma's humanity disappeared in an instant, and only madness remained in her body. She took off her gloves, and what should have been white-skinned jade hands turned into shining diamonds. This is my ability, no one can take it away. Not even God. Emma suddenly came in front of Pietro, and pinched Pietro's neck with her diamond fingers. The huge force suffocated Pietro for a moment, and he couldn't find the strength to struggle at all. And you, haste, you will be my most important experimental subject. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are different from them. Although some of those children have powerful talents, they are only mortals after all. You can't withstand telepathy, but you are different, your brain is tough, very, very tough. Emma's other hand slowly raised, then grabbed her own white hair and pulled it quickly. The next moment, a head covered with blood marks from needlework appeared in front of Pietro. Obviously Emma has performed many craniotomies on herself. Although she doesn't know how she did it, those marks are like centipedes all over Emma's head. The terrifying appearance is enough to make anyone double-cross. Legs feel weak. Don't worry, you won't die. You will continue to live in my head, as long as dash. Boom. A dazzling light burst out instantly and struck from a distance, tearing apart the darkness of the entire corridor in just a short moment. This light was like thunder, passing in a flash and directly blasting Emma away. The power of the beam was so strong that Emma's body flew through the air at high speed, and then hit the ground heavily, making a sound like a metal collision. Immediately afterwards, a slightly angry voice sounded in the silent corridor. Let go of my brother, you pervert. Hearing this familiar voice, Pietro's legs softened and he knelt down. He couldn't help but shed tears. Are you okay, Pietro? Zhang-Yi quickly ran to Pietro. His left arm wearing a steel suit pointed in the direction of Emma, then tilted his head and asked. Why are you here? Do you know that I almost died? Pietro clutched Zhang-Yi's clothes tightly and burst into tears. If it was just him, Pietro would have to be tough no matter what, but now that Zhang-Yi is here, Pietro has finally found support. He is like a bullied child who has found his parents. He spoke out all his grievances. Okay, I understand. Zhang-Yi comforted him perfunctorily. Don't forget our plan, go find that helmet, leave it to me. Helmet? I don't know where it is. I can't use super speed here. Those telepaths will tear my brain apart. Pietro covered his head in fear. He didn't want to experience the previous experience again. Seeing this, Zhang-Yi also understood that the surrounding environment was not as simple as he thought, and it specifically affected Pietro, while he, an ordinary person, could not feel anything, and did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Then slow down, Pietro, I believe you. But I really don't know where the helmet is. It's too big here and there's no way to find it. Pietro said with a sad face, and he pointed sharply in Emma's direction. I initially thought she was going to put it on her head. In that case, she won't be able to use telepathy herself. Look around, there is only one position where the helmet can be used. You mean the laboratory? Pietro listened to Zhang Ye's prompt and immediately thought of the key. Zhang Yi didn't say anything more, but stuffed a loaded submachine gun into Pietro's arms. I trust you. After taking the gun, Pietro looked at Zhang Yi who had a serious face and nodded slightly. Then he seemed to have made some kind of determination and nodded more and more firmly. He quickly got up and looked at Zhang Yi deeply. He glanced at it, then ran to the other direction of the corridor without looking back. Seeing Pietro's figure being swallowed up by the darkness and finally completely disappearing from his sight, Zhang Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Emma, who had been blown away by him. It's time to talk about our affairs, Emma, you just broke my heart. Zhang Yi has already tested the power of the steel suit. Although it should be completely incomparable to the Iron Man in the main world, weapons such as particle beams are also undeveloped weapons in Zhang Ye's memory of his previous life. However, although the combat effectiveness of this weapon is very high, it is still not enough to face Emma Frost, who turns her entire body into diamonds. Stand up, Emma, I know you're okay. Zhang Yi suppressed his anger and took a few steps forward. To be honest, when I first saw you in the newspaper, I was mentally prepared, but guess what, I still can't tolerate what you did. Of course you won't understand how wonderful my actions are. Human beings, you are not an inferior race. What qualifications do you have to try to understand my thoughts? Emma climbed up, and at this time her whole body became diamond sparkle in the dim environment. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yi suddenly took out his submachine gun from behind, aimed at the White Queen in front of him, and fired directly. Countless bullets shot out at an angle, hitting her body with a series of harsh ding-dong-dang sounds. What, noble mutant, your telepathy doesn't work anymore. Looking at Emma, who was suppressed by his own firepower, Zhang Yi's tone was full of ridicule. In memory, Emma Frost, the anti-hero in the Marvel world, started out as a villain and participated in the establishment of the Hellfire Club. Later, she also joined the X-Men. During a major incident, she even briefly gained the Phoenix power. With such an excellent resume, Zhang Yi naturally did not dare to be careless when facing her. You know, Emma Frost is not a simple telepath. She has telepathic abilities similar to Charles Xavier. She has extremely exquisite skills in this area, and she is also considered a world-class telepath. Psychic, Omega-level telepath. In terms of telepathy, even Professor. In the comics, Emma also has a record of using telepathy to defeat Professor X. It can be said that in a sense, Emma's ability is more powerful than Professor X, but Professor it's just high attendance rate. And not only that, Emma is also a secondary mutant among mutants. In addition to telepathy, she also awakened the ability to diamondize her whole body, just like Colossus, which also gave her powerful melee capabilities. And defense, making her even more dangerous. If you want to find her only weakness, it is probably that she can only use one superpower at a time. She cannot use telepathy in her diamond state. Of course, Zhang Yi deduced this information based on the White Queen of other worlds, but in this world, Emma might not be able to exert even 1/10 of her abilities. I read almost all the news about you and asked a lot of gossip about you. What surprised me the most was that there was actually information about you in Nick Fury's safe house. Zhang Yi fired all the bullets and then put away the submachine gun casually. He looked at the unharmed White Queen Emma and grinned. Who would have thought that the great benevolent living bodhisattva in the eyes of the public is actually a crazy woman who conducts human experiments in private, transforming pregnant women and babies in an attempt to activate their telepathic abilities. Emma, you can continue to deceive yourself, but you know no matter what you do, you won't be able to use your telepathy again. You're talking nonsense. Emma yelled and stood up, almost falling down because she was so excited. I will get it back. I will. Really? But how long has it been since you heard other people's voices? 3 years? 5 years? Or even longer? Now you are just using these pathetic methods to control these children, just like Pietro said, you can't even see that their souls have been entangled with their spiritual power, turning into immortal and emotionless monsters. Although it was just a guess at the beginning, the remaining intelligence in Nick Fury's safe house confirmed Zhang Yi's idea. Emma in this world has awakened telepathy like Professor inside her brain, she turned into a psychopath. This should be a pain faced by all telepathic people. Although it is mostly mentioned briefly in comics, it is not traceable. For example, Professor X from other universes has experienced similar changes. In a conflict between mutants, Wolverine scratched Magneto, which caused the furious Magneto to use all his strength to extract all the adamantium metal from Wolverine's body. This move made X the Professor was a little angry, and he used his telepathy to force his way into Magneto's head. However, this move was resisted by all kinds of negative energy in Magneto's mind. Those negative emotions such as anger, sadness, pain, etc. were transferred back to Professor X's own head through telepathy. This also led Professor X to create an existence that almost destroyed all superheroes' crazy attack. In this world, the impact of this side effect is even more powerful. Almost everyone's mind is filled with various emotions, which makes Emma's head almost burst with various personalities. Immediately afterwards, Emma awakened the Diamond Mutant ability. I don't know if it was because the two mutant abilities conflicted with each other. From then on, Emma gradually lost the ability to use telepathy. At first, her mind gradually quieted down, but later she couldn't even actively explore other people's memories. In the end, Emma completely lost her telepathic ability, leaving only the mutant ability of diamondization. If this is the case, it may be a good thing for Emma, but without the ability of telepathy, it does not mean that mental illness will be cured. Without the suppression of telepathy, those personalities surge out instantly, destroying Emma's life all the time. Inwardly, she lost control of her ability to turn into diamonds. Finally, she was driven crazy. She decided to regain her abilities, so she set her sights on newborns and pregnant women. In order to avoid the sight of President packaged as a kind person full of kindness. Coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, those politicians and financial groups soon fell under her skirt and gave her the green light all the way. No one knew how twisted she would be hidden under her beautiful appearance. Weird soul. Give up, Emma, I will end your pain, trust me. Zhang Yi said seriously as he looked at the woman in front of him who was lucky enough to have awakened telepathy, but unfortunately was tortured by telepathy to the point of becoming a human being. What can you end my pain with? Use this. Zhang Yi took out a pistol, the same one used to kill Nick Fury. Of course, the premise is that you have to remove the diamondization on your body, otherwise the bullet will not be able to penetrate. You're dreaming. Before Zhang Yi could finish speaking, Emma screamed and interrupted his words, then roared and rushed towards Zhang Yi with hands and feet, like a furious beast, or a bloodthirsty beast. Of devil. Zhang Yi raised his left hand, and the particle beams instantly converged. Zhang Yi was always ready to respond to Emma's actions. When Emma acted, Zhang Yi's particle beam had already been gathered and was waiting to be launched. Pong! With a flash of golden light, Emma's body suddenly stopped halfway. The next moment, her figure was instantly blasted away by a huge repulsive force. The speed was faster than her previous forward speed, and finally fell heavily on the ground again. On the ground. Stop resisting. Although this thing can't cause you any harm, fortunately it has a strong knockback effect. You can't rush over. Zhang Yi waved his hand and revealed the steel suit in his sleeves. Really? Emma smiled ferociously while lying on the ground. Then try blocking them. As Emma finished speaking, a soft, ethereal laughter like a child suddenly sounded in the corridor, and then, pale mist filled the air from the darkness. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take half a step back, but he quickly became firm and moved his retreating foot back to its original position. Is this the scene Pietro saw just now? It's really scary, just like watching The Grudge or the resurrection of the clown in VR. Licking his dry lips, Zhang Yi stared at Yu. The thicker the fog. Feeling a sense of dizziness coming over him, Zhang Yi made a quick decision and fired several shots at the looming figure in the mist. The muzzle of the gun sprayed flames. The figure in the mist suddenly shook and was defeated by the bullets. But before Zhang Yi could come to his senses, the scattered phantoms came together with the rolling mist and reformed into human form. At the same time, weird laughter kept ringing around, as if he was laughing at Zhang Ye's overestimation of his abilities. It's useless. This is a power composed entirely of mental power. It has been in their bodies since you entered my territory. They are everywhere, and physical attacks cannot defeat them. Emma is hidden in the mist. Since she is in a diamond state at the moment, she is not affected by the surrounding mental forces at all. Zhang Yi didn't react much when he heard this, but judging from the beads of sweat on his forehead, he knew that his situation at this time was not good. These fogs are not a manifestation of the power of telepathy, which shows that Emma's human experiment was unsuccessful, because if these children can really awaken the talent of telepathy, then they will be controlled by the other party in an instant without this protective ability. He didn't even have the strength to resist. But in a sense, Emma's experiment is not a failure, because these tragic children are already dead at this moment, and their souls and resentments are softened with the shallow mental power activated by Emma, and as they die there are more and more people, and this energy is getting bigger and bigger. They usually sleep underground in the orphanage, but when someone enters here, they will become their hunting targets. Emma is not afraid of these mental powers because of her diamondization and helmet protection. However, Zhang Yi is just an ordinary person. Facing this strange power, he can't help but feel a little nervous. Zhang Yi shot several ghost phantoms again. Although he knew that this was a useless effort, Zhang Yi had no other choice. He could not use the particle beam of the palm cannon to attack, because Zhang Yi did not know that the particle beam would affect these strange monsters. Can things cause harm? Moreover, Emma was watching eagerly in the fog not far away. The palm cannon could not fire continuously. It took several seconds to recharge after firing once. And these short few seconds were enough for Emma to rush in front of her and kill her. Shredded. Zhang Yi understood that this was the moment Emma had been waiting for. So Zhang Yi quickly gave up using particle beams. On one side, he used the charged palm cannon to guard against Emma, who could attack him at any time. On the other side, he rushed into the mist to fight back, trying to stop these mental powers from eating into his thinking. Fortunately, although these powers are large enough, the way they attack people is extremely single. Just like boiling a frog in warm water, it will trap the prey in its own body. As time goes by, it will greatly consume the opponent's physical strength and spirit. When the prey can no longer bear it, it will impact the prey's spirit. World, turning the other party into a mindless walking zombie. Zhang Yi quickly calculated the speed at which this power would erode him. The shadows and whispers getting closer and closer made Zhang Yi a little impatient, but he quickly calmed down his emotions. In fact, after Pietro entered here, Zhang Yi followed closely behind him. Logically speaking, both of them were affected at about the same time, but it was obvious that Pietro was affected much more than himself. At first, Zhang Yi thought it was because Pietro was a mutant and he was an ordinary person, so the main target of the attack was Pietro, and he was safe only when Pietro blocked most of the firepower. But now that I think about it, it seems that this is not the case. Although Zhang Yi has no experience in dealing with supernatural forces in his memory, judging from the most basic rules, these forces invaded the two of them without being affected. It should be treated equally. So. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of the answer: speed. The biggest difference between himself and Pietro is undoubtedly speed. Pietro is a fast person. He moves and thinks very quickly. His brain collects and processes information much faster than his own, so the corresponding the consumption is also large. Is this the truth behind the attack by these forces? The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. I already know how to deal with these things. As long as I empty my mind, don't think about what is there and what is not, and minimize my mental internal friction, there is nothing I can do about these things. Hearing this, Emma was stunned for a moment. She looked at Zhang Yi's face filled with disbelief. This was the first time Zhang Yi saw this expression on Emma's face. I know what you want to do, but it's useless. I just need to focus on you with all my heart. You can't break through to me. Zhang Yi said warily to Emma. I have to say, you really surprised me. You are very smart, Zhang. I can't help but fall in love with your brain. Emma took a deep look at Zhang Yi and showed a stiff smile. But do you think you won? Emma stretched out her arms, and the shadows in the mist seemed to be attracted to her, gathering around her. So what if you slow down the consumption? You are already trapped here. How long can you delay? 1 minute, 10 minutes, or half an hour? You will still die in the end. Oh no, you won't die, you will stay and join our family. It won't take that long. Zhang Yi tilted his head and said with a smile. I've caught my last train. The words have not yet finished. A figure suddenly appeared next to Zhang Yi. The moment the figure appeared, the fog behind him suddenly exploded, as if it was torn apart by a silver lightning with incomparable brute force. A hole was made, and the mist was separated in the blink of an eye, leaving a passage leading straight into darkness. What? Emma's eyes widened, as if she had thought of something. You came at the right time, Pietro. Zhang Yi knew the identity of the person standing behind him without looking back. It was at this moment that Zhang Yi finally let go of his hanging heart. Pietro did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked up to Zhang Yi and tapped the helmet on his head with his fingers. This helmet was made of metal that blocked telepathy. Wearing this helmet, Pietro can use his abilities here unimpeded. I got the things, let's go quickly, I don't want to stay here any longer. As you wish. Zhang Yi jumped onto Pietro's back without saying a word. The exchange between the two lasted only a few seconds. By the time Emma reacted from the shock, Zhang Yi was already lying on Pietro's back and was pointing at him. She blew a kiss from a distance. No. Emma stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to grab something, and also wanted to stop Zhang Yi and Pietro, but unfortunately, as soon as she raised her hand, the figures of the two people opposite them disappeared in a breath. A speed that the naked eye cannot keep up with. With her mouth open and gasping for breath, Emma's eyes were left with 2 lines of blood and tears. She looked at the empty darkness, where there were traces of Zhang Yi, as if everything was an illusion. No. Running wildly all the way, maybe because the underground of the orphanage brought too much psychological shadow to Pietro, this time his speed was much faster than before. The two ran out of the orphanage without stopping for a moment. Pietro directly walked Zhang Yi to the driver's seat of the car, and even fastened his seatbelt thoughtfully. From Zhang Yi's perspective, it was just a small bump in darkness and light. When he came back to his senses, his hands were already on the steering wheel for no apparent reason. Subsequently. Ugh. The impact caused by the high speed made Zhang Yi's internal organs stir together. He opened the window and stretched his head out. After a while, Zhang Yi was freed from the pain. Go, go, go. Drive quickly, Zhang, what if that crazy woman catches up with you? Pietro patted Zhang Yi and urged impatiently. Although he had left the confines of the welfare home, he still felt at ease. That guy won't be able to catch up for a while. The White Queen without telepathy is like a tiger without teeth, so there is nothing to fear. Zhang Yi rubbed his belly. I feel very bloated now, is this normal? It's normal. Most people can't withstand high-speed movement, so there will be some sequelae. It will be fine after a while. Don't worry. Pietro explained, but he looked in the direction of the orphanage from time to time. Apparently Zhang Yi's words did not make sense. What sense of security does it bring him? Seeing this, Zhang Yi didn't hesitate, started the car quickly, and left the town along the main road. You should wear this helmet during this period. With this thing, President X will not be able to track your whereabouts, and we can destroy the mutant prison without anyone noticing. It's all up to you, boss. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the area where the town was out of sight. But you have to tell me as much information as possible about the secret prison of mutants. We don't have much time. The war has started on the other side of the world. We must add more fuel to the fire before President X reacts. Chai, the next move must be faster. Zhang Yi said as he handed Pietro the promotional newspaper he had on hand. He found it in the car and clamped it on the car window early this morning by someone who distributed the leaflets. The leaflet clearly states that the border is out of control, and other countries have sounded the horn of war, as if a world war has broken out again. At the top of the leaflet is the logo of the Next Generation Monastery. It appears that the person who distributed the leaflet also happened to be a member of the church founded by Emma Frost. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know, as long as you remember your promise. Pietro glanced at the flyer quickly, then crumpled it into a ball of paper and threw it aside. As a man of 2 generations, Zhang Yi is well aware of the importance of information. If he wants to accomplish these almost impossible things, then information will undoubtedly be the greatest help to him. Just like White Queen Emma, if you don't know the other party's abilities and don't collect more information about her in this world, then it's impossible for you to seize the helmet from her hands, let alone face her. President X. Similarly, destroying the mutant prison and releasing the mutant prisoners inside requires more intelligence. Let's not talk about how high the security capabilities of the mutant prison are. Let's just say that there are only a handful of mutant prisoners inside. Double-edged sword. If you use them well, they can help you achieve your goals. If you use them poorly, you may release them with your front feet, and your back feet will be torn into pieces by them and eaten in your stomach. This is definitely not the situation Zhang Yi wants to see, so before taking action, Zhang Yi needs to collect more intelligence. Fortunately, the road from here to Texas is still very long. Based on Pietro's previous personal experience in the mutant prison, Zhang Yi also had a general understanding of the secret prison built by President X, and at the same time, he also knew many internal details. For example, the warden of the secret prison of mutants is a strong man named Fisk. He is not an ordinary strong man, but a burly man over 2 meters tall, weighing 400 kilograms, and most of his body is made of muscles. And this Fisk also corresponds to the villain of Spider-Man and Lawyer Ma in Zhang Yi's memory, Jean Bing. What's surprising is that the arrogant New York gang overlord in other universes actually became the warden here. Zhang Yi was also a little surprised when he first heard the news, but it was both unexpected and reasonable. Bingo. The prisoners imprisoned in the secret prison of mutants are none other than others, and they all correspond to each other in Zhang Yi's memory. For example, a man named Samos accidentally killed his family with lasers emitting from his eyes when he awakened his mutant abilities. Afterwards, he was blinded and imprisoned in a mutant prison. There is also Katie's female prisoner. She and Pietro are called the prison break twins in the mutant prison. Pietro relies on his super speed, while Katie relies on more buggy abilities. She able to convert his body into molecules and then reach the point of traveling through objects. How powerful is her mutant ability to travel through objects? It can be said that no one can kill her if she wants to, unless she is forced to reveal herself using special methods, such as locking her underwater. Therefore, for her, escaping from prison was basically a piece of cake. However, unfortunately, during an escape, her body's mutant ability suddenly failed when she passed through the cage. As a result, her body and the iron of the cell were damaged. The columns merge into one. Someone who had a similar experience to her was a guy named Armando. His ability was to automatically mutate and adapt to the outside environment. However, during a fire, he was buried by a collapsed building and was waiting to be dug out. By that time, he had become entangled with a piece of steel bar and lost consciousness, becoming a different kind of vegetative. There is also a guy named Kurt, who is locked up in an isolated cell. Unlike other mutants, he is a beast-turned-mutant. This type of mutant will basically be affected by the beast instinct in the body and become bloodthirsty, frantic, and finally becoming a true beast. The same is true for Kurt. He looks like a demon and has the ability to teleport. It should be said that he should have a very powerful mutant ability. But at this time, he has no sense in his eyes and has turned into a wild beast. Monster. Listening to Pietro's narration, Zhang Yi felt mixed emotions in his heart: Cyclops, Phantom Cat, Darwin, and Nightcrawler. These people were obviously heroes with infinite glory in another universe. Breathing out a heavy breath, Zhang Yi signaled Pietro to stop talking. He turned on the car stereo. At this time, Zhang Yi needed to listen to some music to soothe his heavy heart. In fact, the location of the secret prison for mutants is not as far away as Zhang Yi imagined. It is on the border of Texas. On the surface, it is a military base, a logistics factory similar to a military factory. The location of the prison is hidden underground, there is even a train railway not far away. It's just that this train line has long been abandoned. It was still used to transport supplies during World War II. Later, after the war, it was planned as a secret military base. Naturally, this railway could not be used. However, World War III was about to take place at this time. I'm afraid it won't be long before fast trains will be traveling on this railway again. Far away from the military base, Zhang Yi and Pietro got out of the car. I am afraid they will have to walk on foot. How are we going to get in? Pietro, back home, felt very uneasy. Even wearing a helmet that could isolate telepathy could not bring him a sense of security. He only felt that his brain would be controlled by President X at any time. It's not surprising that Pietro controls Zhang Yi. This kid has already been frightened out of his psychological shadow. When he was in the car, he had nightmares and was frightened awake several times. Sometimes he even hallucinated the voice of President X in his head. To be honest, Zhang Yi truly felt that he had the potential to become a peerless liar by being able to persuade Pietro to let him return to the secret prison of mutants and steal President X's secret room. When it gets dark, you just take advantage of the darkness to send me in, and then you go and destroy the power supply system of the entire base. I've told you this plan several times, haven't you remembered it yet? Zhang Yu frowned. Of course I remember it, but what if President X uses his telepathy to understand our thoughts in advance, and then makes a trap for us to enter? Pietro, he asked nervously. No. Pietro asked similar questions all the time, and Zhang Yi really took the trouble. Charles has been missing for a long time. He didn't come out until I saw the chaos at the border. I guess something happened to him. Let's add fuel to the fire at this time. Besides, I gave you the helmet to wear. I'm not afraid. What else are you afraid of? With this helmet, even if you meet Charles, you can kill him in 1 second, so it's just that he's afraid of you. What are you afraid of? Yes, he should be afraid of me, he should be afraid of me. Pietro patted his chest, as if to hypnotize himself, but he soon spoke again. Zhang, do you think the two of us are not safe? What do you mean? Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. How about we find a few desperados? Those gangsters in Washington, D.C. are pretty good. Just wait here and I can get hundreds of them over in one night. Pietro said with a serious face. Come and cool down, there are hundreds of people. Zhang Yi knew that Pietro couldn't say anything good. You're still looking for gangsters, but you can imagine that anyone in this world may betray you. Do you want them to help or do you want to die? The two chatted for a while, and soon the sky gradually darkened, and the vast Gobi Desert fell into darkness. Be careful, don't be so anxious like last time, my body can't bear it. Zhang Yi lay on Pietro's back and said, but he regretted it after he said it, because it sounded weird. However, Pietro, who was in a nervous state, didn't care about this. He didn't answer. Instead, after Zhang Yi was ready, he started running wildly, getting closer and closer to the military base like a meteor. Because he had escaped from prison several times, Pietro was quite familiar with the security here. Soon, he arrived at the secret mutant prison hidden under the military base without alerting any guards. When Zhang Yi came back to his senses and his vision became clear again, he felt his stomach churn again, but this time he held it back. Looking around, he found himself in a lounge. It was a very simple room with only inner windows and 2 bunk beds. 2 soldiers were sleeping on the bunks, but with Pietro's help, they were no longer awake. But come. The paint on the walls of the room had long since peeled off, the bedposts were also rusty, and the air was filled with an unbearable stench. Zhang Yi felt like he had returned to Emma's underground laboratory for an instant. How many years has it been under construction here? Not sure. Pietro shook his head and told the truth. When I came in, I heard that this place had a history of several decades. I heard that it was there during World War II. At that time, soldiers drove mutants onto the battlefield and made them living targets on the battlefield, and they were not allowed to retreat. Whoever retreated would die. At that time, those mutants could only be forced to rush forward. Later, the war ended. Some of the surviving mutants were secretly shot, and some were transported here for various experiments. However, nothing was studied until President X came to power and took over the place. This place was truly transformed into a prison for mutants. There is still such a period of history. Zhang Yi sighed. Of course, I just heard what I heard. After all, I didn't live in that era, so I can't say whether it's true or false. But I think it's more likely. After all, I've seen many people who are the same as me. Guys, most of them have been tortured into madness by this power. I understand, that's why I feel that the world is already terminally ill. Zhang Yi changed into soldier's clothes. Remember, the entire prison is in the shape of a back, with 4 floors in total. The lower you go, the more uncontrollable the mutants are. I suggest you abandon the 4th floor and start from the 3rd floor. Old Fisk the Bastard's office and room are at the end of the passage on this floor, and the stairs to the next level are on the right side of the room. Pietro took out a few sets of keys from his arms. Obviously, in a short period of time, he had done a lot of things without anyone noticing. Okay, I remember. Zhang Yi took 3 bunches of keys from Pietro's hand. In fact, there were 4 levels in total, corresponding to 4 bunches of keys. However, Zhang Yi and Pietro had the same idea. From the beginning, there is no plan to directly release the lowest level mutants. The reason is also very simple, that is, there are too many uncontrollable factors. After all, Zhang Yi is just an ordinary person. Every time he releases a mutant, he will face corresponding dangers. Once a completely uncontrollable madman is released, then what will happen next? The one who died was Zhang Yi himself. In fact, Zhang Yi's plan at the beginning was to leave all these tasks to Pietro. After all, he is a quickie. Since he was able to bring Zhang Yi in and collect the keys to all the cells without alerting other soldiers and the warden, this is enough to prove that Pietro is absolutely capable of doing so in a short time. Just open all the cells. But unfortunately, this plan could not be realized. The power supply device of the entire secret prison of mutants is placed in the arsenal on the ground, and the two sides are connected. Once there is any problem in the secret prison of mutants, the power supply device will immediately activate the automatic defense system. This automatic defense system is a very high-tech electric barrier. Anyone who passes through this barrier will be electrocuted into coke by high-voltage electricity, and this barrier will instantly wrap around the entire mutant prison, making everyone inside unable to in and out. Even if there are a few powerful or special mutants who can cross this barrier, what's the use if they escape? They will be captured again within a few days, and even a few mutants can't achieve it. Zhang Ye's plan. Therefore, this idea is impossible. Likewise, the plan of first destroying the power supply system to prevent the power barrier from activating, and then coming in to release the prisoners is also impossible to implement. Because after destroying the power supply system, the entire mutant prison will be under martial law, and the entire army will surround it. Pietro cannot hide from bullets in such a small space. In the end, he will only be greeted by a dead end. Even if he succeeds, what will happen to him? How many mutants will be released? This was just as useless as the previous plan. To achieve the plan, there is only one option, which is to release the prisoners first, and then destroy the power supply system externally, causing the power barrier to fail. This will allow more mutants to escape. With so many mutants coming together, outside those soldiers were simply not enough to watch. To achieve this, Zhang Yi and Pietro had to divide the work. The location of the power supply device was a key point of protection. Zhang Yi did not have the confidence to destroy the power supply device in this environment, so this task only involved he could leave it to Pietro, but he chose to unlock it himself. After the division of labor was clear, Zhang Yi and Pietro immediately split up. Zhang Yi hid the key while he walked out of the room pretending to be a soldier on duty. Walking in the passage of the prison, the dampness, coldness, blood smell, and the smell of rotting meat are mixed with the noise of the iron chains rubbing on the ground, making people feel as if they are in hell. Zhang Yi lowered his head and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. At the same time, he also curiously looked at the locked-up mutants on both sides of the passage with the corner of his eyes. Some of those mutants were asleep, while others were still awake. They stared at Zhang Yi with cold eyes. Although they didn't know Zhang Yi, they knew Zhang Yi's clothes. In the mutant prison, offending the jailer was a very dangerous thing. Zhang Yi had to say that Warden Fisk trained these prisoners well. There were many familiar people among them, including Siren, Psylocke, Elf, and other X-Men members from previous lives. There were also some people who did not show obvious mutant abilities, and Zhang Yi could not determine their identities. The whole prison was drowsy, even the jailer was so sleepy. When he passed by a drowsy jailer, the other man just glanced at Zhang Yi, and then nothing happened. He closed his eyes and started fighting again. Nap. Condensed water droplets fell from the top of the prison, and the sound of what seemed to be sewage flowing in the drainage pipes could be vaguely heard in the darkness, making people feel depressed and desperate. Zhang Yi could not imagine what kind of inhuman treatment these mutants imprisoned here endured every day. Anyway, Zhang Yi admitted that if it were him, he would have been driven crazy after staying here for 3 days. Going down the stairs, the fishy smell became even more serious. On the 3rd floor, Zhang Yi saw those lycanthropic mutants who had become monsters, such as the Nightcrawler mentioned by Pietro before. Apart from him, an angel with one broken wing is also here, as well as a beast that has transformed into a big blue monster. There was also Kitty, the phantom cat who was integrated into the pillar. When Zhang Yi passed by her, she didn't react at all. Her eyes were dull and she seemed to have died a long time ago. Is it so early today? Seeing Zhang Yi's figure, the soldier on guard yawned. He was a little surprised that today's colleagues were so diligent and could come to change shifts early. Morning. It's late. I think I'm late. Zhang Yi said calmly. The next moment, Zhang Yi took out the silenced submachine gun in his arms and fired a round at the sleepy soldiers in front of him. No one could have imagined that Zhang Yi would suddenly take action, not to mention that they were too sleepy and had no brains. Without any resistance, they were beaten into a sieve by Zhang Yi. The burst of gunshots instantly alerted the prisoners in the prison. The mutants who had turned into monsters became excited at this time. When they smelled the blood, they were like sharks, clinging to the prison walls. On the fence, he stretched out his hands in Zhang Yi's direction, trying to grab something. Shut down, you freaks. Zhang Yi knew that the moment he fired, the surveillance cameras had already captured him. There was nothing he could do about it, and he had to speed up. I will let you out. Zhang Yi took off his soldier's coat. He did not use the key to open the lock directly, but stretched out his left hand. After the particle beam was gathered, the palm cannon was fired instantly, killing the nearest one. The prison door was blown to pieces. There were wild beasts locked up in that prison. When he saw that the cage was broken, he rushed out immediately, glanced at Zhang Yi, and finally looked at Zhang Yi's shiny metallic left hand, as if he was afraid of this powerful destructive power. Weapons. After a pause for a few seconds, and seeing that Zhang Yi had no intention of stopping him, the beast roared, then pounced on the corpses of the soldiers and started feasting. It seemed that this guy was really hungry. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. To be honest, after coming to this world for so long, he still wasn't used to it. Every time he saw a similar scene, he still felt uncomfortable in his stomach. Ignoring the beast that was feasting, Zhang Yi quickly walked to the door of the other prison and opened the door with the key. After Zhang Yi blasted the heads of the angels who were about to attack him into pieces, the subsequent progress became smoother. Although these monsters' minds were occupied by wildness, their remaining sanity made them understand that if they didn't want to die, it was best not to die. Mess with the human who helped them out. The piercing siren rang throughout the secret prison of mutants. A red alarm light flashed in the dim corridor. The flashing light illuminated the corridor in scarlet. A drop of water flowed down the wall, which looked particularly strange under the light of the alarm light. It fell to the ground like blood. Superior. This old facility, built at an unknown date, has not been so busy for a long time. Ever since President basically, he will be captured by Warden Fisk soon. The soldiers here are used to mocking these mutant monsters, no matter how powerful these monsters are outside, but here, they have been trained to become the most obedient dogs. But today, the situation seems to have reversed. The soldiers who were awakened by the alarm had no time to put on their clothes. They knew what the alarm meant. It was that someone had opened the alarm to release prisoners from the prison without authorization. If these monsters were released, they would be in trouble. The most troublesome thing is that if they cannot gather together as soon as possible to catch the prisoner, what awaits them will be the inhuman torture of Warden Fisk. In the secret prison of mutants, Warden Fisk is the only person besides President Fear. More than once, they saw Warden Fisk using various means to torture those mutants, just to find some fun in their pain. At the same time, they also saw more than once some people who provoked Warden Fisk. He was cruelly thrown into the prison of mutants, and became the food of those monsters. Thinking of this, the soldiers couldn't help but tremble. No one wanted to end up like this. They rushed out of the dormitory as fast as possible and rushed towards the secret prison of mutants. But when they rushed to the second floor, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Dozens of soldiers holding submachine guns all fell into a daze. More than 10 meters away from the passage gate, Warden Fisk's huge body was lying weakly on the ground, with a big hole in his stomach. On his body, the beast and Nightcrawler that was originally imprisoned on the third floor, toads and other mutant monsters are feasting. Judging from Fisk's unblinking eyes, he was killed by Nightcrawler who flashed behind him without knowing it. He never saw who killed him until his death. But to the soldiers, it was not important how these monsters escaped, nor was it important how Warden Fisk died. What was important was that if something was not done, they would be the ones who died next. The M3 mutants are out of trouble, fire quickly. Don't let them get close, hurry. A man who seemed to be the team leader said quickly, but judging from his trembling voice, he was already frightened. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The muzzle of the gun sprayed flames, and countless bullets hit the mutants like a violent storm. The beast roared, seemingly angry that someone had disturbed his eating. His wild eyes stared at the humans who dared to attack him, and the sharp teeth rubbed together, making a heart-stopping sound. Suppress them. Don't let them come. The other side. Zhang Yi, who was still opening the prison door on the third floor, moved his ears slightly and vaguely heard the noise coming from upstairs from the siren. It seemed that the first batch of mutants who rushed out had already exchanged fire with the soldiers. Zhang Yi is not worried about whether these mutants can defeat those soldiers. Although the power of these mutants has been weakened in this universe, they cannot be killed by ordinary people with just a gun. Of course, if someone unfortunately dies, that can only be said to be a well-deserved death. Whether it is those soldiers or the mutants he released, Zhang Yi doesn't care about their life or death. The world has long been riddled with holes and has turned into darkness. There is no need to save it. For Zhang Yi, getting out of here is the key. After releasing the last prisoner on the third floor, Zhang Yi stopped beside Katie, the phantom cat. Katie in this world looked to be in her 20s, older than Pietro, and Zhang Yi. There is a big difference between the young and energetic Katie in my memory. Zhang Yi's impression of Phantom Cat, apart from the comics, is the little girl who appeared in the movie. He was originally looking forward to whether she would reprise the role of Phantom Cat, but I heard that the actor later underwent gender reassignment surgery. See, there is no way I can come back in the movie. Without continuing to think wildly, Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked at Katie. Do you need help? Katie slowly opened her eyes, looking at Zhang Yi with eyes full of complex emotions. Finally, she spoke softly. You can't help me, this is a nightmare. Hearing this, Zhang Yi closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and then slowly placed his left hand with the steel suit on the iron pillar that was integrated with Katie. Katie looked at Zhang Yi's movements and seemed to be aware of Zhang Yi's purpose. She did not refuse, but closed her eyes like Zhang Yi and quietly waited for the next development. Surprised. With the help of the steel suit's arms, Zhang Yi used powerful force to pull the iron pillar directly out of the cell. Probably because of Katie's mutant ability, Warden Fisk did not use particularly strong materials to make the cell like those monsters, but used the most basic materials. This also made Zhang Yi's violent demolition extremely smooth. The next moment, Katie's internal organs scattered all over the floor with a clatter like a pot of red oil hot pot. Listening to this voice, Zhang Yi's hands couldn't help but tremble. Thanks. Katie spat out one word with her last breath, and then she didn't breathe again. Zhang Yi knew that she was hopeless. The failure of this mutant ability caused her body to merge with the iron pillar. Let alone himself. Even if the Tony Stark of this world came back to life, there would be nothing he could do in a short time. Instead of if she stayed here, it would be better to end her pain as soon as possible. I'm late. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, not knowing who he was talking to. Soon Zhang Yi opened his eyes again, but this time, Zhang Yi's eyes were unusually firm. Follow the corridor all the way to the second floor. Here, the battle is still going on. The soldiers are outnumbered and have powerful firepower in their hands. This also makes the mutants who were released by Zhang Yi suddenly be trapped. Suppressed, he could only hide behind the bunker and not dare to show his face. During this period, powerful mutants such as Nightcrawler and Beast launched many charges, but because they did not cooperate and fought alone, they were beaten back by the soldiers and the supporting jailers. The soldiers knew that the moment these mutants escaped, the entire prison was wrapped in an electric barrier. In other words, even they were sealed in the prison and could not escape at all. So if you can't kill these mutant monsters, then no one can escape if there is one here. The mutants were not fools. They hid immediately after knowing that the opponent had strong firepower. They seemed to be looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The soldiers also stopped shooting and stood firm, not knowing whether there was any backup. Firing randomly is undoubtedly a waste of bullets. Because of this, the two sides stopped fighting in a tacit understanding, and neither side acted rashly. But at this moment, the field of vision went dark, and the light bulbs in the entire corridor lost their light in an instant, as if someone cut off the power supply. Most people lost their vision at this moment, and their eyes were pitch black. Quick, fire quickly. The soldiers were in a state of extreme nervousness at this time. The fear brought to them by the mutant monsters was enough to make them panic. Any slightest movement around them would stimulate their spirits, not to mention the sudden power outage at this moment. The sudden darkness instantly destroyed the soldiers' remaining sanity. After losing their vision, the soldiers suddenly became excited. They fired wildly around them, regardless of whether they would accidentally injure their own people. They only knew that the muzzles of their guns would make them feel a little safer. However, unlike those soldiers, most of these beastly mutants have the ability of night vision. As they have evolved into nature's predators, night vision is often the most basic skill. The sudden power outage was just a flash in their eyes, but soon, after their eyes adapted to the darkness, they were able to observe the surrounding environment without any influence. Not long after, the backup power turned on the emergency lights and illuminated the corridor again. However, the backup emergency lights were too dim. It was okay to illuminate the road, but it was basically impossible to fight in this dim environment. Besides, the emergency lights were turned on too late. When a soldier in the front row regained his vision through the weak light, he only saw a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, he was thrown to the ground by a huge force, and then as soon as his neck became cold, he lost consciousness. They're coming. Fire. Fire quickly. I don't want to die, don't do this. Kill you. Ha. Zhang Yi hid in the corner of the second floor. He knew in his heart that the plan was successful and Pietro had destroyed the power supply device. He watched this audiovisual feast quietly from afar. The dim environment also affected Zhang Yi's vision, but he could clearly see the flickering lights at the door leading to the first floor in the distance. Bright light, that was the fire of a submachine gun. Along with the fire, there was the sound of bullets being fired and colliding, as well as hell-like screams and roars. Even Zhang Yi was reluctant to approach such a terrifying scene. Regardless of the battle situation ahead, Zhang Yi casually opened a cell next to him. There was a young man in the cell. He huddled tightly in the corner, looking at Zhang Yi with eyes full of fear. Don't kill me. The boy screamed and tried to step back, but he had already shrunk into the corner. What's your name? Zhang Yi glanced at him lightly and asked without any emotion in his tone. The young man covered his head. He did not dare to look directly at Zhang Yi. He only dared to look at Zhang Yi's boots, which were stained with a lot of blood, and said. My name is John, John Proudstar. There are many people named John in the comics, and the probability of having the same name is very high. Zhang Yi can't remember the names of so many people. It would be good to remember the code names of some heroes, so Zhang Yi only thinks that this is a mutant passerby. Never appeared in the comics at all. I'll give you a mission. Take these keys and release the other mutants. The power supply device has been destroyed and the electric barrier is gone. Everyone here can escape. After saying that, Zhang Yi threw the key in front of John. Seeing that John didn't move, Zhang Yi took out the gun and pointed it at him. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly. I'll give you two choices, either pick up the key and do what I say, or I'll shoot you to death right now. I'll do it, I'll do it. When John saw this, he immediately jumped forward, grabbed the key and raised it. Don't kill me, I'll go right away. Zhang Yi didn't react to this, he just got out of the way, and John's movements were also very agile. His speed and strength were much stronger than ordinary people, and he could open the lock much faster than Zhang Yi. After outsourcing the unlocking task, Zhang Yi immediately felt much more relaxed. Opening the lock in the dark was simply torture. At this time, the battle ahead has ended, and all the soldiers have been wiped out. There is nothing more suitable for hunting these monsters than a dark environment. Nightwalker can kill a soldier every time he teleports. This made him a god of death wandering among the soldiers, harvesting fresh lives. Maybe these monsters had already filled their stomachs, or maybe they wanted to escape from the prison where they had been imprisoned for a long time. After killing all the jailers and soldiers, they did not stop, but rushed towards the first floor non-stop. Go. Zhang Yi followed them silently. The guards in the prison were just appetizers. He still needed these mutants to rush out and kill the defenders outside. The gang won't just watch the prisoners of the mutant secret prison escape. They can't catch the extremely fast Pietro, but they can unite to stop these crazy mutant monsters. Sure enough, after arriving on the first floor, Zhang Yi found that the place was almost empty. Most of the mutants locked here had escaped in the chaos, and only a few incompetent people were still locked in the cells. Here, for example, Cyclops has become blind. The mutants rushed out, but what greeted them were artillery fire and bullets. The most indispensable thing in this arsenal was these weapons. Thousands of people were waiting in formation, trying to kill these mutants on the spot. However, among the mutant prisoners, there are two mutants who can teleport like Nightcrawler. In the face of this ability, neither artillery or firearms can cause effective damage to them. The soldiers soon discovered that these monsters were more powerful than they imagined, especially after an old man who could control objects with his mind overturned a tank. At this time, the battlefield has turned into a mess, and various noisy sounds are constantly heard. Zhang Yi can only try his best to hide in the darkness and not attract anyone's attention. The plan has been successful, and it is time to leave here. But soon, a signal soldier caught Zhang Yi's attention. Report. We need support. The assassins have released most of the prisoners in the mutant prison. They have broken up our formation. We need support. Assassin. This word stopped Zhang Yi just as he was about to leave. His plan this time was obviously to release these prisoners. No matter what the other party called him, Zhang Yi didn't care, but the name assassin made Zhang Yi's eyelids twitch. When an assassin appears, there is often a corresponding target for the assassin to assassinate. Regardless of success or failure, the assassin and the assassination target have a symbiotic relationship. When an assassin appears, his assassination target will also appear. In the same way, assassins will appear wherever there are assassination targets. So the title of this soldier is a big problem here. It is obvious that there is a being here who is worthy of being assassinated. This person is very powerful and can influence many people. He must be in a powerful position and command this army. Only this kind of existence will have the conditions to become an assassination target. At first Zhang Yi thought the other party was talking about Warden Fisk. After all, our Mr. Jinping here can be said to be inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. However, Zhang Yi quickly abandoned this answer. Jinping was just the warden. He is not qualified to command the army, and he has been disemboweled now. Obviously this is not the correct answer. Then, there is only one answer. I recalled the builder of this secret prison for mutants, the top secret confidentiality measures here, and the news that the president had been missing for a long time. Zhang Ye's eyes suddenly widened. That damn President X is here right now. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi did not dare to hesitate and immediately shot the protector next to the signal soldier to death. Then he rushed in front of him. The moment he took out his gun, he fired several more shots in succession. His palms were beaten to pieces. What did you mean by assassin just now? Oh. The soldier did not answer Zhang Yi's question, but kept howling. However, his cry was quickly covered by the explosion and did not affect anyone on this battlefield. Zhang Yi didn't have the patience to quarrel with him and stepped on his wound. Suddenly, huge pain enveloped the soldier's consciousness, and he roared silently. Is President X here? Answer me. Yes, yes, the soldier nodded repeatedly, tears and snot running down his face. Under the pain, his face turned pale, and even his lips turned gray. Where? Answer me. Zhang Yi asked through gritted teeth. After learning that President X was actually in the same military base as himself, Zhang Yi didn't feel the slightest sense of security. It wouldn't matter if it were anyone else, but President X is a genuine mutant with telepathic abilities, which is different from Emma, the guy who has lost his abilities. No one knows whether President. I don't know, I really don't know. The soldier shook his head crazily and used his other hand to push Zhang Yi's foot with all his strength, trying to get Zhang Yi's foot away from his wound. Zhang Yi believed what he said and agreed that he really didn't know anything about it. After all, President. After shooting him in the head, Zhang Yi immediately left the battlefield and ran towards the place where the two planned to meet according to the direction Pietro described to him. Zhang Yi is not worried about Pietro because he is wearing a helmet that is immune to telepathy, but he is different. He has nothing. He is the one in the danger zone now, so he must let Pietro take him out of here as soon as possible. At the same time, Zhang Yi was also a little excited, because if President. However, when Zhang Yi arrived a few hundred meters away from the planned gathering place, he suddenly saw a scene on the other side of the factory that he couldn't believe. There was a big hole in the outer wall of the factory building. Pietro was lying helplessly on the mound outside the factory building. From the direction of Zhang Yi, it was obvious that Pietro's right leg was bent at an unreasonable angle, it was obviously broken by someone. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. Pietro had been waiting for Zhang Yi's action. When he heard the alarm sound, he knew that the time had come. The alarm sounded as the signal agreed between him and Zhang Yi. When the soldiers outside were alerted, Pietro took the first step and brought the explosives from Nick Fury's safe house to the power supply device. They were 4 huge generators, and they were stationed around them, guarded by a lot of troops. But these soldiers were no different in front of Pietro, moving quickly in the darkness. After Pietro installed all the bombs, he immediately detonated them. The next moment, there was only a loud noise, and the generator suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The fragments burst out with light that even lit up the sky. The explosion of the power supply device attracted everyone's attention. The soldiers immediately divided into 2 teams. One team went to suppress the mutant prisoners who had not escaped, and the other group entered a factory one after another. Strictly protected. When Pietro saw this, he was naturally curious, because in his mind this place had always been an abandoned factory building. The facilities inside were already old and unusable. It would be easy to cause accidents if forced to use it. President X didn't have any money. To replace equipment, he had already ordered the abandonment of the factory. But looking at it now, I'm afraid there is something unknown here. Maybe it was because this was the only way to reach the meeting point agreed with Zhang Yi, or maybe it was because the smooth implementation of the plan made Pietro a little carried away. You know, in the past, Pietro was not willing to stay here for a second longer, but at this time, he actually wanted to go over and see what these soldiers were trying to protect. Just as he thought, Pietro rushed into the factory in the blink of an eye. His super brain allowed him to quickly check the surrounding terrain and find a suitable place to hide. Pietro secretly climbed up an engineering ladder, and through the shadows, Pietro turned his attention to the one who seemed to have the highest rank among the soldiers. He was a black man, and his upper body was wearing an Iron Warrior similar to Iron Man E. Pietro knew him. He was the person who often stood with President X on TV. At this time, he was standing in front of a white container, knocking on the door with some fear and helplessness. The knock on the door echoed in the empty factory. The soldiers around were silent. No one dared to speak or even breathe loudly for fear of disturbing someone. After a while, a female voice came from inside the container. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me recently? Sorry, President. At the engineering ladder above the factory building, Pietro immediately covered his mouth when he heard these words, because he was afraid that he would not be able to help shouting. Is it a border riot, or is a nuclear war breaking out? I've already said it, it doesn't matter. After I succeed, the whole world will surrender. The tone of the female voice was a little impatient. No, President. Silence fell immediately in the white container, and the entire factory fell silent. The black officer swallowed nervously, then lowered his head and continued. We speculate that they are the remnants of the Avengers. We don't know where they got your location. They want to assassinate you through the riot of mutant prisoners. Before he could finish speaking, the black officer was instantly blasted away by a burst of red energy. He hit the wall of the factory heavily, blasting a big hole directly. Immediately afterwards, the door of the white container exploded, and a woman with a beautiful face wearing a red dress slowly floated out with the help of a burst of scarlet energy. New book issue is not easy, please give me something to support, thank you. It was a beautiful young woman with long hair cascading down her shoulders, an extremely delicate appearance, and a bit of madness hidden under the calmness between her eyebrows. She was wearing a long red dress, and on her head, there was a red headdress with two sharp corners. Scarlet Witch. Pietro instantly recognized the woman's identity. When Scarlet Witch betrayed the Avengers and became a tainted witness, half of the Eagle country was alarmed. Pietro never dreamed that he would see her here. Similarly, Pietro didn't understand why the Black Commander called Scarlet Witch President X. The Scarlet Witch looked at the subordinate who was almost crippled by her blow. She gently raised her left hand. Suddenly, a scarlet energy enveloped the black man's body, like an invisible big hand. He grabbed his body and lifted him back from outside the factory. Are you saying there are traitors in my army? The Scarlet Witch's voice is very nice, like a lark singing. Anyone who hears this voice can't help but smile, but her tone is particularly strange. It's cold and gives people a strong sense of tearing. I don't know, sir. The black man said tremblingly. It was obvious that he was suffering from great pain. You are my carefully selected talents. Scarlet Witch spoke. Each of you is the object of my fancy. You humble humans, I'm proud of you. I mean, I only gave you this one task, which is to protect my safety before I completely take control of this body. But what have you done? You actually let the remnants of the Avengers find this place. I really should execute you all. The Scarlet Witch said, clenching her fists suddenly. The next moment, the black man's body was instantly compressed into a ball by the red energy. He couldn't even scream, and he became unrecognizable. Seeing the fate of the black officer, the surrounding soldiers lowered their heads silently. No one dared to make a sound, for fear of attracting President X's attention and becoming his next toy. The Scarlet Witch looked at her masterpiece, with happiness in her eyes for the first time. Look at this power, how wonderful and magical it is. It will be the key to my rule of this planet. I can't even fully control it. At this moment, Scarlet Witch suddenly frowned slightly, as if she sensed something. Then she raised her hand, and a scarlet energy jumped at her fingertips. Soon, she seemed to be sure of something, and suddenly turned his head. And she focused her eyes on the location, which was where Pietro was hiding. When the Scarlet Witch glanced at it, Pietro's soul was almost frightened. He reacted immediately. Although he didn't know how he was exposed, Pietro knew that if he didn't leave, he would be waiting for death, so he stepped lightly and ran 100 meters in an instant. This speed, even the Scarlet Witch didn't keep up. Just as he was running out along the big hole that the Scarlet Witch had just blasted. Suddenly, Pietro's right leg seemed to be broken suddenly, and he made a crisp sound that only he could hear. The next moment, he lost his balance and fell directly to the ground, and rolled directly with the inertia. Going out, we stopped until we hit a mound of industrial waste. Hiss. Pietro hugged his leg and gritted his teeth, trying not to scream, but the pain kept hitting his mind, making him shed tears. The Scarlet Witch looked at Pietro's position and tilted her head slightly. Interesting. I remember you. You were also a prisoner in the mutant prison. Your helmet is very interesting. It can block my telepathy. No wonder I didn't notice your existence. It reminds me of an old friend, but he was long gone. He should be dead already. However, Pietro on the opposite side had no time to reply to Scarlet Witch's words at this time. He was using all his strength to suppress the pain coming from his leg. You know, his legs were forcibly broken off by the power of chaos. This kind of pain would probably kill others if it were done to others. So are you connected with the remnants of the Avengers? But it doesn't matter. With this power, no one can stop me. In the same way, I also want to thank you for the gift you gave me. I have this helmet. I accepted it. Scarlet Witch said, raising her hand again, and the scarlet energy wrapped around Pietro's head. Obviously, she didn't just want to take off the helmet, she wanted to take off Pietro's head as well. At this moment, a laser blasted over, shooting in the direction of the Scarlet Witch at an extremely fast speed. Scarlet Witch raised her hand without any extra movement. With a slight wave of her wrist, the particle beam immediately turned around in mid-air and blasted into the night sky. Immediately afterwards, just as the Scarlet Witch was about to release her powerful telepathy to find and control the person who sneaked into her, a cloud of blue smoke suddenly burst out in front of her, and then a sharp claw cut through the smoke, stretched out from the blue smoke, aiming directly at the throat of Scarlet Witch. Without thinking much, scarlet energy surged out crazily, and the attacker was immediately blasted away. But before she could take a breath, she saw a blue monster swinging towards her with a huge stone pillar. The Scarlet Witch only had time to raise her hands. The next moment, she was knocked out and hit the white container, causing an explosion. It was the mutant prisoners who came to kill them. The soldiers present immediately fought with them, but how could ordinary people fight against these monsters? What's more, after losing their humanity, the strength of these monsters has not declined, but has improved a lot. At this time, Zhang Yizai exhaled heavily. To be honest, when he fired the palm cannon at Scarlet Witch just now, it was all a gamble. Zhang Yi did see the mutants rushing towards him, but what Zhang Yi was worried about was that he had already been invaded by the mutants before they rushed over. Brain. Yes, Zhang Yi already knew that the Scarlet Witch in front of him was actually President X. In other words, this Scarlet Witch had been seized by President X using telepathy. The key to his leaving this universe is Pietro. Without Pietro, Zhang Yi would never have been able to find President X's secret room. Similarly, fearing that Zhang Yi would deceive him, Pietro never told Zhang Yi the location of the secret room. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Zhang Yi to watch Pietro die here. The result was not bad. I made the right bet. President. Zhang Yi ignored the people fighting together and ran directly to Pietro's side. Are you okay? Can you still move? Looking at the deformed leg, Zhang Yi could already imagine how terrifying the pain was. He supported Pietro and asked with concern. Haha then, that guy is President X. Pietro did not answer, but immediately told Zhang Yi the information about the other party. I know, are you okay? I'll take you out of here. Zhang Yi said with a serious face. Zhang Yi was always in a state of nervousness when he learned that president. This incident actually happened in Zhang Yi's memory. The more famous thing is that in the movie universe, when Professor My Brother's body was resurrected again. This actually shows how terrifying Professor. And this time, I am afraid that what President X is interested in is the body of the Scarlet Witch, which controls the legendary power of chaos. Although nothing magical exists in this universe, the Scarlet Witch's power of chaos is an energy that is infinitely powerful even if it is weakened. After all, it is a powerful force that can reshape the universe and modify reality. Now it seems that after seizing the Scarlet Witch's body, President A place of right and wrong. No, it's useless, I can't leave. Pietro vomited blood and looked pale. Stop talking nonsense and come with me. It's really useless. Pietro's face twitched in pain. He tremblingly took off the helmet on his head, put it on Zhang Yi's head with all his strength, and then said. Thank you, Zhang, thank you for the stories you told me. I know my injuries are too serious. You can't leave without me. Hurry, while they have no time to distract you, hurry up. That secret room is right there. Suburban New York, 1407, Grandma King Road, I believe you can do it. Don't do this to me, get up quickly. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Let me stay here. You said that this world is a nightmare and there are no superheroes. Then tell me, am I a hero now? Zhang Yi didn't speak, but his clenched fists trembled slightly. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. I just need to wake up. Pietro's voice grew weaker and finally died away completely. Zhang Yi checked his breathing and found that Pietro had fallen into a coma. This was a blessing in misfortune. The blood on the helmet slid down along the curved outline and landed on Zhang Yi's fist. Zhang Yi stood up suddenly, as if he had made up his mind. He turned around and turned his back to the unconscious Pietro. Looking directly in the direction of President X. I'm sorry Pietro, I've never abandoned my brother in my whole life. After saying that, Zhang Yi walked directly towards the battlefield. The battlefield at this time has reached a feverish stage, and most of the soldiers present have died on the battlefield. Only the Scarlet Witch, who was seized by Professor Quartet. The beast raised the huge stone pillar and wanted to use the previous sneak attack to attack the Scarlet Witch, but how could the already angry Scarlet Witch give him this opportunity? She waved her hand violently, and the scarlet energy forcefully snatched the stone pillar away. It came over and slammed into the beast. The violent bombardment directly turned the stone pillar into fragments, and the beast's body was pressed underneath by the pile of stones. Only blood could be seen flowing out from the gaps in the stones. A woman who could release a lightsaber from her hand wanted to rush over and attack the Scarlet Witch, but she suddenly changed her target and stabbed another mutant prisoner next to her. Then she came directly in front of the Scarlet Witch, blocking the energy beam fired by Zhang Yi for her. It seems that you are the mastermind behind this operation, the real remnant of the Avengers. The Scarlet Witch withdrew her telepathy ability and watched Zhang Yi speak calmly. Zhang Yi did not answer her words, but fired several shots in an instant, but these bullets were all blocked by the power of chaos. Is this your plan? The Scarlet Witch sneered. She suddenly sensed something, turned around suddenly and stretched out her palm to grab at the void. In an instant, a ball of blue smoke was trapped in the air by scarlet energy. Soon, Nightwalker's body emerged from the smoke. He screamed and struggled in the air, constantly urging his teleportation, but under the control of the power of chaos, he could not escape at all. The Scarlet Witch's outstretched right hand remained in a grasping position, and then a flash of bloodlust suddenly flashed in her eyes. Her left hand suddenly joined her right hand, and then she tore it apart with all her strength. In an instant, Nightwalker's body was torn in half by an extremely powerful energy, and his struggle immediately fell silent, and the two parts of his body fell weakly to the ground. Such a bloody scene instantly frightened the other mutant prisoners who tried to rush forward. Although they wanted to kill everyone here, they were not stupid. Fighting such a terrifying existence would undoubtedly lead to death. After doing all this, the Scarlet Witch turned around gracefully and looked at Zhang Yi. You don't really think you can kill me with just this garbage, do you? Do you think the Avengers can really overthrow me? You are just a joke. Your lives are meaningless, just like that madman Strange. Crazy. Zhang Yi finally spoke. Like you, the naked wheelchair man. This sentence pierced the heart of the Scarlet Witch like a knife. She was furious in an instant, and a powerful aura spurted out, sending everything around her flying. The next moment, before Zhang Yi could react, a scarlet energy directly grabbed Zhang Yi's body and caught him in midair. Do you think I won't kill you? The eyes of the Scarlet Witch flashed with red light, making it impossible to look directly at her, as if one more look would drive her crazy with that power. Zhang Yi tried hard to activate the palm cannon, but under the power of chaos, the particle beam was unable to gather at all. The Scarlet Witch also saw Zhang Yi's little movements. The expression on her face was full of ridicule. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Yi's body was pulled directly in front of her. Immediately afterwards, the steel suit on Zhang Yi's left arm made a clanking sound, and was dismantled and peeled off piece by the scarlet energy, turning into countless scraps of scrap metal. Stark's technology, this is your trump card. How ridiculous. Do you think you can kill me wearing such a rag? Of course not. Zhang Yi stared coldly at the Scarlet Witch, or President X, who was very close at hand. Oh. Do you have any other methods? The Scarlet Witch sneered. Taunting these enemies always made him feel unparalleled happiness. This feeling of being superior to others was so good. The energy brought by power and strength made President X intoxicated. Seeing Zhang Yi, who had lost the ability to resist, the Scarlet Witch spread her arms, exposing all her flaws. She smiled, looked at Zhang Yi with wide eyes, and smiled. Come on, use your methods, show me, I'm here, kill me, quickly. Looking at President X, your telepathy is very powerful. I heard that you have entered the minds of many people. Yes, so what? The Scarlet Witch's smile gradually faded. That. Zhang Yi slowly put his hands on the helmet, and then took it off suddenly. Just come and see mine. Recommended above, I really need your full support. I wrote this book very seriously, and I hope everyone can join me in this bizarre and despairing world. If you have a vote, please vote every day, or post more comments, popular science, or complaints, to let me know that I am not alone. Grateful. There was a loud noise like thunder, as if someone had slammed a stick on his head. The entire mind was released instantly, and the spiritual world seemed to be suddenly stuffed with countless huge and complex information. This energy quickly accumulated, filled the entire brain, and then exploded. A violent falling feeling suddenly came. A feeling of weightlessness, like falling from a height of 10,000 meters, suddenly fell on President. Those sounds were like the murmurs of a sleeping person, without any logic at all. But slowly, gradually, President. But he had no choice. He wanted to resist. He tried to resist, but he failed. After he used his mental power to crush the brain of the first person who tried to attack him, everything became uncontrollable. Just like this moment. Those sad, out-of-control, frightening memories that made him so painful that he couldn't even breathe gradually emerged, trying to confuse his sanity again and distract him from his mind. President. But when President X really came into contact with his brain, the ferocious mental power made President. No. President. The moment the two people's mental powers came into contact, a connection was already established. Even if President information. President with darkness and depth. President X has no idea how long the tunnel is or where it ends. He only knew that those things that had been bothering him, keeping him unable to sleep, and the objects that surrounded him like a sticky quagmire were being peeled away from his spirit bit by bit. Immediately afterwards, President X suddenly felt a solid touch on his back. It was a seat back. The out-of-control body resuscitated, and the control of the body returned to his body again. President X couldn't help but gasp, but when he raised his head, he found that there was a huge screen in front of him. President X was stunned for a moment. President. There were many people scattered around sitting on the seats like him. President, there aren't even wrinkles or pores on it. There were men and women, wearing all kinds of clothes. They were sitting motionless on the seats, as if someone had deliberately placed models here. It was extremely terrifying. Although they have no facial features, Professor. This feeling, in such a quiet environment, seems extremely strange. Just when President Central. The snowflake screen flickered, then turned pure white, and the surrounding environment darkened. President X didn't know what was going on, but what he understood was that the movie had started. A young and handsome man soon appeared on the screen, and opposite him sat a federal investigator. Although it was the first time he saw that person, President X was certain that that handsome young man was him, even though he looked nothing like him. But President X knows that he is himself. Hank modified this radar device into a transmitter that can enhance brain waves to enhance your telepathy and help us find more mutants. The picture on the screen began to play, and the sound also appeared in the speakers. A voice came out. I thought you had found it. A man suddenly walked away. If a new species is discovered, it should be discovered by its own kind. Charles and I come to find the new mutants, not you humans. President. First of all, that machine belongs to us humans, and secondly, it's Charles's decision. Charles doesn't mind the CIA's involvement, right Charles? No. President X and the man on the screen spoke at the same time. I'm sorry, but I agree with Eric. We should be the ones to discover them, not humans. The man on the screen said calmly. What if we don't agree? Then I hope you can make good use of this device without me. It seemed like only a second or a breath had passed. President's spiritual realm. It shouldn't be like this. Everything is wrong. When did it start? When did history deviate from its trajectory before all of this happened? President, there were endless phantoms and sounds. Ruiwen. President. Zhang Yi calmly stared at the Scarlet Witch who was occupied by President X in front of him. He took out the pistol in his arms, the same one that shot Nick Fury, slowly raised it and pointed it at the woman in front of him, and asked. What do you see? The Scarlet Witch's eyes have fallen into a state of trance, and layers of flashbacks are reflected in her eyes, but they are an illusory world that only he can see, like an illusion. After a moment, the Scarlet Witch's red lips moved slightly. I see, I'm happy. The next moment, Zhang Yi pulled the trigger. Pietro felt like he was in a dream. In the dream, I was born in an ordinary small town. Although this town is relatively remote, it is quiet and very few outsiders come to disturb their lives. The residents live from sunrise to sunset every day. An ordinary day of rest. His parents were farm workers, and their daily jobs were to feed horses, chop wood, and herd sheep. The farmer was a bearded grandfather. It was rumored that he had traveled around the world in his early years. Pietro liked him very much because he could always give yourself a variety of interesting stories. The farmer's grandfather didn't treat the Pietro family as outsiders at all. Every time they had dinner, they would gather everyone on a big table. The adults would pour mellow wheat wine, and the children would drink various drinks. Of juice. One time Pietro also wanted to try it, but the farmer's grandfather told him that children can't drink, and only adults can drink. Later, Pietro pestered the farmer's grandfather for a long time before the farmer's grandfather smiled and agreed to him, waiting for him when he reaches adulthood, he will be given wine that he has preserved for many years. Another evening, Pietro drove the sheep into the sheepfold early. Now he is no longer a child. He can also help his elderly parents share some work. With him is an adult sheep. Border Collie. Grandpa, I'm back from driving the sheep. Pietro trotted all the way back to the farm and couldn't help shouting as soon as he entered the door. Come back, drink some water, run slowly, don't be so reckless. The farmer's grandfather was cleaning the gun. It was an old-fashioned rifle. Pietro had seen the farmer's grandfather often use it to go hunting, and he also once there was a wild bear in the mountains, and the farmer's grandfather used it to drive the bear away. Don't talk about this. Grandpa, you promised to tell me a story after grazing the sheep today. I still remember the story you told me last time. It was a terrifying orphanage. What's behind, what happened behind? Pietro moved a stool and sat in front of the farmer's grandfather and asked excitedly. Seeing his appearance, the farmer couldn't help but smile. He slowly put down the gun in his hand, carefully wrapped it in linen, and placed it in the gun box. Then he got up and walked towards the warehouse. Past. Pietro did not disturb the farmer's grandfather's movements. He knew that the farmer's grandfather was going to pour a glass of wine and continue to tell himself the interesting story. The farmer's footsteps were a little heavy, and he slowly entered the hut next to the house. This was his warehouse, which contained some agricultural tools and sundries, and of course, his most cherished beer. The pace slowed down, and the farmer's burly body stopped in front of the barrel where the beer was stored. There was a line of words written in white paint on the edge of the barrel. Although it was damaged and old, the original meaning of the text could be vaguely inferred from a few letters. Made by Stark. His eyes slowly fell on the oak cups next to the wine barrel. After a pause, the farmer reached out and picked up the 2 cups. Outside the door, Pietro was looking forward to it. He really hoped that the farmer's grandfather could go faster, even faster, and not make him wait so anxiously. But a long time ago, the farmer's grandfather told him that sometimes, the last what makes people excited is not the bizarre stories, but the waiting. I don't know how long it took, maybe 3 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, but the farmer's grandfather finally walked out of the small warehouse. Pietro showed a big smile, but he suddenly discovered that the farmer's grandfather's the steps were a little stiff, like old mechanical parts. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Pietro looked at the farmer's legs. It's okay, it's just that the time is coming soon. A smile appeared on the farmer's stiff face. He calmly stared at little Pietro in front of him, walked back to the table step by step with difficulty, and placed the 2 wine glasses on the table. On the table. Seeing Pietro's worried look, the farmer smiled and pushed one of the cups in front of Pietro. "Grandpa, didn't you say that children can't drink?" Pietro looked at the cup in front of him and did not reach out to take it. "You are no longer a child, Pietro, although in front of me, you are still a child at all times." The farmer picked up the wine glass and let the mellow and warm wine flow down his throat to his stomach. He let out a moan of pleasure. There was a brief silence in the farm, with only the sound of the farmer drinking. Pietro thought quietly, then turned to look at the doghouse. The border collie who had grown up with him had disappeared without knowing it, leaving only a mat covered with dog hair. After a long time, Pietro couldn't help but break the silence. "Grandpa, actually I don't belong here, right?" The farmer put down the cup, the expression on his face was still calm, but with a little kindness. "Unfortunately, my son, I cannot tell you the answer to this question. I remember living here every day, but..." Pietro's eyes looked around bit by bit, as if he wanted to imprint every inch of this place in his mind. "But there was a voice inside me telling me that this was not my real life. So, kid, what are your options?" "I don't know," Pietro said in a deep voice, looking straight at the old farmer grandfather in front of him. Time has left countless traces on the old man's face, and his beard and hair have turned white. "Do you want to stay here?" "Of course I do." Pietro stood up. He didn't realize that he was tall enough to look down at the farmer sitting on the stool. "But there was always a voice telling me that I had important things to do." "Then do it, kid." The farmer's voice was very soft, but as heavy as a bell. Pietro's eyes widened. "Can I get out of here?" Seeing Pietro's reaction, the farmer just smiled. "I don't know, I haven't tried to leave here." Hearing this, Pietro was stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Looking at the old farmer who had raised him for many years, Pietro lowered his head and remained silent. Time froze at this moment, and everything on the entire farm came to a standstill. The grass blown by the wind, the butterflies flying among the flowers, and the water droplets sprayed from the showerhead, everything stopped in place. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button, causing the movie being played to freeze at this frame. Everything in the world was controlled by this powerful force and could not operate. After an unknown amount of time, the farmer put down the wine glass in his hand, but Pietro was no longer in front of him. Only the glass filled with beer was left on the table. "Ah, I should put it away. Let's drink it next time." The whole world fell silent. Pietro only felt that his thoughts were drifting unconsciously. He didn't know where he was or how long time had passed. This feeling was like being in a dream, chaotic and silent. It took him a long time to find his fragmented consciousness and gradually merge it together. In an instant, he noticed that his body was attracting him. Countless feelings returned to his body, which were all kinds of information that were difficult to distinguish. His body seemed to transmit a lot of inexplicable information back to his brain. These touches and noises almost made him lose consciousness. Crushed again. Finally, his eyelids trembled and slowly opened, and Pietro's consciousness took over the body. In front of him, Zhang Yijin was holding the steering wheel with one hand and stuffing a piece of ham pizza into his mouth with the other hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Pietro open his eyes, and Zhang Yi spoke vaguely while chewing the food in his mouth. "You're finally awake, would you like something to eat?" "Zhang. Why are you here?" "No, why am I here?" "I remember me, yes, we are fighting President X. I should be dead." "Are you also dead?" Pietro struggled to speak. His super brain was about to explode from the fragmented memory fragments. The countless information left Pietro with no time to process the current situation. "Okay, calm down. I'm not dead, and you're not dead either. Just calm down. We haven't reached a safe place yet." Zhang Yi swallowed what was in his mouth and took another piece of pizza. "Are we not dead?" Pietro was stunned. "How is this possible? No one can escape from President X. No one can escape. What happened?" Seeing that Pietro's mood was extremely unstable, Zhang Yi also understood that if he didn't explain it clearly to him, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the meal well, so he spoke. "Actually, it doesn't matter. President. After I killed him, the power of chaos and mental power tore a hole in reality. The entire military factory was affected by that hole and turned into a strange mirror world, where time and space were in a state of chaos. Pushing open a random door leads to another random place. This caused both the people who died there and the people who were not dead to be in a state of mental confusion. They turned into half-dead creatures. I can't explain what that state looks like. You can understand it as the Walking Dead. They will follow the instructions of the Walking Dead. Instinctively attack the living creatures around you. But this also gave me a good opportunity. I ran out with you before the whole space of the military factory was torn apart. But to be honest, your injuries were too serious, so I could only point my gun at you. Then another soldier who escaped gave you a simple bandage. Having said this, Zhang Yi paused, then looked at Pietro and said. I admit that his medical skills are really poor, but in this case there is really no way to send you to the hospital. The guy said that your legs might grow crooked. I haven't studied medicine, so I can't make sure what he said is right. Later that person tried to sneak attack me but I shot him to death. You can't do anything even if you want to cause trouble for him. Wait a minute. Pietro couldn't help but interrupt Zhang Yi. He stared at Zhang Yi with wide eyes and his voice was trembling. What did you just say? You killed President X. How did you do it? Yes. Zhang Yi shrugged, and then took out the pistol in his arms. The one I used, remember, it was the one you stole from me. It was also my first pistol, the one that killed Nick Fury. No, that's not what I meant. What I asked was how did you do it? That's President X. The entire Avengers Alliance has been fighting him for so many years without success. How did you do it? To be honest, I don't know either. Zhang Yi withdrew his gaze and said seriously, staring at the road in front of him. Maybe he saw something interesting in my mind, and he was deeply involved in it for a while and couldn't extricate himself. Then I killed him. To be honest, I can actually understand him from another perspective. Is it that simple? Pietro couldn't believe it. It's that simple. Zhang Yi nodded. Otherwise, what do you think? Could it be that before I died, my small universe exploded and unlocked unprecedented power? Or maybe I suddenly discovered that I was actually a mutant and very powerful, and then I fought him for 300 rounds with no outcome. When the last two people released their final move, he suddenly figured everything out and discovered his mistake. He finally gave up resistance and was killed by me with one blow. Pietro felt that he had a lot to say, but he didn't know how to say it. The situation is that simple, Pietro. We are not characters in comics who have to engage in big scenes and fiery battles to attract the audience. We are living members of this sad world. You are, I am, same goes for President X, no difference. But, this is too simple. Pietro muttered. He still didn't understand why President X, who had brought fear to the entire country, was solved so easily. Is it simple? I don't think so. Maybe, in this world, I am the only person who can kill President X in this way. Zhang Yi said lightly, without any emotion in his tone. Hearing this, Pietro was slightly startled, and immediately leaned towards the car door. Hey! I saw it, are you starting to be afraid of me? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. Hee. No, I just wanted to change my position after sitting for a long time. Pietro smiled stiffly, and it was only then that he looked at his injured thigh. 2 wooden boards were tied to the legs, and there were circles of gauze wrapped around them. The original white gauze had been soaked with blood, but now it had dried up and turned into a black blood stain. Sensing Pietro's gaze, Zhang Yi spoke. You were seriously injured. The person said that your leg was torn off by a huge force. The pain at that moment was enough to make someone die. Moreover, most people basically have no treatment for this kind of thing. In the end, they have to. It was an amputation, but your ability saved you. Well, my high-speed metabolism allows me to recover from injuries much faster than the average person. Indeed, but it would not be so good if the bones were broken. After all, your ability only allows you to repair it quickly. It will not make your bones grow back to their original positions, so I asked the soldier to give it to you. The leg bones need to be reshaped, otherwise you will end up with a deformed leg when you grow out. Thanks. No matter how polite you are, we are all brothers. Zhang Yi smiled. Are you really not going to eat? I remember that you consumed a lot. If it weren't for the glucose in Nick Fury's safe house, I would have been afraid that you would have starved to death before you even woke up. Hearing this, Pietro took the pizza and started eating it. His eating appearance was ugly, after all, he only had one hand, but no one cared about this at this time. Where are we going next? Pietro asked as he ate. Did you forget the address you gave me? 1407, Grandma King Road in the suburbs of New York. To be honest, if we had known that Professor. Zhang Yi cursed, but he was not angry. Although he encountered all kinds of weird things along the way, fortunately they were all over. This experience will eventually become an interesting memory in his life. The signing website for this book is Chuangshi, and the results are not ideal. Perhaps it is because of its slow popularity and unsatisfactory writing. I was eliminated in the first round of PK recommendations. The editor asked me to prepare it for publication. I was quite sad. Maybe it's the same theme as what I wrote. It's quite hopeless, but I will continue writing. Thanks also to readers of Chidian and other websites. I hope you can continue to support me. I believe gold will always shine, but before it shines, it has not been noticed by more people. How long do we have until we get to New York? Looking at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, Pietro's original nervousness also relaxed a little. It will take a few more hours. In fact, I thought you would be unconscious for a long time. I have already thought about it. If you don't wake up when we get there, I will have to do some physical awakening on you. Pietro didn't need to guess. He knew that the so-called physical awakening was definitely not a gentle way to wake up. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Seeing that Pietro had basically calmed down, Zhang Yi continued. Originally we were able to get to New York this morning, but I don't know who spread the news about President War. Pietro was stunned. Yes, the war started out as just gangs occupying cities and dividing their territory. Later it even evolved into a nationwide melee. Even the governments and military of various states were involved. I heard that a gang raided a military experimental base, where a military experiment codename called Hulk was discovered. What is Hulk? Zhang Yi sighed. If you ask me, I will tell you that in my memory, Hulk is an anti-hero in other worlds. After being irradiated by gamma rays, he has unparalleled terrifying combat power and is almost invincible. He was a villain at first, and then joined the Avengers. But here, the terrifying gamma rays turned him into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. His body underwent stomach-churning mutations. In the end, he was recovered by the military and lay in the laboratory until discovered by those gang members. How could it be like this? Pietro couldn't believe it, and he murmured with emotion. Who knows, from the time I saw the girls in the X-Men turned into bartenders, and the Avengers turned into a rich second generation leading a group of lunatics, I had already predicted that the world was gradually moving towards destroy. Zhang Yi said, looking at the pile of file bags placed next to his calf. Perhaps that is the source of everything and the beginning of this desperate world. It was the Fantastic Four who contributed to the birth of the Age of Heroes in this world. Although the Fantastic Four were not Marvel's first superheroes, they were the first real superhero team. They created this world of heroes. It was also they who opened the curtain on the superhero group. But here, they may be an important part of this sad world. Inside the file bag was a very old evening news and other information. It was a special interview with former astronaut Ben Graham. He described in detail the unknown details about the aviation disaster in the newspaper. Many years ago, he participated in a manned spaceflight project. It was during that project that he met the extremely talented scientist Reed Richards, as well as siblings Susan and Jonathan. Reed is very fascinated by the space program. He is eager to explore the mystery of outer space. After all, the Earth is too small for the universe, and everything in the universe is novel and unknown to humans. He wants to sail to the stars and have an unparalleled adventure, to observe the energy fluctuations of the universe. Although everything was ready, the spacecraft built at that time obviously could not support him to conduct such dangerous research, but Reed couldn't wait that long, and he was ready for everything. One night, Reed came to Ben's door, hoping that Ben could support his ideals and join his great experiment of observing the energy of the universe. He also hoped that Ben could serve as a driver and complete this feat with him. But Ben knew very well that the spacecraft at this time was not stable enough, and it would be too dangerous to start it rashly. As a researcher specializing in aerospace technology and satellite orbit technology, no one knew the dangers of this trip better than him. Once the machine shuts down, even he can't guarantee whether he can bring others back alive. So Ben decisively rejected Reed's request because it was a complete joke on his life safety. What happened after the result makes Ben regret it so much. Reed did not give up because of Ben's refusal, but continued to act according to the plan. Perhaps he felt that even without Ben, a technological master, they themselves would be more than enough. So, Reed took Susan, her brother, and another guy named Doom and flew into space, and soon they were enveloped by the radiation storm of cosmic rays while observing the energy of the universe. Later, the news of the air crash was passed back to the engineering team, and people spent a lot of manpower and material resources to start looking for their whereabouts. Next to the wreckage of their spacecraft, people saw the Susan brother and sister. One of them was burned into a mummy by the terrifying heat. And the other has cells changed by cosmic energy. Susan's entire body can reflect light, which allows her to achieve optical invisibility at any time, but this light reflection makes her blind and completely uncontrollable. Shortly after the bodies of the two siblings were recovered, people discovered Doom's body again. Compared with the first two people, the radiation on Doom's body was more terrifying. It was in a state of changing at any time, and the radiation in his body was the arrangement of matter is constantly changing randomly, which makes it constantly wandering between minerals and living life. Reed was the last one to be discovered. His body was stretched into a rubber band and twisted on the snowfield. When people found him, he had turned into a strangely stretched skeleton. Ben has always felt guilty about this space disaster. If he could persuade Reed to wait a little longer, if he became the pilot of that space program, maybe the four of them will become the real Fantastic Four according to the original script. Zhang Yi sighed silently, and the world may not be what it is now, but he also understood that everything has already happened. There is no regret medicine in this world, and there will be no regret medicine. Time continued to pass, and Zhang-Yi and Pietro finally arrived at their destination. Number 1407 Gremagen Road, this is a private property. From a distance, you can see a historic castle. Fortunately, this is a suburb of New York and is also on private property. No one came here for a while. Otherwise, this building would have been destroyed by the gangsters. No wonder this address sounds so familiar. It turns out this is Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters. Zhang-Yi stopped the car and raised his head to look at this exquisite castle. Do you know this place? Pietro sat in President X's wheelchair and came to Zhang-Yi's side. So, you know, this should be a school established by Professor. Zhang-Yi opened his mouth to explain, but he quickly sneered. Originally, this was where Professor. The two of them walked all the way to the door. The code lock on the door quickly lit up, showing a 6-digit code. Leave it to me. Pietro pushed the wheelchair to the combination lock. I can test all combinations of this combination lock. Good. Zhang-Yi nodded. He was indeed not very good at this kind of decryption work. Pietro's fingers instantly clicked on the screen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, but his movements were very gentle. He was probably afraid that he would damage the password lock screen if he was too fast. Don't worry, just wait for a while. We'll update tonight. Zhang-Yi didn't have to wait too long. After only 5 or 6 minutes, with a click, the gate of the castle moved slowly, opening the entrance to the two of them. Look, let me just say it's not difficult. Pietro waved his hands excitedly, then looked at Zhang-Yi behind him as if he was taking credit. Well done, let's leave here now. Maybe it won't be long before the war spreads to our side. Zhang-Yi nodded slightly and expressed his approval of Pietro. Then he raised his steps and directly went in. The internal structure of this castle is almost the same as what Zhang-Yi guessed. Except for the slight differences in details, the rest is not much different from the castles in previous movies and TV shows. Basically all foreign castles are. It's all a kind of decoration. However, Zhang-Yi didn't know much about the differences in interior decoration styles and the specific cultures of castle styles in different countries. He had never learned this knowledge, so he could only whisper at the extremely gorgeous internal structure. Exclamation, awesome. The castle may have not been taken care of for too long. It is full of filth and mess. The counters with withered plants are covered with dust, and the ancient paintings on the walls are also covered with spider webs. Look, come on, even President X has not been back here for a long time. Where are all the things hidden? Zhang-Yi looked at the surrounding environment. There were huge vases on both sides of the aisle. No, they should be bottle-shaped ornaments. They were as tall as a person. Judging from the style of the bottles, they were somewhat similar to those made in China. The patterns on it are standard landscape paintings. At the bottom of the entire castle, there was originally a wine cellar, but it was transformed by President X into a large collection room. The good news is that there is almost no obstruction there. I don't know if it is because President Defense is everywhere, of course, that was just what I experienced back then, I'm not sure what it will be like now. Just go and take a look and you'll find out. Zhang-Yi and the two were very fast. They didn't pause halfway, but quickly walked through the aisles under the leadership of Pietro. At this time, Zhang-Yi was very excited, and he had an indescribable feeling. He was excited that he could leave this damn world soon, but at the same time he was a little worried, what if the time controller didn't work or was broken, then I might really be trapped here for the rest of my life. With this kind of mood, Zhang-Yi no longer even had the mood to look at the inside of the castle. If it were him before, he would definitely visit the castle and take away a few valuable things from inside. Walking along the dark and cold passage, the two soon came to an elevator built inside the castle. Pietro pressed the switch with familiarity, and the elevator door slowly opened. I hope there are no traps down there. Zhang-Yi said calmly. At the same time, he also prepared a ready posture. Since the steel suit was crushed into pieces by President Pistol inside. Probably not, but if there is really a trap, I will protect you with all my strength. Pietro gave Zhang-Yi a thumbs up, although his somewhat disabled state at the moment made it difficult for Zhang-Yi to have expectations for him. The elevator was running, and the two of them reached the bottom floor with tense spirits. Ding! The elevator signal light turned green, and the automatic door opened immediately. The trap that Zhang-Yi was worried about did not appear. Instead, a long passage appeared in front of Zhang-Yi and the two of them. As the two people walked out of the elevator, the originally dark passage was immediately lit up section by section, from near to far, and finally the entire passage was lit up. Zhang-Yi and Pietro looked at each other, neither of them said anything. Then they still didn't dare to relax. They were ready to face various situations at any time, and walked forward with their feet up. This passage was made of smooth metal, and Zhang-Yi didn't know what it was made of. In short, it didn't look like a product of this era, and it looked a bit like a bank vault. It's spectacular, isn't it? I was shocked when I first came in. I thought I was in an alien spaceship. Pietro said while controlling the wheelchair to move forward. It's okay. Zhang Yi responded in a perfunctory manner. Having watched many movies, he was not too surprised by this. It's just that the environment here reminded him of the mutant base in the X-Men movies. It looked like this. After turning a corner along the passage, a metal door similar to a bank vault door came into Zhang Yi's field of vision. There was a huge X symbol on the door. This is it. Pietro walked towards the door and saw a smart password lock next to the door. In addition to unlocking it with a password, it can also be unlocked with the palm or pupils. This time Pietro took even less time. After only 10 seconds, the metal door made a harsh friction sound and moved towards both sides. Sure enough, this is really the base of the X-Men, but in this world, it has been transformed by the crazy president. There are good things out there that can be sold for a lot of money on the black market. In addition to the useless Book of Darkness and the Book of Emperor Wei Shan, Zhang Yi also saw Captain America's shield with a 6-pointed star pattern, Iron Man's helmet visor, Hawkeye's bow and arrow, and Hank Pym's unfinished Ant-Man suit, and even a Mjolnir. In this world, there are actually two guys who claim to be Thor. One is Thor who joined the Avengers. He holds an indestructible hammer and claims to be the real Thor, but this god died by Patriot missile bombing. And the hammer in his hand is not as magical as the legend says. At least his hammer can be kept here as a trophy, which is enough to show that this hammer is a fake that anyone can pick up. Another man who called himself Thor was the old man who founded the Thor cult, but he was dragged to the street and shot dead by security guards who were fighting against the cult. In short, in this world, those who claim to be able to use magic, witchcraft, or divine power will basically not end well. Here, Zhang, what you are looking for is here. While Zhang Yi was immersed in observing these magical items, Pietro stopped at a counter not far away and shouted to Zhang Yi. Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately stopped thinking about these things and came to Pietro's side. Following the direction Pietro pointed, Zhang Yi saw the tablet-sized machine with an orange clock carved on the back. It was exactly the same as Miss Time in his memory. That's it. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed a little. He suddenly picked up the time controller and clicked on it with his fingers. At the touch of a finger, the time controller lights up instantly, and a picture appears on the screen. It is the real Miss Time, a two-dimensional animation product. However, this time Miss Time was not like Zhang Yi remembered from the American TV series Rocky. She slowly opened her eyes, her pupils faintly turned to Zhang Yi's position, her eyes were cold and scary. Even if it was Zhang Yi, he couldn't help but feel a chill when he was stared at by such eyes. /U0026, %/U0026 asterisk failed, /U0026 asterisk, error %#. Like the hoarse radio waves emitted by an old radio station, Miss Time's mouth opened and closed, emitting various noisy, inaudible and weird sounds, as if they were the language of other planets, and like the rewinding of a sentence. Miss Time, take us out of here. Zhang Yi's heart tightened and he couldn't help but say. If this broken game is really broken, then all the efforts I have made before will be in vain. As soon as the words fell, Miss Time's chaotic and strange voice suddenly stopped. Then, there seemed to be a trace of human emotion in her eyes. God knows how Zhang Yi and Pietro could see emotions in the eyes of an animated product. Fluctuating. Do you know me? Miss Time finally said the first words that could be understood. That is not the language of any country, but a sound similar to biowaves, which can make any intelligent creature understand the meaning she wants to express. Yes, I know you, take me out of here. Zhang Yi said seriously while holding the time controller. Miss Time stared at Zhang Yi blankly, as if she was learning and understanding the meaning of Zhang Yi's words, but also as if the machine responded too slowly and could not process too much information. Seeing this, Zhang Yi urged again. I know you can open the time channel. Quick, take us out of this world. Zhang Yi's brows furrowed deeply. He had never encountered such a situation before. Pietro on the side also remained quiet, not daring to disturb the conversation between Zhang Yi and Miss Time, even though he wanted to speak. I don't know how long it took, but Miss Time reacted. She stiffly smiled a big smile, which was considered a smile for the time being. Then a flash of purple barrier quickly expanded from the feet of Zhang Yi's Pietro. As you wish. In an instant, the light and shadow around him changed, and Zhang Yi didn't even have time to react. Even Pietro, who possessed super speed, did not immediately come to rescue. In just 1/100th of a second, Zhang Yi felt his body tremble, and then his consciousness and body suddenly fell down. Zhang Yi's consciousness of survival made him look up, and then he discovered to his horror that he was like a camera falling into the bottom of the sea, falling downwards at an extremely fast speed. In addition to watching the sunlight on the sea gradually go away from him, except, there is no other way. Zhang Yi turned around and glanced at Pietro's position. If he remembered correctly, Pietro should have fallen into the purple light and shadow like himself. But what surprised Zhang Yi was that his perspective seemed to be fixed. It's impossible to move at all. Immediately afterwards, everything faded into the distance, and all observable matter and light around him disappeared. Only Zhang Yi's own consciousness was left, floating in the boundless darkness. What is this place? Zhang Yi wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't feel his body at all, and even the most basic sense of touch and taste had disappeared, which made him instinctively feel a wave of fear. But soon, Zhang Yi forced himself not to think wildly, let alone have any fear. The most important thing now was to think about why he came here and was in such a strange state. Where is this place? He should have been teleported away by missed time. Why did he enter the endless darkness? The most important thing is where his body went. If the portal hadn't separated his soul consciousness from his body in an instant, there would have been only one possibility: he should be in a dream at this time. Perhaps this was the only explanation. Zhang Yi was not a top student, and he knew nothing about physics. He could not explain his current state in a scientific way, and could only guess based on the most similar situations he had experienced. So this feeling at this time is undoubtedly the most similar to the feeling in dreams. Suddenly, a glimmer of light came from behind him. Zhang Yi felt that something was shining behind him, and the light was getting stronger and stronger, but he could not control his vision, let alone turn his head to see what was behind him. Just when Zhang Yi was a little anxious, he suddenly felt that his vision had shifted slightly. Zhang Yi was a little confused, but he quickly noticed that he was actually turning his vision. Although it was very slow, he was definitely moving. It is indeed turning back. Light gradually appeared from the right, and Zhang Yi's gaze slowly shifted from the darkness to the direction from which the light came. At first, there were just some faint starlights, a ribbon like the Milky Way where streams of light converged, shining in the darkness. As the angle of view became wider and wider, Zhang Yi discovered that it was not one piece, but countless pieces of flowing silk. They were composed of stars, and they were like mirror fragments reflecting countless chaotic time and space, blending and converging into a huge tree. Tree. World tree. This is the first word that comes to Zhang Yi's mind, but although it is very vivid, it is still incomparable with the grand and spectacular scene in front of him. It is not a world tree composed of multiple worlds and planets, but more like a terrifying time stream attracted and combined by countless multiverses. Subsequently, these lights grew larger and larger. At first, they were just dazzling starlight in front of him. After a while, Zhang Yi even felt that many similar starlight ribbons appeared around him. Countless stars filled Zhang Yi's sight, and the astonishing light made Zhang Yi unable to help but close his eyes. Next moment. Ding! Ringing bell. Snap! A burst of noisy sounds reached his ears, along with the pain on his body and Pietro's screams beside him. Opening his eyes again, the light returned to Zhang Yi's field of vision. The surrounding environment he saw was an empty alley. Several wild cats quickly jumped out of the trash can and disappeared around the corner. Ah! My legs! Just as Zhang Yi was observing the situation around him, a cry of pain brought Zhang Yi back to his senses. He turned around and saw Pietro falling to the ground and his wheelchair overturned. Pietro, are you okay? Zhang Yi climbed up and quickly came to Pietro regardless of the pain in his body. It's okay. Pietro held his injured thigh. You didn't tell me our journey would be so exciting. I almost broke my soon-to-be-well leg again. You can still talk so much. It seems that your injury is not serious. Zhang Yi was rude, but his heart was relieved. He lifted up the wheelchair and then turned around to help Pietro. It doesn't matter, I can do it myself. This is a good thing, isn't it? At least it proves that my leg is really healing soon, otherwise it wouldn't be so sensitive. It should take a few hours to heal. I guess, not at the latest it'll be past sunrise tomorrow. Pietro struggled to get up with a limp and sat on the wheelchair. For some reason, Zhang Yi felt that this guy talked a lot. It seemed that he had learned that President X was dead. This was a good thing, Pietro. At least Luo is not as decadent as before. That's not bad. I thought it would take a few months. Zhang Yi looked at Pietro's legs. They were tightly wrapped and looked the same as before. Super speed, remember, I am a speedster. As long as the injury is not fatal, I can usually recover within a week. This is too slow for me. Pietro smiled playfully, but he glanced around and looked at Zhang Yi asked. So, we succeeded? Hearing Pietro's question, Zhang Yi slowly picked up the time controller that fell on the ground and nodded slightly. Ah, it should be successful. The time controller is not an ordinary thing. It has the power to travel through the multiverse, so no matter where this is, we have left the previous universe at this time. With Zhang Ye's confirmation, Pietro's breathing became rapid. He seemed to be very excited inside, and his body was trembling slightly. I really can't believe we actually succeeded. No one has ever been able to activate this device before. How did you do it? I don't know either. He took a deep look at the time controller in his hand. The black screen reflected Zhang Yi's face. Thinking back to the experience just now, Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. Zhang, are you okay? Seeing that Zhang Yi was in a bad state, Pietro poked Zhang Yi's arm with his hand. I'm fine. The most important thing now is to take a look at the situation in this world. Don't forget that we are undercover in this world. For the sake of safety, let's collect information about this world first. After waving his hand, Zhang Yi walked behind Pietro. Although the two of them were dirty, they were generally fine. Even if they bumped into someone, they wouldn't attract too much attention. Hearing the sound and looking for a busier direction, Zhang Yi pushed his wheelchair and walked slowly along the dark alley with Pietro towards the streets full of sunshine and laughter. Watching the sun-drenched streets getting closer and closer, Pietro's heart became more and more excited. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt this kind of light that brought warmth and comfort to people. And Zhang Yi's always tense face finally showed a slight smile. Listening to the increasingly clear sounds of play and laughter, Zhang Yi's originally heavy heart gradually relaxed. Finally, the two of them walked out of the gloomy and claustrophobic alley and came to the lively and bustling street. Countless pedestrians were walking on the street, a few teenagers on skateboards were walking quickly through the crowd, and some women in old attire were trotting quickly with coffee in hand, rushing towards their destinations. Everyone has their own unique personality. My own goals, everything is so natural. Zhang Yi raised his smile unconsciously. Looking at the busy street, Zhang Yi even wanted to shout loudly to vent all the anxiety and pain he had felt during this period. Although this was not much different from the foreign streets in his memory, Zhang Yi still felt it was very novel. At this moment, he could finally experience the beauty of another world with peace of mind. Without the terrifying pressure on him, Zhang Yi was eager to enjoy the services of a foreign country. Turning his gaze, Zhang Yi looked at the big screen on the high-rise building, where advertisements for various novel brands were being shown. But the next moment, Zhang Yi's smile suddenly froze, and his entire face became stiff. I saw this line of city slogans written in colorful letters on the huge electronic screen of the building in the distance. Welcome to Metropolis. Guess which universe it is, there will be an update soon. Great Metropolis. Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and soon a pain hit him. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw, and then continued to look at the big screen. The text on the screen did not change at all, it was still the same blessing. But the blessing containing good wishes made Zhang Yi feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave at this moment, and Zhang Yi even felt that his hands and feet were a little numb. In Zhang Yi's memory, there is no city in the world called Metropolis, because this city is simply fictional. New York is where he and Iron Man are, Queens is where Spider-Man is, and Brooklyn is where Captain America was born. Totally different. Metropolis is a fictional city through and through. As for the universe with the city of Metropolis, Zhang Yi has only one and only one in his mind, the DC Multiverse. Metropolis is known as the city shrouded in light. Here, all darkness no longer exists. There is only one reason, that is, in the DC universe, the appearance of Metropolis is often accompanied by another character, the one with a being whose power is comparable to that of a god, Superman. Unlike other superheroes, Superman's life on Earth is like a human living on a planet made of paper. Every move he makes will destroy this fragile world, so he must control his power and let the planet can sustain itself safely. It is precisely because of this that there are really few threats to Superman's existence, so that when other superheroes save the world and appear in newspapers, Superman can only make headlines by rescuing cats from high places. Generally speaking, the DC universe is not far different from the Marvel universe, and both are bathed in the glory of heroes. However, this was not so good for Zhang Yi at this time. Perhaps in the movies and comics, Zhang Yi could happily watch various events happening in the universe, but when Zhang Yi came to this world in person, when I saw the world, I felt a chill from head to toe. No one will like the restart that happens at any time, and no one will like the terrifying collapse of combat power in this world. How is it possible? Why did you come to the DC universe? Zhang Yi murmured, his heart lifted again after he had put it down, and he suddenly took out the time controller from his pocket. Miss Time, get us out of here. His fingers quickly clicked on the screen, and Zhang Yi's mentality collapsed. However, this time, Miss Time in his memory did not appear. Instead, a red battery appeared on the screen. It seemed to indicate that the machine was out of power. The battery icon flashes twice and then disappears. Out of battery? How could it be? No matter how Zhang Yi clicked, the screen of the time controller was still dark, with Zhang Yi's anxious face reflected on it. Zhang, what happened? Did we encounter any problems? Sensing that something was wrong with Zhang Yi, Pietro turned back and looked at Zhang Yi. Hearing this, Zhang Yi stopped what he was doing. He looked at Pietro's worried face. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he quickly put the time controller back into his pocket. The next moment, Zhang Yi smiled. It's okay, Pietro, everything is under control. Metropolis is located in Delaware on the east coast of Eagle Country. Its creative prototypes come from New York City and Manhattan City. It belongs to a coastal island city, not far from Gotham City, another fictional city. From the top of the tallest building in Metropolis, you can even see Gotham Port across the sea. However, compared with Metropolis, a city that is always full of light, Gotham City is probably its opposite. Pushing Pietro to a relatively poor hotel, Zhang-Yi quickly took out the money from his pocket, paid for 3 days' stay, and found the corresponding room under the guidance of the boss. The room was not big, with only 2 small beds and nothing else, not even a TV. However, judging from the decoration style of the hotel, Zhang-Yi was not too surprised by the very poor facilities inside. Zhang-Yi helped Pietro to the bed and covered him with a quilt. Then he did not sit down but spoke. "You have a good sleep here first. It will help speed up the repair of your legs. I will go out to get some information and bring you some food when I come back." "Really? Then you won't be in danger, right?" Pietro sat up from the bed. "Don't worry, it's safe here." Zhang-Yi smiled, then turned and walked towards the door. "Open." Just when Zhang-Yi walked to the door and opened it, Pietro suddenly stopped him. Hearing the voice, Zhang-Yi turned around and looked at Pietro with some doubts, and Pietro smiled back at him. "Thank you, you fulfilled your promise." Hearing this, Zhang-Yi did not answer, but nodded calmly, then walked out and closed the door. All the way out of the hotel, Zhang-Yi was thinking about some things about the DC universe, but the battles that frequently destroyed the world still made him tremble. God knows how Batman got into those monsters. There is not much money in his pocket. Although the 2 universes are in different eras, the money is the same. In addition, Zhang-Yi's timeline is earlier than this world's, so the money he took can be spent. At this time, Zhang-Yi really regretted why he didn't pick up valuable things from President. There is only 1 gun left. This is also what Zhang-Yi is most worried about. He is a gangster. Although he can go to a small hotel where his identity is not checked for housing other matters, if he is stopped by the police for investigation, his gangster information will be directly exposed. In addition to this, there is a more important point. Zhang-Yi urgently wants to know what kind of universe this world is. It would be fine if it is just the main universe or a general universe, but if it is some universe that he does not understand at all, then the situation between himself and Pietro would become extremely dangerous. If you want to investigate some information about this universe, newspapers and the internet are often the most important links. Just like what Zhang-Yi did before, it is nothing more than being a scavenger for a while. With this thought, Zhang-Yi walked onto the street and walked towards a newsstand. Sudden. A burst of electronic fluctuations swept through, and Zhang-Yi felt a brief tinnitus in his ears. The next moment, all the surrounding screens fell into darkness. Not only the big screens in the high-rise buildings, but also the mobile phone screens in the hands of passers-by beside Zhang-Yi. The same goes for the TVs and the street windows, and soon it happened without anyone knowing. When something happened, it quickly lit up and turned into a snowflake shape. Seeing what happened in this short moment, almost everyone stopped. They looked at the snow screen in confusion, not knowing what happened. Zhang-Yi also frowned, stared at the screen on the building and took 2 steps forward, as if he wanted to see it more clearly. Then, not long after, the snowflake-shaped screen emitted a tingling electromagnetic sound. Immediately, a man's face slowly emerged from the screen, but there were still snowflakes on the screen, making the man's face looming. "Did I come from a distant planet?" The voice was rough and harsh, but one could understand what he was saying. "That I crossed the stars and came to this planet. For a long time your planet sheltered one of my people." Seeing this scene, Zhang Ye's pupils shrank suddenly. General Zod. For a moment, Zhang Yi seemed to be dragged into a small world of his own. The noisy and chaotic sounds around him gradually faded away, leaving only Zhang Yi calmly staring at General Zod, who was still talking on the screen. "So, this is the DC cinematic universe." Zhang Yi frowned deeply, with mixed feelings in his heart. Generally speaking, the movie universe is basically much safer than the comic or animated universe. Because of the live-action version and the high cost of special effects, most movie versions of the superhero world will be weakened, making the characters in it far less scary than in the comics. However, the DC movie universe is obviously an exception. Judging from the performance of the movie, Zhang Yi doesn't think he has any chance to resist when facing the monsters in this world. You know, in the comics, Captain Boomerang, an ordinary person, can even fight against the Flash. The Arrowverse Captain Boomerang can also be a slight threat to Arrow and the Flash. But in the movie universe, Captain Boomerang, a well-known villain among ordinary people, can kill the Flash in a single encounter. So if you calculate it, it is known that the Flash is not even capable of confronting Superman, and ordinary people are basically killed in front of the Flash. This is enough to see how many villains in this world can compete with Superman. Fear. Not to mention Zhang Yi himself, even with Quicksilver Pietro, Zhang Yi probably wouldn't be able to completely guarantee his own safety. The battle between General Zod and Superman almost destroyed half of the metropolitan area. The aftermath of a battle of that level could kill a whole group of people. Even Batman had to watch from below. Ordinary people would. How can I intervene? Moreover, this universe is far from as beautiful as imagined. Like other DC universes, this broken place still cannot escape the fate of being restarted. If you remember correctly, the scene that happened at this time should be the plot in Superman, Man of Steel. General Zod spent 50 years coming to Earth in order to find the genetic engineering that stores all the genetic samples of Krypton. Just to find Superman. In this storyline, when Superman was born, Superman's father injected all the genetic samples and stocks of Krypton into Superman's body and sent him to the Earth. This also attracted General Zod and the Earth. Fundamental reasons for development. It seems that we have to find a way to leave the metropolis as soon as possible. Zhang Yi quickly thought of a countermeasure, and then turned around and walked towards the hotel regardless of the exclamation and fear of the people around him because of the appearance of General Zod. Since you already know the universe you are currently in, there is no need to rush to collect information. Generally speaking, as the first step of the DC movie universe, this universe is still very safe in this timeline. Anyway, General Zod has Superman to take care of him. All he has to do is hurry up and leave here. If they hit them, it won't affect him, so he'll be fine. Although Darkseid will appear in the future, and there is a high probability that this planet will be destroyed by Darkseid, and then the Flash will travel through the timeline to restart it, but that will only be a few years later, and there is still a lot of time left for him. Long. Just in time, at this time, I have to think of a way to figure out why the time controller sent me to this universe. The DC universe and the Marvel universe are two completely different worlds. Although both universes have superheroes and the concepts of multiverses and parallel universes, in the end, these two universes are completely different. Their universes there are huge differences in laws, conservation of energy, and concepts of creation. Taking out the time controller from his pocket and looking at the still unresponsive screen, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the two universes are not without communication. At least in comics, Zhang Yi has read several comic publications jointly launched by the two companies. The most famous among them is the comic Justice League vs. Avengers. However, it is a complete comic book, which is equivalent to reading for fun. But now, when Zhang Yizhen has personally experienced the transition from Marvel to DC, he has to pay attention to it. If Marvel time and DC time are really interoperable, then it is definitely not that simple and easy. The two worlds have a huge multiverse and cannot be so closely intertwined. In other words, the two worlds can truly be interoperable. There isn't really much to the universe. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but recall that during his time travel, he saw the huge, multiverse world tree composed of starlight. If that world tree was compared to the Marvel universe, then the same thing would happen. There will also be a world tree belonging to the DC universe. These two world trees are both composed of multiverses developed in different timelines, and they are still developing, expanding, influencing, and colliding with each other. In the end, there will always be several multiverse timelines that will be entangled. And this is also the initial place where the two independent timelines of the multiverse world tree are connected. These multiverses that have been mistakenly entangled will become anchors, deepening the connection between the two different universes. So if you think about it this way, it's not that the two universes created a passage, but that one of Marvel's infinite multiverses happened to be connected to one of the lines in the DC universe, which ultimately led to this wrong time travel. Zhang Yi touched his chin. He was not a top student, so he didn't know much about this kind of advanced physics. He could only make guesses in a way that was relatively close to what he saw and heard. After all, this was his first time encountering this kind of thing. Before traveling through time, he even thought that those comics were fictional products and could not possibly come true. When Zhang Yi thought about this, he suddenly thought of something even more horrifying. If I remember correctly, DC Comics and the Monster Universe also had a linkage in the previous life, and the Justice League and the two universes of Godzilla and King Kong will also be entangled. In addition, Marvel also has the Predator fighting Wolverine. Is it possible? Zhang Yi didn't dare to think about it anymore. He just felt that his situation was extremely dangerous and his mind was very confused. After experiencing so many things in a short period of time, Zhang Yi felt that the pressure on him was getting bigger and bigger. It's better to go back and have a good sleep first. It's useless to think about it anymore. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi threw all the messy things in his mind aside, then turned around and turned into a small alley. This small alley is a shortcut back to the hotel. Generally, no one walks here. Only some scavengers or people living nearby take this road. At this time, there are very few pedestrians on the street, only Zhang Yi and a pair of twins walked towards me. Zhang Yi rubbed his temples and tried not to think about what was and was not. The most important thing for him at the moment was to have a good rest. In order to rush on the road, Zhang Yi drove all the way and did not dare to rest when he passed through the war zone. Yimen only relaxed now, his eyes already filled with bloodshot eyes. The two men walking towards each other looked like twins. They were muttering something in a low voice. Zhang Yi subconsciously stepped aside to let them pass. But just when the two sides were crossing each other, Zhang Yi, who was already very tired, suddenly heard a sentence, and this sentence made Zhang Yi shiver instantly. The whole person instantly became energetic. That I don't know. General Zod. That we're going to assemble the Justice League. Turning around suddenly, Zhang Ye's originally relaxed expression suddenly became tense. Assemble the Justice League. When General Zod invaded the Justice League, Batman was completely unprepared. He had no choice but to watch the battlefield on the ground and feel powerless. The Flash tried his best to save only one child. As for Wonder Woman and Aquaman, one was hiding in the crowd at this time and the other was drinking alcohol on the beach and had no involvement in this battle, let alone the black boy who was still a rugby player and had not been motherboxed yet. Transformed into a steel frame. And the most important thing is that without any outside intervention, no one will know the name Justice League at all, let alone want to gather the members of the Justice League in advance, because that will happen in the future. So for that guy to say something like this, it means that that guy, like me, is not an aboriginal of this universe at all. Twin. No. That's not a twin at all. That is a person who lives in two timelines, or in other words, an intervener from another timeline. He is destroying this original timeline and making it evolve into a part of the multiverse. There are not many people in the DC universe who can do this. After all, interfering with the timeline is an extremely dangerous thing. But it happens that there is such a being who often does this, and every big event will be pulled out to offer sacrifices to heaven or to put an end to it. What's even more coincidental is that in Zhang Yi's memory, before he traveled through time, this scene actually happened in the DC movie universe. Zhang Yi stared at the two young figures who were drifting away, feeling that his lips were a little dry. This is not the timeline of Superman and Man of Steel at all, this timeline is the Flashpoint universe in the damn Flash movie version. This Flashpoint universe was created because the Flash, Barry Allen, traveled back in time and interfered with the original timeline in order to save his mother. Since this timeline was artificially created, the world was extremely unstable. It is about to develop into a world doomed to destruction. Just like the branches on a towering tree, there are many multiverses that are constantly being born and developing. However, if there are too many, it can easily cause chaos in the multiverse, leading to the collision of two or more universes. Destroy. Therefore, in the development stage of the multiverse, many universes are destined to be destroyed to ensure the safety of other multiverses. They are like pruned branches, worlds that will be abandoned no matter what. However, most of these universes are created by accident, and their birth and destruction are just like laws. However, if someone artificially interferes with the development of the timeline, it will instantly destroy the linear development of the original timeline, thereby creating a parallel world that is extremely unstable and out of control. There are not many people with this kind of power, but once they do it, it will have extremely terrifying effects. Their interference in the timeline will create a time paradox, a fulcrum, an absolute time node, formed by personal actions, which cannot be broken in any case, and this universe is destined to die. The Flash traveled back in time to save his mother. This seemingly small move formed an independent fulcrum, which allowed him to directly change the entire universe, not only the new future, but also directly rewrite the past. This resulted in Zeus in this universe not giving birth to Wonder Woman. Neptune's parents had never met. Superman was intercepted when leaving Krypton. He never landed on Earth. Instead, the one who came to Earth became his cousin Supergirl. And all of this is due to the Flash's modification of the timeline, and this world will eventually be destroyed when General Zod comes to Earth. Because at this moment, no one will stand up to defeat General Zod. No one on Earth can stop General Zod. Watching the two Barry Allens gradually disappear on the street corner, Zhang Yi couldn't calm down for a long time. He thought he still had a few years to make a good plan, but he didn't expect that he was caught off guard by the reality. It only took a few days from the time General Zod appeared on Earth, to the time he killed and seized the central book from Supergirl, and then started the Genesis engine to transform the Earth. It can be seen that there is not much time left for yourself. Fake. Can't you let me have a good rest for a while? Zhang Yi punched the wall hard. After thinking about his current situation, Zhang Yi felt even more headache. He did not go after Barry Allen directly, because even if he found the two of them, it would not change the fact that all this would happen. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this universe. It didn't take long in total. I was either escaping or on the way to escape. I'm really convinced. Zhang Yi returned to the hotel and looked at Pietro who had already fallen asleep. Zhang Yi also lay on the other bed. He hadn't thought about it carefully before, so when he traveled through time, Zhang Yi failed to take away anything that could improve his combat effectiveness from the ruined Marvel universe. The only useful steel suit was crushed by President X. After reflection, Zhang Yi decided that it would be impossible to make another unprepared time travel this time. Although the world is about to be destroyed in the hands of General Zod, there are many effective treasures here. If they can be taken away together, Zhang Yi can be considered to have a certain ability to protect himself. But before that, Zhang Yi decided to have a good sleep in order not to die suddenly in the middle of starting his business. Time passed bit by bit. General Zod's warning to the Earth attracted the attention of various countries around the world. This was the first time that people personally experienced the arrival of aliens on the Earth, which caused this incident to instantly arouse great discussion throughout the Earth. Many people think that the alien can be handed over in exchange for peace with the Kryptonians. However, more people are curious if there are really aliens in the world, and there are still aliens. If we live on Earth, will there be more aliens living on Earth? No one can answer this question for them, because even Zhang-Yi at this time cannot guarantee that Martian Manhunter or Green Lantern are still on Earth. If according to the development of this universe, this planet will definitely be destroyed, then those heroes that might have existed, like Aquaman and Wonder Woman, will not appear or be born. At the same time, various countries began to vigorously search for the Kryptonian compatriot General Zod mentioned. However, after more than 10 hours, there were no clues. The morning sun gradually rises and shines on the Earth. However, this seemingly beautiful weather does not make people happy physically and mentally, because General Zod's spacecraft has entered the Earth's atmosphere. Like a sharp blade, hanging above everyone's head. Perhaps because he was too tired, Zhang-Yi slept for 17 hours. The sun had not set outside before going to bed, and it was still bright outside when he woke up. I originally thought that this period of wandering around would make me sleep poorly and have all kinds of nightmares, but in fact, my sleep was very comfortable, and I didn't have any dreams until dawn. Apart from being a little uncomfortable due to sleeping for too long, Zhang-Yi felt great all over. Pietro, what time is it? Zhang-Yi got up from the bed in a daze, stretched and said. However, his words did not receive any answer. Zhang-Yi raised his eyebrows and turned around, only to see Pietro sitting on the bed with his back to him, wearing headphones and doing something unknown. A bottle of Coke. Earphone. Cola. Zhang-Yi was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes. In the originally empty room, several large boxes were piled up in the corner. Judging from the packaging, they should be various snacks. There were also several large boxes of Coke on the floor. They were obviously new and unopened. In addition, there were several mobile phones randomly placed on the bed, while Pietro was playing with a computer. Zhang-Yi got out of bed with his mouth twitching. He looked at the things on the floor and didn't know where to start. As if hearing the movement behind him, Pietro turned around and took off his earphones. Zhang, wake up. Let me tell you, this world is amazing. There are so many games that I haven't played before. You boy. Zhang-Yi covered his face. Don't think about it. Pietro must have brought these things from somewhere. With his speed, it's not too surprising that he can do this. It seems that Pietro's my legs are really healed. Is there anything to eat? Zhang-Yi knew that Pietro was too excited when he arrived in a new environment. Although stealing was a bad behavior, now was obviously not a good time to correct his values. There are some. What do you want to eat? I have pizza and burgers here. If you want Chinese food, I can go and get it for you now. I'll be back in 10 seconds. It's just a blind box Chinese food. Okay, pull it down, I can just eat something. Zhang-Yi hurriedly stopped Pietro who was about to try. Opening a box of pizza, it was still steaming. It seemed that Pietro had just gotten these things back. I don't care where these things come from. I just want to know how you managed to carry so many things with one hand. If you can't finish it in one move, just move it a few more times. Pietro happily stood on the bed and jumped. This world is so wonderful. There are no superpowers, no dictatorial President X, no despairing world, and most importantly, no mutants. Then you are really thinking too much. Zhang-Yi shook his head helplessly and said casually. Listen Pietro, I don't want to dampen your excitement, but there's something I want to tell you. We won't stay in this world for long. We will leave this universe after recharging the machine. Leave here, why? Pietro heard this and suddenly felt lost. I haven't finished playing the game yet. There are so many interesting things here, not only arcade games, but also standalone games and even online games. I haven't tried them yet. There's nothing we can do about it, but what you said should exist in other universes. As for why we can't stay in this universe permanently, that's because. I know. Pietro said immediately before Zhang-Yi could finish. It's because we are not in the original timeline, so if we stay here for a long time, we will be rejected by the timeline and will keep traveling through various timelines in this universe. Forehead. Zhang-Yi opened his mouth and then said speechlessly. Although I don't know when you knew so much about physics, what you are talking about should be time slippage or time detachment. As far as I know, we have left the original timeline, so there is a high probability that that won't happen. Ah, I thought of another one. Pietro continued, holding up a finger. Then it must be because we have come to a different universe, and our bodies do not match the dimensions of this universe. If we stay in this universe for a long time, we will die, right? Well, what you are talking about is the quantum repulsion effect of parallel universes, but we came here through the time controller of the Time Variation Administration. It is a reasonable time travel, so this kind of thing should not happen. That's it, then I'll think about it again. Okay, don't think about it. It has nothing to do with quantum mechanics, nor does it have anything to do with the multiverse or world dimensions. The reason why we want to leave here is very simple. It's because this world is about to end. Understand, it is about to be destroyed. This world is going to be destroyed. Pietro opened his mouth. How is this possible? This world is so good. There is no war, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and there are delicious food and games. Who would destroy this place? Zhang-Yi slapped himself on the face. Please, when you went out to carry these things back in the morning, didn't you have time to stop and watch the news? You went out so many times and didn't know about the things that the whole world is talking about now. That's what you said. Pietro smiled awkwardly. I've been busy avoiding surveillance, and if I stop stealing, I'll be caught soon. Alas. Zhang-Yi walked helplessly in front of Pietro, straightened his laptop, and then opened a news homepage and saw the real-time monitoring of General Zod's Kryptonian spacecraft hovering. Have you seen this alien spaceship? Maybe this planet will not be destroyed in the war, but our situation in the universe is not safe. There is a guy named Zod on this spaceship, and he is about to destroy this planet. A planet. Listening to Zhang-Yi's words, Pietro stared closely at the screen on the computer. To be honest, the spaceship was indeed very oppressive. Is there no one on this planet who can stop this? Pietro couldn't believe that such a big planet could be destroyed by a spaceship. It could have been possible. There was originally an organization called the Justice League on this planet. You can understand it as another Avengers. If they were there, they could indeed stop Zod, but unfortunately, in this universe, most of the members of the League were not born, and the rest did not gain superpowers. How so? Because this universe is a parallel world created by human intervention, I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, you can understand that no one in this universe can stop this. Zhang-Yi spread his hands. Even with the two of us, we can't do it. Zhang-Yi did not lie to Pietro on this point. As the General of Krypton, General Zod is very powerful. Even though he was not used to the yellow sun for a while when he first came to Earth, he soon got used to it, and with the blessing of the sun's light, he became a god of destruction. The existence of destruction. Superman, or Kryptonians, their main source of power is the yellow sun. The sunlight of the yellow sun can change their cells, turning them into bodies of steel, and awakening their biological stance, allowing them to gain terrifying strength, speed, reflexes, etc. Wait, you can even shoot lasers from your eyes. Their abilities are so powerful that people will feel numb. If they grow to their peak, even the old gods on the earth will temporarily avoid the edge. This can also be seen how powerful the Kryptonians are, and they want to stop Zod. Not an easy thing. Wouldn't it be possible to use nuclear bombs? Those Kree people were killed by nuclear bombs. Pietro asked curiously, recalling the alien invasion in his own universe and the Kree people who became prisoners. It's not that easy. Nuclear bombs will indeed cause harm to the Kryptonians, but they are different from the Kree. The Kryptonians' single-body combat capabilities are extremely terrifying. It is not sure whether the nuclear bombs can hit them. Besides, even if they are on Huang Yang's home court, whether it can kill Zod with a head-on hit is another matter. Zhang Yi shook his head. In fact, he was also thinking about whether there was a way to stop General Zod, but obviously, according to the descriptions in his memory, there were not that many ways to stop General Zod at the moment. The first is Superman. Superman can break General Zod's neck. The main reason is that Superman has grown up on the Earth since he was a child and has been exposed to the sun for 30 years. His body has been strengthened to an extremely terrifying stage. It is far from normal. General Zod, who just came to Earth, can rival him. At the beginning, he was suppressed and beaten by General Zod and the female adjutant. That was because the other party was a general who had been in the gene pool for fighting since his birth. Their combat experience directly crushed Superman. But later, Superman used his super brain to continuously learn and adapt to various battles, and slowly suppressed General Zod. In the end, although he was very reluctant, he killed General Zod in order to protect mankind. But now, there is no Superman on the Earth at this time, only a little girl who has been imprisoned for 20 years without seeing the sun. Although she is also a Kryptonian, and like General Zod, she has just been strengthened by the yellow sun, but let her, and if a battle-hardened general fights head-on, he will undoubtedly die. In fact, she did die. Although Supergirl Kara exerted good suppressive power in her rage, she actually did not cause any effective damage. Even if she fought together with the help of the Flash, she still could not escape death. Fate. It's no wonder, there is a huge gap in attributes, and it's normal to not be able to beat them. So even if the Justice League is really formed, Zhang Yi doesn't think they can defeat Zod without Superman. Refer to the fact that the entire Justice League was suppressed and beaten by the newly resurrected Superman. What's more, without the arrival of Big Flash, Little Flash would not have been born in this world. This universe is a closed-loop universe from beginning to end. Because the Big Flash traveled back in time to save his mother, and he came here because the future Little Flash kicked him halfway. The reason why he came was not because of anything else, but because of the Little Flash. If the Flash wants to obtain the Speed Force, he must get help from the Big Flash. According to the evolution of this universe, the Little Flash who has not experienced the pain of losing his mother will not experience the fated lightning accident at all, so naturally he will not become the Flash, and there will be no Reverse Flash. But the timeline is so fragile. The future Little Flash takes action with this time remnant, causing the Big Flash to come to this universe and allowing the Little Flash to gain the Speed Force. In this way, the future Little Flash is born. It's logical. At this point, the entire universe timeline has become a closed loop. It is precisely because of this closed loop that should not exist that the universe collapsed due to the Big Flash's wanton actions. Several parallel universes around it are in danger, and they will be affected and destroyed if they are not careful. Of course, this is not to blame for the future Little Flash. After all, his original intention is good. He just wants to save his world from being destroyed by General Zod, so he travels through the timeline again and again. But it's not that simple. If you want to defeat a Kryptonian, without absolute combat power, you can only rely on the help of kryptonite. Kryptonite, as the name suggests, is the debris of the planet that carried radiation after the destruction of Krypton. Although the debris of a planet sounds quite a lot, it is only a drop in the ocean in the entire universe. If I remember correctly, in the movie Superman vs. Batman, Lex Luthor discovered a large piece of kryptonite in the Pacific Ocean, but Zhang-Yi didn't think he could find it in such a short period of time. And the most important thing is that since this universe is destined to be destroyed, it is impossible for the timeline to leave such a big flaw for itself. So the biggest possibility is that there is no kryptonite on the Earth today. Even if the kryptonite fell on the moon, it would not fall on the Earth. Is he really that strong? Even I can't beat him. Pietro still couldn't figure it out. Let's put it this way, you run around the Earth as fast as you can and then punch him. The result is that he will be knocked away by you and get up, and you will be instantly turned into a bloody ball by the reaction force. Zhang-Yi spread his hands. How so? If you call President. Just kidding, call President X over. President Bar. Is there really no other way? We can only watch the destruction of this world and remain indifferent. Pietro was a little disappointed. He would not feel sorry for his own universe, because that desperate universe did not deserve to be saved, but this world no, there are still many beautiful things in this world. They should not go to destruction. Seeing Pietro's sad look, Zhang-Yi also sighed and then smiled. Actually, it's not completely impossible. I have a plan, but I can't guarantee it will be 100% successful. Really? Pietro's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. I knew it, I knew these things couldn't be difficult for you. Don't be afraid of flattery. We have a lot to do next, and we don't have time for you to play games. Zhang-Yi smiled and patted Pietro on the shoulder. You can play the game anytime. Pietro threw away his headphones, stood up and looked at Zhang-Yi excitedly. Zhang, what should we do next? First. The corners of Zhang-Yi's mouth turned up slightly. We're going to Gotham to meet an old friend. Gotham City, like Metropolis, is a unique city in the DC universe. It is located in New Jersey on the east coast of Eagle Country, across the sea from Metropolis. Gotham City is a very tolerant city. Its architectural style has gathered almost all the countries in the world, not only the styles of famous European cities such as New York, Los Angeles, London, and Sydney, but also Chinese and Japanese styles. However, this city, which is like a place of interest, has been shrouded in dark clouds that cannot be dispelled all year round. Under the superficial glitz, there are cruel sins hidden in the dark alleys. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is beautiful on the outside but ruined inside. Gangsters, criminals, Frankensteins, madmen, all the chaotic scenes you can imagine will be staged in Gotham. This is Gotham City, the city with the highest crime rate in the world. However, just as Metropolis is protected by Superman, Gotham City also has its own dark guardian, Batman. On the surface he is a playboy, but secretly he is a bat vigilante. Whenever the light of the bat lamp breaks through the sky, the entire criminals in Gotham will fall into fear, because they know that the vengeful spirit has arrived, and he will transform into a bat to punish all the evil in this city. He has no superpowers, nor is he a superhuman. He only relies on his years of hard training and outstanding wisdom. He single-handedly challenges the evils of the entire Gotham City. He is Batman. In the eyes of most people, he's even just a story, an urban legend. Batman's true identity is Bruce Wayne, the boss of Wayne Group. He has been fighting evil all his life, but in this universe, the old Bruce has retired for a long time. Zhang-Yi and Pietro took a taxi from Metropolis all the way across Gotham City to Wayne Manor. Along the way, Zhang-Yi felt uneasy in his heart. He looked at this and didn't need Batman to protect him. The emotions in his eyes are extremely complex. Bruce Wayne has retired, and the city no longer needs Batman, because at this time Gotham City has become one of the most secure cities in the world. The reason is that the Batman in this world does not implement any no-kill principle, nor does he send criminals to the police station or Arkham Asylum. He directly kills those criminals. There are lunatics like the Joker, Riddler, and Two-Face, forces like Black Mask, the Court of Owls, and the League of Assassins, and supernatural monsters like Man-Bat, Killer Croc, and Solomon Grundy. One by one, in Gotham, known as Vice City, any criminal with a name cannot escape Batman's punishment. They all die directly or indirectly in the hands of Batman. And this is also the reason why Gotham has changed from being full of crime to excellent security. It fits the old saying, as long as all the criminals are killed, there will be no more criminals in the city. Looking at Wayne Manor getting closer and closer, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Judging from Batman's actions and results, this was not a normal universe at all. This universe was obviously on the verge of collapse. It's not that Batman can't kill, but it's just that all this happened has obviously been separated from the development of most universes. If this is not a universe destined to be destroyed, Zhang Yi believes that the Batman of this universe will kill all the villains. I guess he will turn into a villain. You may not even need to kill all the villains, you only need to kill the Joker or the Riddler. Choose one of the two. The death of either of these two people at the hands of Batman can plant the seeds of darkness in Batman's heart. Sir, the front is private property, so I can't go in. The taxi stopped at the gate of Wayne Manor, and the driver turned around with a smile. Although he didn't know why these two children came all the way from Metropolis to Gotham, he knew that the people who could come to Wayne Manor were not ordinary people. Although it had seemed abandoned for a long time, and the old guys inside were also very old. No one has come forward, but Wayne Group is still a very famous and wealthy company. Thank you. Zhang Yi nodded and took out a large amount of cash from his arms. This was all Pietro's earned income. He didn't know how much extra money he gave, but judging from the smile on the driver's face, look, he must have made a lot of money. After getting out of the car and watching the taxi disappear on the road, Zhang Yi turned around and nodded at Pietro, and then he climbed on Pietro's back. By the way, Zhang, this manor is so big, which house are we looking for? Pietro looked inside from the gate and saw only one spectacular castle after another. The door in the middle is too high. You need to run all the way to it against gravity. But to be careful, let's go to the entrance of the castle. Although the old bat has retired, we can't guarantee that there won't be anything inside. Whoosh. Trap. Zhang Yi's eyes blurred, and he felt his body tremble rapidly. Then he had arrived at the door of the castle. Beside him, Pietro was looking at him with a smile. What to do next? Should we ring the doorbell? Pietro pointed to the old-fashioned doorbell at the door. After rolling his eyes at Pietro, Zhang Yi did not answer, but walked directly to the door and rang the doorbell of the Wayne building. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. Even the doorbell button had a layer of dust on it. After pressing the doorbell, Zhang Yi rubbed it with 2 fingers a few times, removing the dust from his fingertips. Waiting for the response from inside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the castle was still extremely quiet, without any feedback from inside, as if no one had lived inside for a long time. There won't be anyone there, Pietro said. No, it shouldn't happen at this time. Bruce Wayne is inside. Zhang Yi licked his dry lips, and then he raised his head and saw the surveillance camera with red lights flashing above the door. Taking 2 steps back and placing his body in the middle of the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi raised his head and looked directly at the surveillance camera and spoke word by word. Bruce Wayne, I know you are here, and I know you can see me. The world needs your help. I believe you understand what I am talking about, so can you open the door and talk? After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became quiet. Zhang Yi calmly looked at the surveillance camera. He knew that Bruce would definitely open the door because they were already under surveillance when they arrived at the gate of Wayne Manor. Pietro, the high-speed movement will naturally be seen by Bruce. And if a capable person comes to your door, it means that there must be something important to discuss, and it also means that the matter is very serious. So even if Batman has retired, he will not stand by and let the two of them hang out, because he is Batman. It seemed to prove Zhang Ye's idea. There was a click. The door to Wayne Castle opened, and a completely unkempt old man opened the door with an extremely impatient expression. The second surprise today, I'm so happy, come in guys. Watch the game, I will update the next chapter later. Second surprise. Zhang Yi's ears moved, and he heard something in Bruce Wayne's words, and at the same time he had the answer in his heart, but on the surface, Zhang Yi didn't say anything, nor did he react. The two followed Bruce Wayne into the interior of the castle. The decoration here was even more exquisite than President on the body. Let me introduce myself, I am Zhang Yi, and this is Pietro. The two of us came here from another universe. Originally we were just going to rest here for a while, but it seems that this universe is falling into a state of destruction. In the midst of sexual disaster. If you are talking about the multiverse and the modification of the timeline, then you are talking to the wrong person. I am just an old man enjoying his retirement life, but I am happy to take you to meet the initiator of this disaster. Bruce Wayne grinned. I'm here to find you, Bruce. I need your help. Zhang Yi said seriously. Yeah. Bruce Wayne walked forward without looking back. So, you are also one of my friends, and you are a close comrade in arms with me in another universe? You may have misunderstood this. I don't know you. You are not in the universe I have experienced. You are the first Bruce Wayne I have seen in person. Then how did you know about my existence? Bruce Wayne picked up a bottle of wine and drank as he walked. He didn't feel any emotional reaction from his tone. The interconnectedness of the universe. I know most of the people and things in the universe, and naturally I also know you, Batman. Every universe is interconnected but cannot be spied on. However, this does not mean that they will not affect each other. You exist in many universes, and you are the only Batman. Then do you know that I have retired, and there are no other superheroes in this world that you know, so if you are looking for me, you are looking for the wrong person. No, my purpose is very simple. It's not as complicated as you think. Other superheroes are worthless to me. The purpose of my trip is just for you. Zhang Yi paused and added. At the same time, try to save this world that is about to be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne let out a deep laugh, then he shook his body and stopped at the door of a room. Judging from the smell wafting from the room, this should be the kitchen. If you are here to save this world, then I think you should not be looking for me, but the people who caused all this. Come and take a look, they are here. Following the direction Bruce Wayne pointed, he saw two men who looked exactly the same sitting at the table in the kitchen. One of them was holding a plate and kept pulling the noodles into his mouth. At the first sight of the two of them, Zhang Yi instantly recognized their identities. They were the Barry Allen who had traveled from the future and the Barry Allen of this timeline. It seems that the two of them have followed the development of the story. Big Barry Allen and Little Barry Allen gained superpowers, but unfortunately they were penetrated by Flashpoint, causing them both to be hit by a bolt of lightning, and Big Barry Allen the Speed Force was also transferred to Barry Allen Jr. This also caused the Big Barry Allen to lose his Speed Force. At this time, he was no longer a speedster, while the Little Barry Allen suddenly became a super speedster. This may also explain why the Big Barry Allen needs to practice for a long time to learn skills, such as shaking his body quickly to make his body blur and shuttle objects, but the Little Barry Allen does not need to practice at all and learns it directly. It seems that this is the first surprise you mentioned. Zhang Yi smiled, not surprised. Yes, since you are all from other universes, I think you must know each other, so if you have any questions, you should come and have a good chat. I, an old man, will not participate. Bruce Wayne said, picking up another bottle of wine, then slumped down on the stairs and started drinking. No, I don't know them at all. I have never seen them before. Wait, you said they also came here from other universes? Alan's eyes widened and he stood up abruptly. He immediately stared at Zhang Yi and Pietro. He raised his trembling hands and shook them for a long time before he could hold back a sentence. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible, Barry Allen. Zhang Yi took a step forward with a serious tone. You don't know me, that's okay, but I know you. You originally lived in a world full of hope. Even if he was suffering, there were still heroes who came on stage to save her, but you destroyed her with your own hands. I didn't. Big Barry Allen couldn't help but retort. No. Then tell me, where is the Aquaman of this world, where is Wonder Woman? Can you tell me firmly with your chest in your arms, whether Atlantis and Paradise Island still exist in this world? Zhang Yi pressed forward step by step. Big Barry Allen was stunned, and then he reflected that he might have caused a big trouble. He grabbed his hair with both hands, and his whole face became ferocious. What have I done? Don't tell me Bruce Wayne didn't remind you how out of control the consequences of doing this would be. You are making a joke with everyone's lives and the safety of the timeline. Zhang Yi said sternly. Without Atlantis and Paradise Island, how can you fight Steppenwolf? Let alone the current Zod. Did I remind him? I didn't mention you, you are the Bruce Wayne of his universe. Zhang Yi ignored the slightly drunk old Bruce, and then continued to talk to Barry Allen. Do you know how selfish you are to do this? You don't understand what happened that day at all, and then you wantonly modify the timeline according to your own ideas. This is an extremely irresponsible thing. Look at this is the world you created, and it's about to be destroyed by Zod. I can stop this. Barry Allen argued. Stop. It's easy to say, but have you ever thought that from the moment you modified the timeline, 2 or more universes were born, and for those who live in the universe, they are alive life, they also have their own stories and experiences, and are you ready to erase their value and meaning of existence? Speaking of this, Zhang Yi glanced at old Bruce. Yes, maybe the Batman in this world is different from most Batmans, but he also has his own stories, and those stories are also inspiring, influence other people. But with the modifications of Barry Allen, they were all erased. Everyone in this world, no matter how much they have achieved here or what sacrifices they have made. In the end, it all turned into a joke told by Barry Allen to Aquaman. It shouldn't be like this. Barry Allen was in a state of imminent collapse. Before this, he had seen the changes in the universe with his own eyes. His mother was indeed alive, but his most trusted comrades had disappeared. He didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong, but he already regretted it. Perhaps as Bruce Wayne said, time is an extremely fragile and unstable thing, and any change will cause her to have unpredictable changes. Perhaps, every superhero needs to experience some setbacks to grow, no matter those setbacks it's so disappointing, but it's bound to happen. Changing the timeline yourself is obviously a selfish act. I can find a way to make up for it, right? Big Barry Allen looked at Zhang-Yi blankly. Although he didn't know who the two people in front of him who claimed to have come from other universes were, it was obvious that the two of them are definitely more professional than themselves. I am just a speedster who can travel through the timeline, and I am still at the novice. I have just learned about the power of the Speed Force, and I am still unable to fully understand and control it. But this man named Zhang-Yi can freely travel through various parallel universes. Their power and knowledge of parallel universes are definitely much higher than that of a pure novice like himself, so Barry Allen really hopes that the other party can tell him how to make amends for your mistakes. Seeing Allen's reaction in the bus, Zhang-Yi was a little helpless. Who would have thought that he had just escaped from an extremely hopeless universe, and then he would have to wipe the butt of the fledgling Flash? It's not that easy. Although I don't want to hurt you, the fact is that this universe is difficult to save. Even if you go back and correct history, a broken mirror is difficult to put back together, just like a broken mirror, even if you put it back together. It looks like there are still cracks in the revised timeline. How is that possible? Big Barry Allen took a few steps back and slumped on the chair. You finally understand how much trouble you have caused this time. The time branch has been created. For you, if you go back to repair the timeline, you may be able to restore a universe similar to the one you were in before. However, this does not mean that the universe that was created now disappears. Zhang-Yi stretched out his hand, pointed downward with his index finger, and said. For the people here, this universe has not disappeared, only you have disappeared. You created this universe by mistake, and then you abandoned it. After you leave this universe will continue to run, and eventually it will be destroyed and become the dust of the multiverse. Then what should I do? Big Barry Allen gritted his teeth in pain. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He raised his head suddenly and spoke hesitantly. Then if we solve the problem of Zod, will this universe still be destroyed? How dare you say that? A wry smile appeared on Zhang-Yi's face. Dealing with General Zod was easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. However, Barry Allen is right. The world will eventually be destroyed in the hands of General Zod, but if we can really find a way to solve this trouble, after crossing this hurdle, the world may really be able to be like a normal parallel universe continues to develop. Although there is no Superman, Wonder Woman, or Aquaman in this universe, it does not mean that there will be no Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and Green Arrow in the future. In the future, everything is possible, and no one can predict this. What's more, there is no Mother Box in this world, which means that there is no war between Darkseid and the old god of Earth, so there is a high probability that Steppenwolf will not come to fight for the Mother Box. This world may really be able to break free from the constraints that originally bound her. The shackles might become a free timeline. Thinking of this, Zhang-Yi nodded. If possible, as long as this trouble is solved, then the universe can survive and you can make up for the mistakes you made. What should I do? Can you teach me? Barry Allen seemed to have grasped the only life-saving straw. He came to Zhang-Yi and asked seriously. Don't you already have a plan? Otherwise, why would you come here to find Batman? Zhang-Yi prompted. What? Bruce Wayne is Batman. At this moment, little Barry Allen, who was quietly eating noodles beside him, screamed. Hearing this, Barry Allen was immediately speechless. He turned his head and spoke to this former self. Otherwise? Why do you think I brought you here? Didn't you say we were looking for cousins? I thought we were looking for cousins. Little Barry Allen murmured. Barry Allen pointed at his peer and was speechless for a long time. He never dreamed that he would be so stupid in this timeline. Okay, stop talking about this, Barry, don't you still have work to do? There's not enough time, you have to act quickly. After interrupting the two Barry's showmanship, Zhang-Yi patted the bus. Allen's shoulders. Hearing this, Barry Allen finally reacted, and he nodded. Yes, you are right. I still need to find Superman. As long as we can find Superman, we will be sure to defeat Zod. After saying that, the big Barry Allen immediately ran out with the little Barry Allen. In addition to looking for Batman, their goal here is to use Batman's supercomputer to find those superheroes who have been separated. Of course, the most important thing is Superman. After all, in Barry Allen's memory, it was Superman who killed General Zod. Seeing the two Barry Allens running out in a hurry, Zhang Yi sighed, then he turned around and looked at Bruce Wayne who was drunk on the stairs. You just let them go to your Batcave? That's not like you. He. Bruce Wayne let out a deep laugh. He took another sip of wine and smiled. It seems that you know me better than the young man who claims to be Batman's comrade in another world. It's interesting. I'm more curious about you two than the two of them. To be honest, how long have you not showered? What's on your body? The smell of blood and gunpowder was so strong that I thought you had just returned from the battlefield. You're right to say that. We did experience some bad things. Zhang Yi spread his hands. So, what is your purpose? As you can see, I am not a person with superpowers. I am an ordinary person like you, even far inferior to you. So the purpose of my coming here is to hope that you can provide me with some weapons and equipment so that I can have some ability to protect yourself. Oh. Old Bruce Wayne's cloudy eyes filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly burst out with a ray of light, and a cold aura suddenly burst out from his body that had always shown laziness. Being stared at by him, Zhang Yi felt as if the hairs all over his body were exploding and the sharp edges were piercing his back. After a long time, Bruce Wayne opened his mouth, his white beard trembling, and spoke slowly. Why should I help you? Zhang Yi didn't say anything for a while. After a few seconds of pause, he smiled faintly and asked. Then why are you helping them both? Listening to Zhang Yi's question, Bruce Wayne fell into silence. He stared at Zhang Yi closely, as if he wanted to see through the young man in front of him. The atmosphere in the entire restaurant fell into silence. None of the three people present spoke, including Pietro. In fact, he had always wanted to interrupt, but seeing how solemn and serious the atmosphere was, he hesitated for a long time and chose to be quiet in order not to disturb Zhang Yi. Finally, the old bat let out a cold snort and broke the silence. Bruce Wayne raised the bottle and took a sip, then pretended to be relaxed and said. It doesn't matter. I'm retired anyway. If you want my bat suit, I'll give you two. No, I don't want your bat suit. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi shook her head. Your bat suit is really powerful, but like I said, I'm far from your physical fitness, so even if you give me the bat suit, I won't be able to use their power. Instead, it will make me everywhere restricted. Then what do you want? Old Bruce Wayne put down the bottle. Seeing the curious gaze of the other party, Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth and showed a harmless smile. What I want are the relics of your old friends. Guess what equipment it is, forget it, you should all know it. Along the long tunnel, Zhang Yi and Pietro walked towards the Bat Cave. This road was told by Bruce Wayne Sr. to Zhang Yi. There are many routes into the Batcave from Wayne Manor, far more than the abandoned manhole cover in the backyard that Barry Allen remembers. In fact, there is one in Wayne Castle. A secret passage. The reason why old Bruce Wayne didn't tell Barry Allen about this was actually because he wanted to see if they were really his good comrades in another timeline, as they said. Judging from the surveillance video, the two Barry Allens arrived at the passage of their Batcave with ease. They obviously knew their Batcave very well, and this also made the old Bruce Wayne put down his guard a little. Although he doesn't know who he is in another universe, old Bruce Wayne believes that since his other self can safely tell this young man the entrance to the Batcave, this guy is definitely a trustworthy existence. As for Zhang Yi and Pietro, a duo with mysterious origins, old Bruce Wayne also decided to trust them first. The arrival of General Zod has put the entire world in crisis, regardless of the purpose of these two people. Whatever it is, this world is already in danger. Holding the key given to him by the old Bruce Wayne in his hand, Zhang Yi was extremely excited. Although he was not seeing the Batman in his heyday, he was really meeting a superhero from another universe. This place is much better than Pietro's universe. Although there are no large number of superheroes and the Justice League cannot be formed, it is better than the Avengers being wiped out and the X-Men either becoming madmen or falling into darkness. There are so many. No matter what, in this universe, Zhang Yi has truly seen the glory that belongs to superheroes. Zhang, actually I've wanted to ask for a long time, who are those people? Why do you seem to know them so well? What is Batman? Are they the superheroes you call them? Pietro was curious. Asked. They are indeed superheroes. As for why I know them so well, you will get used to it after you travel through a few more universes. And Batman is the title of the white-bearded old man just now when he was young. He is not an ordinary person, after all, he is the guy who single-handedly declares war on the evil in the entire city. Zhang Yi smiled. He was in a good mood at this time. Thinking that he would be able to choose those interesting equipment in a short while, Zhang Yi didn't show too much on his face, but he was still very excited in his heart. Declaring war on the evil in the entire city. Is it so scary? He looks like just an old man. Pietro couldn't believe it. From his perspective, old Bruce Wayne was just an ordinary old man. Just an uncle. Pietro even felt that even if he didn't use super speed, he wouldn't be able to beat him with one hand. Don't underestimate him. Even though he is old now, his fighting experience is still fresh in his bones. If you give him time to prepare, he can still kill you even if you don't have an arm. Zhang Yi, he smiled and shook his head. Don't make a date with Batman. This is not just a joke. Really or not? Is what you said so outrageous? Pietro felt a little weird, and his disbelief was almost written on his face. In response to this, Zhang Yi just smiled and did not respond. The argument was meaningless. However, when he was free, he could have a good chat with Pietro about how many speedsters died suddenly in the DC universe. The two of them moved forward quickly, and finally stopped at a large door in the deepest part of the passage. It was a door marked with a bat pattern. There was a socket under the bat, which seemed to be a keyhole. This is it. Zhang Yi quickly inserted the key in his hand and rubbed his hands excitedly. With the roar of steel friction, the door slowly opened, revealing the room inside. After the door was fully opened, the chandelier inside automatically lit up, and all the items in the entire room were displayed in front of the two people. Wow! Pietro opened his mouth. Although he looked down on Batman, he was still amazed by the trophies in front of him. It's similar to President X's Chamber of Secrets, Zhang. Isn't this Batman also a dictator like President X? What do you think? Pietro recalled the harmless drunken old man just now, and immediately laughed. How is it possible? He doesn't have as terrifying abilities as President. Pietro, you have to be in awe. You have to know that everything here, every object, their owners have made a profound mark in the history of Gotham City. Don't underestimate it. Them. Zhang Yi said seriously, and immediately his eyes scanned every object placed on the exhibition cabinet, seeming to compare it with the memory in his mind. Although there are no other superheroes in this world, most of Batman and his mortal enemies have still survived. It can be seen from the full display room that Batman in this world has killed most of them. Most Gotham villains. Zhang Yi walked, and the objects displayed one by one kept awakening Zhang Yi's long-lost memories. This is the Mask of Black Mask. Rumor has it that Roman carved it from his father's coffin, and the uniform of Killer Moth. Unfortunately, this guy is too weak, and the uniform has no effect. There is also the pig-faced hood of Professor Pighead, and another a madman who likes to experiment and kill people. What is this, a calendar? Could it be the Calendar Man? Oh my god, is this Deadshot's mask? It's quite handsome. Why is there a musketeer costume here? There's also a flamethrower here, it should be Fireflies, and there's also the Mad Hatter's hat. It's hard to imagine that Batman would really do it. Putting down his hat, Zhang Yi turned his gaze to the other side. A golden cane was placed on the shelf of a display cabinet. A question mark could be clearly seen on the cane. Zhang, look, there is a leather whip here. Is it suitable for me? Zhang Yi turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw Pietro playing with a black leather whip. Judging from the fact that the whip did not reflect light under the light, it was obvious that the material of this whip was not ordinary. But now is not the time to worry about the material of the whip. Zhang Yi pointed to the surveillance camera and said to Pietro. Pietro, for the sake of your life, I advise you to put this whip back to its original place. Oh. Pietro smiled coquettishly, and then immediately put the whip back. He was not afraid of Bruce Wayne on the other side of the surveillance camera, he just listened to Zhang Yi's words. I said, have you found Zhang? Come on. Zhang Yi responded casually, and then he suddenly saw a very delicate umbrella from the corner of his eye. Turning his head to look, Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Aha, found one of them. I will update one more chapter later, as compensation for my late update today. It was a very ordinary umbrella, just like the umbrellas used by the public. But it is slightly different. Its workmanship is very exquisite, just like a piece of art worth collecting. Picking up the umbrella, it feels very firm to the touch. Obviously, the umbrella cover of this umbrella is not an ordinary object, but a high-tech synthetic bulletproof material like Batman's cape. At the same time, its ribs are very strong. It was very heavy. When Zhang Yi picked it up, he found that the umbrella was heavier than he thought. In the center of the umbrella, there is a precision device that looks like a control center, which is connected to the handle of the umbrella cane. There are several buttons on it, but Zhang Yi did not dare to touch such a delicate and complicated mechanism for a while. If you use an umbrella without a good understanding of it, you will definitely hurt yourself first. Zhang Yi looked at the umbrella in surprise, and couldn't stop smiling on his face. Who can refuse a 1,000-chance umbrella full of technology? Later, he found a small notebook next to the umbrella. When he opened it, he found that it was densely recorded with all the methods of using the umbrella, as well as various exquisite mechanisms installed on it. Obviously, this notebook was left by Batman, and he has thoroughly studied the mechanism on this umbrella. It's hard to imagine that this umbrella appeared in the 1970s and 1980s. This kind of instrument is definitely not something ordinary people can make. It is an extremely complex high-tech item. The first one, Penguin's umbrella. Zhang Yi's hand holding the umbrella trembled slightly. Judging from the notes left by Batman, this umbrella was equipped with a variety of powerful technologies, which was definitely better than his previous steel warrior who could only fire palm cannons. Clothes are much more practical. After a brief glance, Zhang Yi discovered that this umbrella can shoot bullets, launch small missiles, and the laser on the top can also shoot lasers. In addition, the tip of the umbrella can also release poisonous gas, but the bullets for these weapons have not been loaded yet. In addition, an umbrella sword can be pulled out from the umbrella handle, and the umbrella can be used as a shield when opened. Not only that, after the umbrella is opened, it can also rotate at high speed and be used as a small helicopter. It can be said to be an all-round umbrella that contains various abilities. This is a Bulgarian umbrella. It is obviously a tribute to a real murder case in history. In 1978, Markov, a Bulgarian writer who defected to London, was scratched on the thigh with an umbrella on Waterloo Bridge. He was subsequently poisoned and died 4 days later. In this universe, this umbrella has become the Penguin's exclusive weapon, and the various mechanisms on it can even give Batman a headache. After finding the umbrella, Zhang Yi quickly found his next target. It was a bottle placed next to a worn-out hood. It contained some turquoise liquid. The bottle mouth was labeled "Do Not Open" and was also marked with red paint. Its name was written on the bottle, Fear Potion. Second, Scarecrow's Fear Gas. Zhang Yi smiled. Next to the potion, there was the recipe for the fear potion that Batman had so thoughtfully left behind. This showed that Batman had already mastered the weapons of his old opponents. Fear gas is the special skill of Scarecrow, a very famous villain in Gotham City. After this gas is released, it is colorless and odorless. People who are poisoned will have terrible hallucinations, allowing people to see the most terrifying thing deep in their hearts. The most astonishing thing is that this fear poison gas is very powerful. Most creatures are not immune to this poison gas. Even Superman has been infected by this poison gas, which shows how terrifying its power is. Perhaps the only thing that can overcome this kind of poisonous gas is Clown's laughing gas, but unfortunately, Zhang Yi did not find the formula of laughing gas and laughing gas here. There is only one thing related to clowns here that can say, haha, laughing pocket, and a Joker's belt, which contain many non-lethal weapons. Perhaps these fear gases can be placed in the Penguin's umbrella. Anyway, there is a corresponding venom device in that umbrella. Zhang Yi thought for a while and quickly decided to combine the two weapons into one. There are many enemies of Batman, but most of them are intellectual opponents. Whether it is the Mad Hatter, the Penguin, the Scarecrow, or the Joker, their high-tech weapons are almost just foils. The real danger is their intelligence. Therefore, when Zhang Yi is looking for equipment that suits him, he usually doesn't look at the opponent's name, but the practicality of the equipment. After all, no matter how famous the villains are, if the equipment is not good enough, it will not suit him. Soon, Zhang Yi found another useful thing, but this thing was not given to him by Zhang Yi, but specifically for Pietro. It was a scepter, similar to the Riddler's cane, but its appearance was more exaggerated. The scepter was completely made in the shape of lightning, and the effect of this scepter was just like its appearance. Able to release powerful current to attack. When released at full strength, it is even comparable to a real bolt of lightning, capable of instantly turning a person into a mummy. Pietro, let's try this. As a speedster and you can release lightning, you can be regarded as a different kind of flashman. Zhang Yi casually handed the lightning scepter to Pietro, and Pietro was also very excited. Zhang, this thing is so handsome. Is it powerful? It's okay. It can't compare with the lightning of the real god of thunder Thor or god King Zeus, but it can still be considered a very powerful weapon. Zhang Yi explained. The user of this scepter is a rich man named Maxi Zeus. He worships the ancient Greek gods very much and even attempts to conquer the world with the rule of ancient Greece. He founded one of the largest gangs in Gotham and claims to be the descendant of Zeus. And felt that the gods of Olympus were supporting him. To put it simply, this guy is a complete lunatic. Just such a guy is one of the most feared gang bosses in Gotham City. When he was active, Penguin was not even a gangster. Little gangster. Apart from these items, there is nothing left that is worthy of Zhang Yi's nostalgia. Whether it is the ventriloquist's doll, the kite man's kite, or the claw weapon, they are all sparse and ordinary things, and they cannot be ignored. What effective help can it bring? As for Bane, KGB Beast and Deathstroke's items, Zhang Yi saw them, but Zhang Yi didn't find any of them that allowed them to obtain the mysterious serum that exceeded the limits of the human body. It is estimated that such things have been destroyed by Batman. With Batman's personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to keep those things, because the serum that improves human body quality is different from the fear gas. They are the same as the Captain America serum, which can make people instantly become super soldiers. Similarly, it also amplifies the darkness inside people. Batman has been fighting against the darkness in people's hearts all his life, so he doesn't use these things, and naturally he can't leave them behind. However, Zhang Yi was a little surprised that there were actually heads of man-bats and killer crocodiles placed in the showroom. Their ferocious looks had been made into specimens. It seemed that the Wayne family was indeed a hunter, and if it weren't for these villains it's too much. Batman is probably the biggest villain in Gotham. After holding the weapon in place, Zhang Yi led Pietro to close the door of the showroom and return the same way. In fact, Zhang Yi still attaches great importance to these items that improve his combat effectiveness. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will never be in danger. Traveling through these dangerous universes without strong combat effectiveness is absolutely impossible. Even with Pietro, a speedster, as his escort, Zhang Yi does not feel that he is in a safe situation, because there are a large number of beings with peak combat power in every universe. If he has to face them, it will be easy for him, an ordinary person, to do so. Killed by the aftermath of the battle. Zhang Yi is very self-aware, and there is nothing particularly outstanding about him. His fighting experience basically comes from street gang fights. In addition, Zhang Yi also knows nothing about some high-tech research and cannot act like him. Create a powerful steel suit like Tony Stark. In this case, if you want to improve your combat effectiveness, you can only rely on two things. To sum up in one sentence, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. It's just that getting these is not as easy as imagined. Zhang Yi has no choice but to get some equipment from Batman that is suitable for his current use, at least to give him more trump cards, so that he can ensure part of his safety. Back at the restaurant, Zhang Yi didn't see Bruce Wayne Sr. He originally thought that he had gone to the Batcave first. When the two were about to leave, they found that Bruce Wayne Sr. was shaving in the bathroom. Did you find what you were looking for? Bruce Wayne saw Zhang Yi in the mirror. He asked pointedly while washing the foam from his face. I did find some good things. Thanks to the notes you left, I can now skillfully control this multifunctional umbrella. And regarding the fear gas, I can also make it smoothly if conditions permit. Zhang Yi he didn't hide it, but picked up the umbrella in his hand. Yeah. Old Bruce Wayne didn't say much, just nodded in agreement. It seemed that he knew everything about Zhang Yi's every move in the showroom. Similarly, Zhang Yi also knew that the other party was monitoring him all the time, but neither of them said it explicitly, and they invariably maintained this wonderful balance. Is there any result about Superman's whereabouts? I don't think Barry Allen can find any clues. If the other party is an alien, then there must have been a corresponding spacecraft when he landed on the Earth. There has been no answer for such a long time. I'm afraid. It was probably intercepted by some organization. Listening to Zhang Yi's words, Bruce Wayne Sr. was silent for a moment. After wiping the water stains on his face and hands with a towel, he picked up a file from the table beside him. Zhang Yi took the file. Judging from the faint warmth of the paper coming from above, this file must have just been printed out. It is hard to imagine that old Bruce Wayne actually found out the whereabouts of Superman in such a short time. Found it. It seems that although Batman is old, his skills are indeed as good as ever. You must know that in the movie, Barry Allen went from late afternoon to late at night without finding any information, but the old Bruce Wayne estimated that it took less than 20 minutes from the beginning to the present, excluding the time to clean up the restaurant and shave. Opening the file bag, the records inside were discovered by old Bruce Wayne after he invaded the Archives Bureau of the Mauritian Security Bureau. The records clearly described how an alien aircraft landed in Mauritius after entering the Earth's atmosphere. At the same time, although some of the information above is covered in black, it can still be inferred that the suspected alien spacecraft has been secretly controlled by Mao and stored in a military base on the snowfield for observation and experiments. At the same time, it is also recorded records of the capture of living aliens. Apparently, this is where Superman currently resides. But what's interesting is that in Zhang Yi's memory, the flashpoint event in the comics is indeed that Superman was captured by humans and imprisoned by the Eagle Country government, but in the movie, it was changed to Supergirl coming to capture her. The people became Mao Guo. Didn't you tell Barry? Isn't he still using your Bat network to search for the Superman in his impression? Zhang Yi glanced at the file and asked after confirming the authenticity. I just want to see how much that young man knows about my Bat equipment, and I also want to see how he handles these things. Now it seems that he is just a fledgling vigilante. He has no ability but no ability. We'll use it. Old Bruce Wayne shook his head. Indeed, as far as I know, he usually acts under the command of Batman and Alfred from another universe. This is the first time he handles a case independently, especially when he has caused such a big disaster. Zhang Yui also sighed. A few people walked while chatting, and soon arrived at the Batcave from an elevator in an old castle. But what he saw after entering the Batcave made Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. He saw the big Barry Allen searching for information about Superman with a serious expression, while the little Barry Allen was moving at a speed that could not be observed by the naked eye. He ran quickly inside the Batcave, treating it like a playground. It has to be said that little Barry Allen is really a little too wild. He grew up under the doting of his parents, which made him spoiled. He did not realize how serious the current situation was, and this had also made the old Bruce Wayne, who liked seriousness and quietness, frown. Finally, Zhang Yi spoke. Pietro, tell him to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, Pietro disappeared in an instant. Judging from his impatience, he had wanted to do this for a long time. Having grown up under the rule of President. But when he saw this completely ignorant little Barry Allen, an instinct of disgust for the naughty child emerged from Pietro's heart. After only 2 seconds, Zhang Yi and Bruce Wayne Sr. felt a wave of wind coming over them. The next moment, their eyes were dazzled and they saw Pietro holding the hand of young Barry Allen and stopping it between them. Before. Wow, little Barry Allen marveled and said cheerfully. You are also a speedster. I really can't believe that there are people with the same ability in this world. Have you also been struck by lightning? Quiet, kid, I'm a mutant. My speed is innate, not struck by lightning. Pietro frowned, seeming to have disgust written on his face. Aren't you a brat too? And your speed is too slow. I didn't use all my strength just now, otherwise do you think you can catch me? Little Barry Allen looked unconvinced. However, the actions of the two quickly attracted the attention of the big Barry Allen. He immediately stood up and stopped the little Barry Allen from preparing for another speed contest. Are you a speedster? So, did you come to this universe through time? Barry Allen asked the most curious question in his heart. No, we have professional tools that can carry out reasonable time travel at the right time. Zhang Yi said half-truth. Even the old Bruce Wayne couldn't tell whether he was lying. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, little Barry Allen spoke immediately before anyone else could react. Oh, I understand. You are an organization similar to the Time and Space Police. You are specialized in handling events that violate the development of time and arresting criminals who destroy the timeline, right? Little Barry's words shocked Big Barry Allen. He never expected that traveling through time to save his mother would cause such a big chaos. At the same time, he didn't expect that he would even attract attention from the Time Police. Notice. Seeing that they obviously misunderstood, Zhang Yi did not explain. Although I am not a member of the Time Variation Administration, I have indeed traveled through the Time Controller, and the Time Variation Administration itself is the organization that manages the multiverse timeline. Since the other party thinks so, let them misunderstand bar. As for whether Marvel's Time Variation Management Bureau can control the timeline of the DC universe, then it doesn't care about Zhang Yi's matter. There should be no one to expose him anyway. So, Zhang Yi glanced at Barry Allen calmly and said. Now is not the time to talk about this. Bruce has already found the location of Superman. We should set off as soon as possible. You found Superman. After hearing this, Barry Allen was a little surprised. He was surprised that old Bruce Wayne would actually help him and find Superman in such a short time. What he was happy about was that since he found Superman, Zod invaded. The big trouble can be solved perfectly. Don't be too happy too early. Superman has been discovered and imprisoned by Mouse State a long time ago. No one knows what condition he is in now. We still have to rescue that guy first and then talk about the rest. Seeing the other party so happy, Zhang Yu immediately poured a basin of cold water on it. After all, the person being imprisoned in the military base now is Supergirl, not Superman. Zhang Yi didn't want Barry Allen to have hope that would turn into despair, so he took a precaution in advance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly and rescue Superman as soon as possible so that we can better discuss how to deal with General Zod, the intruder. Barry Allen obviously couldn't wait any longer. My Batplane only has 2 positions. At this time, the old Batman added a sentence. His meaning is also very obvious. I can only bring 2 people to participate in this operation at most. The 4 of you can discuss who is willing to go. And he can also observe from the side and learn from these 4 people. Get more information. Barry Allen obviously didn't notice the old Bruce Wayne's thoughts, and he immediately spoke. I'm going. I know Superman and understand him very well. After rescuing him, I can make him trust us faster. And I'm also doing it to atone for my sins. After all, if it weren't for me, I wouldn't have caused such a big mess. No, let the professionals do it. Zhang Yi interrupted Allen's words. He first glanced at old Bruce, and then said calmly. The timeline of this world is messed up, so there is no guarantee that Superman is still the Superman in your memory. And I am familiar with most of the changes in the multiverse, so let Pietro and I go, and you 2 will stay. The Batcave is ready. But. No, the experience of you 2 is too shallow. You have lost your superpowers and completely lost the ability to protect yourself. As for Barry, he has just gained superpowers and has no combat experience at all. If you go there, it will only be a hindrance. And with Pietro here, we don't need any more speedsters. I also want to do my part. Barry Allen was a little disappointed. Although he wanted to explain something, what Zhang Yi said was so reasonable that he couldn't refute it at all. If you really want to do your part, just stay here obediently. For you, the key is to find your speed force as soon as possible. It just so happens that the Bat Cave has what you need. Prepare it yourself. Just wait for us until we come back. Barry Allen nodded. Indeed, as Zhang Yi said, now that he has lost the speed force, he has no fighting ability at all. And the most important thing is that if he cannot retrieve the speed force, he will not be able to travel back to his own country. Timeline, which Barry didn't want to see at this time. Moreover, Zhang Yi and Pietro looked very professional, giving Barry the feeling of seeing Batman from another timeline, giving people a feeling of being very confident and knowing everything. With the two of them in charge, the task of retrieving Superman should be almost certain, and he should really think about how to retrieve his speed force now. The reality was quite different from what Barry Allen expected. After Batman put on his Batsuit, he adjusted the Batplane and quickly brought Zhang Yi and Pietro to their destination. Taking advantage of the night sky, the Bat fighter jet arrived over the Maoist military base without disturbing anyone or radar. There is a parachute in the bag, you should know how to use it, right? Batman turned on the automatic flight device. Immediately, the Bat fighter stabilized, and a hole opened below. The seats of the three people slowly sank, stretched out like the wheels of an airplane, and stopped under the airplane. The biting cold wind in the sky kept hitting Zhang Yi's face. He looked at Batman and knew that this was probably another small test given to him by Batman. Although Zhang Yi had never tried skydiving in his 2 lives, but he didn't need it right now. Thank you for your kindness, but we don't need a parachute. After saying that, Zhang Yi patted Pietro's leg, immediately opened the seatbelt and jumped out of the plane quickly. Sensing Zhang Yi's signal, Pietro ignored the stunned Batman and jumped down closely behind him. Soon, the two figures got into the clouds one after another. Seeing this, old Bruce Wayne was also a little surprised, but he did not hesitate and quickly followed Zhang Yi and Pietro. Zhang Yi, who was landing rapidly in mid-air, felt the huge wind current. He fixed his goggles and then took out the big black umbrella from behind. Looking at the ground that was gradually becoming clearer, Zhang Yi turned the switch on the umbrella handle. The next moment, the umbrella ribs automatically stretched out and rotated rapidly, like a helicopter. Zhang Yi did not open the parachute directly, because doing so could indeed achieve the same effect as a parachute, but the huge force generated at that moment was not something that ordinary people like Zhang Yi could withstand. If he opens the umbrella directly, Zhang Yi's arm will be torn in half instantly under the 2 huge reaction forces. Perhaps Zhang Yi can withstand it after being strengthened, but it is impossible for him as an ordinary person now. After enduring it, Zhang Yi still knew this common sense thing. The umbrella-shaped helicopter rotated rapidly, causing Zhang Yi's falling body to slowly slow down. Only then did Zhang Yi open the umbrella and gradually slow down the propeller speed, allowing him to land slowly according to gravity. On the other side, Pietro had no scruples, and his methods were simpler and more crude. When he was about to reach the ground, he quickly threw a few glass marbles. Immediately, his whole body suddenly started to accelerate. He lightly stepped on the marbles with the soles of his feet. The tiny marbles could actually become the fuel for his running. The focus allowed him to run all the way from mid-air to the ground. Batman, who arrived last, did not use a paraglider. His bat cape was the best paraglider. However, it was precisely because he was the last to land that he could see Zhang Yi and Pietro very well. Individuals have their own way of landing. You are quite skilled in using Kobat's equipment. After the 3 of them gathered, Bruce Wayne Sr. said lightly to Zhang Yi, to which Zhang Yi just smiled and did not respond. It seems that we have arrived at our destination. This military base does not exist in any records. If there are aliens, then the probability of being locked up here is the highest. Batman took out his Batplane and started scanning of the surrounding environment. Zhang, what should we do next? Pietro also took out the lightning scepter. He had long wanted to test the power of this weapon. Don't be impulsive. This is a strategic military location. There must be a lot of guards. Attacking rashly will not be good for us. It is better to sneak in. Pietro, please go in and explore the way. Zhang Yi put on the headset for intercom. He immediately said to Pietro. No problem. Pietro smiled confidently, and then put on the headset. When he turned his head, he was stunned for a moment. Huh? Where's the old man? There was no trace of Batman on the white and dim snow. What was shocking was that in just a few seconds, Batman seemed to have disappeared from the world. No one, including Zhang Yi, noticed when Batman left, and not even a trace was left on the snow. It was as if Batman had disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Zhang Yi just smiled and shook his head. Forget it, leave him alone. It's normal to team up with Batman. Let's act according to our own plan. Be careful, Pietro. The wind and snow were still there, and the strong wind swept through the goosefeather snow, which even showed signs of getting worse. The university was mixed with ice slag and was carried by the strong wind and bombarded against the outer wall of the experimental base, making a dense and harsh sound. Professor Yevny tightened his robe, turned around and picked up the coffee he had brewed, turning a deaf ear to the irritating voice. He had been working here for more than 10 years, and he was already used to the environment here. The name of the experimental base has been changed several times, and the person in charge has also changed again and again. However, as a scientist who has been sent here since the establishment of the experimental base, Yevny is very familiar with everything here, including the person they are studying. An experimental subject for more than 10 years. The other party was making a high-tech spaceship that crashed into the territory of Mauritius. When it landed, it caused panic among many residents. However, after the army surrounded it and took it into custody, the country suppressed the incident. Except for some soldiers and scientists, everyone else signed confidentiality agreements. The environment in the snowfield is not good. It is subject to wind and snow all year round. Even Professor Yevny, who is accustomed to the climate here, sometimes wants to leave here and go back to relive the prosperity of the city. But unfortunately, when you gain something, you have to lose something. In order to pursue science, Professor Yevny resolutely gave up his job and wonderful family life and chose to study abroad here. Star Technology. Professor, take a rest. I have to give the alien a test report tomorrow. A young man yawned and came to Professor Yevny and said hello. Well, you go and rest first. Professor Yevny responded, but his body did not move. He understood that the analysis of alien cells has reached a critical stage, and he will definitely not be able to sleep tonight, even if he is allowed to sleep. And he couldn't sleep at all. As for that young man, he was his most outstanding disciple. He, an old guy over 50 years old, was in such a poor place. Thanks to the care of this little guy, Professor Yevny even considered marrying his daughter to this sensible disciple. Then I'll go to bed first. Please take care of yourself. The young man smiled, then took off his white coat, wrapped himself in a blanket and walked out of the laboratory door. Professor Yevny watched him leave with a smile on his face. No matter what, his disciple was indeed his pride. Perhaps in the future, he would need him to take over his mantle. After pondering for a moment, Professor Yevny turned around and took another sip of hot coffee to drive away the chill in his body. Suddenly, a deafening siren sounded in the distance. This sudden loud sound frightened Professor Yevny, and he dropped the coffee in his hand to the ground, breaking into pieces. But Professor Yevny had no time to care about it at this time. He looked around blankly at first, and then suddenly remembered that this was an intrusion alarm from the military region. It evolved from the air defense alarm. It was used when an enemy launched a terrorist attack. The highest level alarm that will only sound in the event of an attack. You must know that the experimental base is built inside this large military fortress, and it is also the only protected base. Once the military fortress is attacked, the opponent has only one target, which is the experimental base where you are. Thinking of this, Professor Yevny immediately stood up and walked out of the laboratory door, but before he could take a few steps, he heard the intrusion alarm coming from the experimental base, and in an instant, the laboratory passageway lit up. A red warning light was turned on, illuminating the dim passage extremely scarlet. How could this happen? The alarm in the fortress has just sounded, and the experimental base has sent out alarms one after another. Could it be that the other party defeated the guards of the military fortress in an instant? Professor Yevny was horrified. He had no time to think about it, just returned to his office and took out a pistol from the drawer. At this moment, a group of heavily armed soldiers quickly ran past the laboratory. Professor Yevny recognized them at a glance. These soldiers were special forces dedicated to protecting the laboratory. They acted in such a hurry. It was obvious that the enemy had invaded. Come in. Seeing this, Professor Yevny stopped a soldier and asked. I am the person in charge of the laboratory department. What is going on here? Who is the enemy? I don't know, we are also investigating the situation. The soldier was also very anxious, and he didn't seem to understand what happened. The commander said that the fortress outside has been breached, and the guards are still fighting and exchanging fire with the enemy, and asked us to guard the laboratory. Boom! Boom! Before the soldier could finish speaking, the entire underground laboratory began to shake, accompanied by a huge thunderous sound. As a professor, Yevny could clearly tell that this was the sound of heavy firepower, and it was his own. Heavy weapons for the troops. It was estimated that the enemy's firepower was very fierce, so the defenders of the military fortress had no choice but to use their last trump card. This is the highest firepower howitzer. Who are our troops fighting with? Professor Yevny shouted loudly. He didn't understand that to be able to use this kind of firepower, the enemy must have at least one division of troops, but how could so many people come all the way here with such arrogance? I don't know. Professor, you'd better take refuge as soon as possible. I have to go on a mission. The soldier held the gun tightly. It could be seen from his face that he was also very nervous. He said to Yevny after that, he immediately chased in the direction of his team. Professor Yevny also knows that now is not the time to dwell on these things. Fighting the enemy is the task of soldiers, not him as a scientist. What he has to do now is to take refuge as soon as possible with other professors and researchers. Running all the way in the laboratory, Professor Yevny saw the scenes of commotion everywhere. The guards gathered together and ran towards the main entrance of the laboratory. Some researchers who had just woken up did not even have time to put on their clothes. Able to evacuate with most people wearing a blanket. No one knew what was going on. They just listened to the roars one after another outside the experimental base. This kind of intensive and unorganized bombing was something Professor Yevny had only heard from the army when they were destroying weapons. He held the gun in his hand tightly, as if he wanted to use this weapon to give himself some sense of security. But soon, an unreasonable palpitating feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart, and Professor Yevny felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped a lot. He rushed out of the crowd and ran towards the dormitory where his disciple was. Now, he just wanted to ensure the safety of his most outstanding disciple. After all, this child was invited by him and he regarded him as his own. The disciple's dormitory is located on the second floor of the experimental base. When heading to the dormitory, Professor Yevny can clearly see the soldiers who are waiting for him. At the same time, he can also more intuitively feel how fierce the battle on the ground is. Since it was the battle stage, Professor Yevny did not dare to use the elevator, so he could only climb up the stairs one by one. When he came from the underground laboratory to the experimental base above ground, Professor Yevny subconsciously approached the window of the corridor. Seemed to want to see what was going on outside. He wanted to know who the invaders were and what enemies the guards were fighting. But when he was lying next to the window and looking out through the glass, his wrinkled face suddenly became frightened, and his eyes suddenly widened. Zombie. Zombie invasion. How is this possible? Professor Yevny's eyes were almost opened. How could this strange creature that existed in various film and television works appear alive in the real world? But when he saw the situation outside that was like purgatory on Earth, loss of invasion was the only description he could think of. He saw with his own eyes that the soldier he was talking to just now was thrown to the ground by another man wearing military uniforms. On the ground, the next moment his throat was bitten out amidst screams. Blood spurted out and splashed on the snow, dyeing the white snow into scarlet. Then, a group of special forces immediately opened fire and beat the zombie into a sieve together with the young soldier whose throat was bitten. It seemed that the whole world had gone crazy, and the pungent smell of blood even came out of the cracks in the window, permeating Professor Yevny's side. He covered his mouth and tried not to scream. He bit his finger hard, and the severe pain made Professor Yevny calm down. He looked at the hell-like state outside, and his brain was running rapidly, as if he wanted to understand the ins and outs of it all. Is it alien technology? There is an alien virus inside the spacecraft, or maybe the alien mutated in his body after being infected with the Earth's virus, causing a new type of virus to appear and spread rapidly. The cloudy eyes became brighter and brighter, and Professor Yevny felt that he had thought of the key to the problem. Everything comes from that alien. The original viruses in its body mutated with the viruses on the Earth, resulting in the emergence of microorganisms similar to zombie viruses. Those things are extremely contagious and have lurking potential. Sex, which led to the sudden outbreak of this disaster. Yes, that's it. Everything just happened. I have to think of a solution quickly. Professor Yevny murmured tremblingly. He licked his dry lips and quickly thought of a solution. If it is an alien virus, then there must be a pathogen in the alien's body. As long as the sample can be tested, special medicine can be developed and this disaster can be solved. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded not far from the window, making a violent noise. This loud noise was closer than the previous roar. The special glass finally couldn't bear it and was shattered into pieces. The entire experimental base was shaking violently. The huge firelight illuminated half of the sky, and also alarmed Professor Yevny. He seemed to feel something, and turned around suddenly. Then the firelight came in from the window, and Professor Yevny was surprised to find that right next to him behind him, his most proud disciple was walking towards him step by step. No, that is not his disciple. The young man's originally delicate face turned extremely pale at this moment, and black veins covered his body like spider webs, making him look extremely ferocious. His mouth was open, and drool dripped down his face. On the ground, his eyes were also covered in scarlet color, and there was no trace of humanity at all. No. Don't come here. Professor Yevny backed away in horror. There is nothing more despairing than watching his best disciple turn into a zombie. Professor. The other party opened his mouth, and countless blood flowed out. Moreover, he did not stop moving forward even under the threat of Professor Yevny. Pong. Pong pong. Without any hesitation, Professor Yevny took out his pistol and fired several shots. The crisp sound of the gunfire was quickly covered by the sound of gunfire outside, without attracting anyone's attention. The professor's disciple took several steps back and finally collapsed on the stairs. I'm sorry, Teacher, I'm sorry for you. Seeing that the other party raised his hand again, Professor Yevny hurriedly shot him in the head again. Although he was not sure what the zombie virus was, the headshot was definitely effective. Because no matter what the virus is, if you want to control the body, you need the brain. If the brain is destroyed, then the body will not be able to stand up again. I still have something to do. Shaking his head, Professor Yevny suppressed the fear in his heart. He didn't dare to think about it now, because just now, he killed his disciple with his own hands. Just this one thing will drive him crazy. But he knew that he must not think randomly now. If he wanted to solve this disaster, he must find the alien as soon as possible and test his blood to find a vaccine against the zombie virus. Running back all the way, hesitation was too frightening, and the old professor accidentally stepped on the air and fell. When he returned to the first floor of the experimental base, he saw the special forces who were specially guarding the experimental base. The professional soldiers hid behind their bunkers, firing bullets continuously from the muzzles of their guns, knocking down the humanoid monsters hidden in the wind and snow outside one by one. Don't let any enemies rush over. Everyone, stabilize the defense line and kill all targets approaching here. Even if the opponents are our own and normal people, we must not let them get even half a step closer. The commander's shouts echoed in the trenches. Listening to the roar outside, Professor Yevny even vaguely heard the sound of tank fire. This was a horrific scene that he could never imagine in his life. The soldiers of the special forces kept firing, spraying fire at something outside. The intense firepower net destroyed anything that tried to get close to the experimental base. They are everywhere. A soldier exclaimed, his eyes already occupied by fear. He didn't know where these things came from, and he didn't even dare to think about what would happen after those monsters broke through the defense line. Stop talking nonsense and stick to your position. As long as you hold on here, those monsters can't get through. The commander roared to calm the restless hearts of the soldiers, but his trembling voice revealed his restless heart at the moment. Professor Yevny withdrew his gaze and rushed towards the underground laboratory. He knew that he was now racing against time. If the vaccine could not be produced before the experimental base was breached, everyone in the entire base would not survive. But when he returned to the underground laboratory, he was surprised to find that the situation below was even worse. Fire. There were burning flames everywhere, and the heat wave hit his face, forcing Professor Yevny to stop. He had never experienced anything so desperate. He saw with his own eyes a research institute that was covered in flames and running wildly. Then he was shot down by another professor. There were flames and smoke everywhere. If it was said that the outside was a hell on earth, then the underground laboratory becomes like purgatory. No one knew how the fire started, and no one knew how all this happened. Everyone was crazy. They didn't even have time to stop and think, they just wanted to escape from this experimental base that was heading for destruction. Professor Yevny suppressed the fear in his body, grabbed a gas mask to isolate the thick smoke, and then rushed to the lowest level of the laboratory without looking back. He knows that there is a high probability that he will not come back, but he also understands one thing: if he cannot ensure the survival of the pathogen, then the entire world will be destroyed by the zombie virus. Professor Yevny rushed into the sea of fire without hesitation. His mind was full of completing his plan as soon as possible, just when he was about to reach the secret room where the aliens were kept. The next moment, Professor Yevny suddenly stopped. At the end of the passage filled with flames that had formed a sea of fire, a black figure stood abruptly. It was a guy wearing a weird helmet. He wore a beak mask on his face. Yevny could clearly identify it. It was a special mask for beak doctors in the Middle Ages. The beak was made of silver and the two jets were black. The glasses don't carry any emotion. This strange scene instantly made Professor Yevny, who was in the sea of fire, feel as if he had fallen into a cold cave. The black figure was like a god of death, standing quietly in the flames. In his hand, he also held an extremely weird big umbrella. Who are you? Professor Yevny's eyes widened, staring at the figure that looked like the god of death. Loud shouts resounded in the passage, and the figure seemed to be attracted by the sound, and slowly turned around. His long windbreaker swayed in the flames, but there was no trace of being ignited. Someone can actually come here carrying the fear gas. A hoarse voice sounded, like metal friction. Judging from the voice, the figure actually had a somewhat surprised tone. The old professor could no longer suppress the panic in his heart. He suddenly raised his gun and fired several shots at the black beak monster. His speed was very fast, but the black shadow opposite him was even faster. Before him, when he just raised his hand, the humanoid black shadow had already taken action. The bird-beaked monster quickly held the umbrella in front of him, blocking most of his body, and stopped the bullets shooting out of the air. A low, puff sound was made on the umbrella surface, and then the umbrella at the tip opened instantly, and Professor Yevny only saw a rapid flash of fire coming from the tip of the umbrella. The next moment, the old professor felt a pain in his chest, and he froze in place. He shook his body, and a chill spread from the soles of his feet. Professor Yevny only felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, and then just collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the weirdo holding the umbrella put away his umbrella and let out a weird sneer. It seems that I did underestimate the people here. I didn't expect to see humans with such strong willpower here. Professor Yevny breathed heavily, but he found that he had lost control of his body. Only then did he realize that he had probably been hit by the opponent's weapon. His breathing gradually weakened, and Professor Yevny felt a deep sleepiness coming over him. Even if he tried to cheer himself up, he couldn't hold it in the end. Just when he was about to close his eyes, he found that he didn't know where to go. At this time, the flames around him actually went out. Or rather, it never happened. There was no flame at all. The heat, smoke, and researchers on fire were all fake. It was the other party who used special poisonous gas that caused everyone here to fall into hallucinations. So if you think about it, there are no zombies at all. This is all a scam. From beginning to end, everyone here is hallucinating. Killing each other among them. Then, my own disciples also. Professor Yevny's eyes widened. He stared at the black figure, and he opened his mouth desperately to say something. In the end, nothing came out, he died without leaving his eyes open. The old professor only surprised Zhang Yi a little, but he didn't pay too much attention. Compared with this world, the death of these people had no impact at all. Batman walked up to Zhang Yi at some point. He was wearing a special bat mask on his face. After discovering that Zhang Yi had put fear gas on his umbrella, he made first-hand preparations. Originally, Old Bat wanted to sneak in secretly, and then investigate the specific location of Superman before preparing to take action. By the way, he could also see how Zhang Yi and Pietro handled this kind of thing. But what he never expected was that as soon as he entered the place, Pietro quickly ran through the entire experimental base. After getting familiar with the situation of the entire base, he also destroyed the control room and communication equipment. Zhang Yi was even more outrageous. Without any hesitation, he directly poured the fear gas into the air outlet, and then used the propeller on the umbrella to rotate at high speed, causing the fear gas in the air outlet to flow into the entire experimental base along the ventilation duct. At the same time, the leaked poisonous gas also spread to the military fortress outside the experimental base. In the blink of an eye, all those who were affected by the fearful poisonous gas turned into madmen. In their eyes, everything they heard and saw changed. Looks like. Just like the professor who regarded his disciples as zombies, everyone in the military fortress picked up the weapons at hand and opened fire at the surrounding friendly forces. In this case, no one had time to stop and think. Everyone has only one idea, that is to kill other people and survive by themselves. Thus, a battle royale like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds began. Those who had guns used guns, and those who had cannons fired. Some even used tanks, just to blast the monsters in their eyes into pieces. The entire military base was in commotion. By the time Batman discovered it, it was too late. The war could no longer be stopped. Only by killing everyone could this horrific feast be stopped. To be honest, this is the most amazing scene Batman has ever seen. You must know that even Scarecrow, the creator of the fear gas, has never caused such a large-scale destruction. This makes Batman hate Zhang Yi and Pietro. There was some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yi saw Batman's expression hidden under the mask. He turned his head and said as if explaining or talking to himself. We rescued Superman from Mao's military base. This is a crime. At the same time, we don't have time to worry about these things. If Superman cannot be rescued quickly, the world will be destroyed. Besides, there are many guards here. Without this approach, we would have casualties. When Batman heard this, he didn't say anything. No one knew what the expression was on his face under the mask. He stepped forward and walked in front of Zhang Yi. Looking at the huge steel cage, his deep voice slowly sounded. This is where Superman is being held. Seeing Batman take out a device from his belt, seemingly preparing to decipher the code of the cell door, Zhang Yi spoke quickly. No need, Pietro solves the password. He is very fast and can try all the combinations of the password in a very short time. The next moment, as if to confirm Zhang Yi's words, Pietro quickly stepped forward, one hand turning into an afterimage. Before Batman could respond, the password door turned green and was made of steel. The huge airtight cage slowly opened. Seeing this, Batman silently put the device back, and immediately hid in the shadows, showing no intention of going in. He was obviously planning to let Zhang Yi and the others handle it on their own. Zhang Yi just smiled at this and walked in first. The cage was very huge. It was a metal spherical object, but the interior was not as spacious as expected. It only seemed to be about 10 square meters. The cage was very dark, with only a few red emergency lights on. There was only a simple iron bedboard and a screen in the small space. On the bed, a piece of red and blue clothes was placed casually. Zhang Yi, the S logo on the clothes can be clearly seen through the beak mask's glasses. Picking up the clothes and handing them to Pietro, Zhang Yi continued to walk inside. After bypassing the screen, a woman wearing a white surgical gown entered Zhang Yi's field of vision. Found it. It was said to be a surgical hospital gown, but in fact the woman just wore a sheet, with a hole cut in the middle for her head to go through, and the two sides were simply tied with ropes. This was obviously for better blood collection. And do experiments. The woman has short black hair and looks to be no more than 20 years old. This should be the most beautiful age in theory, but in fact, it can be seen from her skinny condition that the woman's condition is almost at its limit at this time. Zhang Yi looked at her fingers, which had exposed the outline of their bones, and sighed quietly. He took 2 steps forward and picked her up, but the touch in his hands was extremely hard, as if he was holding a skeleton. "Zhang, are you sure this is the Superman we are looking for?" Pietro was stunned for a moment and stared at Superwoman for a long time. Her current state reminded him of bad memories. "It's her, Kara L, the last legacy of Krypton," Zhang Yi said lightly. As if hearing her name, Kara opened her eyes drowsily. After seeing Zhang Yi's slightly terrifying beak mask, Kara struggled for a moment, and then fainted again. "Stop talking about this. It's not safe here. Let's go back first and discuss other matters." Holding Kara, Zhang Yi turned around and walked out of the cage. Batman, who was guarding outside, saw Zhang Yi walking away holding a thin woman. When he came out, he was slightly stunned. "I thought the Superman Barry was talking about was a male." Hearing this, Zhang Yi curled his lips. Indeed, in Barry Allen's memory, Superman is indeed a male, but well, in this chaotic universe, anything is possible. The 3 people returned the same way, seeing corpses everywhere along the way. Listening to the still lively sound of artillery fire outside, it was estimated that the soldiers here could not stop until the last one was alive. But after experiencing another universe full of despair, Zhang Yi and Pietro no longer have any feelings about it. Maybe these people don't deserve to die, maybe they deserve to die, but who cares? Batman didn't say much. He also had a lot of lives in his hands. From his secret room displaying countless villain equipment, it can be seen that the Batman in this universe is also a ruthless character who kills decisively. Riding the Bat Fighter all the way back, this operation was considered a perfect success. Although the noise was a bit loud, it went smoothly for a few people. There were no casualties. The old Batman didn't even take action. By the time we returned to Wayne Manor, it was already bright, the sun was slowly rising from the east, and Gotham City had a sunny day for the first time in a long time. Entering the Batcave, Zhang Yi and his party of 4 stepped off the Batfighter. The 2 Barry Allens had been waiting eagerly for a long time. The moment they saw everyone coming back, Barry Allen immediately came up to greet them. "I have found a way to restore my speed force. If we can simulate a natural lightning, and then put those experimental potions next to me and recreate the scene where I gained superpowers, then maybe I can successfully give me my superpowers again." Just as he was talking, Barry Allen saw Karel in Zhang Yi's arms again, and he suddenly froze on the spot. "You guys succeeded. Didn't you agree to save Superman? Who is this girl?" "She is the Superman of this world. Barry, now you can understand how much trouble you have caused this time." Zhang Yi replied, and then he looked around and continued. "Since you are sure that you can recover the Speed Force, act as soon as possible. I believe that there is everything you need in the Batcave. It will not be difficult for Bruce Wayne to conduct artificial rainfall. Pietro, you also go and help. I will take this Kryptonian to bask in the sun now." After saying that, Zhang Yi walked towards the exit of the Batcave. Surprisingly, everyone present had no objections to Zhang Yi's command. Except for the obedient Pietro, even the old Batman did not. The exit was refused, or in other words, Batman at this time had determined the threat of this disaster. At the same time, he also believed that these people were indeed ready to save the world. After Zhang Yi left, everyone immediately took action. Bruce Wayne went to find materials for artificial rainfall and also wanted to make a bat kite for detonating thunder. Pietro and Barry Allen ran out, going to various laboratories to collect the chemicals they need. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. On the other side, Zhang Yi and Kara came to the rooftop of Wayne Castle. Here, Kara could better absorb the radiation of the yellow sun. At the same time, in order to help her, Zhang Yi also took off her clothes. He took off his windbreaker and let Kara lie on it. The black windbreaker can absorb the sun's rays better, making Kara's recovery faster. In fact, this is indeed the case. As the sun shines, Kara's body, whose ribs were clearly visible, reacts instantly. Like an inflated balloon, Kara's body slowly returns to its normal appearance. At the same time, the energy in her body also became full. Zhang Yi took off his mask at the side, and then took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. He was not worried about anything else, but he was afraid that this girl would subconsciously resist when she woke up. By then, his small body would not be able to withstand it. Living in the fist of a Kryptonian enhanced by sunlight. Kara's eyelids moved slightly, and then opened suddenly. Without any help, Kara suddenly floated up, and then slowly stood up. Being able to create a biological stance in such a short period of time, the Kryptonian system is really terrifying. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly smacked his lips. Even Kara, who had just escaped from trouble, was so fierce. It can be seen that General Zod and his men how amazing. Sensing Zhang Yi's presence, Kara turned her head and looked in Zhang Yi's direction. I remember you, you saved me from that place. Kara's voice was very calm, but Zhang Yi could detect a little joy in her heart, as well as the anger that was about to erupt like flowing lava. It is true that anyone who has been locked up and studied for more than 10 years will have endless emotions. Anger. Just remember, I was worried about you punching me. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and put down the umbrella he was holding tightly behind his back. Kara stared at Zhang Yi quietly, seeming to be remembering something, and then she spoke. If I remember correctly, you called me by my name. Who are you? Let's get to know each other. My name is Zhang Yi. I come from another universe. Zhang Yi smiled and took a few steps forward, stretched out his hand, and continued. This world is about to be destroyed in Zod's hands. To save it, we need your power. Facing Zhang Ye's outstretched palm, Kara did not freeze for a moment and did not move. But soon, she suddenly closed her eyes, and a high-frequency sound that ordinary people could not catch penetrated into her ears, making her temporarily fascinated. This noise made my head hurt. Don't worry, this is normal. I need you to calm down, focus on me, listen carefully to my words, and don't be affected by other voices. Zhang Yi understood immediately when he saw her reaction. Coming over, Kara had just been strengthened by Yellow Sun and had not yet adapted to it. Under Zhang Ye's guidance, Kara chose to try to believe Zhang Ye's statement. Soon, those messy sounds gradually disappeared. Only then did she feel better. Looking up at Zhang Yi, Kara's eyes were a little confused. Why do you seem to know my appearance so well? What is going on? Why is your planet so strange? Kara narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly found that she seemed to be able to see Zhang Yi's skeleton. Being stared at by this kind of gaze, Zhang Yi felt vigilant in his heart. It was a very magical feeling, as if he was being seen through by the other person, as if he had no clothes on and his whole body was exposed to the other person's scrutiny. Zhang Yi also understood that the other party should have unlocked the X site by the way. He suppressed the discomfort all over his body and spoke. The strange thing is not this planet, but the sun. This must be the first time you have been illuminated by the yellow sun. The radiation of this sun can greatly strengthen your body and turn you into an invulnerable Superman. At the same time, you will also let your senses be amplified to an intensity you cannot imagine. Listening to Zhang Ye's story quietly, Kara's body suspended in mid-air slowly landed on the ground on the rooftop. She was now full of curiosity about the human being in front of her. I know you have many questions in your mind. You can ask them casually. No matter what the question is, as long as I know it, I can tell you. This can be regarded as letting you trust my sincerity. Zhang Yi shrugged. Said calmly. Who are you? Why do you know so many things about me? Kara immediately asked what she wanted to know most. I have just introduced you. My name is Zhang Yi. I come from another universe. Strictly speaking, my partner and I are looking for a universe suitable for my survival. You can also understand that I am a person in the multiverse of wanderers. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, seeming to be laughing at himself for his experience during this period, and then continued. As for why I know you so well, it's because I know a lot about the multiverse, including you and your cousin. You know my cousin. Kara suddenly became excited. She interrupted Zhang Yi's words and asked anxiously. Do you know where he is now? Was he also captured by these humans? If there is anyone in the world that worries Kara the most, it is undoubtedly her cousin Kal-El. However, in other universes, Kal-El also has a more familiar name, Clark Kent, also known as Clark Kent. That's Superman. Kara is much older than Carl. When the two left Krypton in the spaceship, Carl was still an infant. This was also what Kara was most worried about. He was still a baby. If his cousin Kara could hardly imagine what would happen if she was captured and studied by humans. Seeing Kara's anxious look, Zhang Yi didn't show off and said seriously. Kara, I know you are anxious, but you'd better calm down. You won't be able to accept what I'm going to say next. Hearing this, Kara also immediately figured out that her cousin had probably encountered something unexpected. She slowly clenched her fists, and a surge of momentum burst out. Zhang Yi, who was closest to him, immediately took 2 steps back. He knew that Kara was suppressing her anger at the moment. It was a terrifying emotion like a tsunami. Kara's eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and huge energy filled them, as if the next moment would burst out with devastating destruction. But Kara finally forced herself to calm down, and slowly spoke out a word through clenched teeth. Explain. Seeing this, Zhang Yi sighed. Don't get me wrong, your cousin's accident has nothing to do with Earth. He died at the hands of Zod. I believe you should have an impression of this Kryptonian general. General Zod? That Kryptonian rebel, how is that possible? He was clearly exiled to the Phantom Zone. Kara retorted immediately, eyes full of disbelief. Indeed, but you have to know that it was because of this exile that he escaped the destruction of Krypton. Then he led his remaining troops to intercept your cousin's spaceship, and spent decades creating the Genesis engine is locked and your position is locked. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi took a deep look at Kara and said calmly. His goal is to find the central book that records the genes of Krypton, so as to rebuild the Kryptonian civilization. He originally thought that the book was in your cousin's body, so he tried to extract the book from his body. As a result, Zhang Yi did not continue talking about the rest of the story. In fact, it goes without saying that Kara had clearly understood the whole story. She never imagined that her cousin's interstellar journey would end before it even started. The person who killed him was actually his fellow Kryptonian. Kara's lips trembled slightly, and she kept breathing heavily, trying to calm her emotions and angry heart, and then she spoke again with the last glimmer of hope. Why should I believe you? You might be lying to me. But you know in your heart that I didn't lie to you, because your eyes and ears can clearly see through my heartbeat, right? Moreover, Zod has come to the Earth, and his spaceship is parked above Australia. If you don't believe it, you can ask him. After saying this, Zhang Yi looked at Kara, who was eager to give it a try, and hurriedly continued. You're not really going to ask him in person later, are you? The purpose of his coming to Earth is to find you. Are you preparing to die? If what you said is true, then I will avenge my brother. Kara roared. To put it simply, how to take revenge. You are a Kryptonian, and so is he. Both of you are now strengthened by the yellow sun, and that guy was obviously strengthened earlier than you. I admit that you are very powerful now, but you want to go killing him is simply impossible. After the words fell, the rooftop fell into silence. Kara's expression was a little ferocious, and the anger and unwillingness in her heart finally broke out and turned into endless grievances. As an orphan from Krypton, she originally thought about taking her brother to live in a new world without having to do anything else, even if the two of them just grew up, got married, and had children. But what she didn't expect was that his younger brother had actually been poisoned a long time ago. At the same time, she herself was captured by the military as soon as she entered this planet and has been imprisoned until now. At this time, she was finally rescued, but in the end she couldn't even avenge her brother. You know, during the time when he was imprisoned, it was precisely because he was worried about the safety of his cousin that Carla was able to survive until now. This huge pain directly crushed Kara's fragile heart. She collapsed on the rooftop, buried her head between her legs, and let out a low sob. Seeing Kara's appearance, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then walked forward and patted Kara's head gently. Don't worry, I will help you. While comforting Carla, who was crying, Zhang Yi was constantly thinking about how to solve this crisis. Although he already had a plan in his heart, Zhang Yi didn't know whether the specific implementation would be successful, and he didn't dare to guarantee it. After a while, Kara's mood stabilized a lot. This was the first time she cried freely in front of outsiders. She was somewhat embarrassed. She lowered her head deeply to prevent Zhang Yi from seeing her face. Do you have any idea? After a while, Kara broke the calm. Hearing this, Zhang Yi breathed out lightly. He stared at the rising sun. The early morning sunlight poured down on the earth, giving him a warm feeling on his face. Then he smiled. There will always be a way, but before that, I need you to trust me, okay? Kara didn't respond, which was regarded as acquiescing to Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, stood up and said. You should bask in the sun here. It's good for your body. I've put the clothes here. You can change into them later. I'm going down to make some preparations. If you feel better, you can go down to find me. These are all our own people and can be trusted. After saying that, Zhang Yi opened the door to the rooftop and walked back into the house. He had one more important thing to do now. At the edge of the rooftop, Kara, who was leaning against the guardrail, noticed that Zhang Yi had left, and then slowly raised her head. She wiped the tears on her face in silence. To be honest, she didn't know what she was going to do next. She doesn't know what the meaning of her life is. The only belief she had always adhered to was to raise her cousin. Now that her cousin was dead, Kara felt a chilling sense of relief for a moment, an ethereal feeling. It was as if she was like a duckweed, floating in the wind, but never having a place to rely on. She couldn't find the meaning of living anymore. Everything around her fell into silence. Even the chirping of birds became smaller and smaller. Even if the sun was shining on her, Kara couldn't feel any warmth. She leaned against the guardrail and stared at the sky blankly, sighing faintly. The other side. After returning to the Batcave, Zhang Yi discovered that these guys were really fast. After less than a while, the old Batman actually assembled a chair made of steel with the help of Barry Allen. It just looks weird, kind of like the tiger bench in Ancient Punishment. In addition, Batman is still thinking of ways to carry out artificial rainfall. If he wants to do this, he must have the help of the Bat Fighter. Fortunately, Gotham itself is a city that is often in rainy days, which makes artificial rain more difficult. The difficulty of rainfall has been greatly reduced. Next to him, Barry Allen was cooperating in assembling this huge bat kite. After a while, he needed to fly this thing into the sky, and then release a small electric charge to attract lightning, so as to achieve the effect of being struck by lightning. Pietro and Barry Allen Jr. have returned. They have collected all the experimental potions as quickly as possible. Next, they only need to complete the bat kite, and then Batman can start the final debugging. Seeing this, Zhang-Yi couldn't help but nodded. Seeing the mobility of these guys, Zhang-Yi must be lying if he said he didn't envy them. Look at these superheroes, one or two of them are all technological masters. Batman is. Needless to say, even the Flash knows a lot about physics, chemistry and the like. Turning around and looking at himself, not to say that he had accomplished nothing, but except for those memories that had some understanding of the plots of these multiverses, Zhang-Yi really had nothing that he could use. Without thinking about these things, Zhang-Yi withdrew his thoughts and waved to Barry Allen, who was chatting with Pietro. Seeing Zhang-Yi's actions, Barry Allen was stunned for a moment, and then pointed at himself in slight surprise, as if he didn't understand that Zhang-Yi would suddenly look for him. "What's wrong, Zhang? Do you have anything to do with me?" Seeing Zhang-Yi Chang nodded to him, little Barry Allen arrived in front of Zhang-Yi in the blink of an eye and asked a little excitedly. "You know, he has been causing trouble ever since he got these superpowers. Barry Allen seems to hate himself very much. He has a cold face every day, even if he just wants to make him happy. As for Batman, he even takes advantage of him. Be a little transparent and ignore him at all." Only Zhang-Yi and Pietro could talk to him properly, which made little Barry Allen's affection for them double. Looking at young Barry Allen, Zhang-Yi took out the time controller that he had kept close to his chest. "Actually, it's not a big deal. My machine is out of power, but ordinary energy sources can't power it, so I need your Speed Force Lightning to help me recharge this little thing. The time controller has its own energy conversion, that is to say, any energy can bring it a charging effect, but depending on the strength of the energy, the charging speed will be faster or slower. The best energy source is definitely a huge energy body such as nuclear energy or rocket engine. Iron Man's reactor and Green Lantern's lantern should also be able to do it." Originally, Zhang-Yi tried to use the scepter of Zeus to release lightning for charging, but Zhang-Yi soon gave up because even if all the power stored in the scepter was used, it would not be able to charge the time controller. Using 1% of energy, this is undoubtedly a time-consuming and labor-intensive matter. Therefore, Zhang-Yi set his sights on the Flash. The Speed Force is a very magical power, and the energy it carries is extremely terrifying. Otherwise, the speedsters would not be able to travel through time at will. You must know that among the many major events, except for being sacrificed to heaven, there has never been a time when the Flash has not been reduced to a hamster on a treadmill, providing powerful energy to the villains. This can also be seen from the side. The speed used by the Flash Lena is a powerful energy source that even many villains covet. What is this thing? It looks so strange. Is it a game console? Little Barry Allen took the time controller and started playing with it curiously, but after playing with it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the origin of this thing. "You don't have to worry about the use of this thing. You just need to know that this thing is very important to me. So, Barry, I'm leaving it to you." "No problem, I'll take care of it." Little Barry Allen patted his chest excitedly. It felt so good to be needed by others. Little Barry Allen was happy to help others, but he was stunned for a moment and blinked. Blink. How do you charge this thing? Hearing this, Zhang-Yi touched his chin, pondered for a moment and then said. "If I'm right, you might be able to take it outside and run a few more laps." Following Zhang-Yi's suggestion, little Barry Allen took the time controller and flew out, and began to run around the entire Wayne Manor at super light speed. The huge energy burst out instantly, causing huge ring lightning that even ordinary people could see with the naked eye. This attracted the attention of old Batman and Barry Allen. In addition to them, even Kara on the rooftop also threw it. Got a curious look. However, they just looked at it and then retracted their gaze and continued to do what they were doing. Although I don't know what kind of monster this little brat is, since it was Zhang-Yi who asked him to do this, there must be a deep meaning. I think there won't be any trouble for a while. Besides, time is urgent now, so it's better to do it as soon as possible. Getting Barry Allen back to the Speed Force is the key. Fortunately, Wayne Manor is located in a remote area, and a large area around it is the private property of the Wayne family. This also made the little Flash a lot of noise, but in fact, apart from these people, it did not attract the attention of anyone else. After about 5 or 6 minutes, little Barry Allen returned to Zhang-Yi. However, his condition was very bad at this time. When he came back, he could basically be described as rolling and crawling. Pietro quickly helped him with his eyes and hands. He killed him and brought him to Zhang-Yi. Are you okay? Zhang Yi did not take back the time controller immediately. Instead, he was startled by the appearance of Xiaoli at this time. I saw that the inside of the minibus was a little blue, and his face was covered with sweat. He was slumped on the chair and panting, as if he had just finished a marathon. Zhang Yi did not expect that he was just charging the battery. It would actually make Little Flash collapse from exhaustion. You know, at this time, Little Barry Allen not only has a speed force on his body, but he also carries the speed force of Big Barry Allen. With such a powerful force, he can still be so tired, which shows that the time controller charging is far from as simple as Zhang Yi imagined. I'm fine, I'm just too tired. Huh, what is this thing for? I feel like when I'm running, all the energy around me is being sucked in by this thing. It's even absorbing my physical strength. Holding it running with this thing is like carrying a scary weight. It took Barry Allen a long time to calm down his rapid breathing. It was only then that he couldn't help complaining about the weirdness of this gadget to Zhang Yi, and threw it towards Zhang Yi. From the expression on his face it seems that he never wants to touch this thing again in his life. After catching the time controller, Zhang Yi clicked on the screen, and soon something similar to a fingerprint unlock appeared. This was the first time Zhang Yi saw a pattern other than mistime in the time controller. Licking his lips, Zhang Yi put his thumb on it. Immediately afterwards, a heartbreaking pain shot out from the thumb. It felt like the thumb had been squeezed by the door. The violent tearing feeling was accompanied by a numbing sensation like an electric shock. This made Zhang Yi subconsciously remove his fingers. The next moment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt cold all over, and the scene around him changed drastically. At this time, Zhang Yi was in a starry sky. It was an indescribable cold feeling. Zhang Yi couldn't feel the land under his feet, but he was actually stepping on something. Suspended in this world. Zhang Yi looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, and his whole body was stunned. In the field of vision he could reach, the starry sky was divided into two parts by a huge horizon crack. Zhang Yi himself was still in the normal universe of twinkling stars, but on the opposite side, a sky that looked like eternal night shrouded an unknown number of people. World. The huge black crack released a terrifying aura that was impossible to look directly at, as if any life would be cut off here. It was a terrifying energy that Zhang Yi could not imagine, and no known energy source could compare with it. The world shrouded in the sky turned into one death star after another. Although it was far away, Zhang Yi seemed to be able to detect the rotten toxins and black-green lava flowing in it. The land was covered with dense cracks. There is no life inside, only breathless annihilation. The fragmented world that can be seen everywhere is shocking. This terrifying scene made Zhang Yi's brain freeze for a while. The strange energy pollutes all the world that can be touched in an unspeakable way. Everything it passes through is constantly splitting and falling. The other starry sky that is still under normal conditions is under Zhang Yi's gaze at this moment. But like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. And at the edge of the sky, a huge creature collapsed in the gap between darkness and light. In fact, strictly speaking, it was not a thing that could be called a creature at all. Rather than an object, it is more appropriate to call it a celestial body. It is a mass of stars gathered together, a giant with a human-like outline formed by countless galaxies. Its facial features are so chaotic that it cannot be seen. Its body is filled with infinite starlight, giving people a strange feeling. However, the surface of its body is covered with crazily wriggling shadows, which are a kind of maggots made up of shadows. They are constantly twisting and eating away at the starlight giant's body, trying to get into its body and erode pollution. The core of it. Zhang Yi stared blankly at everything in front of him. Although this scene made him dizzy if he looked at it more, he still stared at this unimaginable picture without blinking. Don't look, we don't have the power to help it. Just when Zhang Yi was staring blankly at the light and shadow in the distance, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Zhang Yi was startled and turned his head suddenly, with a gloomy expression on his face. As her eyes shifted, an orange clock appeared in Zhang Yi's field of vision. The clock had human facial features. In addition, she also had human limbs. Zhang Yi recognized this thing at a glance. It was mistime created by the Time Variation Administration. However, this time she did not appear on the time controller, but truly came to reality. What do you mean, we don't have the ability to help it? Do you know that starlight giant? Zhang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Data lost, system file error. Miss Time responded quickly, but her words made Zhang Yi frown deeply. What is going on? Why did you bring me to this universe? Did something happen to the Time Variation Administration? What happened here? Zhang Yi asked anxiously, but the response was still Miss Time's extremely cold and emotionless voice. Data lost. System file error. Dig a small hole, can anyone guess the identity of the giant? Baby Barry Allen has been running for so long, how much battery have you recharged? Hearing Zhang Ye's question, Miss Time blinked and replied immediately. According to the test, the current battery level is 63%, and most of the function permissions have been unlocked. 63. Then how is this electricity calculated? How is it usually consumed? Under normal circumstances, the power consumption can be ignored. Even if it is to supply my existence, it will not consume a lot, because strictly speaking, the main function of the time controller is to travel through the timeline, other functions are incidental and do not consume much power. Miss Time turned around, showed off her body, and then continued. As for the calculation of electricity, it is divided by energy. 1% of electricity is probably the total energy of a small-sized star explosion. However, different energies have different recharges for electricity. Some magical energy sources will have different effects on electricity. The recharge will be larger. Hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. If he followed what he said, he might have to test the equivalent values of different energy conversions by himself when charging in the future. At the same time, Zhang Yi was a little confused. With the blessing of the Speed Force, little Barry Allen was so tired that he recharged so much. It seemed to be enough, but it was impossible for Zhang Yi to take Little Flash away and use it as a power bank. 63's electricity supply is far less than imagined. The time controller is the biggest trump card in Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi naturally cannot give up this thing and wants to use it casually. So for Zhang Yi, it is necessary to find a time controller that can charge the time controller for a long time. Method is the most important thing. Currently, the best way to gather a large amount of supernatural energy to charge it in a short period of time is through the Flash's Speed Force. But the Speed Force is not stable. This power only exists in the DC multiverse. If the Flash leaves this multiverse, he will instantly lose the blessing of the Speed Force and become an ordinary person. In other words, if Zhang Yi wants to use this machine, he must reserve a part of the power, and when it is almost out of power, he can quickly come to the Flash to charge it, so as to keep the time controller usable for a long time. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he knew that this was impossible. Before he understood the connection between the multiverses, Zhang Yi did not want to put his eggs in one basket. In addition to the Speed Force, he also had to find other things as soon as possible. For energy that can be charged, it is best to find a power bank to carry with you. Putting aside the issue of power, what Zhang Yi is most curious about the time controller is the ability to freely travel through timelines and even the multiverse. Miss Time, can you tell me the specific functions of the time controller? If I remember correctly, traveling through the multiverse is not something such a small machine can do. According to the production records of this machine, this time controller has the function of perfectly traveling through the sacred timeline in various time branches, including dimension travel, time travel, and space travel. Miss Time introduced it excitedly, seeming to be particularly happy because she could help Zhang Yi. Dimension travel refers to traveling through different dimensions in a specific timeline, time travel refers to freely traveling through different time periods in the timeline, and space travel refers to the multiverse formed by branches of different timelines. Free travel. Holy timeline. Timeline branch. Listening to Miss Time's explanation, Zhang Yi not only did not relieve his inner doubts, but on the contrary, Zhang Yi became even more doubtful. Just kidding, there are old Batman, Flash and Supergirl standing outside. You tell me this is Marvel's sacred timeline. How can I say that the DC multiverse is now a member of the Marvel multiverse, right? Looking at Miss Time's smiling face, Zhang Yi deeply suspected that this kid seemed to be mentally retarded. You thought we were in the same place? Tell me which universe I am in now. Dear Mr. Zhang Yi, of course we are in the sacred timeline created by the Guardian of Time. Miss Time showed a big smile. After a pause, Zhang Yi's face gradually became serious. Can you say that again? Dear Lord Zhang Yi, of course we were created by the Guardian of Time. Wait a minute, who is the Guardian of Time you are talking about? Zhang Yi saw that Miss Time was about to repeat what she said, and quickly interrupted her with a question. Miss Time heard this and was a little confused. Who is the Guardian of Time? The Guardian of Time is the Guardian of Time. Looking at Miss Time's expression, Zhang Yi frowned. It seemed that things were completely different from what he thought, and even 10,000 times worse than he thought. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi asked again. No, anything can be described. The Time Guardians you mentioned should also have something to look like. Let me guess, those Time Guardians should be 3 humanoid creatures that look like lizards. Bar. Yes, they are still wearing yellow robes. Miss Time said proudly. In contrast to Miss Time's happy face, Zhang Yi's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Things are getting serious. This time controller is actually created by the TVA in my memory, which is the Time Variation Administration that controls the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe in the American TV series, Loki. But this doesn't make sense at all. The timeline controlled by the so-called Temporal Change Management Bureau is just a warped timeline created by Kong the Conqueror's variant. How could he possibly affect the Marvel Comics universe, not to mention that he is now in the world? In the DC multiverse, this is far from what they can do. Do you know Loki? Zhang Yi asked. This name is not recorded in the system files. Is it necessary to create a special file for it? Do you know Kong? Zhang Yi did not answer, but asked after thinking about it. This name has not been recorded in the system files. Do you want to create a special file for it? A repeated word came out of Miss Time's mouth again. The two answers made Zhang Yi anxious. Originally, he wanted to use Miss Time to eliminate some of his doubts, but what he didn't expect was that this Miss Time made Zhang Yi even more confused, and even had a faint fear and uneasiness about the unknown. In fact, the whole thing was full of something wrong from the beginning. The Marvel universe that I traveled to for the first time was obviously a universe that was about to be destroyed, a completely unknown one. It was obvious that that universe either appeared on its own, or it was. It comes from a Marvel comic that Zhang Yi has not seen. But no matter what the possibility is, the time controller in TVA will appear in that universe and be collected by President X and placed in a secret room. This in itself is a very scary thing. In addition, he was able to travel directly from the Marvel universe to the DC universe through this machine, which made Zhang Yi have doubts about the identity of the creator of this machine, or the previous owner. Although he is not sure what happened, Zhang Yi suspects that this time controller has obviously been modified by some powerful being. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why it can travel freely in different multiverses. Moreover, Pietro also revealed before that when he saw this time controller, he saw a yellow cookie on it that could only laugh. If his guess was correct, the yellow cookie in Pietro's mouth was the one in front of him. Miss Time, that is to say, the time controller is on at that time. Including when he went to President. That being said, the question arises, why didn't President X travel through Miss Time when he got this machine? Maybe he doesn't know the function of this machine, but Miss Time does. Unless there was some unknown secret about Miss Time at that time. As for the situation where the last user of this time controller was killed by President X, so this thing became President X's trophy, Zhang Yi felt that it was impossible to happen. Not to mention how powerful the being who can transform the time controller would be, even if the other party really died in the hands of President don't know how to use this machine. What's more, President. So thinking about it this way, the identity of the previous owner of this time controller and why it appeared in that universe are two big mountains that weigh on Zhang Yi, which have brought him huge pressure. But now, Zhang Yi doesn't have the ability to explore that level of secrets. He can only focus on the imminent matters in front of him. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi asked. Miss Time, I want to know how the time travel function is implemented. Can I now travel at will? Of course. Our archives are connected to the host that observes the sacred timeline. No matter how many branches there are in the sacred timeline, we can travel to any time node among them at will. Miss Time said very proudly. As she spoke, she took out an electronic screen out of thin air, and on the screen was what she said was the archive recording the sacred timeline and its branches. But the next moment, Miss Time's smile froze. Huh? Where has the sacred timeline gone? Why have all the timeline branches in the archive disappeared? No, there is still a valid record. This seems to be a record left over from the previous filing data. The record left behind from the last filing data? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. Yes. Miss Time nodded. It should be the anchor point you left when you traveled through the previous time branch, so it is left in the current archives. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Yi also understood that this record should be the universe where Pietro was, and also the parallel universe that he directly traveled to and was about to be destroyed. Then can I travel to that world? Of course it is possible. All recorded time branches have anchor points to support travel. You can consume 1% of the power to travel. Miss Time nodded. That means that the universe I am currently in is also being recorded, and there are also anchor points to travel through. Zhang Yi was a little excited. Yes, the anchor point has been confirmed and the information is being uploaded. The information of the two time branches has been saved in the archive. You can travel through it at will. Zhang Yi thought about something again. You know, the time controller can directly locate Asgard, so he asked quickly. So according to you, I can travel to any location in that universe, not just the Earth. The last time branch was okay, but not in this universe, because recording in the archive takes time. Without the observation of the host, it would take several months for this time controller alone to record a new time branch, and it would also take several months. It consumes a lot of power. Miss Time blinked and asked. Do you want to record the universe you are currently in? It will consume about 43% of the power and take 66 days to analyze. No need. Zhang Yi quickly refused. He didn't have that much time to spend here. Suddenly, an inspiration appeared in Zhang Yi's mind and disappeared in a flash. When Zhang Yi wanted to go into it, he found that the idea had disappeared. This made Zhang Yi a little unhappy. He might have overlooked a very important point. Things. However, Zhang Yi didn't think too much, and he asked again. So since you have a complete record of that universe, can you find the location of Asgard in that universe for me? Okay, please wait. Miss Time immediately started taking action after hearing this. She quickly called up the data in the archives, and then began to quickly query. Looking at her look, Zhang Yi guessed that this guy was planning to search for records starting from the Big Bang. Because he was not sure how long it would take, Zhang Yi thought about it and was ready to ask her to stop the search, but what Zhang Yi didn't expect was, just when he was about to speak, Miss Time stopped and gave the answer. According to detection, no records of the civilization named Asgard were found in that time branch. How is that possible? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. He originally thought that Asgard might have suffered Ragnarok in advance and therefore did not appear on Earth, but Miss Time's record made Zhang Yi a little confused. What about Carrie Xing? Zhang Yi asked again. Please wait a moment. This time, Miss Time gave the answer after checking for a while. The Kree civilization and the planet and galaxy where it is located have been detected. Please choose a time node for travel. Forget it, no need. Zhang Yi waved his hand. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. That universe was really a universe without any supernatural energy. Forget it, there is no heaven and hell, not even alien gods. However, it is not completely without gain. When technology is developed to a certain extent, it can also bring powerful power. Although it is impossible to develop some magical things, it is still possible to acquire some alien technology. But before that, Zhang Yi suddenly thought of something. Miss Time, help me detect the stars in that universe. What kind of stars? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light and he sneered. Red Sun. Red Sun is just an official adjective. In memory, the Red Sun exists on Superman's hometown Krypton. It is a huge star that emits red light. Under its illumination, the physique of a Kryptonian is almost the same as that of a normal human being. So why did the Kryptonians become invulnerable, have Cyclops eyes, and even be able to awaken the biological stance of Superman after they came to Earth? This has to start with the physique of Kryptonians. Kryptonians are a race born with superpowers. This can be seen from the legend of EAO, the god of Krypton. However, unlike other superhuman beings, Kryptonians are born with superpowers. The superpowers of aliens evolve based on the radiation of stars. In other words, when they are irradiated by stars with super energy, this radiation will be absorbed by their bodies and immediately converted into powerful energy to give them the superpowers carried in their genes. And bring out the superpowers you already have. But what is somewhat sad is that in the galaxy where Krypton is located, the sun of their planet is a red sun. This is a star that has reached its old age and its mass is much greater than other stars. Regardless of whether it is a red giant, it is still a red supergiant star. What you can know is that it itself does not have much energy anymore. And how can a sun that is about to reach the end of its life provide energy to the people of Krypton? Therefore, under the radiation of the red sun, the entire Krypton, including the Kryptonians, is affected by this radiation. It has become a planet without superpowers. Not only that, after Krypton itself absorbed the radiation all year round, the planet also carried some radiation from the red sun. Therefore, after the destruction of Krypton, the so-called kryptonite scattered everywhere is actually fundamentally different. It's just a substance carrying red solar radiation. On the other side of the universe, the sun in the solar system where the Earth is located is a main sequence star in the yellow dwarf category. Although it was born a long time ago, compared with other stars, this yellow sun can be said to be in its prime. The energy emitted is very huge. Different from the earthly creatures who have been irradiated by this energy from the beginning, after the people of Krypton come here, these radiations with huge energy will instantly stimulate the superpower genes in their bodies, and gradually awaken in sequence, making them they gain the power inherent in their genes. And this is also the reason why Kryptonians will become so-called supermen on Earth. As for their fear of kryptonite, it is just that they cannot withstand the radiation of the red sun above, because the radiation of the red sun will temporarily cover the radiation of the yellow sun, causing their strengthened bodies to return to a state of no energy. But Zhang Yi still remembered that Superman had several times in the comics resisting kryptonite. Although this has something to do with the origin of Superman himself and the god of Krypton, EAO, it has to be said that Red Sun can be regarded as a means to target Kryptonians, but it cannot be used as a sure kill move. In the eyes of most people, the Red Sun and the Yellow Sun are more like switches for Superman's superpowers, but Zhang Yi knows that in addition to these two kinds of stars, blue suns, neutron stars, and even quasars carry huge amounts of radiation. The stars can bring great strength to Kryptonians, making them almost without weaknesses. But those descriptions only exist in some comics. Zhang Yi is not sure whether these can really be used as his judgment on Kryptonians in the future. After all, in different universes, the physiques of Kryptonians are also different. For example, some Kryptonians, when star people are exposed to the yellow sun, they will lose their superpowers and so on. This is also something Zhang Yi is worried about, because he cannot guarantee that all his judgments are correct, and the best way to solve the problem at hand is to try it personally as much as possible. 32,597 stars codenamed Red Sun that match your description have been detected. Do you need me to help you conduct more detailed detection? Miss Time's detection took a long time, but she did detect that Zhang's satisfactory results. Continuing the detailed classification, I need to find a planet under the radiation of the red sun, and the mass, gravity, climate and even temperature and ecology of this planet must be similar to the Earth. Zhang Yi said quickly. Although various planets seem to be similar in various film and television works, in fact, each planet is a completely different individual, and Zhang Yi is just an ordinary human being. If he rashly goes to an unknown planet, he will end up dead. One Piece. The ecosphere there is slightly different from the Earth, so the air there may be poisonous to Zhang Yi. Waiting quietly, Zhang Yi thought that Miss Time's test would take longer this time, but in fact, after just a few minutes, Miss Time gave dozens of options. This may also be the power of the time controller. Its time travel function allows Zhang Yi to go to any time node from the birth of the universe. In that time that cannot be calculated at all, there are really many planets that meet Zhang Yi's requirements. Too much. If Zhang Yi hadn't stipulated that it must be the closest to the Earth, Miss Time could have named hundreds more planets that meet the requirements. In the end, under Zhang Yi's selection, a planet with a land area of 2/3 of the entire planet became the best choice. Zhang Yi chose it not because of anything else, but because its appearance is quite pleasing to the eye. Perfect for General Zod's burial site. Do you want to mark the target node to facilitate space jump? Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. Miss Time said again. Do you want to name it? Name them. Zhang Yi paused. Looking at the huge database, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that he really should give them a name, classify them into categories, etc., so that they could be easily queried in the future. So, after Zhang Yi came up with the idea, he spoke. Name the code name of the previous universe as the ruined universe, and name the target node just detected as Zod's tomb. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi remembered something again and continued. In addition, change the code name of the universe I am currently in to the Flashpoint 1 universe, and record the time node I am currently in as the creation engine. Okay, Ruined Universe, and Flashpoint 1 Universe, have been named, and all records are being integrated. Do we need to make a space jump now? Miss Time's tone sounded a little impatient. Zhang Yi shook his head when he heard this. Wait a minute. Now, you have to send me back first. Okay. After Miss Time finished speaking, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. He only had time to look back at the morning star giant who was still being corroded by pollution, as if to remember it deeply in his mind. The next moment, Zhang Yi's body trembled violently, and the surrounding environment changed back to the Bat Cave. Zhang, what's wrong with you? While Zhang Yi was stunned, Pietro on the side couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Why do you ask? Zhang Yi responded as if nothing had happened, but the terrifying astral rift he had just seen and the unknown giant still appeared in his mind. You were stunned when you were holding this thing. I thought something had happened to you. Pietro glanced at the time controller in Zhang Yi's hand strangely. He had not forgotten that this little thing was carrying the two escaped from their previous world. Oh, it's nothing, I was just distracted. From Pietro's reaction, Zhang Yi could tell that although he had stayed in that place for a long time, here, he probably was just stunned for a few seconds. The flow of time on both sides was different. In addition, Zhang Yi is not prepared to tell others what happened to him just now. This does not mean that Zhang Yi wants to hide it, but Zhang Yi himself will not be able to digest this kind of thing for a while. If he follows if others say it, it probably only adds trouble to others. Moreover, the most critical issue now is not to deal with the terrifying rift that I don't know where, but to solve the troubles of the universe created by Barry Allen as soon as possible. If you want to solve this disaster, General Zod is an obstacle that cannot be circumvented no matter what. If you want to solve him, you cannot let him be on the favorable battlefield of the Earth. Zhang Yi took the trouble to choose a very good one for him. The burial place. However, Zhang Yi is not sure at this time. The red sun detected by Miss Time is the so-called red sun in the DC universe. After all, the two universes are different and the rules may be different, so whether this red sun can be useful? That still requires a Kryptonian volunteer to test it. It just so happens that there is a being from Krypton in Wayne Manor at this time. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately decided to go back to the rooftop to find Kara. Zhang, we are almost ready. Seeing Zhang Yi preparing to leave again, Alan in the bus immediately said. For Barry Allen, he still hopes that Zhang Yi can be by his side when he regains his superpowers, because even he is not sure whether his plan can succeed. If it fails, then he will undoubtedly be killed by Flashpoint. Killed. Since Zhang Yi and the two of them know so much about the multiverse, with them watching from the sidelines, they should be able to save their lives even if something unexpected happens. After hearing Barry Allen's words, Zhang Yi paused for a moment. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi turned his head and spoke. You, just start. I still have something to do to find that Kryptonian girl. You have to pay attention. Your plan is good, but part of your speed force has been transferred to Barry. If you want to get it back, in addition to these external factors, your own superpower also requires that the minibari make contact with you at the moment you are struck by lightning. What do you mean? The two Barry Allens were confused. That is to say, let the Barry Allen of this world activate his own speed when the lightning falls, and re-inject the speed force into you to activate your lost speed force. Without Zhang Yi's need to answer, old Batman Bruce Wayne gave an explanation. At the same time, he couldn't help but shook his head slightly and muttered quietly. I still don't understand these abilities. I didn't expect such a crucial step. Seeing this, Zhang Yi nodded to several people and continued to leave the Bat Cave. It's not difficult to let the Flash regain his superpowers, but it seems a little dangerous. After all, this guy was selected by the Speed Force. However, for the sake of safety, Zhang Yi still let Pietro stay. Although Pietro seems unreliable at first, he can still be relied on when it comes to things. If anything happens, Pietro can still solve it. Secondly, this trip is for testing and only requires Zhang Yi and Carla to complete it. Besides, bringing one more person will consume more power. Zhang Yi adheres to the principle of saving when he can and decides not to bring Pietro. Together. Back at Wayne Castle, Zhang Yi was about to walk towards the rooftop. When he looked up, he saw Kara holding a large piece of bread in one hand and taking a gulp of red wine in the other. It seemed that Kara was so thoroughly enjoying herself that she didn't realize anyone was approaching. When she discovered Zhang Yi's arrival, Zhang Yi had already met her face to face. Looking at Zhang Yi's stunned expression, Kara was a little embarrassed, and then said something like explaining or talking to himself. I was going to come down to find you, but when I passed by here I felt like eating. I haven't eaten food for a long time, so I just tasted it. Zhang Yi didn't react much to this. After all, what he was eating was not his own. It's okay. You can eat whatever you want. I was just wondering why you still wanted to eat when you were exposed to the sun, but I forgot that you haven't had a good meal in a long time. I'm sorry. It's okay. Kara put down the things in her hands. At this time, she had put on her own Kryptonian suit, which was the red and blue suit. After changing her clothes, her whole person became feeling energetic. Although I don't know why Zhang Yi suddenly came up, judging from his actions, the other party should have come specifically to see me. Seeing Zhang Yi looking like he wanted to speak but didn't know how to say it, Kara said straightforwardly. You came to me for something, right? You saved me, and I owe you a life, so if you have anything you need me to do, you can just say whatever you want. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Anything is fine. Zhang Yi couldn't help but want to tease her. Perhaps only at this time, Zhang Yi would come up with the idea of joking with others. Anything is fine. However, Kara obviously did not understand the meaning of Zhang Yi's words and was very upright. Zhang Yi just sighed, gave up having fun, and continued seriously. I may have a way to kill Zod. This will not only save the planet but also avenge your brother. What way? Before Zhang Yi could finish speaking, Kara couldn't help but ask. She originally wanted to go down to Zhang Yi to discuss the means of revenge, but she didn't expect that Zhang Yi actually found a way first. This made Kara how could he calm down? This is exactly what I am going to say next. If he is always strengthened by the yellow sun, General Zod will be stronger than all of us, so we can't fight him here. I have a way to bring him to another planet, but I'm not sure that planet's red sun would work on him. Hearing this, Kara still didn't understand what Zhang Yi meant. I understand. You want me to test whether the sunlight on that planet will really affect the Kryptonians, right? Okay, I promise you. Although Kara acted very resolutely, conducting the test was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Zhang Yi still had to tell some crucial information and possible problems that might be encountered in advance. This was also called ugly talk in advance. Looking at Kara who was eager to try, Zhang Yi took out the time controller and then spoke. I will open a portal in a while. Opposite the portal is an unknown planet. I can only guarantee that the ecological environment of that planet is very similar to that of the Earth, and it is under the rays of the red sun. But what I cannot guarantee is that where is it safe. Seeing that Kara was about to say something, Zhang Yi raised his hand to signal her not to interrupt and continued. I understand that your thoughts are very firm, but I still have to explain these things clearly to you. The main purpose of this test is to see if the red solar radiation there can target you Kryptonians, but this is also prone to accidents. If the red solar radiation there is higher, you may die. Zhang Yi didn't mean to be alarmist. The climate between planets can only be regarded as the basis. The radiation from each star is the biggest factor affecting this test. At this time, Kara has been strengthened by the yellow sun. If she is suddenly irradiated by a red sun with greater radiation energy than Krypton, the result will be like red-hot metal falling into ice water instantly. The gap may even threaten Kara's life safety. This is only the most superficial threat. In fact, after Zhang Yi experienced the ruined universe, he looked at the abilities of various superpowers as if he were looking at time bombs, as if these abilities would destroy them at any time. The person itself. Take solar radiation as an example. Radiation is difficult to detect and confirm, and everyone's physique is different. If Kara had an allergic reaction to the red solar radiation there, then she would also be facing a dead end, and this was a result that Zhang Yi did not want to see at all. It is precisely because the destination of this trip is very dangerous that Zhang Yi hopes that Kara can make her own decision. No need to say anything, I'm going. Kara's answer was still the same. Her decisive look made Zhang Yi admire her for a moment. Maybe hatred can really stimulate the energy in people's hearts. Seeing Kara's disregard for life and death, Zhang Yi no longer hesitated. He found the location marked, Tomb of Zod, on the screen of the time controller, and immediately pressed the button to start traveling. The next moment, the air in front of Zhang Yi and Kara suddenly trembled rapidly, and then a purple rectangular energy barrier unfolded up and down, standing in front of them like a gate. Looking at the passage leading to the unknown planet, although Kara spoke firmly, she was still a little nervous in her heart. After all, she had been imprisoned for so many years, and because there was no one to communicate with her, her mental age was about the same as when she first came to Earth. Only more than 10 years old, still a child. Zhang Yi was also a little nervous, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. However, looking at the purple portal, Zhang Yi could not help but firmly believe that the time controller had definitely been modified. Because in my memory, the portal of the Time Variation Administration in the American TV series Loki is golden, which is very different from the color of the door I opened. Are you ready? I'll go over and take a look first, you follow me. Zhang Yi glanced at Kara, and then walked towards the portal as he spoke. In fact, Zhang Yi's idea is also very simple. All the conditions on that planet are similar to those on the Earth. The only exception may be the red sun, so he shouldn't have had much reaction in the past. On the contrary, if Kara who was following behind came out. If there was any accident, Zhang Yi could just kick her back. Although it doesn't sound particularly elegant, this is the only safety measure Zhang Yi can think of. Stepping into the purple portal, Zhang Yi felt nothing, as if the portal was just a holographic image. But soon, a gust of wind came, and Zhang Yi suddenly realized that he had arrived in just a blink of an eye. A Gobi Desert. Instead of moving forward rashly, Zhang Yi was even holding his breath at this moment. After all, this was the first time he came to a foreign planet. Zhang Yi was very curious and vigilant about everything. Even breathing, Zhang Yi had to do it for a while. A psychological construction. Looking up, red sunlight covered the earth. Unlike the sun on the earth, this red sun was not so difficult to look directly at. Zhang Yi could even see something on the surface of the red sun that was constantly moving irregularly. Sports. Slowing down, Zhang Yi took small breaths. After passing through his lungs, there was no strange feeling. At this time, Zhang Yi felt a little relieved. It seemed that this planet was really similar to the Earth. Then, there was movement behind Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi immediately realized that Kara was probably following him, so Zhang Yi immediately made full preparations, fearing that something unexpected might happen to Kara. Soon, Kara's figure walked out of the portal. Unlike Zhang Yi, Kara's actions were natural and she didn't feel the slightest bit vigilant. Her expression was just dull, maybe she was a little nervous. Zhang, is this an alien planet? Kara was really nervous at first, but when she saw the surrounding environment, she was instantly attracted, and she was also particularly shocked. I saw that the location where the two of them were located was a very vast Gobi Desert. There was basically gravel under their feet, and a few dry plants dotted it. In the distance, there were rugged rocks, with many irregular and huge rocks scattered on the ground. In the sky, in addition to the red sun, there are 4 huge planets surrounding it, which should be the satellites of this planet. In addition, there is even a ring of asteroids visible to the naked eye, giving people a very spectacular feeling. Kara can be sure that this is definitely not the Earth, and not only is it not the Earth, this planet is not even within the observable range of Krypton. This is what surprises Kara the most. You know, this kind of intergalactic travel technology is not even available on Krypton, but Zhang Yi can actually open a portal to another planet at will. This in itself is an extremely amazing ability. Yes, this is an alien planet. I think it's okay. The environment here really doesn't have much impact on the people on Earth, even if it's a different sun. After a pause, Zhang Yi asked again. What about you, how do you feel now? Seeing Zhang Yi always ready to raise his feet, Kara felt dumbfounded. I don't feel anything. Is there something wrong? Kara looked at her hands and asked with some uncertainty. But when she raised her head, she saw Zhang Yi pointing at her face and saying. Are you sure you don't feel anything? You have a nosebleed. Have it? Kara was stunned for a moment, then immediately raised her hand and touched under her nose. Soon, Kara saw the blood on her fingertips, but what surprised her was that she didn't feel at all about her nosebleed. Just as she was about to say something, Kara suddenly felt a little tightness in her chest. The next moment, a huge dizziness hit her, which made Kara unable to stand. Then her throat felt sweet and she vomited a large mouthful of blood. Come out. This moment directly shocked Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi had some expectations for this scene, when it actually happened in front of Zhang Yi was still a little at a loss. Kara, are you okay? Hold on, I'll take you back right now. Seeing that Kara was a little unsteady, Zhang Yi quickly stepped forward to support her, but this time the touch made Zhang Yi feel relieved. One breath. Under normal circumstances, Kara's body is very hard. There is only a layer of soft skin on the surface, and the flesh underneath is tight. This is what she calls a body of steel. However, at this time, Zhang Yi discovered that her skin and flesh have relaxed, and she feels exactly like a normal girl. It seems that his test was successful. The red sun here can really cover the enhancement of the yellow sun and transform the Kryptonian's physique into an existence like ordinary people. Now all we need to do is ensure Kara's safety. Fortunately, Kara is right next to the portal. Basically, he can just turn around and go back. This way, even if something happens to Kara, first aid can be provided as soon as possible. However, being supported by Zhang Yi, Kara had no intention of walking back. She shook her head, then took a long breath and said in a weak voice. No need to go back, I'm fine. Are you sure? Your current situation is very bad. We are not yet sure how long you can last here with your physique. What if there are any hidden dangers left over time? Zhang Yi said seriously. I'm really fine, I'm just not used to my body returning to its previous state for a while. Kara waved her hand, indicating that Zhang Yi could rest assured. I know my body very well. Although I don't know where you found this planet, I can tell you that this place is really similar to Krypton. Really? Zhang Yi's heart moved. That's right, but what I'm talking about is not that this planet is very similar to Krypton, but that the sunshine here is almost exactly the same as Krypton, but there are still some differences, so I want to stay a little longer and take a look. Kara let go. He grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and took a few steps forward. Looking at Kara's actions, Zhang Yi did not refuse. Since the other party said so, let her continue the test. Anyway, it seems that there should be no surprises at the moment, but the hidden dangers are unknown. Kara walked out more than 2 meters, and then walked back. She clenched her fists hard, and then jumped on the spot, as if she wanted to see if her biological position could support her to float. Naturally, the result ended in failure. The body of steel was gone, and the biological stance would naturally not be preserved. Kara jumped back and forth for more than 10 minutes while Zhang Yi just watched silently. There was nothing he could do. For this specific test, Zhang Yi didn't know how to conduct it, let alone make any effective suggestions, so since Kara has a way, let her go. Soon, Kara stopped. She walked up to Zhang Yi and spoke. This place is similar to what I imagined. Although sunlight radiation can weaken the abilities of us Kryptonians, in fact it is not completely restricted. My current physical fitness is still stronger than that of you Earthlings. Maybe the red sun here still retains some energy. Zhang Yi made a guess, but he quickly continued to ask. Can you tell me how much stronger it is? Well, they are probably 3 to 5 times stronger than you humans. I don't know how to divide them exactly, but what I can confirm is that Kryptonians are 10,000 times weaker here than on Earth. Maybe we can really help my cousin takes revenge. Although Kara's tone was weak, her emotions were very high. It seemed that the results of this test really gave Kara hope of revenge. Like her, Zhang Yi nodded slightly. With a body 3 to 5 times stronger than those on Earth, this person does seem to be a superhuman, but in fact, Zhang Yi, who is used to seeing mutants, is not afraid at all. General Zod of this level is already nothing to fear at all. After the test, Zhang Yi and Kara returned to Wayne Castle soon. When leaving the planet, Zhang Yi did not forget to collect a large number of stones from the Gobi Desert. Perhaps these stones are not as good as real kryptonite, but under the irradiation of the red sun for a long time, these stones themselves also carry a huge amount of radiation, which is enough to face the Kryptonian army. At least, in this battle to defend the Earth, humans will no longer be one-sided. When we returned to the castle, the sky outside had already darkened. This was not because Zhang Yi and Kara had been away for a long time, but because dark clouds were pressing down on the sky outside, and heavy rain was hitting the glass of the window, making a loud sound. A crackling sound. It seems that the plan to help Barry Allen restore the Speed Force has begun to be implemented. However, the old Batman obviously underestimated the weather in Gotham City. It was finally sunny for a few days. His random artificial rainfall directly affected the weather in Gotham City. It is estimated that in the next month, Gotham City will be in a rainy state. How do you feel after coming back? Nothing is wrong, right? Zhang Yi casually placed the stone on the table far away from Kara, turned around and looked at Kara who was a little out of breath. Don't worry, I'm not as miserable as you think. Kara shook her head, and then sighed. It's like a heavy burden has been placed on me now, which is completely incomparable to before. In addition, without the sun, my recovery is slower. It's okay. After Barry regains the speed force, I'll ask Bruce to take you for a spin in the sky. The sunshine there is better and you can return to your previous state faster. Just as the two of them were saying this, a huge flash of light suddenly erupted outside the window, and the light illuminated the entire dark Wayne Manor like daylight. Immediately afterwards, a deafening thunder exploded. Hearing this loud noise, which was like the sky falling, both Zhang-Yi and Kara were a little frightened. Immediately, the two of them looked in the direction of the Batcave. If their judgment was correct, Barry Allen's plan to restore the speed force had reached a critical moment. By the time Zhang-Yi and Kara arrived at the Batcave, Barry Allen's plan to restore the speed force had been successfully concluded. With Batman's full help, Barry Allen sat on a special chair made of steel, with various chemicals displayed next to him, all to imitate when he obtained the speed force. Surrounding status. In addition, the back of this steel chair is connected to a metal conductor rope that goes straight to the sky. The other end of the rope is a bat kite, but it is not accurate to say it is a kite, because this bat kite is also made of various high-tech assembly. Its purpose is not for anything else, but to shoot electric sparks high in the sky to attract the electric charges floating in the dark clouds and achieve the effect of triggering thunder. The plan was implemented smoothly. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket instantly split on the bat kite. The violent electric volts penetrated Barry Allen's body along the conductor in the blink of an eye. The terrifying energy seemed to tear him apart in the next moment. Generally, it was at this time that due to Zhang Yi's previous reminder, little Barry Allen also understood that it was time to take action on his own, so he immediately activated the speed force time. In an instant, all the objects around him stopped, as if someone was there. Stop time. Seeing the current that was rapidly bombarded by the conductor rope, little Barry Allen didn't hesitate at all and immediately started running. A series of lightning bolts burst out, echoing the roar and explosion in the sky. Everything seemed to stop at the moment when the two Barry Allens came into physical contact. An extremely powerful and difficult to observe energy burst out, but strangely, this energy was invisible and intangible, so almost no one can feel how crazy this energy was here just now. Even the two Barry Allens didn't notice it, and maybe Zhang Yi was the only one in the world who knew that an out-of-control time passage was almost torn open by the speed force in the Batcave just now. Of course, this message was displayed on the time controller through a text message by Miss Time, and was only seen and discovered by Zhang Yi. Otherwise, Zhang Yi probably would not have noticed that this lightning reduction plan was so dangerous. Fortunately, the result was satisfactory. As the speed force in Alan's body was reactivated, the hideous scars on his body struck by lightning were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing such an astonishing scene, even the old Batman couldn't help but come over and take a few more glances. This was the first time he saw such a powerful person. After all, in Gotham City, this person had never been seen before. This level of ability is rare. What did we miss? Just when Bruce Wayne Sr., Barry Allen Jr. and Pietro Jr. were checking on Barry Allen who was still in a coma, Zhang-Yi and Kara walked over. Seeing the two of them, Barry Allen looked extremely excited. We should have succeeded. All his injuries have recovered, but I don't know why he hasn't woken up yet. Normally, reactivating the speed force is not a simple matter. All functions and cells of the body need to adapt to this force again. You can understand that his body is restarting at this time. Zhang-Yi explained casually. So that's it. Little Barry Allen looked confused. Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't affect his recognition of Zhang Yi's point of view. After the old Batman confirmed that there was really no threat to Barry Allen's life, he immediately focused on Zhang Yi and Kara. Unlike others, Bruce Wayne had not seen them in the past decades. Aliens, especially aliens that look so similar to humans. It seems that our Kryptonian girl has also recovered. Old Bruce Wayne said pointedly. Hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded, stepped aside, revealed Kara behind him to everyone, and then spoke. I haven't introduced you yet, but this is Kara L., a serious Kryptonian and the cousin of Superman, as Barry Allen said. Hello, my name is Pietro, I come from another universe. As if he was worried about being left out, Pietro acted very positively. The young Barry Allen and Bruce Wayne next to them also responded, each introduced themselves, and at the same time introduced the unconscious Barry Allen to Kara. But everyone apparently forgot one important thing. Each of them has various experiences. Not to mention people like Zhang-Yi and Pietro who have just escaped from other universes. Batman is a hero who has protected Gotham City for decades, even with the lowest qualifications. Barry Allen also experienced facing his doppelganger. But Kara is different. She has hardly communicated with anyone since she was sent to Earth at the age of 15 and crashed on the border of Mao. In other words, Kara has no experience at all with things like this multiverse. However, to her, this was the conjecture of Kryptonian scientists. So this relatively ordinary introduction greatly shocked Kara's little mind. Maybe it was the first time she came into contact with several other people, so Kara was a little cautious, or maybe it was because she already trusted Zhang Yi, so after listening to the greetings of several people, she couldn't help but get closer to Zhang Yi and stared at him curiously. Eyes asked. Zhang, what do you mean when you say I am the cousin of Superman, as Barry said? Or what does it mean that Pietro comes from another universe? Is it the so-called parallel universe? Zhang Yi felt his teeth were a bit sore. To be honest, it was really hard to explain these things. Well, strictly speaking, they could indeed be explained, but it just required a more complicated logic to sort them out. But before Zhang Yi could answer her, little Barry's Elisu Allen happily told Kara all these things. Sure enough, when Zhang Yi saw Kara hearing that the reason why the universe was going to destruction was because Barry Allen decided to travel through time to save his mother, Kara's face instantly turned ugly. So you're saying that under normal circumstances, my brother wouldn't have died, right? A dangerous cold light flashed in Kara's eyes. Being stared at by this gaze, the three people led by Barry Allen instantly felt what it meant to be sharp and piercing their backs, and a huge momentum even made them unable to breathe. Seeing this, Barry Allen quickly started to make amends. Well, I mean, this is indeed an accident, isn't it? And in a sense, this is a good thing, right? Because under normal circumstances, you would not have existed in the original universe at all. Barry Allen's slightly pale explanation obviously failed to convince Kara. As a senior sister-in-law, Kara loved her precious cousin very much, and would even give her own life to protect his safety. For example, just now, the reason why she was willing to risk her own life for the test was undoubtedly to avenge her cousin. So of course she learned that her brother could actually live a very happy life on Earth, but all this was ruined because of one person's selfish behavior. How could she not be angry? Kara's idea is very simple. If Carl can really live happily on the Earth, and be worshipped by the people on the Earth, becoming the Superman they call him, then what if that world doesn't have him? Zhang Yi discovered this almost pathological mentality early on. After all, he had come into contact with many mutant lunatics. People like Kara, who was locked up for experiments at the age of 15, had no mental health after being locked up for so many years. The disease is called a miracle. According to Zhang Ye's judgment, Kara's pain of losing her hometown and relatives in her childhood made her set all her motivations for living to raise her cousin, because apart from that, she really couldn't find anyone else. The motivation to live. And she was the sister, so it was her responsibility to take care of her infant brother, and at the time she was only 15 years old, she simply believed that the two of them were the last people of Krypton. But what she didn't expect was that after the two's dormant cabins were activated, her brother was intercepted halfway, and she herself crashed on the Earth and became an experimental subject. In the past few years of imprisonment, the words, "find a way to find her brother and raise him," were deeply engraved in her psychology, and gradually turned into a terrible heart disease, as if she had died on the day she crashed on the Earth, and now, the only meaning of her life is her brother. In other words, I understand correctly. My brother really didn't have to die. Kara's eyes were a little red. She looked at Barry Allen in a coma, her eyes full of hatred. This. Young Barry Allen was almost dying of anxiety. He winked at Bruce Wayne crazily, but the old bat didn't even look at it. Instead, he sat silently aside, as if he was watching a play. At this time, Zhang Yi sighed quietly, and his actions immediately attracted Kara's attention. At the same time, little Barry Allen also cast a grateful look at Zhang Yi. "Zhang, tell me, is this really the case?" Kara's tone was a little cold. "It's not like that." Zhang Yi glanced at Kara. He could feel that something was wrong with Kara's current state. Maybe she would help humans kill General Zod in order to avenge her brother, but it is estimated that next, she might ready to take revenge on Barry Allen again. Recalling DC's interpretation of the multiverse in the movie, Zhang Yi, like Batman, gave the example of spaghetti. "Kara, you may have heard about parallel universes or multiverses on Krypton. I can tell you clearly that these are true, and speedsters can indeed trigger events by changing the past. The fragmentation of the multiverse. Mr. Bruce Wayne has mentioned a theory before, which I think is quite interesting. When Barry Allen used the Speed Force to travel to the modified past, a branch line of history appeared. But what Mr. Wayne meant was, this operation of changing history will form a fulcrum for double-line modification, that is to say, not only the future will be modified, but even the past will be changed. So, what do you want to say?" Kara frowned slightly. "What I'm trying to say is that this theory is both right and wrong." Zhang Yi paused, and then said everything that was on his mind. "Have you ever thought about it, when a timeline is separated, there will be at least two futures, so which world will Barry Allen, who has modified history, return to? The so-called modified universe will really be overwritten. Yet." As he spoke, Zhang Yi looked at Barry Allen. "Let me just say one thing, if Barry Allen did not accidentally come to this point in time, but directly travel back to his era, then I ask you, growing up in a family with sound parents, when you grew up to what would have happened to you when you were Barry's age?" Little Barry Allen was momentarily confused when he heard this question, and he didn't know how to explain it. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was not really prepared to let Xiaoli answer this question, but continued. There are only two explanations: either Barry Allen has not returned to the future of this universe at all, or, one day in the future, you will be seized by the current Barry Allen. At that time, it's not you anymore. As soon as these words came out, little Barry Allen could not sit still. He looked at Zhang Yi in shock, and a feeling of fear climbed up from the bottom of his heart. After all, no one wants to be taken away by others, even if his own is taken away. Man is another self. But it's just a possibility, right? At this time, Batman spoke. Yes, it's just a possibility, but I think the more likely point is that this fulcrum created more than two universes. One is the original universe, which is the universe where Barry is, but he is already in that universe. Disappeared and came here instead, a universe doomed to destruction. At this point, Zhang Yi glanced at Kara. So, I judge that in the universe where Barry was originally, your brother is still alive, but in this universe, your brother is very unfortunate. Sorry. Kara has been silent since just now. Although she did not speak, her expression has obviously softened a lot. Although Kara has some mental illnesses, this does not mean that she is a person who has lost her mind and is blind. However, she is still a little paranoid and not so easily convinced. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kara. This girl who looked young put the greatest pressure on everyone present, so everyone was waiting for Kara to give a response. Finally, Kara raised her head, looked directly into Zhang Ye's eyes, and broke the silence. How do you prove that? As you can see, Pietro and I are scavengers wandering in the multiverse. Since I know about you, your cousin and your Krypton, it must mean that I have had contact with you in other universes. Really? Kara's eyes finally regained some light. Have you really met my cousin? Zhang Yi knew that Kara could tell whether he was lying, so he smiled slightly. Of course it's true. I saw him kill General Zod with his own hands in other universes. Finally, after a long moment of silence, Kara gradually calmed down. She silently walked to the corner and sat down, like a discarded doll. It was unimaginable that this was the girl who just released an aura that could suppress everyone present. Kara just lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. What? Glancing at Kara who was hiding in the shadows, Zhang Yi quickly looked away. Zhang Yi was not prepared to comfort her or help her. It was not because Zhang Yi was so hard-hearted, but because he understood that Carla had a mental illness that could not be cured with just a few words. Besides, I don't have this ability myself. There are many mental illnesses, but they can generally be divided into two types. One is something that is on your mind and requires understanding and explanation from others, as well as a lot of talking and medication. The other is a pure illness that cannot be communicated through. For auxiliary treatment, it can only be controlled through drugs. Kara belongs to the latter. Unfortunately, there are no drugs on Earth that can control Kryptonians. Therefore, if she wants to cure her heart disease, she can only reconcile with herself and come out of the inner horns. As for now, it's better to let her stay quietly for a while. As for what happens next, let's wait until General Zod is dealt with. After a pause, Zhang Yi took out the backpack containing the alien stone that was similar to kryptonite. Seeing several people casting doubtful glances, Zhang Yi opened his mouth to explain. The physique of Kryptonians is different from that of Earthlings. Our weapons cannot cause effective damage to them. If we want to kill them, we can only use their weapons, or use this, a mineral that carries red solar radiation. After hearing this, several people came over and began to carefully look at these small things that looked exactly like normal rocks. As a weapons master, old Bruce Wayne quickly understood the function of these rocks through Zhang Yi's words. He picked up the rocks and looked at them carefully. He found that the results of identifying these rocks with the naked eye were very ordinary and nothing special. For specific places, further testing is required. This looks like an ordinary rock. Little Barry Allen looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out why. The stone is indeed an ordinary stone, but the key point is the radiation carried on it. Old Batman answered him. Although I don't know what a red sun is, if the radiation from that thing can really affect Kryptonians, then I might be able to make some good babies out of these things. Oh, I understand, so these stones are the silver bullets belonging to the Kryptonians, right? As long as these stones are made into bullets or engraved on the bullets, they can cause effective damage to them. You can understand it that way, but the purpose of this toy is far from simple. Zhang Yi smiled at little Barry, and then looked at old Bruce Wayne. Bruce, Kryptonians are very powerful and very fast. It is difficult to hit them with bullets. If you can't hit them, then these things are no different from junk. Bruce Wayne is worthy of being among the small group of people who stand at the pinnacle of mankind. As he is good at facing all kinds of enemies, he is almost an all-rounder. At the same time, he is also proficient in the use of various weapons, so after receiving the information from the Kryptonians, he quickly understood what Zhang Yi meant. Glancing at the big black umbrella behind Zhang-Yi, old Bruce smiled slightly. You mean, let me find a way to integrate these stone fragments into the poisonous gas of the fear potion, so as to exert the effect of the poisonous gas, and at the same time limit the abilities of the Kryptonians. Yes, I just did a small experiment with Kara. The experimental results prove that the radiation from these stones can greatly weaken the physical quality of Kryptonians, including physical strength, speed, reaction force, etc., although it will not make them change. They become ordinary people, but at least they are no longer invulnerable. How many more of these rocks are there? Bruce Wayne Sr. asked. As many as you want. Zhang-Yi replied casually. Hearing this, Batman immediately raised his head and looked directly at Zhang-Yi. Zhang-Yi did not show any timidity and looked at him calmly. Although Bruce Wayne has believed Zhang-Yi and others, to be honest, he still maintains the highest vigilance in his heart. As the guardian of Gotham City and the only superhero in the world, Batman has not teamed up with others. The team's habits have never seen such a big scene. You know, what he faced before was basically a group of lunatics. Even if a few of them transcended the category of ordinary humans, he could still use his own abilities to solve those criminals. But when he saw Zhang-Yi and others, led by the Flash, who could travel through timelines and even multiverses at will, the old Batman felt a lot of pressure. Zhang-Yi and others are indeed standing on this side of the earth. However, the world is so big and there are countless multiverses. If a few madmen also control these abilities, will they be able to protect the world? So after Zhang-Yi and others entered Wayne Castle, Bruce privately conducted various monitoring, psychological assessments and coping methods on them. Barry Allen is not so frivolous. He has always believed in Batman. Even if the Batman in this world is not the Batman he is familiar with, he still obeys his words, so it is very smooth. Physical examination shows that Bruce Wayne already has a certain understanding of the Speed Force. However, Bruce Wayne has never been able to find a good opportunity to test the abilities of Zhang-Yi and Pietro who accompanied him. For example, Pietro said that his abilities come from mutant genes, which are acquired by humans through mutation. He has superpowers, but this is something Batman has never heard of. After several attempts to help Pietro undergo physical examinations were rejected, Bruce Wayne gave up the idea of studying Pietro's blood cells because he was still wary of Zhang-Yi. This is not just because Zhang-Yi is an ally at the moment. If they discover his purpose, it may cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Similarly, it is also because the origins of these two people are very mysterious. For example, Bruce Wayne has extracted from Pietro's mouth the universe in which he was born, which is a parallel world full of despair. But there is no way to know the origin of Zhang-Yi, and even Pietro can't explain it. It seemed that Pietro was just a companion brought by Zhang-Yi from another universe, and this was also the reason why the old Batman was wary of Zhang-Yi. Zhang-Yi didn't bring anything with him on this trip, and the backpack even belonged to him, so the origin of these stones is very intriguing. Zhang-Yi also noticed that Bruce Wayne was wary of him, which was normal because Batman was extremely distrustful of anyone. In the comics, because the members of the Justice League have great strength, he is worried that one day they may threaten human security, and even records the weaknesses of all superheroes except the Green Arrow, because he is afraid that he will be killed when the army turns against him. There are ways to control them. In response, Zhang-Yi sighed helplessly. He never expected that the first problem he would face when working with these superheroes would be a crisis of trust. So Zhang-Yi crossed his arms and spoke to old Bruce Wayne. Collect the title of the protagonist. Bruce, I don't expect you to trust me, and I don't need you to believe me, but at least our current enemies are the same, and I will leave this universe after solving these things, so you don't need to. The focus was too much on me and Pietro. Zhang-Yi's tone was very calm, and his decision to leave this universe was the result that Zhang-Yi had already thought about. Although this universe may break away from its original shackles after solving General Zod, become a free timeline, and develop smoothly, this is very dangerous for Zhang-Yi. It is precisely because this universe is free that anything that happens in this universe in the future is possible. Even Zhang-Yi himself cannot guarantee that he can guarantee his own safety, let alone live a peaceful life in this universe. Went down. Moreover, this universe is still an artificially constructed universe because of the Flash, so the safety is greatly reduced, and there may even be another world-destroying disaster in a few years. In fact, after little Barry Allen fully charged the time controller, Zhang-Yi could leave here at any time. The reason why he stayed was just to do his part. After all, it was little Flash who gave it to him rechargeable, the equipment Batman contributed to himself. Listening to Zhang-Yi's words, old Bruce Wayne's reaction was very dull. He just raised a question. I'm just curious. Zhang, aren't you really from an organization whose goal is to protect the multiverse? No. Zhang-Yi said word for word. You have misunderstood. As I said, I am just a scavenger of the multiverse. Then there's nothing to worry about. Old Bruce Wayne smiled, as if he had gotten an answer that satisfied him. He immediately stood up, picked up the bag with stones on the table, and walked towards the laboratory in the Batcave. After taking 2 steps, he turned his head and saw that Zhang Yi didn't move, and continued. Come with me, I need more information about the Kryptonians and our specific plan for this battle. Then what should we do? Seeing Zhang Yi following Bruce, Barry Allen couldn't help but ask. After the scene just now, he was a little afraid of Kara. You stay here to take care of Barry Allen and Kara. Pietro, you go buy some food and come back. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he and Batman went directly into the laboratory. By the time Barry Allen on the other side woke up from his coma, it was already the morning of the next day. What makes people relieved is that he has indeed recovered his own speed force, and not only that, he seems to be using the speed force more smoothly. The feeling of this power returning to himself has made him feel more confident during this period. I felt a little relieved in my heart, which had always been very uneasy. But there was an episode in the middle, that is, when he woke up, Kara found him and began to discuss with him the birth of this parallel universe and the mistakes Barry Allen had made. Although Barry Allen looks dull, he is a superhero who has been around for a long time after all. Moreover, he often acts with Batman and has grown a lot, so he can tell at a glance that Kara is aiming to start a new army. Asking for guilt. Barry Allen, who knew how terrifying the Kryptonians were, would naturally not try to provoke Kara's nerves, so he was careful with every word he said for fear of making the Kryptonian girl in front of him angry. Soon, under Barry's guidance, the conversation changed from Kara asking for trouble to Barry telling Kara a story about Superman in another world. Of course, he hid the fact that Superman and Doomsday died together. This trick is still very effective for Kara. Hearing that her cousin is living well in another parallel universe and has even found a sister-in-law, this makes Kara feel inexplicably relaxed. Can you take me to see him? Kara asked. This question directly twisted Barry Allen's expression. Kara, it is very dangerous to travel through the timeline at will. I have deeply understood my mistake, so I think you are not willing to make the same mistake as me, right? Can't you just take a look at it from a distance? I guess not. I can travel through the timeline because of the speed force, but I'm far from being able to take people through time. What's more, it's not possible to take you from this future to another future. Possible things. Barry Allen spread his hands. How did Zhang Yi do it? Kara glanced at Pietro who was playing with his phone and continued. He and Zhang Yi can travel through various timelines and parallel universes at will. They were accidents. To be honest, I want to know the details of them more than you do, and how they traveled through parallel universes without damaging the timelines of those universes. Barry Allen reached out and rubbed his temples, then he moved closer to Kara and whispered. You know, Zhang Yi once said that he used professional things to make traveling reasonable, so I suspect that the two of them may be space-time police, specializing in managing people like me who destroy the timeline. Kara just rolled her eyes at Barry Allen's confident speculation. Although she was mentally young, she was not a fool. If Zhang Yi was really the so-called space-time police, then she would have been there as early as when Barry Allen changed history. If you take action, why wait until now? However, Kara had some ideas about the professional thing that Barry was talking about, and she quickly thought of the weird machine in Zhang Yi's hand. Can time travel be made reasonable? Seeing that Kara fell silent and didn't know what she was thinking about, Barry Allen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been serving this eldest sister since he woke up, and he was really exhausted both physically and mentally. So while Carla was distracted, he immediately quietly came to the table next to him and began to feast on the various delicacies brought back by Pietro. He was really hungry, especially when he became a speedster again. At this moment, an emergency news was broadcast on the wall-mounted TV opposite the dining table. It was a war scene shot from a distance. Although it was very unclear, one could vaguely see military aircraft and tanks exploding continuously. At the bottom of the news screen, there is also a line of title, Aliens have launched an attack. The urgent news instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Kara, who was distracted, stood up and fixed her eyes tightly on the TV screen. They started attacking. Barry Allen Jr. opened his mouth. It's probably because the military has no information about Kara and no corresponding intelligence, so. Barry Allen frowned. In his memory, it was Superman who took the initiative to contact the military and followed Zorro with a reporter. General boarded the spaceship. Human beings are not their opponent, and if this continues, they will only lose their lives in vain. Kara's eyes were full of hatred for Zod. Krypton was originally a peace-loving and hopeful planet, but now, she can't wait to kill General Zod immediately. Krypton's shame. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and support them. Seeing that Barry Allen and others could no longer sit still, Pietro quickly stopped them. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Yi and Mr. Bruce haven't come out yet. Without those stone equipment, it will be useless for us to go. But, who knows how long they will have to study it. What if General Zod starts the Genesis engine? We have already done. Before the emotional Barry Allen could finish speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted him. When everyone heard the news, they saw that Batman and Zhang Yi had walked out of the laboratory. Due to the long period of experiments, both of them looked a little tired, but they were in good spirits. When he walked up to a few people, Zhang Yi already knew what they wanted to say before they could say anything. Zhang Yi raised his hand to signal them to look at him, and then said it directly. We already know the matter. Everyone is ready. We will set off in 5 minutes. We are also ready with weapons against Kryptonians. We will discuss the specific plans on the way. You put on your equipment first. Hearing this, everyone said nothing more and took action one after another, each putting on their own battle clothes. Barry Allen took out the suit that was stored in the ring. It was a suit made of special fiber. It could be shrunk and stored in the ring, and could be taken out at any time when used. However, it looked like. It doesn't look very good, at least from Zhang Yi's point of view. This battle uniform is a bit difficult to appreciate. The young Barry Allen modified the old Batman suit and painted it red with spray paint. He also drew a lightning mark on the chest, which is probably closer to the style of the big Barry Allen. Needless to say, Carla has always worn her battle suit. As for Pietro, during this period, he used various high technologies in the Batcave to buy himself a blue battle suit. This is he was inspired by what Zhang Yi told him about Quicksilver's uniforms in other universes. Bruce Wayne took out several special bat masks for everyone, and then warned them. Fear gas is very powerful, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better for you to wear it. No problem. Seeing Batman being so serious, everyone nodded in agreement. Batman took Zhang Yi and spent a whole night trying to find a way to incorporate the radiation-carrying stone into the fear potion. Currently, the only thing that can threaten Kryptonians is kryptonite, so if you want the fear gas to be effective, you must add kryptonite to it. In comics, many villains use this method to create a lot of trouble for Superman. The most well-known among them is undoubtedly the plot of Injustice. After kidnapping Superman's wife Lois, the Joker used similar kryptonite gas to cause Superman to hallucinate, causing Superman to recognize her as Doomsday, directly killing Superman's wife Lois and the child in her belly. It can also be seen from this that some poisonous gases are indeed very effective. Even for powerful Kryptonians, as long as they find a way to incorporate kryptonite, the Kryptonians will still appreciate the horror of these poisonous gases. Zhang Yi took advantage of this moment to pull Barry Allen aside. Looking at Barry, who was extremely nervous, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and then spoke. Barry, we will definitely win this time, so don't be nervous, I will take care of everything. Well, this is just my first time facing this kind of situation. Little Barry Allen gave a wry smile. You know, he is still just a student. Relax, have you seen that watch? Zhang Yi patted Xiaoli's shoulder, and then pointed to the clock not far away. I saw it. Remember this time, I want you to promise me that if we don't win, or you encounter any problems, then I hope you can appear 5 seconds from now. After saying that, Zhang Yi stopped immediately, held his breath and began to wait quietly. When Xiao Bai saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent for some reason. After following Zhang Yi's gaze for a long time, about 10 seconds passed. Little Barry Allen couldn't bear it any longer, so he asked in a low voice. Zhang, what are we waiting for? It's nothing. Zhang Yi took a deep look at Barry Allen and then smiled slightly. Just pretend that I didn't say anything just now. Anyway, you have to remember that your goal is to rescue those people while ensuring your own safety as much as possible. Yeah, I understand. Little Barry Allen nodded firmly. Time passed by, and everyone gathered together after completing the corrections. Due to the location of the Bat plane, there were only 3 pilots, Batman, Pietro and Zhang Yi on board this trip. As for Kara and the 2 Flashes, one of them can fly and the other can run very fast, so they can definitely keep up. Seeing the 6 people gathered together, little Barry Allen's originally nervous heart was quickly taken over by excitement, and he said excitedly. We are the Justice League, right? No. Barry Allen replied subconsciously. Doesn't it count? Barry Allen is a little confused. Basically, we are missing a 100% goddess, a simple Terminator, and a super mermaid. But there are no allies from other universes in your Justice League. Pietro raised his eyebrows. He didn't think the guys Barry mentioned were stronger than him. Perhaps because of Pietro's gag, the atmosphere where everyone was a little nervous about the upcoming battle became a little more relaxed. Zhang Yi also smiled, and then put the beak mask on his head. It's time for us to go. This was a brutal massacre. Since the beginning of the battle, this war with a complete mismatch in combat capabilities between the 2 sides has fallen into a one-sided situation. Facing the Kryptonian technology used by General Zod, the artillery grenades used by the Earth's army have simply become wooden sticks in the hands of primitive people, not to mention causing damage to the enemy. Even with the blessing of the yellow sun, these bullets there was no way he could keep up with the speed of those Kryptonians. However, most Kryptonians are too lazy to dodge, because these bullets and gunfire are no different to them than scratching an itch. Although the physiques of Kryptonians are also different from each other. Some Kryptonians absorb sunlight and are strengthened quickly, while others are very slow. This makes the vast majority of Kryptonians unable to reach the level of strengthening of General Zod. But even so, facing it's enough for the people on Earth, because Earth's weapons can't break through the defenses at all. There were constant harsh sounds in the sky above the battlefield. It was a very sharp sound like a bright whistle, and then thunderous sounds continued to explode. The visual effects caused by these seemingly destructive things are indeed strong, but soldiers all know that so far, they have not been able to kill even one enemy. Krypton's counterattack was even more violent. The spaceship hovering in the high altitude slowly descended on its shield, and then several long muzzles stretched out. It was a laser weapon, and it didn't even need special weapons. Aimed because it can intelligently lock on all enemies. With just one shot, most of the soldiers didn't even have time to react. Immediately afterwards, countless rocks and debris flew into the sky, including various torn human bodies and tank fragments. Finally, the scene only a straight line several meters deep was left on the ground. As soon as such a powerful weapon came out, the human army was instantly silenced. Although they continued to carry out ineffective counterattacks, everyone understood one thing, that is, the outcome of this battle was determined from the beginning. Amidst the flames bursting out from countless explosions, General Zod walked out from the extended platform of the spacecraft. He admired the carnage in front of him, with an expression on his face that was extremely dull, as if the death of these people could not make his heart appear at all. Not the slightest fluctuation. In fact, he was indeed a little tired, because killing these humans who couldn't resist gave him no satisfaction at all. On the contrary, it only made him feel that he was wasting his time. Go and fight quickly. General Zod spoke, his voice was a little hoarse, but there was a terrifying meaning in his tone that people dared not refuse. Yes. Next to General Zod, a woman with short black hair responded immediately, jumped directly from the spaceship, and joined the chaotic battlefield. This woman's name is Fiora. She is General Zod's adjutant. She possesses very powerful fighting skills, and it is also engraved in her genes that she has been dedicated to war since she was born. She is General Zod's most trusted person, and at the same time, she is also the strongest person among all the Kryptonians present, except General Zod. Her rate of absorbing yellow solar radiation is only slightly slower than General Zod. And when she joined the battle, a hole was instantly torn open in the defense line that the human army on the battlefield was struggling to support. Looking at Fiora, who was constantly harvesting human lives like a god of war, General Zod nodded slightly, recognizing her ability. Then, General Zod raised his head and shifted his gaze from the battlefield below to above him. There, a girl wearing a red and blue battle uniform with a red cloak flying behind her was floating in the air at some point, glaring at him. Even if he was General Zod, he couldn't help but be a little surprised by the look in this girl's eyes that was about to overflow. Killing intent. Kara Zor-El, we have been waiting for you for a long time. General Zod looked at the girl. His iceberg-like face finally changed slightly. Different from the murderous intent in Kara's eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Look. Seeing that Kara didn't pay attention to him, General Zod didn't care. He just said to himself. This attack is just a test of the Earth, because the Genesis engine still needs to be debugged. I originally wanted to launch the final battle tomorrow. By then, the transformation of the Earth will begin, and the only way to destroy this world, our world, only then can you be reborn. Kara gritted her teeth, her voice trembled, and she slowly said her first words. Where's my brother? After hearing this question, General Zod understood where the other party's murderous intention came from. It seems that you may also understand, so I won't hide it. Your uncle, Jor-El, hid a key that can unlock the rebirth of Krypton, and hid it in a child. All Kryptonian genetic data and materials were programmed into the child's DNA and sent to Earth in an escape capsule. Where is my brother? Originally, after hearing about her brother from Zhang-Yi, Kara, in addition to being full of hatred for General Zod, even had a glimmer of hope. She did not want to believe that her brother would really die. But looking at General Zod's expression at this time, Kara's heart sank to the bottom. We intercepted his capsule, but he's not the person we're looking for. You are, Kara Zor-El. I'm sorry that the kid didn't make it out alive. Before General Zod could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Kara's eyes glowing red, and countless powerful energies quickly gathered in her eyes. The sense of threat brought by that destructive energy even made Kara. General Zod didn't dare to look down upon him. Ah! The shrill sound spread across the battlefield. Resentment, distortion, hatred, unwillingness, countless negative emotions have reached their peak. The next moment, everything suddenly burst out with the extremely scarlet laser. The powerful force directly blew General Zod away. Following the trajectory of the Cyclops, General Zod was driven from top to bottom by the destructive force. He flew straight from the spacecraft in midair at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Was blasted to the ground. The violent energy reaction instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. General Zod was lying in a huge pit. Some of the armor on his arms had fallen off, and there was still red energy residue on it. There were traces left behind after being bombarded by lasers. General. Upon seeing this, Fiora immediately gave up attacking these defenseless humans and turned around to prepare for rescue. She already knew the identity of the person. It was the target of their trip, Kara, who was carrying the Kryptonian central book. Although Fiora didn't think that this half-grown girl could hurt General Zod, as an adjutant, her general was actually attacked by the enemy. This was something she could never forgive. Thinking of this, she suddenly stepped down on the ground with the soles of her feet, and immediately her whole body rose into the air. But as soon as she started, 3 bolts of lightning caught up with her. Golden yellow, silver white, purple blue. 3 lightning bolts of different colors cut through half of the battlefield in no particular order. The air was torn apart, and the violent impact distorted the surrounding airflow. 3 magnificent lights burst out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Force. Among them was Fiora, who was constantly hearing warnings in her heart. She could even detect the attack route of lightning, but she was in mid-air and could no longer effectively dodge due to inertia. At the same time, she did not expect that there would be people who could control lightning on this small Earth. This sudden sneak attack made her obviously stunned. Perhaps because of their understanding of the Earth during this period, these Kryptonians have a sense of superiority. Although there are many interesting technologies on the Earth, most of them are childish in front of the Kryptonians, not to mention the yellow sun. Strengthening, which makes General Zod and others even more unscrupulous. But lightning is different. Any lightning that can be observed with the naked eye is extremely powerful. It is a powerful force that can penetrate the air. It may not cause fatal damage to Kryptonians, but it can still cause them pain or paralysis. Arrived. The attack packed with powerful energy came, and Fiora had no time to fight back in a hurry. She could only subconsciously cross her hands, trying to block the lightning attack with the Kryptonian armor on her arms. Click. The lightning burst out with dazzling light and instantly hit Fiora's arm. Fiora felt a tingling and numbness in her arm. Then a strong light hit her and she couldn't help but squint. Eyes. Before losing most of her vision, Fiora vaguely saw the 3 guys sneaking up on her. They all looked human. Among them was a guy with a cane who was disabled with only one hand. One of the lightning bolts was fired from the scepter in his hand. The other 2 people were surrounded by electric charges, and lightning bolts swam around them like small snakes, and finally gathered together and shot out from their hands. The battlefield was changing rapidly. Now the soldiers finally understood what this sentence meant. They looked at this scene in surprise. This sudden scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. No one knew the identities of these people, and no one knew when did they appear. But what they know is that since these guys with superpowers have launched an attack on the Kryptonians, they must be on the side of humans. The scene of Fiora being attacked also attracted the attention of General Zod. He climbed up from the pit and looked at Kara, who was in a rage. He slowly shook his head. Is this your reinforcement? As a member of Krypton, you actually chose to stand with humans. Kara, you ended up taking the wrong path. You don't deserve the name Krypton at all. Kara looked at General Zod with hatred, and saw his eyes turn to Fiora. Kara sneered. Besides, don't underestimate Earthlings. As if to prove Kara's words, a missile was shot towards Fiora. It was a small howitzer, and the speed was not very fast. It could definitely be avoided at the speed of a Kryptonian, but it was hit by 3 lightning bolts. Suppressed, Fiora was unable to move for a while. But even if she wasn't paralyzed, Fiora didn't bother to hide. She was just thinking about how to fight back at the moment. These lightnings are very powerful, but they cannot cause effective damage to her, and releasing such powerful lightning requires a lot of energy. The opponent will never be able to suppress her for a long time. When the opponent's energy is exhausted, it's time to fight back. Keeping this idea in mind, Fiora was hit directly by the missile from behind. The howitzer shell exploded instantly when it came into contact with Fiora's steel body. The bursting fire flashed away and set off a burst of green smoke. However, Fiora still didn't care, and neither did the surrounding Kryptonian soldiers who were rushing here. To them, human weapons were nothing but loud thunder and small raindrops. Useless. Sensing the strange colored mist, Fiora's mouth curved into a mocking arc. Poisonous gas is really an ignorant creature. Even when it comes to fighting, it is so childish. After following General Zod in the war for so long, this kind of poison gas warfare is a low-level tactic that has long been abandoned. This is not only because the materials of each planet are different, and the poisons configured are difficult to exert an effect on various aliens, but also because many powerful beings have long been immune to the toxins, including Kryptonian. Moreover, when they came to Earth, General Zod and others did not do any homework. They had already observed most of the materials and technological levels on Earth early on. It can be said that it is difficult for Earth civilization to compete with them. So Fiora didn't care about this little poisonous gas at all, but the next moment, her expression froze, and she even couldn't help opening her slightly narrowed eyes, which were full of disbelief. As the green mist was inhaled, a feeling of weakness suddenly surged up from her body. It was a strange feeling that could not be described in words. Fiora had never experienced it in her life. At first, Fiora thought she was overthinking, but soon she discovered that the pain in her arms was getting more and more serious, not only numbness and soreness, but also being shrouded in powerful heat. Feeling of heat. Fortunately, this feeling disappeared quickly. It's not because Fiora's own power has returned, but because the three guys who released lightning stopped due to lack of energy. Fiora barely stood up. She only felt that she was extremely weak now. One arm hung down naturally, unable to even lift it up. You. What did you do? Looking at the three humans with different expressions in front of her, Fiora gritted her teeth and asked. She couldn't believe that there were still things left on the earth that could weaken their Kryptonians. I didn't do anything, I just prepared some small gifts for you. A voice suddenly came from behind Fiora, which made Fiora's eyes suddenly widen. Listening to the clear words less than 1 meter away, Fiora felt that her mouth was a little dry. Who is it? Being able to touch behind him quietly and still being so close, the most terrifying thing is that he didn't realize when the other party came. The next second, Fiora suddenly felt something push her, and the force quickly launched her into the sky. The field of vision deflected, and a strange figure appeared in Fiora's eyes. It was a guy wearing a strange helmet and a beak mask. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a top hat. The most impressive thing was the big black umbrella in his hand and the ink knife he pulled out from the umbrella handle. In front of this weird guy, a body was standing steadily. Fiora was a little surprised that this body looked unusually familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. And why does this body have no head? You dare! General Zod's roar resounded throughout the audience. This was the first time he had burst into such terrifying anger. When he saw Fiora's head being chopped off by a weak human being in his eyes, General Zod's frosty face that seemed to have never melted for thousands of years finally showed anger. The huge anger made his whole face hideous. Stand up. The last time he lost his temper like this was when he was arrested after the Kryptonian rebellion failed. At that time, looking at those corrupt Kryptonian elders, General Zod just wanted to execute them all, because they had brought Krypton to a path of no return. On the road. But at this time, seeing his most trusted lieutenant die, General Zod just wanted to kill all the people on Earth in front of him. Fiora is definitely a very important person to General Zod. General Zod has been in the military for half his life, and very few people can get into his heart. Perhaps it is because there is no concept of love in his genes. This makes General Zod has always been in a state of strict discipline and iron-blooded rule. But even the most intelligent creatures in the iceberg have feelings. Adjutant Fiora is one of the few people Zod can talk to. However, this is the adjutant who followed her through countless battles. She did not die in the cannon fire of the Star Fleet, nor did she die in the revolution of Krypton. At this time, she actually capsized on this small Earth. Strong hatred and anger filled Zod's heart, and a huge red energy quickly gathered in his eyes. As if seeing General Zod's thoughts, Kara didn't hesitate at all. Her whole body instantly burst out of the sky and flew straight towards General Zod. Get out of my way. Kara's fast-flying sonic boom was immediately noticed by General Zod. He shouted angrily and punched in the direction of the sound. It is simply unimaginable how powerful the Kryptonians' explosive power is, not to mention that this was an angry punch from General Zod. As soon as a muffled sound was heard, Kara's body turned at a right angle in midair, and she flew hundreds of meters away and hit the ground hard, not knowing whether it was life or death. Not caring about his unrelated niece, General Zod roared, and destructive rays shot out from his eyes, heading directly towards those weirdly dressed humans. Heat vision is a very miraculous ability in the Kryptonian genes, because this energy has almost no upper limit, and the destructive power when it explodes with full force is terrifying. No one knows what this ability is at its strongest, because when this energy is released, the intense heat also causes pressure on the Kryptonians' eyeballs. If the release time is too long and the energy burst is too large, the Kryptonians themselves will not be able to bear it at first, and eventually their eyes will even go blind because they cannot control this energy. General Zod felt the pain from his eyes at this moment, but he didn't care at all. He just wanted to kill all the enemies in front of him. However, unexpectedly, the other party responded very quickly, even faster than him. If the silver-haired man's speed was about the same as his own, then the other two guys in red clothes with lightning wrapped around their bodies completely surpassed him in speed. Before the light of the heat vision enveloped them, the four figures immediately left the place and ran away at a very fast speed. Even the speed of the heat vision could not catch up with them. General Zod clenched his fists, with a flash of bloodlust in his eyes. He immediately chased after him, so fast that the ordinary soldiers around him didn't even react. The next moment, a speed battle broke out. General Zod, whose brain was occupied by anger, was completely crazy. Anything in front of him, whether it was a tank or a human, was crushed to pieces by him. His destructive power brought about a pressure that made everyone's heart palpitate. The people who were running quickly did not even dare to stop for half a step. The Flash was indeed fast, but once he was caught up by General Zod, he didn't need to go too far. In the fight, just one punch was enough to blast any one of them to pieces. Although General Zod was extremely angry, he was still very organized in his mind. He did not chase a few people blindly, but instead drove them towards the position of his Kryptonian army like sheep. With this kind of encirclement caused by the number of people, even though the Flash was faster than the Kryptonians, he almost tripped or was stopped several times. In less than 10 seconds, everyone fought with the God of Death several times. Face to face. The human army wanted to help, but it was obvious that the battle at this time was completely beyond their control. They could not even see the enemy's shadow clearly, let alone help the Flash and others. At this moment, a sound broke through the air. In the high altitude, a bat-shaped fighter plane emerged from the clouds dragging two long trailing clouds. Since the battlefield at this time was dragged to the ground by the Flash and others, the arrival of the bat fighter was not noticed by most people. Even if someone saw it, they had no time to pay attention to it. But what happened next was unexpected by everyone. Two missiles were suddenly fired from the bottom of the bat fighter, aiming directly at the location of most of the Kryptonians. This missile is not comparable to the small howitzer just now. The violent explosion directly caused a huge impact on the Kryptonian formation. However, if it was just like this, it would not be able to damage it at all, but after the explosion, there was a burst of thick green smoke. But it spread with great turbulence. This thick smoke was like a sea wave, surging one after another. It was extremely dreamy. By the time the Kryptonian soldiers reacted, it was already too late. The poisonous gas was like maggots attached to the bones, ready to explode at the first touch. The Kryptonians were attracted by the Flash and others, and it was difficult to notice for a while. By the time the poisonous gas dispersed, they had no time to evacuate the place enveloped by the poisonous gas. And not only that, the bat fighter seemed to be afraid that the poisonous gas was not strong enough, so it directly sprayed down from high altitude. A huge green gas was sprayed from the tail of the bat fighter, covering the sky under the flight trajectory of the fighter, and slowly drifting downward. At this time, the Kryptonian soldiers who flew into the air trying to avoid the poisonous gas were immediately affected. They covered their necks and felt a sense of weakness constantly emerging. Finally, they took over their whole bodies, and they could no longer even control their bodies to fly. They rushed toward them one after another. Fall down. General. Ah. Without their invulnerable physique, these Kryptonians immediately became lambs to be slaughtered. Although their equipment could bring them some protection, they could not withstand the increasingly fierce human firepower. Moreover, the difference in their bodies was too great. The feeling of falling from the peak to the bottom in an instant made them unable to resist. Soon, casualties appeared among the Kryptonian soldiers. Seeing this, General Zod instantly stopped chasing the speedsters. Seeing that his soldiers were contaminated by this poisonous gas one by one, and then killed by ant-like humans, General Zod suddenly became furious and could even see the veins on his forehead. How dare you! How dare you! The roar on his lips did not affect General Zod's actions at all. He instantly sprinted in front of a human soldier who raised his gun and poured firepower at the Kryptonian. With just one punch, his head was broken into pieces. I'm going to make you pay. General Zod is like a god of war, standing in front of the humans who have gradually formed a siege. Behind him, countless Kryptonians who are weak and in pain are struggling. Surrender, Zod. You may have a godlike physique and abilities, but you underestimated the determination of mankind. In order to protect our planet, we can kill any bastard who dares to covet this place, even you. Looking at the few people who appeared at the front of the human soldiers, General Zod immediately recognized their identities. These people were the three speedsters just now, as well as the culprit who killed Fiora, the one who led a coward who doesn't even dare to show his face in a beak mask. And these people were none other than Pietro, headed by Zhang Yi and Barry Allen and others. They stood in front of the human army and looked at General Zod with eyes full of hostility. But General Zod saw an imperceptible fear in their eyes. Everything I do is for the revival of Krypton, no matter how much I sacrifice. You think you can stop me? Clenching his fists and feeling his incomparable strength, General Zod just wanted to crush these ants. Krypton has been destroyed, and you are just a Kryptonian reactionary. Zod, you don't deserve to be named Krypton at all, and you don't deserve to be a member of Krypton. Just let us go. Kara floated in the air. Looking at General Zod was like looking at a dead man. I'm going to kill you to avenge my brother. Just you. General Zod sneered. He had calmed down at the moment and did not lose his composure like before. But anyone who knows General Zod knows that every time General Zod behaves calmer, it means that the anger inside became stronger and stronger. If Fiora was still there, it would be easy to see that General Zod had entered the state of a true warrior at this time, just like when he led the Kryptonian fleet to conquer other planets. But General Zod knew that what he was going to do next was not a revenge or a conquest, it was just a bloodthirsty massacre. Quick, as long as he is exposed to the poisonous gas, his abilities will be weakened. Little Barry Allen noticed that General Zod's murderous intention was about to turn into reality, and he couldn't help but said loudly. In fact, there was no need for him to remind him. Zhang Yi was already prepared. The head of the big black umbrella suddenly exploded, and a howitzer shot directly towards General Zod's position. But the speed of the cannonball is nowhere faster than General Zod's speed. It would be fine if he was suppressed like Fiora, but at this time he already knew the trump card of the Earth people, so how could he let them succeed? He instantly jumped sideways and moved hundreds of meters. Before the grenade exploded, he was directly out of the hit range. Even Zhang Yi didn't see his speed clearly. The figure stopped steadily, and 2 traces left by General Zod were drawn on the hard ground. He turned his head and looked at the position of the Kryptonian soldiers, only to see that it was covered with dark green poisonous gas, like a patch of green. Of ocean. The Kryptonian soldiers among them fell to the ground one by one, twitching and rolling, and they let out miserable wails and roars, which showed how much pain they were suffering at this time. Without hesitation, General Zod directly stretched out his arms, opened his 2 palms, and assumed a cross-like posture. No, stop him quickly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately saw what he was thinking. Before Zhang Yi finished speaking, everyone around him rushed out instantly and went straight to General Zod's position. Although they didn't know what General Zod was going to do, what they knew was that no matter what he wanted to do, they would never let him succeed. Late. General Zod's expression was flat, and he slapped his palms with all his strength. The powerful speed even produced a small sonic boom in this very small range. At the same time, the moment his palms merged, the whole world seemed to have stopped. Except for General Zod, everyone's expressions were full of astonishment and horror. The next moment, a huge force burst out. Call. It was a burst of sound waves visible to the naked eye. The sound waves carried a terrifying repulsive force that made people unable to react. Everyone was instantly deafened. Some people were even directly deafened by the shock. The force seemed irresistible, and any obstacle was like a mantis trying to control the car. With General Zod as the center, the distance of nearly a kilometer around him was instantly cleared by the repulsive force. Even the tanks and chariots were swept away as if they were made of paper. Not only the ground, but also the sky was affected, including the green poisonous gas, which was torn apart directly before this huge force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Pietro, Kara and Barry Allen, who were closest to General Zod, were the most seriously injured. The suits on the 3 of them were torn directly by the powerful force, and they followed like kites with broken strings. The air wave flew out. Among these people, only Barry Allen survived this wave of horrific injuries. Every cell in his body was in a state of rapid shaking, which also allowed him to escape this first wave of horrific attacks. But General Zod had no intention of letting him go. Before Barry Allen could react, General Zod directly inserted his hand into Barry Allen's heart and began to tremble violently. The Kryptonian's physique cannot move cells through matter like the Flash, because they do not have the speed force at all, and they are not as fast as the Flash. However, General Zod does not want to keep up with the Flash's speed, and there is no need to keep up, because he only needs to destroy the trajectory of the cell's movement. By the time the Flash realized General Zod's purpose, it was already too late. His body suddenly stagnated for a moment, as if the beat of a piece of music suddenly stopped. The Flash groaned and his whole body stopped. Got you, damn bug. General Zod smiled coldly, feeling the touch of his beating heart in his palm, and the smile on his face gradually turned ferocious. After saying that, General Zod suddenly pulled his hand out. Barry Allen was directly disemboweled and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out on General Zod's face, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he was a little obsessed with this kind of massacre. Pleasure. Suddenly, a feeling of being targeted arose from the bottom of his heart. General Zod reacted within a second. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he turned his head sharply. 2 scarlet-hot gazes were directed towards that person. A sense of voyeurism rushed over. In the blink of an eye, a huge explosion came from high in the sky, but the people on the ground could no longer hear it at all. They had all fallen into a state of temporary deafness, and could only see a shell blown into pieces by the heat vision, and the bat fighter behind the cannonball. Stopping his heat vision, General Zod withdrew his gaze. He patrolled the messy battlefield like an emperor. Pietro and Barry Allen Jr.'s bodies were already in shreds. Without Kara's physique, they would not be able to withstand this level of horrific destructive power. As for those humans, they were almost completely wiped out, and only those far away could. The soldiers were not dead yet, but they were frightened. His eyes were constantly searching for something, and finally General Zod locked his eyes on a large black umbrella scattered on the ground. As for his master, he was probably buried in the ruins of the battlefield. Zord. Just as General Zod was enjoying the peace cached after the war, a loud shout came from above his head. But it's obvious that General Zod has already been prepared. It can even be said that he is waiting for the last prey to come to his door. With just a turn, General Zod's unparalleled fighting qualities were immediately revealed. Under this sneak attack directly on the back of the head, General Zod easily dodged Kara's attack. The next moment, General Zod took advantage of the situation and attacked Kara. It suddenly fell to the ground. As if he still didn't understand his hatred, or was worried that the other party was still capable of fighting, General Zod gave him another kick in the stomach. The huge force directly trampled the ground under her feet and sank half a meter deep. Due to this huge force, Kara spurted out a mouthful of blood. I will rebuild Krypton, right on the ruins of this planet. General Zod whispered softly, but his tone was full of doubt. As he finished speaking, a sharp blade stretched out from his armor. No, don't. Stop. Kara slowly raised her hands, as if she wanted to stop General Zod, but the pain radiating from all over her body made it impossible for her to resist. Please stop. Seeing the pain on Kara's face, General Zod was unusually calm. This was a great cause, and everything was to rebuild Krypton. At this moment, General Zod suddenly realized that he seemed to be born for this goal. Phew. The next second, the knife penetrated Kara's chest without any obstruction. And this knife was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, which stopped Kara's last resistance. Her mouth grew wide, and blood continued to spurt out of her mouth. Please stop. Kara breathed heavily, as if she wanted to say something. Why? General Zod frowned and moved his head closer to Kara's mouth, trying to hear it more clearly. Why do you want to kill us? We are your subordinates. General Zod's brain exploded instantly. The madness in General Zod's eyes gradually faded, and he became a little confused. Kara's body underneath her suddenly lit up with flames. It was a kind of green firefly, but the color was very dark and very strange. Not just on Kara, but on the entire battlefield, everywhere General Zod looked, green flames lit up one by one like lamps, and they continued to emerge and spread. In General Zod's disbelieving gaze, the whole world in his eyes began to change. The messy battlefield was twisting and rotating, like the reflection in the water being blown by the wind. In the sparkling waves, the phantom of the world was all over the place. Start moving. Scattered lights and shadows came from all directions, not only disrupting General Zod's vision, but also making his brain confused about what was reality and what was illusion. Lowering his head, General Zod was horrified to find that Kara under him had turned into Fiora at some point, and in her unblinking eyes, General Zod could also see the confusion and pain she felt before her death. In the vast sky, green mist slowly descended, carrying some unknown debris, like a strange heavy snow. General Zod knelt quietly on the ground, holding Fiora's body motionless. All this is like a dream, but also like a divided reality. Where the dust was scattered, green flames rose up, and a black figure merged together from the blur. His whole body walked out of the flames as tall as a person. The first thing that touched the ground was the tip of a large umbrella. TSK tisk TSK. The figure dressed in black spoke. You don't really think we have enough power to spread poisonous gas to the entire battlefield, do you? General Zod didn't know what was going on, and he didn't dare to think about what he had just experienced. He just lowered his head and looked at the dead body of Fiora in his arms. It takes a lot of time for us to research poison gas, and this cannot be helped by speedsters, so how can we create such a large amount of poison in one night, let alone several large missiles? But we don't have to. If you do this, it will be enough to poison you. You don't have to be surprised, because this is specially prepared for you. The Kryptonian's physique is indeed very strong, but fortunately I have some good things that can weaken your resistance to poisonous gas. Although your resistance to poisonous gas is very strong, and is very adaptable, but there is always a first time for everything. This must be your first time experiencing this feeling. The original name of this thing was Fear Gas, but now I decided to rename it Crazy Apostle. The figure wearing a bird's beak mask walked elegantly in front of General Zod. The glass mirror reflected General Zod's desolate appearance. The mask even had a mocking meaning. After a pause, Zhang Yi continued. I'm really surprised that your full strength can be so terrifying. Even the entire Kryptonian army is no match for you. General Zod's eyes gradually became clear. In front of him, all the humans had disappeared without knowing when, leaving only the corpses of countless Kryptonian soldiers. They were scattered around powerlessly, and among them, there were a huge Kryptonian soldier had his heart ripped out. I haven't decided on a code name yet, but my bat friend gave me a nice name, Witch Crow. Zhang Yi held the handle of the umbrella tightly and slowly pulled out the ink knife. The dark ink knife was inlaid with several green gems, which gave people a strange sense of beauty. Of course, you can also call me, the Death Bird. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi slashed with his sword, aiming directly at General Zod's head. Sensing the incoming attack, General Zod's ears twitched. His whole body reacted immediately at this moment. He suddenly burst into anger. But what was shocking was that he didn't pay attention to Zhang Yi in front of him. He didn't even look at the ink knife that was coming. Instead, he turned around. A grasp of the void. Laugh. In the blink of an eye, the feeling of contact with an object came from General Zod's hand. At this time, the sound of broken glass resounded throughout the world. He held his palm tightly and felt the physical feeling in his hand. Although he couldn't see what was in front of him, he knew that he had indeed blocked the opponent's attack. In fact, just as General Zod guessed, the moment he held it in the void, the ink knife that struck his head went directly through his body, and the masked figure holding the ink knife, but he kept his chopping posture and stopped. In General Zod's hand, an ink knife appeared in the distorted light and shadow. Then, the blade, handle, and hand holding the knife were gradually exposed to General Zod's sight in a burst of constantly twisting and turning light and shadow. Middle. It was only then that General Zod fixed his gaze on the guy in front of him, but what surprised him was that his X-ray vision could not see through the beak mask of the man in front of him. As expected of General Zod. A slightly hoarse voice came from under the mask, and there seemed to be some annoyance in the voice. But General Zod didn't care so much. He held the knife in his hand tightly and felt the opponent's extremely weak strength. General Zod finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. If there was anything that made him more angry than letting him witness his adjutant Fiora being beheaded by others, it would undoubtedly be telling him that everything was false, and that he was arbitrarily serving as Fiora's adjutant. When he took revenge, he actually let him kill his adjutant with his own hands. General Zod didn't dare to recall the scene just now, and he didn't even dare to imagine what it would be like in reality when Fiora and other Kryptonians saw him going on a killing spree. It was hard to imagine that as a battle-hardened decisive warrior, he would be frightened by a memory at this moment. But now, General Zod had to forcefully suppress those thoughts. He knew what he should do. As he said, everything was for the revival of Krypton, no matter how much sacrifice he had to make, he could accept it. And now, since he can distinguish reality, it's time for him to make the person who started it all pay the price. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in General Zod's eyes could no longer be concealed. I got you. Faced with General Zod's threat and the terrifying man's murderous intent and momentum, Zhang Yi did not show any panic. Under the mask, a slightly mocking voice came out. No, I caught you. No, I caught you. Before they finished speaking, a ray of purple light burst out at the feet of the two people and finally formed a rectangular plane. This thing appeared without any warning, let alone any preparation. Everything was so sudden. Before General Zod could make any reaction, the next moment, he felt a violent sense of weightlessness and falling. As soon as he loosened his grip, his whole body disappeared in the purple light. In the sky above a planet in another world, a purple plane tore a hole in the air, and then, two figures fell directly. Looking at all this in astonishment, General Zod only felt that he was still in an illusion. He didn't understand why his eyes were dazzled, and the next second he didn't know why he was high in the sky. But the airflow rushing towards his face constantly reminded General Zod that he had to do something. So General Zod subconsciously turned on his biological stance, which was a powerful ability he awakened after coming to the Earth. The biological stance can not only slow down all energy attacks, but even allow him to fly in the sky. But what frightened him was that since his awakening, the biological stance that he had been wielding like an arm had actually failed. His constant calls were like throwing a stone into the abyss, without any ripples or even a response. It's like he never had a biological stance. Unlike the Kid Kara, General Zod, as a well-known general of Krypton, is more familiar with some of Krypton's secrets, including stories about the yellow sun strengthening of their physique and the god of Krypton. These powerful powers are exclusive to the Kryptonians. They are contained in their genes and cannot be changed under any circumstances. But at this moment, these abilities were actually erased. They were not taken away or restricted, but directly erased, as if they had never appeared before. This made General Zod feel a little numb. He even thought that he was still under the influence of those hallucinogenic gases, because he simply couldn't believe what he was experiencing now. But reality didn't give him much time to think. Boom! There was a loud noise, and General Zod's body hit the ground hard, creating a large crater several meters deep in the Gobi Desert made of rocks. On the other side of the sky, a figure holding a large black umbrella was slowly falling with the help of a propeller, and finally landed gently next to the big pit, highlighting an elegance. You can actually break free from the illusion in the image of fear gas, and even discover my true location. Kryptonians are really terrifying creatures. Zhang Yi put away his umbrella and muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the pit. The illusion of fear gas has indeed become controllable and powerful with the reinforcement of Batman, but after all, there is still a slight connection between the illusion and reality. After General Zod was affected by the environment, Zhang Yi immediately evacuated the battlefield, because General Zod who fell into madness was very dangerous. Under the influence of the illusion, he would attack everyone around him. Not only they do not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, and their attacks are extremely heavy. General Zod in this state is almost unstoppable. Not to mention Supergirl Kara, even the Kryptonians who tried to stop General Zod couldn't stop Zod's punch in anger. However, this gave Zhang Yi and others a good opportunity to evacuate. According to the plan, Barry Allen and Pietro immediately set off and moved all the human soldiers out of the battlefield. This was no longer a battle they could participate in. Staying here is the only way to die. Originally, everyone was worried about whether they would be attacked by Kryptonians when they evacuated, but fortunately, General Zod attracted the attention of most Kryptonians, and even Fiora had no time to be distracted by the humans who were withdrawing from the battlefield. The final result was perfect, at least for the human side. The crazy General Zod directly killed all the Kryptonian soldiers. Even Fiora could not stop his slaughter, and finally became one of the dead souls of General Zod. In the end, the effect of the fear gas gradually weakened, and Zhang Yi had to risk great danger to re-enter the battlefield, because the portal could only be opened next to Zhang Yi, so if he wanted to take away General Zod, then Zhang Yi had to come to General Zod's side. Therefore, in the illusion, those illusions constantly taunted General Zod, attracted his attention, attacked General Zod's psychology with words, and destroyed his mind. But in reality, Zhang Yi trotted all the way, and it took him a long time to reach behind General Zod from outside the battlefield. Although in the end General Zod was still able to block Zhang Yi's sneak attack based on the soldier's vigilance when his mind was affected by the illusion, fortunately Zhang Yi's plan succeeded. From the moment General Zod touched Zhang Yi, in an instant, Mist Time directly opened the portal leading to Tomb of Zod. Looking at General Zod gradually crawling out of the pit, Zhang Yi's face under the mask showed a smile. From this moment on, General Zod has completely become a turtle in the urn, and there is no possibility of a comeback. The facts are just as Zhang Yi thought. General Zod is in an abnormal state at the moment. He is covered in large and small scars, and even the armor on his body has become tattered. No one can believe it. This is actually the powerful Kryptonian general. Under the influence of the Red Sun, General Zod's body became very weak. At the same time, hitting the ground from such a height without any buffer also caused his body to suffer huge damage. The way he crawled out of the pit with his face covered in blood was like an evil ghost from hell, which made people feel a little frightened from the bottom of their hearts. What did you do? General Zod gritted his teeth. He looked at Zhang Yi with eyes that wanted to tear him into pieces. Being stared at by that kind of gaze made even Zhang Yi feel a little uncomfortable. The trapped beast was still fighting. At this time, General Zod was indeed far less powerful than before, but the more he looked like this, the more dangerous he felt to others. Didn't you see that this is the tomb I specially selected for you? It's a planet that shines on the same sun as Krypton. Do you like it? Zhang Yi looked down at General Zod and said lightly. This is impossible, impossible. It's true. The effect of the fear gas has long since disappeared, and after falling from such a height, you should be able to distinguish reality. General Zod did not answer quickly. He looked at Zhang Yi with great reluctance in his heart. There is no need for any proof at all, because his environment and his current state can well confirm his situation. He has really been transported to an alien planet, and it is also one that has not been observed by Krypton. On the planet. Clenching his fists, General Zod slowly stood up. If this is reality, then as long as I kill you, I can return to Earth and start my plan again. Creation engine. I'm sorry, before you massacred the Kryptonian soldiers, I arranged for Kara to destroy that toy. As he spoke, Zhang Yi raised his hand and looked at his watch. Judging by the time, that thing should have become space junk. Hearing this, General Zod's mind went blank. Instead, an unquenchable anger suddenly broke out. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. General Zod is like a wounded beast. After losing everything, General Zod just wants to kill the ant in front of him that destroyed everything he had. Although he no longer has the power to destroy the world. Although he no longer has a strong biological stance. Although he no longer has the invincible steel body. But as a warrior, he firmly believed that even if he lost those things, he could still tear the ants in front of him into pieces. Do not misunderstand. Seeing the murderous intent in General Zod's eyes, Zhang Yi chuckled and waved his hand. You Kryptonians are still very capable in combat, not to mention you who were born to fight. I am just an ordinary person. I don't have as much strength and combat experience as you, so your combat opponent is not me. A cold light flashed on the glasses of Zhang Yi's beak mask. He tilted his head in the direction behind General Zod and sneered. But him. General Zod was stunned for a moment, then he paused and turned to look in the direction Zhang Yi was looking. On a huge rock 5 or 6 meters high, a black figure was standing against the wind. No one knew how long he had been standing there, and even his figure seemed to blend into the environment. The black cloak is swaying in the wind, like the god of death. Just looking at him can make people feel a kind of inner terror. The black shadow stands on the top of the rock, exuding an imperceptible killing intent. Like a bloodthirsty bat. Batman takes action. The moment General Zod's eyes locked on him, Batman had already started taking action. At this time, Batman is not a newbie, let alone a rookie who jumps on the roof with a grappling gun and falls down by mistake. He is an urban legend that has ended the evil in Gotham City, and is in the hearts of all evil people. The most feared demon. Having experienced hundreds of battles, he can give full play to all his advantages and is confident that he can defeat any enemy when he is ready. On one side is the Bat Vigilante from Gotham City, a being who stands at the top of the entire human pyramid. Although he is old, he is still a being that can scare enemies. On the other side is the Great General from Krypton. He was born for war and struggle. He helped Krypton conquer planet after planet and destroyed all enemies who dared to invade Krypton. This battle between two cosmic civilizations finally started under the watchful eyes of Zhang Yi alone. The Batarang struck suddenly, streaking through the air with an afterimage, heading directly towards General Zod's head. Upon seeing this, General Zod immediately retreated. He was not sure whether his body could withstand these attacks now, but from the sense of crisis coming from the Batarang, it seemed that this human being did have the ability to hurt himself. But General Zod didn't care. Maybe he despised Earth's civilization a little after being strengthened by the yellow sun, because he felt that nothing could hurt him. However, the experience left by long years of fighting did not make him forget him. How to fight without the Man of Steel. The Batarang was very fast, but General Zod still dodged the blow dangerously. However, the next moment General Zod retreated, a hook suddenly appeared and directly hit General Zod, who could no longer dodge. Fortunately, General Zod quickly raised his arm to block the attack, otherwise the hook would have been blocked. The claw went straight to his face. The hook claws fiercely grabbed General Zod's arm, and the claw tips were deeply embedded in the broken arm armor on his arm. The powerful force made General Zod a little unsteady, and at the same time, there were also some mild pain. Apparently, the claws scratched General Zod's skin. But General Zod didn't have any psychological disturbance because of this pain. He grabbed the rope connected behind the hook, and then used all his strength to pull Batman over with the huge force. Although he has lost most of his power, General Zod can feel that no matter how weak his current power is, it is definitely not something that weak Earthlings can match. If the opponent keeps using weapons to consume him remotely, then he will definitely die. In the opponent's hands. However, if he were to fight hand-to-hand with this Earthling, General Zod would be confident that he would never lose to anyone. This was the confidence that the warrior sequence in his genes gave him. But what surprised him was that the other party actually had the same idea. Facing his own powerful power, the Batman showed no fear at all and instead rushed towards him. The Earthling gave up the long-range attack method and chose to engage in close combat with him. Just like. It's as if the other party wants to defeat themselves in what they are best at. Killing people. And also killing people's hearts. Zhang Yi licked his dry lips. He also saw what the old Bruce Wayne was thinking. What surprised him was that the old Batman would choose this method of attack. He was already 60 and still refused to accept it. Are you old? And this is definitely an insult to the conceited General Zod. He frowned, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to turn into substance. Powerful power gathered in his fists. General Zod faced Batman in the direction of he punched out. Then Batman, who was approaching quickly, smiled coldly, and his black cloak quickly opened, turning into a pair of bat-like wings that stretched out behind Batman, causing his body to stop in midair. Like a high-speed train that suddenly stopped, Batman's body stopped firmly in front of General Zod's fist. The extremely ferocious punch hit the air instantly, and only the terrifying wind of the fist blew over the bat. The face of a hero. Naturally, Batman would not let go of such an opportunity. He twisted his waist, forced his body to make a difficult turn in midair, and kicked General Zod hard in the face with his right foot. The full blow hit the air, which made General Zod feel a little uncomfortable. However, facing the opponent's attack, it was too late to defend at this time. General Zod couldn't help but was hit by this kick right in the face. Fall back. But how could Batman let him go so easily? He put the rope of the grapple gun on himself, and used the weight of his whole body to press down. In an instant, General Zod's fallen body was pulled directly come back. Seeing this, Batman let go of the rope, wore finger tigers made of material carrying red solar radiation on both hands, and struck with a combination of punches. Feeling the pain on his face, General Zod quickly stood up and fought back, but the opponent's speed was really ridiculously fast. No, it couldn't be said to be fast, but experienced. Facing General Zod's counterattack, Batman only used the smallest movement to dodge. Every time it was so extreme, even if he was not careful, he would be hit by General Zod's fist. But even so, between the two of them, in the fight, Batman was not hit even once. At the same time, a small amount of dodge also allowed Batman to attack faster. A pair of fists even shot out after images, constantly hitting various joints on General Zod's body in the broken parts of the armor. As the only spectator at the scene, Zhang Yi looked at this amazing battle scene and had only two words in his heart: silky smooth. Batman doesn't look like an old man at all at this time. He looks more like a strong young man in his prime and has terrifying combat experience. From the beginning of the battle, General Zod has already fallen into Batman's rhythm. Among The heavy rain-like attacks continued to destroy General Zod's defense, and General Zod's counterattack lost all effect in Batman's dancing steps. This is impossible. General Zod roared angrily. He endured the severe pain in his body and punched Batman. Then he finally seized this hard-won opportunity and grabbed Batman's fist with his right hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood flowed from the gap between General Zod's teeth. He squeezed Batman's fist tightly and said with a ferocious expression on his face, "You are just an ant, how could you possibly hurt me?" What responded to him was Batman's other fist containing power. And a very cold whisper. "Because I'm Batman." The spikes of the finger tiger directly hit General Zod's forehead. The huge power and special material made the blow penetrate his skull without any accident. Call. At this moment, a cold gust of wind swept in, blowing the cape behind Batman and blowing the chilling atmosphere far away. General Zod stared at a pair of bloody eyes, and the ferocious look in his eyes made his ferocious face look a little scary. There was a hole in the top of his head, and the huge force directly cracked his skull, making it difficult to imagine that this is something that a person on Earth can do. Seeing General Zod's unwilling expression, the old bat slowly stood upright. "He won't get up again, right?" Bruce Wayne's voice was hoarse. "He has no signs of life. Don't worry, he won't get up again." Zhang Yi walked briskly to the old Batman and replied in a relaxed tone. It's no wonder that old Bruce Wayne would ask this kind of question. When he was in Gotham City, Batman had seen all kinds of powerful villains who had come back from the dead, so in the face of such an external force that could destroy the world at every turn, when he was a star, Batman would still be vigilant in this regard. If General Zod also has the ability to be resurrected, or if someone becomes interested in his body, then this will definitely not be a good thing for the Earth in this universe. I know what you are thinking, don't worry, he is already dead, and on this planet, his body will rot like ordinary people in a short time. Zhang Yi explained. Can you guarantee that life on this planet will not be affected by his corpse? Batman raised his head and looked at this spectacular celestial phenomenon that could never be seen on Earth, and asked calmly. Don't worry, the civilization of this planet has not even reached the level of drilling wood to make fire. By the time these indigenous people awaken to their wisdom, General Zod's body will have long been fossilized, and as for the armor on his body, it will have long been decomposed and reorganized by nature. Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders and continued. I said, this is the cemetery I specially selected for him. I will naturally consider these impacts. What you should worry about now should be the military. After all, it is an alien invasion, and it is also related to the superpowers on the Earth. A person with abilities got into a fight, and if this kind of thing comes to light, you won't be able to think about living a quiet retirement life in the future. Hearing this, the old Batman turned his head silently and stared deeply at Zhang Yi. It doesn't matter. I don't want to know how you managed to cross the universe and reach an alien planet in an instant. I also don't want to know how you found this planet in a short time. I just think that you are more dangerous than Zod. Huh, maybe. Zhang Yi pretended to smile easily, and at the same time he sighed helplessly in his heart. Indeed, he may not have much fighting power now, but the fact that he can freely travel through various multiverses is enough to make many people wary of him. What's more, after scanning a universe, the time controller can travel to any time node in the universe at will. No one knows how terrifying this ability is better than Zhang Yi. The common man is innocent and guilty of possessing the treasure. If it is just vigilance, if those ambitious villains learn about the time controller in their hands, then this will cause unpredictable dangers to the entire multiverse. Don't worry, I will leave this universe tomorrow after I take a rest. Zhang, I don't mean to drive you away. Bruce Wayne Sr. hesitated for a moment and said slowly. I understand, but this was originally my plan. Now that General Zod's incident is over, there is no need for me to stay here. Besides, this universe has just been freed from the shackles of destruction. If we are not the original, as long as the people from the universe continue to stay here, there's no telling what will happen. Hearing that Zhang Yi was trying to trick him, Batman obeyed and did not choose to expose him, because the old Bruce Wayne also wanted Zhang Yi, Barry Allen and others to leave the universe as soon as possible, but he was not good say it clearly. After all, these people are now comrades who have fought together, and Zhang Yi and Pietro are still here to help. Driving people away right after the war is like burning bridges. The old Batman cannot do such an immoral thing. Now that Zhang Yi chose to leave, the old bat was a little relieved. You really don't need my bat suit. I can help you build one according to your physical fitness. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile on his face under the mask. Did old Bruce Wayne feel guilty in his heart? This is an unprecedented first time. No need, I think this windbreaker is pretty good. Besides, I'm not a superhero. For a happy-go-lucky person like me, the more ordinary the better, and the less noticeable the better. The old Batman withdrew his gaze, paused, and nodded slightly. 2. By the time everyone returned to the Batcave, it was already late at night. Pietro, Barry Allen and others were laughing and joking. After solving such a big trouble, everyone's tense nerves also relaxed. Barry Allen also discovered his mistake after this time. He decided to go back to the past and change history. This time, he would not change anything or alarm anyone. It is said that a broken mirror is difficult to put back together, but Barry Allen decided to do his best to repair it and let the historical timeline develop towards his original universe. Zhang Yi expressed support for this, because at the end of the previous Flash movie, after Barry Allen destroyed the universe, he actually changed the timeline again. This time, he did not save his mother, but it was to help his father find evidence to exonerate him. So speechless. After going through so much as a co-writer, the Flash in that movie didn't improve at all. As for Supergirl Kara, Zhang Yi took her to see General Zod's body. Under the setting sun, Kara calmly stared at General Zod's grave. Her eyes no longer carried any negative energy at this time, and instead became unusually calm, as if she had entered the emptiness after revenge. You won't blame me for not asking you to kill him personally to avenge your brother, right? Zhang Yi stood beside Kara holding a big black umbrella to help her block the sunlight of the red sun. Hearing this, Kara shook her head gently. No, if it weren't for you, I would never be able to take revenge in my life. General Zod is born to fight in the Kryptonian genes, and I am just a scientist, so even if we remain in the same state, I will definitely not be his opponent. Zhang Yi smiled and did not answer. In fact, after being injected with Krypton's central book, Kara's genetic module has undergone earth-shaking changes, but she still needs time to grow, just like Superman. I heard that you are leaving tomorrow. Suddenly, Kara broke the silence. Ah, yes. After hearing Zhang Ye's answer, Kara turned her head and looked at Zhang Yi, and asked. Can you take me with you? Take you with me? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. Well, I want to leave here with you. To be honest, I can't find the meaning of my life. Before, I only thought about avenging my brother, but now, I find that I am incompatible with this place. I really have it feels like I'm going crazy. So you want to leave this universe and go to other universes to see your brother alive, right? Zhang Yi said flatly. Yes. Kara was very calm and did not hide her selfishness. I stayed in that prison for a long time. At that time, the driving force for my survival was my brother. Now, I also want to go to other universes to see if my brother's life is what Barry Allen said. Good. Looking at Kara, Zhang Yi fell into silence. It is true that the disaster caused by General Zod has been overcome, but the subsequent events still have a great impact, especially on Supergirl Kara. You know, she was only 15 years old when she was locked up. In a dark prison, people are subjected to experiments every day. This kind of life is worse than death. Ordinary people cannot understand it. And in this case, how could Kara become the patron saint of the earth like his brother? Maybe the earth is divided into various countries, but in Kara's eyes, the people of the earth are the people of the earth. Who cares about you? Which country is it from? So thinking about it this way, just because Kara didn't follow General Zod to destroy the earth, she was very kind. Time travel is not as simple as you think. After a long time, Zhang Yi finally spoke. Especially for a Kryptonian like you, I cannot guarantee that the radiation from every Earth sun is normal and unchanged, so every time you travel through it is very dangerous. I'm not afraid, as long as I can see my brother. Kara said firmly. But I'm not sure which universe we will reach. Zhang Yi sighed. The time controller has transcended the sacred timeline, so for Zhang Yi, every time he travels through is an unknown adventure. In front of him were countless multiverse blind boxes. It doesn't matter where I go, anyway, one day, I can see my brother, right? Kara said, smiling slightly. What's more, that scud alone isn't strong enough to protect you. Looking at Kara's smiling eyes, Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. Is your Kryptonian gene module really a scientist? I feel like you are more like a diplomat. So have I convinced you? Kara thought for a while. Forget it. The sun gradually sank into the horizon, and the two shadows grew longer and longer on the Gobi Desert. In Wayne's castle, there were all kinds of exquisite foods placed on the banquet for reception. In addition, old Bruce Wayne even took out the old wine in his cellar that he was reluctant to drink. At both ends of the long table, Bruce Wayne and Zhang Yi were sitting respectively. They sat opposite each other, which also showed that they had the highest status among the people seated. There were also big and small Barry Allen and Pietro. Kara, on the other hand, was sitting on both sides. The other people were okay, because it was not the first time for them to experience this kind of scene, but for Pietro and Carla, it was the first time for them to have such a formal drinking party. The most nervous one among them is undoubtedly Pietro. He was born in a poor family. After awakening the mutant gene, he lived in dire straits. He was imprisoned and fought with dogs for food. If he hadn't met Zhang Yi, he felt that he had already died in a garbage dump somewhere. So while sitting at such an exquisite dining table, Pietro suppressed his restless heart. He carefully observed the behavior of everyone present, for fear that some of his actions would make a joke. He was not afraid of making a fool of himself, he was just worried that he would embarrass Zhang Yi. As for Kara, she looked very solemn, like a lady. It seemed that the good education of the Kryptonians had always been preserved in her heart, but Zhang Yi could still feel the embarrassment in her heart. Kara really wanted to blend into the atmosphere of the table, but she couldn't let go. She could only pretend to be aloof and taste the barbecue on the plate in front of her, which made her a little out of place. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. Although they all have strong fighting power, they are also troublesome problem children. Whether it is Pietro or Carla, they all have various dark sides in their hearts, which outsiders cannot penetrate. Yes, only they themselves can spy. Zhang Yi also wants to help them get rid of the negative energy in their hearts, but Zhang Yi knows that they can't be too anxious about all this, time will wear away everything, and they can only rely on themselves to get them out. As the most senior elder, Bruce Wayne Sr. naturally discovered what Zhang Yi was thinking, so he picked up the wine glass and decided to invigorate the atmosphere of the celebration. After several rounds of toasts, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively, and everyone was no longer so restrained and started chatting one after another. In fact, tonight's wine party is not only to celebrate, but also to see off Zhang Yi and others. After discussion, Barry Allen decided to leave the universe tomorrow like Zhang Yi. At the same time, Zhang Yi also chose to take Kara with him. Homeless Kryptonian. The main reason for taking Kara away was because Zhang Yi took a fancy to the other party's combat power. Supergirl's strength is almost the same as Superman's. The devastating combat power of the Kryptonians can be well reflected in General Zod. Well, without kryptonite, the Kryptonians would be almost invincible. What Zhang Yi lacks the most right now happens to be combat power. Although Pietro is a speedster and has good combat power, if he really encounters a powerful enemy, he really has no choice but to run away. Zod's invasion this time has a great impact. Whether it's the corpses of the Kryptonian soldiers, the wreckage of the alien spacecraft, or the ruins of the Genesis engine, if these things fall into the hands of the military, they may not be able to do anything about it. Something good is going to happen. Zhang Yi said to Bruce Wayne. I know, the military will be watching. If anything happens, this kid will be there. Bruce Wayne Sr. looked at Barry Allen Jr. and smiled. As for young Barry Allen, who was enjoying his meal, he immediately stopped when he saw Bruce Wayne looking at him and gave him a confused look. Seeing the unreliable look of young Barry Allen, Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing, but he quickly adjusted and continued. Barry Allen is a superpower. It's difficult to let him follow your path. It's too difficult. What do you mean? Old Batman was a little curious. You spread fear in Gotham City, punished evil, and made all criminals terrified, and finally turned into an urban legend. But Barry Allen is different. He has unparalleled superpowers and can bring hope to mankind. He does not need to be like you are still hiding in the darkness, but you can appear openly in the sun. Old Batman put down his wine glass and crossed his fingers as if he was thinking about something. After pondering for a moment, he paused slightly and agreed. Indeed, after this war, superheroes have been exposed to the eyes of everyone around the world. We really need someone to stand up and bring hope to people. Originally, the character who brought hope to mankind was supposed to be Superman or Superwoman, but now, this candidate has been placed on Barry Allen Jr. And you, Bruce, I think you can play the role of Alfred and train a few successors. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, lowered his voice and spoke slowly. I forgot to tell you that in other universes, almost all Batmans have several assistants called Robin. The next day, Zhang Yi slept in for the first time in a long time. This is the most comfortable sleep he has had in a while. There is no breathless pressure, no trouble that may threaten his life and safety at any time. All he has is a feeling of fullness and a comfortable soft mattress. This is what Yui has always been pursuing. By the time he got up from the bed in a daze, it was already noon. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurriedly got up, put on his clothes and walked outside. Arriving at the living room of Wayne Castle, Zhang Yi was surprised to find that everyone except him was up. Pietro and Barry Allen Jr. were playing mobile games, while Kara was cooking with Bruce Wayne Sr. It is not accurate to say that they are all together. Basically, old Bruce is doing the work, and Kara is helping out. Why didn't anyone call me? Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes and walked to a few people with unsteady steps. He didn't know if he had slept for too long, but Zhang Yi felt that his head was a little dizzy. Zhang, you're awake. I think you're too tired, so I'm going to let you rest for a while. Besides, we're not in a hurry. Pietro raised his hand in greeting. That won't let me sleep until noon. The weather in Gotham City is really weird. It's cloudy and rainy every day, so I can't get up at all. Zhang Yi came to the table and picked up the teacup on the table. Just took a sip. We all know that we can sleep soundly on rainy days. The weather in Gotham City is definitely good news for insomniacs. For example, right now, it is clearly noon, but it is still dark outside. You have to turn on the lights in the castle to make the room dark. It's brighter inside. Who told you to drink so much wine last night? I told you that this wine has a strong aftertaste. Old Bruce Wayne took out the cooked noodles and poured the prepared marinade on top. You must have gotten up at the right time, otherwise I would have asked Kara to go up and call you. Smelling the aroma of the noodles being marinated, Zhang Yi felt his stomach growl. He was really hungry after sleeping for so long. Putting his noodles on the table, Zhang Yi looked around and suddenly realized that someone seemed to be missing. Where's Barry Allen? This guy didn't wake up, right? Why didn't you see him? He's gone a long time ago. Old Bruce Wayne also came to the table and found a seat to sit down, and then said slowly. That kid has something hidden in his mind. We have settled the matter here, but the trouble he caused has not been dealt with yet. When did you leave? It was after 6 o'clock and you were all still asleep. He said hello to me and left, saying that he didn't want to disturb you. I guess he was embarrassed to say goodbye to you. After all, he made such a big mistake. Okay. Zhang Yi responded without saying anything. He was originally thinking about whether he could be locked into the DC movie universe through Barry Allen, but Zhang Yi gave up after thinking about it. After all, when I traveled back in time, the DC movie universe was still in chaos. After the reboot, a Blue Beetle appeared. If I really went there, I wouldn't have a special understanding of the plot or events, so it would be easy to put myself in danger. Situation. After eating, Zhang Yi and others were ready to leave. Pietro and Carla both put on casual clothes worn by normal people, with their battle clothes on the inside, so that they would not be so conspicuous when they traveled through time. In case they traveled to a crowded place, they would wear the battle uniform is so eye-catching. As for Zhang Yi, he hasn't made any changes. His windbreaker itself is a normal piece of clothing. The only distinctive thing is the beak mask. But the good news is that the time controller has a special space, which it was used to store items, so Zhang Yi threw most of his things into a different space. Zhang Yi doesn't know how big the alien space is, but according to Miss Time, this alien space is a special dimension that does not belong to any multiverse or timeline. There are no rules or life in it, only endless nothingness. Overall, it is a bottomless pit that cannot be filled. Since there was nothing in it and no life could be stored in it, Zhang Yi used it as a mobile backpack, with many supplies and weapons and equipment piled inside. With the full help of old Batman, Zhang Yi even stored a small mountain of gold inside. This is because in most universes, gold and silver are hard currencies, which also prevents Zhang Yi from being destitute and unable to make money in other universes. After making all preparations, under the watchful eyes of Bruce Wayne and Barry Allen Jr., Zhang Yi silently communicated with Miss Time and asked her to open a random passage through the multiverse. This time, Zhang Yi communicated with Miss Time in advance. Although the universe he traveled through was random, the specific location of the journey was determined by Zhang Yi on the Earth. Zhang Yi was also afraid that he would somehow travel directly into outer space, which would be no different from committing suicide. So thinking back to the first time he asked the time controller to open the portal, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel scared. It was really the blessing of the goddess of luck that he was able to come to the Earth in this universe. Gone. Zhang Yi and the others said hello, and then walked directly into the purple door without stopping. The next second, the extremely humid air in the Batcave disappeared instantly and turned a little cold. Zhang Yi felt as if he had entered an air-conditioned room, and a chill hit his face. Looking closely, he saw that he was standing in a dark alley, with several trash cans placed next to him. The tall buildings around him were unrecognizable. A few clouds were slowly floating in the sky. From the weather, look, it's autumn in this universe. Is this the Earth in another universe? No matter how many times I see this ability, it is still the same magic. Kara looked around briefly and said. You don't feel anything special, right? Hearing the sound, Zhang Yi turned around and asked. Although every Earth is in the solar system, Zhang Yi cannot guarantee that the radiation of every sun is the same, so Zhang Yi is very worried that Kara will be affected by the solar radiation of different universes. Well, it's okay. I don't feel anything special. My strength hasn't weakened. It's even strengthened a bit. Kara reached out and clenched her fist, feeling the power in her hand. That's good. If you feel anything special, tell me anytime. At this moment, Pietro on the side couldn't help but speak. By the way, why do we always end up next to the trash can every time we travel? Zhang, you did it on purpose. Zhang Yi coughed dryly, but he didn't know much about it. It's better than teleporting directly to the street. Don't forget, to people in this world, the three of us are real outsiders. While several people were chatting, suddenly, a rapid siren sounded outside the alley. Zhang Yi and the others heard the sound and went away, but from the narrow entrance of the alley, they vaguely saw a cash transport truck rushing past, followed by several police cars speeding past. Someone robbed the cash transport truck. This was the first thought that came to Zhang Yi and Pietro's minds. Kara was watching all of this blankly. She didn't know what was happening outside the alley, and since she didn't grow up well on Earth, she didn't know anything about some common sense issues, like this. Scene at the time. The three of them quickly followed the sound and ran out of the alley to the street outside. They saw that the cash transport truck had already disappeared at the end of the road, and there were too many pedestrians and vehicles around, which also caused trouble for the police car. Great trouble. After all, robbers can do whatever they want without obeying traffic laws, but for the police, if they cause a traffic accident while chasing the robbers, it will definitely be a loss of their wives and soldiers. After a few glances from a distance, Zhang-Yi suddenly stopped Pietro, who was beside him and was about to try. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise Pietro would have rushed out directly. Don't move. Are you ready to reveal your superpowers in public? But they were robbing, and they injured so many people. Pietro said, but he just said that after being stopped by Zhang-Yi, he had no idea of leaving again. It's not like no one cares. Those police. They can't catch up with that group of criminals. Pietro turned to look at the police cars that had been thrown a long way and said. I'm not talking about them. Zhang-Yi paused, then raised his chin toward the sky. Here, people are here. Hearing this, Pietro and Carla both raised their heads and looked in the direction Zhang-Yi pointed. In fact, it was not just the two of them, but everyone around them seemed to have noticed something. They all raised their heads and exclaimed. Some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures in the sky. In mid-air, between countless tall buildings, a figure wearing a red and blue tights was seen walking quickly. He was holding a slender white silk thread in his hand, swinging back and forth between the tall buildings. Along with his rapid figure came a loud shout from him. Yo ho! Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your best neighbor Spider-Man is here. The appearance of Spider-Man immediately aroused cheers from the crowd. It seems that this is not the first time that they have seen Spider-Man doing justice. Many people are fans of this superhero who wanders around New York to punish criminals. Wow! Pietro couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this. He was not excited because he saw superheroes, he was excited because ordinary people in this universe would be so enthusiastic about superpowers. You know, in the universe where he was born, almost all ordinary people were interested in mutants. Very hostile. That is to say, Zhang-Yi didn't know what Pietro was thinking at this time, otherwise Zhang-Yi would never have made him happy so early. Unlike those who paid attention to Spider-Man, Zhang-Yi quickly withdrew his gaze and took out a newspaper from the nearby newsstand. He wanted to make sure which universe he was in. His eyes shifted, and Zhang-Yi finally locked his gaze on several headlines in the newspaper. Stark Industries once again launches new energy industry, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters admissions briefing, Reed Richards interview. What are you looking at? Seeing Zhang-Yi's completely different reaction from the people around him, Kara came over and asked in a low voice. I am collecting intelligence. The timeline development of each universe is different. This can be clearly distinguished from superheroes, so I need to figure out what time point our current universe is at. Zhang Yui replied. My brother is not in this universe, right? Kara asked again. Hearing this, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, put the newspaper back in his hand, and turned to look at Kara. How did you know? I just magnified my senses and didn't hear anyone talking about the names of the two cities, Metropolis and Gotham City. You said that my brother is the patron saint of Metropolis. Since there is no Metropolis here, my brother not here either. Zhang Yi stared at Kara blankly for a while. He was a little surprised that Kara could monitor the sound of the entire New York in such a short period of time, but he quickly adjusted and spoke. You are right, there are many parallel universes with superheroes. Obviously we have not reached the universe where your cousin is this time, and there is no Batman, Flash or Krypton here. Kara nodded slightly. After listening to Zhang Ye's words, she didn't show anything, but Zhang Yi could see that there was still a little disappointment in her eyes. In this regard, Zhang Yi didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only raise his hand and pat her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've thought of this possibility before. Besides, as long as I follow you, I can see my brother one day, right? Yes, I will. Zhang Yi nodded. Kara quickly adjusted her emotions. Although there was no cousin of hers in this universe, she still didn't want to ruin Zhang Yi's mood, so she changed the subject and asked. So, what kind of information did you collect just now? Can you determine the universe we are in? It's really hard to say. Zhang Yi showed a wry smile, and then he raised his head and looked at the scenery on the street meaningfully. When Zhang Yi read the information about the Avengers, X-Men, and Fantastic Four from the newspaper, he directly confirmed that this universe was definitely one of the comic universes. The animated universe was also possible, but the chance was too small. As for the worldview of the comic universe, it was really difficult for Zhang Yi to grasp it for a while, because there were too many multiverses in the comics, and even Zhang Yi couldn't distinguish the various numbers, so Zhang Yi could not figure it out just based on the information in the newspaper. There is no way to determine the timeline of this universe. But what is certain is that this universe is part of the Marvel Comics universe and is developing extremely rapidly. It can also be seen from Reed Richards' beard that the history of superheroes in this universe has been very long. Here, superheroes are by no means a new profession, but a great profession that has been developed for many years and has evolved through the growth and evolution of several generations. Captain America has stepped down from Steve, and the original Falcon Sam has become the second-generation Captain America. Thor has become the God King to guard Asgard. The current Thor is Jane Foster. In outer space, the Tianjin Bureau's space station is standing in the universe, always alert to the invasion of the Earth by alien planets. And these things also brought more doubts to Zhang Yi. For example, does this universe have the Illuminati, have superheroes experienced 2 civil wars, and have those major events in comics ever happened in this universe? Before confirming the information about major events in various parallel universes, Zhang Yi had only one feeling in his heart about this universe, and that was to be deeply vigilant. You will never guess which comic universe it is. Eagle Country, Southern Louisiana, New Orleans. A large number of police cars surrounded a pub, with neon police lights flashing continuously. Although the police had set up a cordon and dispatched multiple police officers to maintain public order, a large number of people still gathered outside the door. They gathered curiously outside the cordon, each one stretching his head to look inside, trying to find out what was going on inside, including many tabloid reporters. In New Orleans, a relatively peaceful city, such a major case can definitely increase their newspaper sales a lot. From the outside, the tavern had been completely destroyed. Not only was the door blown to pieces, but even the windows were smashed. Countless glass fragments were scattered on the ground, and spider webs appeared on the walls. Of cracks. Obviously, if someone didn't drop a bomb here, it must have something to do with those superpowers. Inside the tavern, Cable's expression was ugly. Although he had already prepared for the worst on the way after receiving the information, his face was still gloomy when he saw the scene inside the tavern with his own eyes. Come down. On the largest table in the tavern, a man was lying on his back with a dead look on his face. Everyone could recognize his identity at a glance. He was the Gambit King of the X-Men. Gambit's real name is Remy Etienne Lebeau. He was a professional thief before awakening the mutant gene, and also worked for some villains. However, when he lost his memory and awakened, he could inject energy into objects and then detonate them. After gaining superpowers, he corrected his evil ways with the help of the X-Men. It is unimaginable that such a superhero from the X-Men would be killed in the street at this moment. His signature weapon cards were scattered on the ground, and many cards were even stuffed into his mouth by the murderer. And in on his chest, his own cane penetrated his body and stuck straight into it. This is not the first superhero to be killed. Although being a superhero involves countless villains and there is a risk of dying on the streets at any time, the fact that several heroes died in a very short period of time is still it attracted the attention of interested people. The first victim discovered was the Black Widow. She lost contact during an infiltration mission. When others found her, they only saw her body hanging in the air. The murderer seemed to be showing off his power to them. Later, the bodies of invulnerable black heroes Luke Cage and Iron Fist were also discovered. Although these two people are not as famous as first-line superheroes, they are not something that ordinary people can kill. But when their bodies were discovered, everyone was surprised to find that their deaths were extremely miserable, as if the murderer was someone who liked killing. Like a cruel butcher. Moreover, he is also a villain who specifically targets superheroes. Nick Fury, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., reacted quickly. He first used his influence to suppress the news of the superhero's sacrifice. This was to prevent the public from falling into panic. At the same time, a team was formed to investigate clues about the murderer. As a future person, the superhero Cable is the first helper Nick Fury finds. This is not only because of Cable's powerful force, but also because of his excellent insight and experience in performing tasks. In addition to Cable, this team also gathered many capable heroes, including the Punisher, Moon Knight, the second-generation Hawkeye Kate Bishop, and Jessica Jones, a relative of the previously killed superhero. And Misty Knight. These heroes may not have the superpower to destroy the world at every turn, but their sense of smell for crime is extremely sensitive, especially street heroes like Moon Knight and the Punisher. Their detective abilities are not inferior to any well-known detectives. I hope we can find some clues quickly. Strictly speaking, we shouldn't be here. Time is running out. We have to find something useful before the military takes over this place. Cable looked at the tragic situation in front of him. Said in a deep voice. I remember this person should be an X-Men. Samus, do you have any impressions? Moonlight Knight asked. He has always acted alone, so he doesn't know much about other superheroes and groups. Yes, I recognize him. Cable nodded and then said. But we are not close, and this guy has a complicated background. He was even a criminal earlier. Indeed, what those criminals hate most is people like him who have reformed their evil ways, and he originally belonged to the Thieves Guild, right? Is it possible that they did it? The Punisher also made a guess. It's worth investigating, but I don't think so. The Thieves Guild is just a loose small organization. They can hardly make any waves, and they don't have the ability to carry out several other murders. After all, Luke Cage and Iron Fist are not ordinary superheroes. After exhaling, Moon Knight picked up a card stained with blood. The blood drops crossed the clown's smiling face on the card, and Moon Knight murmured to himself. Trust me, whoever did this. He enjoyed it to death. On the other side, in Brooklyn, New York, Zhang Yi and the others had just checked in to rent a house. Although the three of them are shady people without any identity documents in this world, the saying, money can make you a devil, is no joke. With the gold mountain left by the old Bruce Wayne, Zhang Yi quickly convinced they met the money-worshipping landlord and received a check-in package on the spot. Coming to a new world, and a world with countless superheroes, the three of them would definitely be lying if they said they were not excited. Even Kara, who had always been a little indifferent, began to become curious about this world. After all, she was only a 15-year-old child before she came to Earth, and the battle between justice and evil only appeared in her storybooks. When these stories actually appeared in front of her, she was instantly attracted by these superheroes. Attracted by his deeds. Let me say it first. From now on, you'd better not use your superpowers casually, especially Pietro. You are the one I'm most worried about. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yi immediately opened the door to the two of them. Got up for a while. Ah. What's wrong with me? I've always been obedient. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Pietro jumped up immediately, with an expression like how could you doubt me so much? We can be considered brothers who have experienced many things together. I don't know you yet. Zhang Yi was not affected by Pietro's reaction at all. Among the three of us, you are the most dishonest. In the last universe, you couldn't sit still. In the last universe, you even ran out to steal things while I was sleeping. Ahem, I didn't count that as stealing. Pietro was speechless when Zhang Yi exposed his old background, and his rebuttal voice became smaller and smaller. I'm warning you, Pietro, there are superheroes in this world, and your speed is simply not fast enough in front of them. Moreover, our identities must not be exposed before the safety of this world is determined. I don't want to be targeted by the superheroes and supervillains of this world. I know, why don't I just be more honest? Pietro covered his face. And one more thing, there is a peer of yours in this world, that is, another Quicksilver. I don't know if you two look alike, but you'd better put on a disguise when you go out, don't get caught. People recognized it. Pietro's head sank even lower, and after a while, he wailed softly. Know it. After admonishing Pietro, Zhang Yi set his sights on Carla again. On this planet without kryptonite, Kara is definitely a star-destroying terrifying combat force. Zhang Yi has no doubt about Kara's fighting power at this moment. Even the gods on this planet, Kara can probably compete with them. Breaking hands. Zhang, don't worry, I can stay in the house and not go out. Seeing Zhang Yi's eyes on her, Kara immediately said. In fact, for her, it doesn't matter whether she goes out or not. There is a TV and a computer here anyway. You can check out the stories of superheroes without leaving home. No, you misunderstood. In fact, I would rather you go out for a walk. Zhang Yi spread his hands. When Pietro heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. Why? It's not fair. Why can she go out to play, but I have to stay at home and have to put on makeup when I go out? Because Kara is different from you. First of all, she is an alien. If she wants to integrate into the Earth society, she must experience the civilization of this planet in person. This kind of social interaction cannot be learned from the internet. Secondly, there are no peers in this world, so as long as you don't expose your abilities, you won't attract attention. With that said, Zhang Yi turned his head again and smiled at Kara. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Even if there are super criminals, I guess they can't hurt you. Even if you are really in danger, you just need to ensure your own safety and wait for the heroes to deal with it. Kara groaned and nodded to show that she understood. It didn't matter to her anyway. Since Zhang Yi thought she should go out for a walk, she was happy to accept this request. Besides, she was also a restless person. After a brief communication with the two of them, Zhang Yi announced the end of the meeting and returned to his room. As for Pietro and Carla, they put on a slight disguise and went out. Pietro couldn't sit still for a long time. He finally came to a safe new world. He couldn't wait to play all the games in this world right away. Kara, on the other hand, is very curious about everything. Unlike Pietro, who pursues games, she wants to taste the food in the world and experience the customs here. Zhang Yi didn't know yet that his two little followers had become an internet-addicted boy and a foodie girl. At this time, he was sitting in front of the computer, searching for some interesting events that had happened in the world. Moving the mouse, Zhang Yi quickly found the consultation he wanted to see. Although there are large organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world that monitor the network, Zhang Yi cannot find some secret information at all, but there are some major events. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. can't cover it up, and Zhang Yi's goals are precisely these major events. When he noticed that Captain America in this universe was the original Falcon, Thor became the female Thor, and Spider-Man besides Peter Parker also had the little black spider Miles, he immediately determined the identity of this universe. General positioning. This should be a new universe restarted by Marvel after Secret Wars, which is called the New and Different Universe. The main part of this universe is actually the 616 main universe before the restart, but its interior has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only have some heroes from the Ultimate Universe appeared, but the origin stories of most of the heroes have even been changed. At the same time, the main thrust of the development of this new universe is updating. Many old heroes have successors, such as Falcon Sam Wilson, the successor to Captain America Rogers, and Amadeus Zhao, the successor to Bruce Banner, the Hulk, etc. In addition, female heroes and some niche heroes have also sprung up in this universe. The main ones among them are the female Thor, Spider-Gwen, Captain Marvel, and X-23. Superhero. There are so many superheroes, and even every state in the Eagle country has a spontaneous superhero team. Zhang Yi held his chin, crazily recalling the comic plots he had seen in his previous life. As all kinds of information appeared on the computer screen, Zhang Yi frowned slightly. To his surprise, there was a lot of information that could be found online, but most of it was unimportant events. Basically, it's like which villain caused damage again, and was defeated by so-and-so, etc. These are all personal chapters of some heroes and are of no help to Zhang Yi. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. I must have arrived at the timeline of Civil War II, right? Zhang Yi murmured to himself, and then his eyes gradually brightened. Looking at some information in front of him, the more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Although the world looks very stable on the surface, with countless superheroes protecting people's lives, Zhang Yi doesn't think that it is really safe here. Hidden under the calmness, it is very likely that everyone was stunned by the devastating disaster. Before it was certain whether these disasters would happen, Zhang Yi could only be as careful as possible, and it was best not to be exposed to anyone's attention. And after the emergence of a new and completely different universe, the first famous event must be Civil War II. During this major incident, due to the emergence of a person with the ability to predict, Iron Man Tony Stark and Captain Marvel Carol had a disagreement over the use of this superpower. Captain Marvel hopes that heroes can use the power of prophecy to prepare in advance and prevent disasters from happening, while Iron Man believes that this kind of prophecy superpower is not necessarily 100% successful, and this approach is very unethical and unethical. Reasonable. The conflict between the two continued to escalate. Finally, in a battle with Thanos, Captain Marvel's lover and Iron Man's best friend War Machine Rhodes died unfortunately, which became the fuse of the civil war between the two parties. Later, the two each led a group of superheroes who supported them and fought a second civil war among the heroes. During the battle, many superheroes suffered casualties, such as Bruce, who was shot in the head by Hawkeye's arrow. Banner. In the end, this major event ended with Iron Man being disabled by Captain Marvel, but the profound impact this war had on the development of this universe is indelible. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's originally worried heart relaxed slightly. Although the Civil War incident seemed to have a very big impact, it was also a heavy blow to the superheroes on Earth in this universe. But for Zhang Yi and the others, it is good news. Zhang Yi originally wanted to go to a slightly more peaceful universe for repair. Zhang Yi's requirements are not high. He does not require that the Earth in that universe must be very safe, at least not like the previous two universes where the timeline is destroyed at any time. To be honest, Zhang Yi's experience in the Ruins universe and the Lightning One universe was all about running away. Except for a good sleep in Wayne Castle, Zhang Yi spent the rest of the time. He was in a state of high tension almost all the time and did not dare to relax at all. Now that he is very lucky to have come to a relatively peaceful Marvel universe, Zhang Yi finally feels that he can take a good rest for a while. There is no devastating disaster, nor is there any alien invasion that could threaten the entire Earth. The only thing to worry about is the civil war between superheroes. This can be regarded as a vacation for Zhang Yi. The sense of crisis that had been lingering in his heart was finally relieved. While Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, he began to think about whether he could make money in this universe. In any case, Zhang Yi has fought against many superpowers. Judging from his resume, he can definitely defeat many second and third-tier superheroes, but Zhang Yi is not satisfied with this. In these crisis-ridden multiverses, devastating events are common. Zhang Yi believes that his current strength is completely unable to protect himself, let alone deal with accidents that may happen at any time. As for the Kryptonian Kara, no one knows this girl's fighting ability better than Zhang Yi, but again, Kara's fighting ability comes from the radiation of the yellow sun. Zhang Yi cannot guarantee that Kara's fighting ability will be the same when fighting in other universes. He was still at his peak, which made Zhang Yi eager to improve his combat effectiveness. In this universe, Iron Man's suit is a good way to quickly improve combat effectiveness. In addition, if there is a way to learn some magic, then maybe you can keep a few more trump cards. After stretching, Zhang Yi stood up from the computer. Now that he had determined his next goal, Zhang Yi had nothing to worry about. These things could not be accomplished overnight. Whether it's Iron Man's suit or those magical magics, if you want to get these things, you have to come into contact with those superheroes or supervillains. Zhang Yi has not yet figured out how to interact with the people in this world. Communicate. After all, there are too many heroes here, and people's hearts are unpredictable. No one can be sure that the people here are as easy to talk to as the old Batman. After walking out of the room, Zhang Yi made himself a cup of tea. It had been a long time since he had such a leisurely cup of tea. Zhang Yi liked drinking tea in the original world, but after time travel, he had no chance. Later, in the old Bruce way, after drinking in there a few times, Zhang Yi fell in love with drinking tea again. Miss Time, do you think this is Marvel's 616 main universe? Zhang Yi walked to the living room, looked at the sunset outside the window, and asked slowly. Following Zhang Ye's words, Miss Time appeared out of nowhere and jumped directly onto Zhang Yi's shoulder. Together with Zhang Yi, she looked at the sun that was sinking in the distance. Zhang Yi didn't tell anyone about Miss Time, not even Pietro and Carla. They only knew that Zhang Yi had a machine that could open the portal, but they knew nothing about the rest. Zhang Yi didn't mean to hide it from them, but the secret behind the time controller was so great that even Zhang Yi himself barely understood it, let alone the two of them. I don't know. There are no records at all in the archives. I'm not sure how this timeline will develop, but I can record this universe, so that everything that happens in the entire timeline will be recorded. Recorded. Zhang Yi frowned. In fact, Zhang Yi had always wanted to record the timeline. Currently, the timeline of one universe was saved on the time controller, which was the ruined universe where Pietro was born. Recording the timeline of the entire universe from birth to annihilation has brought huge benefits to Zhang Yi, which can be seen from the sniper killing of General Zod. Moreover, Zhang Yi can travel to any time point in that universe at will. This power makes that universe completely a back garden for Zhang Yi. No matter what Zhang Yi wants to do, he can do it. Zhang Yi could even directly appear in front of people and unify the entire planet at the early stage of the establishment of civilization on the Earth in that universe. However, the consequences of doing so are also unpredictable. The Time Variation Administration can destroy the timeline arbitrarily because they have a time cutter that can destroy any time branches generated at any time, which Zhang Yi cannot do. If he really does something that disrupts the development of the universe, then Zhang Yi has no doubt that the universe will split into several parallel universes in an instant, and then develop and destroy themselves out of Miss Time's observation range. In serious cases, it will even affect other parallel universes. Universe, with devastating consequences. This is also the fundamental reason why Zhang Yikong has a huge treasure house but dare not touch it casually. After arriving here, Zhang Yikong's previous thoughts came to mind again. If I can really record the timeline of this main universe, can I travel back to the time node before Secret War at any time? In this way, although there is a risk of destroying the timeline, I will have the opportunity to obtain unparalleled information. Small benefits. Seemingly sensing Zhang Yi's move, Miss Time spoke again. It is estimated that 86% of the battery will be needed to record this universe, and it will take 211 days. If you want to record this timeline, it is best to fully charge it first. So much? Zhang Yi was also a little surprised. After all, the previous record of the Flashpoint 1 universe could not use so much power, let alone such a long time. Could this be because there is something strange about this timeline? The Flashpoint 1 universe in the archives is an artificially generated branch of the timeline. There are very few powerful creatures in it, and it is also facing the threat of destruction, so it hardly needs to use too much power and time. The only thing needed is the reason is simply that the universe is too huge. After hearing Miss Time's explanation, Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Yi really didn't know much about the difference between these universes and the universe. In that case, let's not think about this for now. For now, I'll start by contacting those superheroes. After all, it's not easy to find an energy source that can recharge you. As he spoke, the sound of keys shaking and colliding came from outside the door. Zhang Yi turned his head when he heard the sound, and Miss Time immediately disappeared into the air. Opening the door, Pietro and Carla walked in one after another. You're back, how was your time? Seeing the two figures, Zhang Yi immediately went up to them. Judging from the unfinished smiles on their faces, they had a pretty good time this time. As soon as Pietro came in, he threw himself on the sofa, then took off his wig and spoke. Awesome. Zhang, it's a shame that you didn't go out with us. We found a very good hotel and also went to an amusement park. There are many interesting things in it. By the way, do you still remember what we saw before? Is that the Spider-Man who arrived? We saw him fight with a rhinoceros on the street. Listening to Pietro's extremely excited narration, Zhang Yi just smiled and nodded in agreement. He took the things in Carla's hand and opened them, only to see that there were all kinds of miscellaneous things in the bag. What did you buy? Looking at the big and small bags, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Pietro quickly divided the bag into several portions. Oh, I bought a lot of clothes. Isn't it a very cold weather? I think we haven't changed into new clothes for a long time. I'm okay, but Kara doesn't have many clothes. She has never worn underwear before. Ahem, did you buy underwear for Carla? Jean-Yi almost choked on the tea. After so long, he really didn't realize that Pietro, a careless young man, had such a delicate side. Even Jean-Yi himself didn't consider Kara's need for underwear, or in other words, Jean-Yi didn't think about it at all. Who would care about the selection of underwear for a girl with good looks during adolescence? With Kara's fighting ability, Jean-Yi subconsciously ignoring the fact that her mind is still that of a 15-year-old girl. Pietro didn't feel any embarrassment when Jean-Yi looked at him. Yeah, anyway, don't we have to buy a few more sets of clothes? Old Bruce didn't have our styles before, and he never had time to buy them. This time we finally have a chance. Yes, you are quite thoughtful. Jean-Yi nodded. When Pietro said this, he instantly realized that the clothes he was wearing had not been washed for a long time, and there was a strange smell coming out of them. Of course, that's right, the outfit I chose for Kara looks good. It's the latest model. People in the clothing store say that I have a very good sense and that I'm good at matching. Pete Luo pointed at Kara, looking showy. Looking away, Kara put away everything in her hands and turned around to face Jean-Yi. Only then did Jean-Yi take a good look at Kara's clothes. Her short hair was well trimmed, making her look even more heroic. She wore a black navel-bearing outfit with a cat printed on her upper body, and a black leather jacket with some iron nails and metal chains on it as a foil. The lower body is wearing relatively loose jeans, with a few tears at the knees. After wearing this outfit, Kara, who was originally somewhat androgynous, immediately turned into a little girl. She wore this outfit and no one was allowed to call her big sister when they saw her. What left Jean-Yi speechless the most was that Kara actually had a tattoo on her exposed belly, and there were even 2 metal earrings on her ears to match the outfit. You're kidding me if you have your ears pierced in your steel body. Jean-Yi looked at Pietro with a face full of disbelief, hoping that this guy could give him a reasonable explanation. They're fake. They don't have piercings. They're earrings clipped to the ears. The tattoos are stamped on them. How about it? Isn't it cool? Pietro smiled and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, Jean-Yi turned his gaze back to Kara. When she noticed Jean-Yi's gaze, Kara felt a little uneasy. Pietro told me that most people on Earth dress like this, and I think it looks pretty good. It's not that you don't look good. It's just your appearance that gave me a big impact. Jean-Yi put down the teacup and then picked up other bags on the table. After being reminded by Pietro, Jean-Yi really felt that he needed to face the wonderful new world again. At least he was not short of money now, and he could also enjoy wonderful services that he had never experienced before. But what Jean-Yi was most curious about at this moment was what kind of clothes Pietro, that brat, had chosen for himself. If the styles were similar to those worn by Carla, the 3 of them could probably form a rock band. Fortunately, Pietro's aesthetics have become a lot more normal for Jean-Yi. Most of the clothes in the bag are turtleneck sweaters, khaki vests, suit trousers and long windbreakers that represent mature men. This makes Jean-Yi slightly relieved. It's much better to dress yourself up as a Sherlock Holmes than a gangster. Besides, Jean-Yi also likes these clothes. They have the same aesthetics. By the way, you said before that you saw Spider-Man fighting rhinoceros. Jean-Yi changed the topic back to the superheroes in this universe while arranging his clothes in the bag. Well, Spider-Man is so handsome. That stupid rhinoceros was no match for him. He was knocked to the ground by Spider-Man in a few moments, and was soon detained by the police who arrived. Pietro said this he couldn't stop, the expression on his face was full of yearning. The Spider-Man named Peter Parker is indeed very powerful. His strength, speed, and reflexes are all top-notch, and he appears to be very capable in battle. He even constantly uses words to confuse and mislead his opponents. Kara also added road. In response, Jean-Yi just laughed. Actually, most superheroes don't talk as much as him when fighting. He's just a talker. He's not as profound as you think. But you are right about one thing. Spider-Man's combat ability is indeed top-notch. Wait a minute, how do you know Spider-Man's name is Peter Parker? At this time, Pietro suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. I saw it. Kara pointed at her eyes and said with an innocent face. I can clearly see the appearance hidden under his suit, and the press pass in his pocket. The name on it is indeed Peter Parker. Peter Parker, why does this name sound so familiar to me? Pietro murmured, while he touched his chin and kept recalling his experiences, where he had heard this name. Jean-Yi thought for a while and reminded Pietro lightly. The house we lived in before belonged to his family. The house where I lived before. Pietro suddenly thought of something and slammed the table. I remembered, he is the Peter Parker who was bitten by a spider in a chemical experiment and then contracted a terminal disease that led to the destruction of his family. Zhang Yi glanced at Kara, who was thoughtful, then smiled and nodded. Yes, but in this world, the spider did not bring him disease, but made him a good neighbor of the people of New York, Spider-Man. So that's it, that's it. Pietro kept repeating this sentence, and his emotions gradually became excited. Although Pietro seems to be an indistinct and troubled boy, he is not stupid at all. On the contrary, with the super brain brought to him by his mutant ability, he can figure out many things quickly. With the rapid memories in his mind, constantly comparing the same and different things in the two worlds, coupled with the things Zhang Yi told him about other universes before, Pietro's eyes became brighter and brighter. The two worlds are very similar but very different. This is not just reflected in Peter Parker. This world also has the Avengers and Tony Stark, but they are not extreme terrorists, but save people. A superhero who maintains world peace. There are also Thors and Doctor Strange in this world, but they are not madmen immersed in fantasy, but powerful beings who can control the wind and rain and use magic. It's different, everything is different. What's wrong with him? Carla was a little confused. She didn't understand why Pietro suddenly went crazy. It's okay, he just figured out some things. Zhang Yi said casually. Every universe is connected but different. Although Zhang Yi is not an expert in physics and rarely understood various theories about parallel universes in his previous life, when he really came to this world and experienced it personally after several universes, Zhang Yi also had some views on the differences between multiverses. Generally speaking, most parallel universes are full of hope. Even if there have been disasters and sacrifices, the heroes will always overcome those difficulties with perseverance. This is what makes Zhang Yi the most a point of admiration. But there are always exceptions. As the saying goes, where there is light, there is darkness. Opposite to those multiverses under the light are those dark multiverses that are drowning in despair and unable to extricate themselves. Previously, Zhang Yi had always scorned dark diversity. But after personally experiencing the ruined universe where Pietro lived, Zhang Yi began to pay more attention to these multiverses full of unknowns and chaos. No wonder you said that my universe is not worth saving. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Pietro slumped on the sofa and sighed heavily. As long as you understand. Zhang Yi walked to Pietro and patted his shoulder comfortingly. When hope no longer exists and heroes turn into madmen, it is only a matter of time before the civilization there will perish. I know, but I just can't figure out why that universe has fallen to this point. Pietro was a little unwilling. Seeing Pietro's somewhat lost expression, Zhang Yi also felt helpless. After he saw this universe full of hope, he would definitely have unreasonable associations with the tragic things that happened in the universe where he was born. Even Zhang Yi didn't know how to comfort him. After all, that universe was Pietro's universe, and Pietro had the most basic sense of belonging there, which neither Zhang Yi nor Carla could empathize with. Okay, now that it's over, don't think about it anymore. We have come to a new world. We should look forward to the future. Enjoying the present is the most important thing. After listening to Zhang Yi's persuasion, Pietro pondered for a while and nodded vigorously. Zhang, you are right, I should come out. I don't belong there, I belong here, I belong to the small group we formed. You are my relatives, and this is my home. Seeing that Pietro had regained his energy, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. This is my good brother. We have just saved a universe and finally arrived at such a beautiful place. We should enjoy it. Yeah. Pietro and Carla looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere became much more cheerful. Seeing the smiles reappearing on their faces, Zhang Yi naturally took out 2 cups and poured some tea for them. Don't worry, it's safe here. It's no longer safe here. At the junction of 42nd Street and Madison Avenue, on the top floor of the Baxter Building, Cable clenched his fists tightly and looked at the angry scene in front of him. The Baxter Building is a huge, towering base owned by the Fantastic Four. It not only has scientific research rooms, supercomputer rooms and other places for experiments, but it is also equipped with many high-tech products. It can be said that, this is one of the most technologically advanced places in the world. As the world's first superhero group, the headquarters of the Fantastic Four is located here. The top floors of the Baxter Building were transformed by them into a living place. The Fantastic Four usually live here and enjoy a good life while conducting cutting-edge technological research. But at this moment, this extremely luxurious venue turned into a brutal murder scene. In the room of Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards' children, the eldest son Franklin and the youngest daughter Valeria were forever immersed in sleep and could never wake up. At the door of the room, their mother was invisible. The female Susan fell in a pool of blood. The murderer took advantage of them while they were asleep. The wounds were all in the heart, killing them with one blow. Moonlight Knight briefly inspected the bodies of the 2 children and summarized the murderer's crime process. This guy's goal is very clear, he is here for the 2 children. What kind of beast would do such a crazy thing? The second-generation Hawkeye Kate breathed a little quickly. He had a good relationship with the Fantastic Four and was often invited to dinner parties. When she saw such a cruel at this scene, a surge of anger instantly emerged from her heart. They are all good people, and this tragedy should not happen to them. But the fact has happened. Cable gritted his teeth. If we can't find this criminal as soon as possible, then other superheroes will also be targeted by him. We should not suppress this matter any longer. Nick Fury does not understand the seriousness of this matter at all. We must inform other superheroes, otherwise everyone will be in danger. Kate couldn't bear it. Zhu opened his mouth and said. What do you want us to say? It has been happening for so long, and many of our friends have died. At this time, we tell others that we suppressed the information and investigated on our own. Do you think those guys won't cause trouble for us? Kate laughed angrily when she heard this. Then let's continue to hide it. Our investigation has not played any role. There is no useful information until now. Do we want to use the lives of other people to become clues for us to solve the case? While everyone was arguing, Moon Knight had been observing the scene, trying to find some clues about the murderer, and how the murderer committed the murder and committed such a tragedy without alerting anyone. After carefully thinking about it in his mind, Moonlight Knight slowly stood up and spoke with a serious tone, interrupting the quarrel among others. I know how the murderer killed them. The murderer has a very strong sneaking ability. He was able to bypass the security of the Fantastic Four and enter here without anyone noticing. This means that his ability is stronger than we imagined, and his goal is very clear, which is to start with Reed's 2 children. Moon Knight walked to the 2 children's beds, gestured with his hands in the air, and imitated the murderer's posture to reconstruct the case. The murder weapon is a knife. It may be his common weapon. Of course, it may also be a way the murderer uses to interfere with our judgment. After dawn, Susan saw that her children did not get up, so she prepared to call them to eat. With that said, Moonlight Knight walked to the door of the room again, where the invisible woman was lying on her back on the ground, with a clear bloody hole in the center of her head. When everyone came here, Susan's eyes were open, and there was even a touch of peace in her eyes, as if she didn't expect that she would be killed by the enemy. After seeing this, Carter reached out and closed his eyes in grief. Into her eyes. Susan's death was sudden without any resistance, which shows that she was killed by the murderer without any preparation. The murderer hid here after killing the 2 children and waited until he was gone. The moment Susan pushed the door open without the slightest precaution, she took action. As for the Human Torch, the Thing, and Mr. Fantastic, they all died in the murderer's sneak attacks. It can be seen that the murderer knew the Fantastic Four very well. Not only them, the other party may have specially investigated all superheroes. And then these assassination plans started. Everyone listened quietly to Moon Knight's case reconstruction. Finally, the Punisher couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed Moon Knight open the door and walked out, and said quickly. What's the use of talking about this now? Even if we know how he committed the murder, so what, we can't judge his identity at all. If you ask me, we should investigate the enemies of the Fantastic Four. The murderer can do this one thing, it has absolutely nothing to do with those gang of villains. Is it okay? Jinsua frowned. Speaking of the enemies of the Fantastic Four, Kong the Conqueror is definitely the most threatening existence, and Kong is not only the enemy of the Fantastic Four, but also the enemy of all other superheroes. If anyone can do such a thing, then Kang's suspicion is undoubtedly the biggest one. But he hasn't appeared for a long time, and he exists in various time and space. Even if we want to investigate him, it's not that easy. Cable, can you think of any way? Misty Knight thought for a while and asked. To be honest, I'm not sure. Kang's existence has always been a very strange point. I can't track his specific location. Even the Fantastic Four, who specialize in studying time and space theory, can't do this. Cable shook his head. But I don't think the murderer is Kong. Why? Only Kong has this motivation and ability, isn't he? That's true, but Kong would not do this without full assurance, because even he cannot bear the impact of destroying the timeline. He himself is not a person of this time and space, and if so many heroes are killed here, it is very likely that the timeline will collapse. If the timeline falls into collapse, then I think you know the result better than me. This is likely to start a new round of war in the multiverse, and may even collide with each other and destroy each other. But Kang's suspicion cannot be ruled out, right? He is originally a madman from the future. How can you guarantee that he and his variants will not do such evil deeds? Kate looked directly at Cable, hoping that an explanation can be given. Excuse me, I agree with Cable on this point. The murderer may not really be Kong. At this time, Moonlight Knight spoke. He walked among the people and spoke slowly. Many of us have fought against Kong, and we have some understanding of Kang's abilities. But this time, the murderer's weapons were a knife and a small caliber pistol. Using these old antiques, this is terrible. It's not Kang's habit. After a pause, Moon Knight said again. I also doubted whether this was a smoke bomb deliberately left by the murderer for us, but I don't think so. The murderer didn't seem to hide his intentions at all. Every time he committed a crime, he used cruel methods, as if he was showing off his power to us. But even if what you said is right, the scope of the clues about knives and pistols is too large. We can't examine these two clues in detail, let alone far away. In the entire New York, criminals using knives and guns are simply too many to count. The Punisher said coldly. There are many criminals, but not so many people who can do this. Moon Knight pointed at the scene of the Fantastic Four's tragedy and said quickly. I think we can investigate this detail. Sometimes we are closer to the truth than you think. It was another beautiful morning. Zhang Yi walked out of the house after eating a simple meal of instant noodles. In Eagle Country, the breakfast culture is actually very declining. Most people's breakfast is bread, cereal and other unappetizing things. Some capable people will make pancakes, omelette and ham themselves. But generally people rushing to work will still choose roadside fast food restaurants. People's eating habits cannot be changed all at once. Zhang Yi, who is used to eating steamed buns and noodles, found it difficult to become interested in the breakfast here, so he could only make ends meet with food such as instant noodles. Walking on the street, the surroundings gradually became lively. Those hurried pedestrians and passers-by who got up early in the morning for exercise made the whole city come alive. Feeling this scene, Zhang Yi forgot for a while that this was a superhero world. Zhang Yi has been conceiving some information about this world in the past, and has not personally experienced life in this world, so today, Zhang Yi is going to relax and think about how to go from here. Do yourself some favors. If there is anything in this world that interests Zhang Yi, it is definitely all kinds of superpowers. After living in a materialistic world for so long, who wouldn't want to get in touch with these supernatural things? There are many superpowers in the Marvel Universe. Mutants and Inhumans all have powerful superpowers that are unique to them. However, the abilities produced by genetic mutations and human body modification are too uncontrollable. Zhang Yi also rejected this, so he ruled it out first. After excluding some forces that were simply uncontrollable, such as the power of the Phoenix and the power of the Goblin, Zhang Yi finally focused on magic and witchcraft. Witchcraft, or magic, is a magical power that exists in all dimensions in the world of the Marvel Universe. It is different from those superpowers obtained by one's own mutation, but a technique that requires one's own learning, constant exploration, and contact with powerful beings in other dimensions in order to obtain those strange powers. For thousands of years, these energies have spread across the world, causing earth-shaking changes to the entire Earth and even the entire universe, and this forbidden knowledge is entangled in all wizards like a curse. This is a method that uses specific mysterious energy to connect with forces in other dimensions. It is essentially an existence that is beyond the scope of all detectable science, including technology. Simply put, this power is made of science. An incomprehensible mysterious power. It can even achieve unimaginable methods such as distorting reality, simulating energy, astral projection, and soul casting. The most fundamental rule of the power of magic comes from equivalent exchange, which is somewhat similar to that of the alchemist. However, Zhang Yi doesn't know much about this. He only knows that in the Marvel Universe learning magic is not an easy task. In addition to requiring the talent to use magic, having contact with those forbidden things is itself an extremely dangerous thing. As for who in this universe has the ability to allow Zhang Yi to learn this knowledge as safely as possible, it is undoubtedly Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange was originally an excellent neurosurgeon with a very strong medical talent. However, due to a car accident, his hands could no longer pick up a scalpel to perform precise operations, so he turned around and began to use various methods. Come try to heal your own hands. In the end, in despair, after his search for science was fruitless, he could only place his hope in some fields that were beyond the existence of science. In the end, he was selected by the ancient master, began to learn magic, and used these magical powers to protect the entire world. Perhaps on the surface, Strange does not seem to be that powerful, but in fact, he is a famous existence in the entire wizarding world on Earth and even in the wizarding circles in other dimensions. If you can let him teach you how to learn magic, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. However, Zhang Yi did not intend to do this. Doctor Strange's power is indeed very powerful, but his paranoia, arrogance and even somewhat twisted personality are not acceptable to Zhang Yi. Moreover, he himself is an invader from other universes. Don't say anything when Doctor Strange sees him. He taught himself how to learn magic. It would be polite if he didn't lock himself up. In addition, Doctor Strange itself is a very unstable factor. Zhang Yi does not want to have too much contact with him at the moment. You must know that Doctor Strange is the safest when there is danger, and the most dangerous when there is no danger. After thinking about it, Zhang Yi decided to start with the most basic aspects. There may not seem to be many wizards on the earth, but in fact they are not as few as imagined. In addition to Doctor Strange, there are many who have the ability and resources. There are wizards scattered all over the place. It is enough for these people to give themselves a magical enlightenment. But if you want to find these people, your own abilities alone are not enough. Those existences that enjoy forbidden knowledge hidden in the streets and dark sewers are definitely not something that ordinary people can detect. Fortunately, I have a Kryptonian sister who is so powerful that she can even spy on the entire Earth. New York, Hell's Kitchen. In a damp and dark alley, a somewhat rickety old man was walking in the dark. He was blind in one eye, and his breathing sounded like a broken bellows, as if he would reach the end of his life at any time. The floor tiles in the alley were very wet, and a drainage ditch ran along the corner of the wall leading to the sewer. I don't know if it was because of the previous rain, but there was disgusting sewage flowing in it. The old man walked silently through the alley, picking up some scraps from the trash cans. There are many places like this in Hell's Kitchen. The old man can find a lot of good things in these places every night, and then sell it for a good price before the sun rises the next day. There are incandescent lamps at regular intervals in the alley. Although the light is a bit dim due to disrepair, it is enough to illuminate the old man's progress in the dark night. Finally, the old man came to a trash can. This was not an ordinary round recycling trash can, but a place where garbage was accumulated consisting of several huge iron boxes. I quickly went over and searched carefully. After driving away a few mice that were looking for food, he found a few scraps that could be sold for money among the leftovers and filth filled with unpleasant smells. Maybe he was lucky today. The old man also found a discarded lamp. It was a beautiful object made of glass shell and metal cage. Although it was a little damaged, if it was repaired, it would definitely be worth a good price. Holding this lamp in his hand, the old man felt as if he had found a treasure, and a happy smile appeared on his dull old face. But the next moment, the smile on the old man's face suddenly solidified. Tisk, TSK, TSK, they say the industry is in a slump, but I never thought that an extraordinary being like you would be reduced to picking up trash. The old man turned his head suddenly, only to see a black figure dressed in black and wearing a beak mask suddenly appear in his sight under the pale light. Looking at this strange figure who appeared at no time, the old man slowly straightened up and cursed in his heart that he had lost even the most basic vigilance for so long. John Falsworth, right? The bright light of the incandescent lamp shone down from the waist of the black figure, hiding his upper body in the darkness, making it difficult for people to peek. You got the wrong person. The old man frowned and replied in a hoarse voice. Oh, I think I didn't admit my mistake. At least I have the ability to tell whether you are a human or not. To be honest, I was really surprised when I found you, because I didn't even expect that you were still alive. Then, the black figure slowly took 2 steps forward, and his whole body was reflected in the light. Looking at the weird beak mask and the glimmer of light reflected on the lenses, the old man named John Falsworth couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his expression became a little excited. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to stop the other party from approaching, and at the same time spoke with a trembling voice. What are you going to do? I have retired a long time ago. I don't care what kind of perverted organization you come from, but I swear that I have washed my hands in a golden basin. I have been anonymous for several years and I have never done anything bad. The business. Zhang Yi stopped and stared condescendingly at the extremely nervous and somewhat frightened old man in front of him. It's like looking at another world. An inner world that is closely related to the outer world but distinct from it. Regarding the identity of the old man, Zhang Yi had already fully learned about the old man's identity through Kara's help. This guy was actually a supervillain named Blood Baron, and he was first embraced by the legendary vampire leader Dracula. Vampire. That's right, after deciding to get in touch with the magic circle in this world, Zhang Yi first set his sights on these supernatural creatures, because whether they were vampires, werewolves, or even those demon hunter families, when dealing with these guys all year round, I will learn some magic skills. Maybe these magics don't look very powerful, but they are completely enough for Zhang Yi, who is coming into contact with them for the first time. People need to be self-aware, and Zhang Yi knows that those ancient witchcrafts that people can't look directly at it is absolutely beyond his reach at the moment. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I'm just here to express my goodwill to you and that I need you to help me with some small favors. Zhang Yi said calmly. Ask me for help. I don't think I have any ability to help you. As you can see, I have now been reduced to hanging with the rats in the sewer, so how can I help you? The old man shook his head. Looking like someone who is thousands of miles away. It's been a long time since I drank human blood. Don't refuse in a hurry, I don't care about your vampire blood. Zhang Yi smiled. I heard that you have learned magic before. I came to you this time just because I hope you can share this magical knowledge with me. Hearing this, John's body trembled. He narrowed his eyes slightly when he looked at Zhang Yi. In his mind, he frantically recalled whether he had dealt with the other person in any era. John has always been secretly learning magic. Although there are many wizards among the vampires, most vampires are relatively repulsive to these magics. Who are you? John's old face gradually began to change. The clearly visible wrinkles gradually shrank and faded. At the same time, his entire body became straighter and straighter, and his broken body became stronger. Big and strong. I don't remember you existing among Midnight's children. Children of Midnight? Huh, you misunderstood. Zhang Yi silently watched John's rejuvenation that would shock a large number of people in the outside world. On the contrary, the interest in Zhang Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter. I'm not a superhero, I'm just an ordinary person who wants to learn magic. If you want to learn magic, I think you should visit the New York Temple. I would be happy to tell you where it is and how to sneak in. John's voice was unusually clear at this time, completely without the dying look before, but his eyes were still extremely alert. His long-term awareness of crisis told him that the man in black opposite him was full of unknowns, and the unknown represented danger. The Supreme Sanctuary is indeed a good place to learn magic, but for some reasons, I'm afraid I can't appear in front of Dr. Strange. Therefore, I can only choose a wild mage like you to meet my requirements. What if I refuse? John's eyes flashed with a cold light. I think I will convince you. Zhang Yi replied as expected. At the same time, he took out his big black umbrella. At the tip of the umbrella, the unique light of silver metal flashed away, which made John his brows wrinkled slightly. Silverware, it seemed that the other party was indeed coming towards him. John clenched his fist slightly. After many years of being a villain, the title of Blood Baron has gradually changed from a terrifying title that can stop children from crying at night, to one that no one cares about. Even when mentioned in front of ordinary people, the other party will only say, oh, it's the vampire killed by the hero. Such existence. John had discovered a long time ago that in front of the endless stream of superheroes, he, an ordinary vampire, could not make any waves. Maybe he can show off his power in front of ordinary people, but in front of heroes, he is really just an ordinary villain. This was already understood by John when Dr. Strange killed almost all the vampires on the earth. It is precisely because of this that John gave up his career as a villain. He chose to live in the world, turning his head to embrace darkness and decay in the midst of prosperity, and his food changed from young girls to rats in the gutter. It's all because he doesn't want to die, let alone be targeted by those superheroes. But, he really had enough of these days. Looking at the man in black in front of him, John was 100% sure that he was an ordinary human being. Although he didn't know how the other person knew his identity, what John could be sure of was that this guy was worse than he imagined. Be vulnerable. Even though he is no longer a being that scares people, John still wants the smart guy in front of him to understand that his current desolation does not mean that he will be threatened by an ordinary human being. Thinking of this, John reached out with his right hand, and a short wand that looked like a dead branch slipped out of his sleeve and was held firmly in his right hand. It's interesting. You know that I am a magic vampire, but you only hold these silver weapons. I don't know if you are arrogant or stupid. Anyway, let me show you this magical power. John smiled coldly and slowly raised the wand in his hand. Suddenly, John's hand was empty. When he reacted, he saw that the wand in his hand disappeared in an instant. Before he could figure out what happened, a burst of laughter came from not far ahead. Is this a magic wand? It feels nothing special. I thought the legendary magic wand would be more exquisite. This is completely different from what is shown on TV. It was a young man with silver hair. He kept fiddling with the deadwood wand in his hand, and his nimble fingers made the wand fly up and down between his fingers, as if he was humiliating John. But when John relied on his night vision ability to see the face of the silver-haired boy, his whole body froze in place for an instant, and there was even a flash of fear in his eyes. Staring at the young man, John finally understood how the other man snatched away his wand in an instant. His trembling lips slowly opened and he spat out the other man's name in disbelief. Quicksilver. His eyes fell on the screaming John, and Zhang Yi's expression under the mask showed some subtle changes. There are many speedsters in the Marvel world, and they were able to instantly name Pietro Quicksilver after just meeting each other. This shows that in this universe, Pietro and his peers should be the same as those before. Big and small Barry Allen looks exactly the same. This is actually not good news. The two Pietros look the same and have the same abilities. This means that Pietro will be in an environment where he will be exposed at any time. If he is an ordinary person, he can just put on makeup. It has passed, but if you accidentally come face to face with those X-Men, they will definitely recognize Pietro's identity at a glance. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Zhang Yi turned his attention back to Vampire John. Do you know me? Pietro grinned. In fact, when the other party called out the name Quicksilver, Pietro already knew that the other party had mistaken him for Pietro from this universe, but he did not tell the other party the truth at this time. Meaning, since you have already misunderstood, let's let it go to the end. John was still immersed in a state of shock and bewilderment, but Pietro's words gave him a jolt. John suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and couldn't help but say. Are you an X-Men? No, you are a human and an Avenger. John's tone was full of disbelief. He stared at Zhang Yi's weird mask, and his heart was full of confusion and despair. The confusion was because the other party's outfit didn't look like a superhero at all, while the despair was because this kid deceived himself, and he was eventually targeted by a superhero. Don't be excited, Mr. John, I really just want you to teach me how to use magic, that's all. After you help me, I will give you a generous reward. Of course, I will not. Your identity has been exposed. Zhang Yi cleared his throat and said calmly. Why should I believe you? John's face turned cold, he glanced at Pietro with some fear, and then said. Let me tell you, I will never help you guys who claim to be righteous. Now get out of my way. Well. Seeing John's huge reaction, Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. Look, this is the end of becoming a superhero, wearing the glory of justice, and all actions must be bound by this set of moral standards. Now, even a small villain who has not been cleansed and just washed his hands in a golden basin can rely on this, he chirped in front of himself. First of all, I didn't mean to lie to you. I'm really not a superhero. Zhang Yi restrained his emotions and slowly stretched out a finger. As he moved, John suddenly felt his left shoulder sink, and then a huge and incomparable force came from his shoulder. The force was so strong. It even made John feel like his bones would be crushed into pieces at the next moment. At the moment of contact, John noticed that it was a hand, a very slender, white palm. He was sure it was a girl's hand, but the amazing power carried by this hand made John feel. The feeling of fear. What horrified him the most was that he didn't notice at all when the other party appeared behind him. Just like the black figure and Quicksilver in front of him, each of these people seemed to be a ghost-like existence, which made people. There is no way to spy on it. At this time, Zhang Yi raised his second finger. Second, I'm not discussing this with you. As he finished speaking, John suddenly felt a terrifying energy appear behind him that he couldn't resist at all. At this moment, John felt that every cell in his body was giving him an alarm. Under that energy, he had difficulty breathing, and his body could not help but tremble. This feeling of impending death, John the First only experienced it when I was fully exposed to the sun. Turning his head with difficulty, John finally saw the initiator of all that with his peripheral vision. She was a girl with short black hair. At this moment, the other party was putting a hand on his shoulder, looking at her cold eyes without any emotion. Hold yourself. And in the girl's eyes, the terrifying energy that makes people unable to look directly is ready to go out. She will die, she will definitely die. Under such gaze, John felt his scalp numb, and he couldn't even move a finger. John kept breathing, and there was only one thought in his mind, the sun is looking at me. I promise. I promise you. At this critical moment of life and death, John finally reacted and screamed loudly. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. Seeing this, Zhang Yi signaled Kara to stop. As soon as his fingers were loosened, John's body suddenly fell limply to the ground like a piece of tattered clothes. He was panting heavily, and his whole person was in a state of confusion for the rest of his life. He didn't dare to think about what he had just done. He was caught by something. The oppressive and terrifying energy almost overwhelmed John's heart, leaving him unforgettable for the rest of his life. As a vampire who had been resurrected several times, this was the first time he experienced what it means to constantly sink between life and death. Are you okay? Do you want me to give you a hand? Zhang Yi slowly walked up to John and said in an extremely cold tone. Although his words seemed to be caring, his indifferent tone made John shudder. A Cold War. He knew that the other party had not deceived him. This guy was indeed not a superhero, he was a devil. Even as he climbed to his feet, John didn't care about the sewage on his body. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the three people around him, let alone try to escape, because the power displayed by the other party was too powerful. A set is no different from a plastic toy in front of them. I'm fine. Don't you want to know about magic? I have built a lair in Hell's Kitchen. There are many collections I have collected over the years, which may be of help to you. John said with fear on his face. Lead the way. Now that he had used force to get the other party to cooperate, Zhang Yi no longer bothered to pretend to be polite. To be honest, Zhang Yi didn't have a good face towards such a villain who had many innocent people's lives on his hands. Don't want to give it. Hearing the lack of emotion in Zhang Yi's tone, John trembled slightly. He knew that the other party no longer had any patience with him. If he didn't do what he said, he would probably be killed instantly and would not be able to be resurrected. That kind of death. Come with me. From the corner of his eye, John glanced at the bag he had thrown aside and the broken lamp with a corner exposed inside. He hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the idea of picking up the bag, and instead led the way directly in the direction of his lair. John's den is a sewer that has been abandoned for a long time. In the Eagle Country, there are many such sewers, and the sewers in some cities are extremely large, like a huge maze immersed deep underground in the city. As it happens, John's lair is located in a hidden sewer in Hell's Kitchen. Middle. It was a corner of a huge sewer, connected to a private air raid shelter built during World War II. Not far away, it was even connected to a subway passage that had long since become ruins. And John's lair was this air raid shelter. The original owner and builder here was none other than John himself. He had done a lot of evil things in his early years and provoked a lot of enemies. So at that time, he spent a lot of money and connections to secretly build safe houses in many places. This air raid shelter is one of his safe houses. At the same time, it is also a place where he secretly practices magic. He can learn knowledge from different dimensions in this place without anyone disturbing him. Walking into the air raid shelter, Zhang Yi instantly saw all kinds of strange symbols written in blood on the walls. The symbols were all kinds of strange and irregular, and some even looked like patterns scrawled by someone. Seemingly sensing Zhang Yi's curiosity, John explained like an old servant. These symbols have powerful power and can support a barrier to prevent other wizards from spying on the existence here. As you know, I have been anonymous for many years and don't want to be disturbed by others. As everyone entered, the lamps on the wall lit up one by one, as if they were infrared lights. But when Zhang Yi glanced over, he found that there were ordinary candle lampstands on the wall. The flames on those candles were suddenly lit without anyone touching them, and Zhang Yi didn't see any shadow of technology on the candle lampstand at all. It can be seen that this must be the legendary magic. These flames are energy from other dimensions. The candle is just a medium. After I return here, the magic channel here will be connected, so it will be ignited spontaneously. John only feels like a tour guide with tourists. Looking along the direction illuminated by candles, a building similar to an altar appeared in front of Zhang Yi and others. On the ground, there were even huge magic circles drawn with blood. On the ground, some looked old. Incomparable books are scattered all over the floor, extending to the bookcase in the corner. Looking at the darkness hidden under the city, Zhang Yi's expression was a bit joyful. Look at this bloody and scary environment, as well as the disgusting smell in the air. This looks a bit like forbidden magic. How should we start? Zhang Yi asked casually. John was stunned for a moment after hearing this, as if he didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. Then he pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. What do you want to learn? Anything is fine. I actually know nothing about magic, but I am very yearning for the magical world, so you have to be responsible for teaching me how to use magic. Zhang Yi said lightly. Okay, I'll try my best. John smiled submissively on the surface, but in his heart he scolded Zhang Yi countless times. John quickly thought about his knowledge about magic and said quickly. Since this is your first time coming into contact with magic, I think we can start with the basics of magic. What do you think? Yeah. Zhang Yi found a place to sit down and nodded in response. Seeing this, the old vampire quickly took a few deep breaths and began to look for a teacher. After a while, after sorting out his words, John began to tell. Magic, explained in the simplest language, is actually a way of converting energy. Just like science has various laws and rules, magic also has its own set of rules. Wizards like us who use magic actually use special methods to extract energy from other things, and then convert it into other energy to release the corresponding magic. This is the underlying rule of magic and the most basic one. Basic rules. Listening to John's story, Zhang Yi suddenly had a thought in his mind. If he could use magic to convert energy, could he use his own power to charge the time controller? Not noticing Zhang Yi's distraction, John continued to talk. The original source of magic comes from the ancient gods of the earth. However, in other corners of the universe, there are also magical abilities passed down by other ancient gods, but most of them have been lost and impenetrable. At present, we still focus on earth magic. The white magic on earth originated from Emperor Weishan, who was the legendary first life on earth, and the three ancient gods, namely Ohit, Hogos and Agamotto, while the black magic came from regarding another ancient god, San. It is said that he is the creator of all dark creatures, but many people within the vampire clan do not admit this. There is actually not much difference between white magic and black magic. They both convert energy by different means, but the magic they release is completely different. One of them is good at defense and the other is good at offense. However, most wizards today are mainly about studying black magic. There are many ways to cast magic, but the most basic one is the conversion of energy. If there is no strong energy as a supply, then the corresponding consequences after releasing the magic will befall the caster. In this case, in this state, it is common to lose arms and legs, and some may even lose their lives. Zhang Yi listened calmly. For him, this knowledge was beyond his reach under normal circumstances. Pietro and Carla also stood quietly aside. They were also quite curious about these magical magics. John's voice was the only voice in the entire lair, constantly telling some common sense about magic. If you want to cast magic without hurting yourself, then the wizard must master the ability to transfer the damage to other things, or directly extract other powerful energy to cast magic, and transfer the damage to other things. They are directly proportional to energy consumption and cancel each other out. Hearing this, Zhang Yi spoke thoughtfully. So if I want to learn magic, then I first have to deflect the damage caused by magic, or use other powerful energy to offset the damage caused by releasing magic, right? Yes. John nodded and said slowly. Some wizards will sign contracts with lords from other dimensions to release extremely powerful magic, but they will eventually become the lackeys of those powerful beings. However, vampire wizards like me usually use sacrifices, casting spells, and sometimes stealing energy from other dimensions. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and then stood up. In that case, show it to me.